Chapter 251 Putting on a Tarpaulin. Several people were afraid, but their subordinates worked harder. Jiang Yuan has also been praying that this developer must not cut corners. It's terrible. The speed is faster when there are more people. But the snow is not slower either. After cleaning immediately, there is still snow falling. And the cycle continues endlessly. This won't work. We have to find a way. Kaiong frowned. He rarely looked so serious. Fan Qing's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was a little excited. I know. Everyone looked at her one after another. What does this girl know? We can get a larger cloth to cover this place. Then get some wooden sticks. And as long as the slope is less than 45 degrees, the snow will basically pull automatically. Yes. I think so too. Zhang Kaiong was also very excited. The two of them had the same spirit, and could talk about it together. What could be more joyful than this? The two of them looked at each other, and spread a wave of dog food. 45 degrees? It's probably difficult enough. The area here is not small. In this range, the pole would be too long. Moreover, such a big scarf? There really is. They went out to look for supplies during heavy rains before. And the tarpaulins they used, put together, must be enough. Obviously. Jiang Yuan thought of this quickly. In addition, there is the issue of support. Song Yi took everyone out, and collected the wood that he had collected before. Especially the kind of tables and chairs with legs. Take them all off, and tie the short ones together. Which is enough. However, there is no 45 degrees. It's not even 90 degrees. And it can't be too high. It's easy to be suspected if someone suddenly appears. The most important thing is that there is still no wood that long. It's not very convenient to pick up too many. So, just raise the middle as high as possible, and then lower it gently. At the end, it just borders the surrounding wall. In this case, it doesn't matter even if snow falls on it. They could go inside, poke the tarp on top, and then the snow would clear away, and that's it. The piece on the edge was deliberately left extra. Usually, it is placed directly on it. If the snow does not flow down, it can also be rolled up around it, leaving a space for passing people. Song Yi also made a long rake to ensure that the middle and highest positions could be reached from all sides. This way, everything is foolproof. If the snow is too thick to shake out, don't worry. So easy to plan. So hard to do. The main reason is that the workload is heavy, and the snow is not stopping all the time, which increases the difficulty. Everyone worked hard, and Qin Yu prepared sugar water for everyone to dispel the cold. A lot of wood was used, which was not enough at home. Kaiong and Liang Kang's family also used everything they could use. When it wasn't enough, I went to the empty room downstairs to find a lot. Jiang Yuan felt that it was quite troublesome for others. So she thought of letting everyone have a meal at home. And it's already getting late. As soon as I get busy with work, it's already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Leave everything above to Dad, and she will go downstairs to help. How about making dumplings? My dear daughter, we still have a lot of dumplings at home. The steaming hot and sour soup dumplings are also warm to eat. Jiang Yuan shook her head. No, I ate dumplings in the morning. And now I am eating dumplings. Mom, why don't you eat hot pot? Boss Qin Yu is not happy. How many dishes do you need to eat hot pot? How come you kid doesn't know how to make a living? This is such a waste of food. We don't have much left. Mom, there are so many refrigerators and freezers filled with frozen vegetables. So why aren't there too many? If the ice and snow melt next year, you are still counting on whether you want it or not. Okay, they have really helped us a lot. Just this time, go get 2 sauerkraut. Qin Yu is quite troubled. If it were normal times, she would definitely be afraid of not being well received. But now, to the point of exchanging food for a bite, she had to make a calculation. Jiang Yuan also has her own considerations. She has already sorted out a batch of vegetables in the space. Just take it out and eat it without any delay. Qin Yu brought the sauerkraut over, wrapped in a quilt, but there was still a lot of frozen ice. This must be pulled out with cold water, not hot water. Otherwise the taste will be half as bad. Mom, go up and help my dad. He's working for our family. It's not appropriate for me to leave halfway. Yes, that's the truth, Qin Yu said, and hurriedly changed her clothes for fear of being picked on. It doesn't matter that Xiao Yuan is playing quietly in the living room. She has to get busy quickly. There are not too many varieties of vegetables, so it would be good to eat what you have. Boil hot water first and use both gas stoves. She took out the spinach, lettuce and cabbage separately. Wash them. Then blanch them with hot water and put them in a basin. After controlling the moisture, place it on the grate with holes. There's no need to separate them so clearly. It's just, okay, if each of them occupies a place. Even though it was scalded with hot water, it was still semi-fresh after taking it out. Mung bean sprouts and fresh mushrooms are grown at home, so this does not affect them and can be eaten freely. I soaked half a pot of vermicelli and soaked a lot of dried tofu skin, fungus, kelp shreds, and yuba. I also took out the hot pot meatballs from the refrigerator. As for the meat, I cut up the ham that Yimyin gave me before, and there was still a lot of it. No one will find fault with it. It's just right. There are a lot of hot pot bases, so it's easier to just have Yuan hot pot today. After it was done, everyone came back. When they saw the hot pot, they were all surprised. It was so luxurious, but I was also really greedy. Sister Yuan, you are really my sister. You are willing to give us such good food. Then there's nothing to be reluctant about. We don't have much at home. Everyone has worked hard today. Let's have a good meal. If your family is still alive tomorrow, I will come. Ha ha ha. This trick successfully made everyone laugh. Qingyu asked everyone to wash their hands, and Songyi said to go back and clean up, and then change clothes and so on. Okay. Then you go back and come over for dinner later. I won't call you Auntie. Don't worry. I will definitely be the first to arrive. Haha. This kid. Jiang Yuan also felt a warm feeling watching this scene. When I was in my hometown, all my relatives would gather together during festivals, and it was so lively. Qingyu quickly made some handmade noodles, so that she could have some staple food later. Everyone came, but the dining table was relatively small, so they ate on the coffee table, sitting together and standing up if they couldn't reach it. After one bite, paired with the mellow sesame sauce, everyone was refreshed. It's been so long since I've eaten something so delicious. I'm a little touched. Chapter 252 Sinli Qianyu. Jiang Yuan also ate happily, although the food at home was always good. But in hot pot, the atmosphere is also very important. Auntie, the noodles you make are so delicious. So chewy. Qingyu smiled brightly and quickly told everyone, eat more if you like. There is still a lot. Okay. I won't be polite. Kaiyong said, and glanced at Fan Qing next to him. What is wrong? Fan Qing's eyes were red, and he was obviously in a bad mood. As the owner, Jiang Yuan needs to be concerned. Qing, what's wrong? Is it too spicy? No. Fan Qing quickly shook his head and shed a tear. I'm sorry. It's so delicious. Especially since Andy is here. It makes me miss my mother a little bit. With that said, he took the tissue handed over by Yi Mian and wiped his eyes. It made everyone laugh. Hey, don't think about it so much. Come and sit here when you have nothing to do. Qingyu didn't know how to comfort her. Everyone was not in a good situation now. The communication was down, and she was not the only one who couldn't contact her family. This situation of bad luck and bad luck is no longer an exception. But there is no way. In this era where it is difficult to protect oneself, everyone needs to be strong. As soon as these words came out, other people also had solemn expressions, and they probably missed their families. Eat it quickly. You will get old if you don't eat this meat, Jiang Xingji shouted. And everyone became lively again. After all, you are in someone else's home. So even if you are sad, you can't show it too obviously. Besides, when it comes to food, everything else is secondary. Especially for Liang Kang's family. They usually eat only 80 cents full, and the better things are reserved for their children. This kind of feast is really rare. However, the two of them ate normally, and did not wolf down the food. Relatively speaking, it is still very elegant. This meal was eaten intermittently for 2 hours. Everyone's belly was round, and they were quite satisfied. After the meal, both men and women helped to clean up. The main thing is that everyone participates. After this meal is finished, there is no need to eat at night. Yes, one meal is worth 2 meals. Kaiyong laughed silly, and Fan Qing hit him with his elbow. The rest of the people laughed. When everyone went back, they heard someone knocking on the door on the 19th floor just as they went out. Who is it? Let's go see it. Liang Kong did not dare to make the decision himself, but asked everyone for their opinions. Walk. After Song Yi finished speaking, he went over first. It's actually Li Tianyu. It's been a long time. As soon as Fan Qing saw this person, he became all kinds of irritated. What are you doing here again? Get out of here. Ching ching. Don't get me wrong. I came here this time to find Sister Yuan. Find me? Everyone was shocked. What were they doing with her? Yes, Sister Yuan. I came here this time to buy something from you. You should have noticed that the snow falling now is abnormal. As big as a cotton ball. I know you have sold some things before. So I want to buy some from you. His attitude was good. But it was one moment and another. This must have been what the group of people on the 15th floor told him. Or they asked Li Tianyu to come over because they knew he was shameless. After all, he was the only outsider. But they forgot that Li Tianyu was also someone everyone here hated. I'm sorry. I used to sell clothes and stuff. But they are no longer available. You can ask other people. When Li Tianyu heard this, he immediately became anxious. No. Sister Yuan, I know you all have food at home. Just give me a little. Money is fine. It won't affect you. I know I've done bad things before. So don't hold it against me. I came here with sincerity. You see? As he said that, he opened the backpack he was carrying. Inside is money. Wads and wads of money from Grandpa Mao. I have to say, there are indeed quite a few. Sister Yuan, see what you can give me. It's so annoying that you still don't give up. She is not short of money now. Even if she is short of money, she will not deal with him. I've already told you to stop stalking me. It's boring. Wait a moment. Song Yi stood in front of Jiang Yuan and faced the nervous and excited Li Tianyu. She said no. Couldn't you hear? No. I'm sorry. Brother Song. I just. He didn't know what to say. He caught a glimpse of Fan Qing next to him and immediately came up with an idea. Ching Ching. Please say something for me. I mean it sincerely. Please. Fan Qing rolled his eyes and ignored it. He turned back to Kaiyang and said, It's so cold. Let's go back. Good. The two people left as if nothing happened. Jiang Yuan was not prepared to stay any longer and tugged on Song Yi's sleeve. Let's go too. Sister Yuan. Sister Yuan. Don't leave. At the end, Yi Mianmian looked at him and sneered. You should leave quickly. It is not peaceful in this building. If you are here alone, you might die soon. How brave you are to still hold these things. Li Tianyu quickly tightened his backpack and looked around nervously. Ha! Go home. Go home. She didn't expect that this person would be so unintimidated. And she laughed to death. Turning around, Jiang Yuan was waiting for her here. She quickly ran 2 steps and went over to hold her arm. Let's go. Sister Yuan. Good. A small episode with little impact. Everyone went back to rest. In addition to 1501, there was also the eldest sister on the 13th floor in this building. I didn't know if she was still alive. It was agreed to get up tomorrow morning and continue sweeping the building. Jiang Yuan didn't think about anything else. Qin Yu packed everything and was about to watch TV. Jiang Yuan also brought a tablet over and let Xiaonuan watch cartoons. She took the opportunity to go to the toilet. And the work in the space still had to continue. Those seedlings have grown a lot and must be planted separately. Otherwise the growth rate will not be affected. Moreover, if the seedling is too high, it will be difficult to pull it out intact. After all, these things have relatively developed root systems. After being busy for about half an hour, I quickly came out and picked up a tender cucumber. Xiaonuan, take a rest, or you won't be nearsighted. Okay. Mom. Hey. What is this? This is a cucumber. It's for the baby. Try it quickly. The little girl used to like eating this kind of cucumber. And Jiang Yuan often bought it for her. But later she rarely ate it. At this moment, I was quite happy. I took a bite, and it was crunchy. Fresh and refreshing. Mom, is there anything else? I want to be with Grandma and Grandpa. Well, this kid. Xiaonuan. You eat first. Grandma and Grandpa are asleep. My mother will get it for them later. We still have a lot at home. Good. The little girl laughed. Her eyebrows arched. Chapter 253. A chaotic relationship. Cotton-like snowflakes have been falling for a week. And Jiang Xingji goes to the terrace twice every day. I am just afraid that there will be a backlog. There are gaps between the tarpaulins. Although they are put together, they are not strong enough to support them. Jiang Yuan would also go to help. And it seemed that life suddenly stabilized. She does some exercise every day, including her parents. Xianwan and Jingjing will also exercise for a while on the stand given by Song Yi. For the sake of physical fitness. Xiaoling will also teach them some simple dances. Anyway, jumping around, The effect is good? Jiang Yuan found that her daughter's appetite had improved a lot in the past 2 days. I can eat a big bowl of rice every time. Which really works. The day when the snow stopped. It was already the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. The snow covered the 12th floor. And if calculated, it was about 20 meters deep. I don't know what the situation is like in other places. But someone was cleaning up their neighborhood at the beginning. If we were on the plateau above, the situation would probably be even worse. The blizzard I mentioned before is a real blizzard. It's so powerful. Jiang Yuan is also worried. When will this end? They basically scanned the entire building several times. All the usable furniture was collected, leaving only the eldest sister in building 13 and the family on the 15th floor. Fan Yao has now moved to the 18th floor. He had been on the 12th floor before and said nothing. No one knocked on the door, but didn't answer it, probably thinking of hiding secretly. However, when the heavy snow flooded her lair, she was still scared and wanted to come over and be with Fan Qing. But she ignored this person and had no choice but to settle for the next best thing and live on the 18th floor, because the upper floors have been locked up by them. The 18th floor is the floor closest to them. The house in 1802 was not closed. I wonder if the sound of moving affected the people in 1501. They actually took the initiative to help. And since Li Tianyu and Fan Yao knew each other, the two families actually became closer. Fan Yao would definitely have supplies if she was guarding 1202. If she were alone, she would probably be able to live a comfortable life. However, how could we not have any plans when we were with a group of people from 1501? On this day, just after lunch, there was a noise downstairs. Jiang Yuan felt that there were only a few of them left, so she had to go and have a look. The boring life also needed some adjustments. Song Yi also came out and called Yi Mian again. But Fan Qing refused to go because he heard Fan Yao's voice. They didn't go down. They just listened here on the 19th floor. There was a door blocking the situation, so the situation could be a little better. You shameless person. I will definitely beat you to death today. This is a voice I have never heard before, and I don't know who it is. Jiang Yuan looked at Yi Mian, who also shook his head, wondering what the situation was now. What are you talking about? If you don't take good care of your own man, why don't you come here to make trouble for me? How shameless are you? It was Fan Yao's voice. She was hooking up with someone else again. It shouldn't be. Who else is in this building? Li Tianyu is now the boyfriend of the old woman's daughter. It can't be him. Is there anyone who we missed that we didn't observe? Probably not. We walked one floor at a time. We didn't go below the 7th floor. But it's frozen over there, and no one can live there. Jiang Yuan didn't understand. But Song Yi spoke calmly. The old lady also has a son. Yes, but she has a wife. Good guy. Isn't this a large-scale scene for catching mistresses? Yi Mian and Jiang Yuan were both in disbelief, looking at each other with unspeakable expressions. What's wrong with her? She's such a bitch. But she still has nothing to eat? I don't know. I probably enjoy the feeling of being sought after. Jiang Yuan was also a little speechless. This kind of daughter girl was incomprehensible to her. How could such a person exist? It's not good to be self-reliant. Moreover, the old lady's son is quite a young man, so he might as well go back to find Li Tianyu. Really? Unheard of. It's all you. I'll beat you to death. I'm afraid of you. Immediately afterwards, there were various sounds of beating and beating, as well as the sound of men vomiting and roaring. Stop making trouble, daughter-in-law. Don't cause trouble to Yao Yao. She is a girl and needs to be taken care of. Don't worry. The situation is different now, and no one else can take your place. Oh my God. No wonder the old lady is acting like that. Her son is the same. This family indeed has a throne to inherit. He actually wants to enjoy the blessings of others without even looking at whether he is worthy or not. Let's go. You don't want to listen to this kind of bad thing. It's better to go back and watch idol dramas. It's really boring. Jiang Yuan went back, actually found one, and watched it with gusto. After dinner, Yi Mian and Fan Qing unexpectedly came to visit. Qing Yu made honey water for everyone, and then went into the bedroom, leaving space for the young people. Sister Yuan, you know, that Fan Yao is really awesome. What? You won't run down and watch again, will you? Unexpectedly, she suddenly changed the topic, and Yi Mian waved her hands quickly. No. Fan Qing went down, and she came back and told me. Jiang Yuan glanced at her calmly, and the girl still softened her heart. Sister Yuan, don't get me wrong. I think she lives downstairs from us now. If she keeps making trouble like this, it won't be a problem. So, I went over to see the specific situation and give her a warning. That's not the point. Yi Mian came over mischievously, looking quite gossipy. Sister Yuan, do you know? Fan Yao actually took down the old lady's son. And now he's just like a licking dog. That's called being obedient. What the HL? You are not very good during the day. But you also want to brainwash your wife. Very awesome. Isn't it? Yi Mian gave her a joking look. But he didn't say anything too explicit. I am also speechless towards her. She is the kind who will die without a man. Fan Qing was a little angry. Although Fan Yao had nothing to do with her, it was too easy to associate the two together. It turned out that the people in 1501 noticed Fan Yao the day he moved. Because she took a lot of things and was alone. It was easy for others to notice her. Li Qianyu should have been allowed to pass. But her daughter refused to let him go. So she had no choice but to let her son go. This man didn't use force, spoke politely, and helped with the work. Although Fan Yao is not a good character, he is not stupid. He knows what this person is planning. So she took advantage of the situation and asked him to help with the work. 1501 knew how much she had. So she wanted to get it and keep it as her own. This man went over to check his presents a few more times. But for some reason, he was seduced by Fan Yao. Chapter 254 The Chicness of Daughter Flowers. This guy is really capable and won't refuse anyone who comes. Jiang Yuan didn't know what to say. But someone who could bend and stretch like this must be considered a talent. In the last days, those who live long are the most powerful. That's not all. She can probably reach a higher position. Yi Mian added fuel to the fire. The desire to share is a must-have quality for gossip girls. Jiang Yuan blinked and looked at Fan Qing next to her. She sighed and nodded. However, I don't think Fan Yao will pass. She is alone now. If she goes to 1501, the whole family will have no freedom. This is what she said herself. Why go there and ask for trouble? That old woman is not easy to get along with. What if she was given money from her mother-in-law and asked to serve her? She went there because she was crazy. And she might even pick up supplies. But it was really unnecessary. Now, she lives alone and can still capture the spirit of her son. Whenever you come over, you have to bring something with you. Otherwise she won't open the door. In addition, his wife was in serious trouble and didn't want to stay at home. This is also convenient for them. But Fan Yao is not stupid either. As soon as it's time to eat, drive people away. He had no choice but to fiddle with the rice, noodles, and even firewood at home upstairs. Jiang Yuan said TSK twice. It seems that she still can't be too romantic. This man will have to pay for his actions sooner or later. You don't know? I think this Fan Yao is not simple. He is probably in private contact with Li Qianyu. Maybe. But it won't be blatant. That's for sure. That's her sister-in-law's boyfriend. Yi Mian particularly despised this kind of man, who changed his girlfriend more frequently than his clothes. However, for Li Qianyu, there should be no solution. He was injured at the time and was rescued. If you don't hug this thigh tightly, you probably won't have a good life in the future. To please her daughter is also to survive. Fan Qing couldn't help but sigh again, his expression a little tangled. Qing, do you still have feelings for that scumbag? I'm telling you. Don't be stupid. No matter what you say, Kaiyong is still better than him. Don't be confused. Yi Mian was a little nervous and quickly advised her. After receiving the look she gave her, Jiang Yuan quickly agreed. Yes, you have to listen to my sister about what to do with a man who is not in love. There is no need. No, you misunderstood. Fan Qing sighed, as if he had made up his mind. I'll tell you the truth. Fan Yao said that Li Qianyu did come to look for her. But she ignored him. She said. Seeing her hesitant to speak, Yi Mian became anxious. What did she say? You should say it. Well, she said that Li Qianyu is not only her daughter's boyfriend now, but also her mother's boyfriend. Whose mother? Yi Mian had a questioning look on his face. Clear and stupid. Oh my god. Are you talking about that old lady? Fan Qing nodded. And Jiang Yuan's values were crushed. What the HL? She must be 60 years old. Yi Mian's pupils were also dilated, and she couldn't recover for a long time. What the HL is this girl going to do? It is said that Li Qianyu refused to accept anyone who came, and allowed the old woman to find a second life. She wanted to persuade her daughter to let it go. But she didn't know how the two of them negotiated and finally reached a consensus. to enjoy this pretty boy together. He would serve the mother and daughter day and night. Fortunately for my daughter, that old woman really couldn't keep her mouth shut. Otherwise, he would not come back to find Fan Yao. Jiang Yuan was extremely shocked. To put it this way, Li Tianyu's situation was quite miserable. There is no one else in the building now. And because of the heavy snow, I can't get out. If you don't please me, your life will be in danger. And it's quite difficult for him. We don't need to pity them. They are all doing their own faults. Besides, Fan Yao said this, and the authenticity has yet to be verified. Fan Qing said this deliberately, but it did not make everyone feel relaxed. On the contrary, the madness of this world has reached an unimaginable level. If you ask me, Fan Yao is probably laughing to death right now. After all, Li Tianyu was not as good as him. Although she is dependent on the man, the nourishment is real. Mian Mian, Qing Qing, please don't go looking for her again in the future. It's not certain that something will happen. Fan Yao is a very thoughtful person. You have to protect yourself. You know? Well, don't worry, Sister Yuan. It won't happen again. Neither do I. Even through the door on the 19th floor. I won't listen. The two people reassured her one after another. There are only a few households left in our building now. And they actually have so much fun. If things go on like this, it's better to separate from them and live in peace. Sister Yuan, what do you mean? Yi Mian thought of killing. And Fan Qing was not surprised at this moment. It's nothing. Let's talk about it later. Anyway, it's quite annoying. If not dealt with, it will be like a lump in the throat. The Chinese New Year is coming soon. Then, let's go together. Yeah, I still have some electricity in my computer. And there are a lot of movies in it. By the way, when you mentioned movies, I thought of one thing. Fan Qing suddenly smiled, as if he had discovered some secret. What's going on? We just found a doll on the 8th floor. That's what happened. It fell out of the cabinet and shocked her. Kai Yang. He said Brother Song has no girlfriend and is lonely and cold. So after I got it back, I hid it and prepared to give it to him secretly. As a result, when yesterday passed, I didn't know how to say it, but Brother Song gave him a beating. I also threw the doll downstairs. As I watched, it fell directly into the snowdrift. It would definitely not be fished out. Ah? Song Yi is also true. Everyone is an adult. Even if you don't want it, don't be impatient. Is the injury serious? It's not serious. Just a punch. Panda eyes. You deserve it. I told him before. Don't take it. Brother Song probably doesn't have those hobbies. But he said, I don't understand their men's interests. Fan Qing rolled his eyes, not feeling distressed at all about this matter. No wonder. I asked him, and he said he bumped into it accidentally. This kid. Really? Sister Mian Mian. He feels embarrassed to say. However, it's quite funny to think about it. What is going on in this kid's head? Song Yi had been a soldier for so many years. But there were no girls in the military camp. He was indeed worried too much. Okay. Let's all go back and stop worrying about things downstairs. Chapter 255 Truth or Dare. Then let's celebrate the new year together. Sister Yuan, do you agree? Yi Mian looked at her expectantly. And Jiang Yuan nodded. I can do it. It's up to you. Great. Then I'll ask the others. The two girls went back happily and chatted for a long time, both of which were shocking. However, it is not impossible to celebrate the new year together. Yi Mian and Fan Qing were very strong in execution, and everyone unanimously decided to celebrate the new year together. When the time comes, everyone brings some ingredients and cooks together. Jiang Yuan thought for a while. She was safe and warm at home, so she might as well stay in 2101. In the end, Song Yi beat him to it, which was okay. It was right next door, so it wouldn't be in the way. Everyone was prepared in advance, and she also took a lot of things. Mom pickled sauerkraut herself, and some frozen vegetables. The meat was wolf meat from before. Yi Mian also brought the last ham. The rest of the people brought a lot of things with them. The special thing was that she didn't bring it with her, because she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to explain clearly, and it wouldn't be good for others to see. Two children were in the living room, playing ball with the little one. Today I mainly focus on making dumplings. There are not many dishes, but the dumplings are enough. Sauerkraut and pork, mushrooms and cabbage, and vegetarian assorted dishes are all suitable for whatever they are used for. Mix the stuffing and bake it in the living room. Song Yi was actually rolling out the dough very quickly. Brother Song. You still have this skill. It's not like you don't know how to cook. I don't know how to cook. But I know how to roll dumplings. In the past, during the Chinese New Year, the company also had to make dumplings. Then you celebrate the New Year in the army. Isn't it fun? There are also programs and so on. Maybe. Every man has a military dream. Taeyong wanted him to say something. But Song Yi just nodded and concentrated on rolling the dough. I guess I also miss my former comrades. I had never heard him mention it before. But the people at the rescue center obviously came from the same place as him. Jiang Yuan had thought about this issue before. However, I didn't have the nerve to ask him about the specific situation. A few people were playing around at a very fast pace. Zhang Kaiyang said that he would sing and perform for everyone soon. Qingyu was in a good mood when she saw this group of children making trouble. After making dumplings, I tried my best to make the remaining dishes. A big table. It's delicious. Everyone was amazed that it was originally a day for family reunion. Who would have thought that it would become what it is now? However, they should be grateful that they have food and drink. After dinner, Zhang Kaiyang suggested playing a game. Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu didn't want to participate, so they went back first. The two children were not sleepy, so they stayed behind as if they were keeping vigil together. A few people decided to play truth or dare. They took a spoon and turned it in the middle. Whoever they pointed at was the winner. It was a bad start. In the first round it was Kai Kai who was the winner. He chose to take the risk. And Yin 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 smiled and asked him to kiss the hair of the man next to him. Next to him is Liang Kong. Liang Kong was unwilling because his wife was still here. Finally, he was asked to do 20 push-ups. But Liang Kong had to accompany her. Because of the current situation, it is not good to make too much noise. Everyone is also very careful and dare not make too loud a sound. The atmosphere has risen, and everyone's eyes are shining. Even Song Yi no longer acts like he should avoid strangers. At the beginning of the next round, it was Jiang Yuan. She chose to tell the truth, and no one wanted to embarrass her. I just asked a random question, and that was it. As the one who got tricked, she was the one to turn the spoon this time. Unexpectedly, he stopped facing Song Yi. After everyone was silent for 3 seconds, they started to get excited. Only Jiang Yuan was trembling. If this person held a grudge, it would be terrible. Brother Song, what do you choose? Kaiyang looked at him excitedly. Looking forward to it. To tell the truth, then I can think of a good question to ask you. But I can't afford it. Zhang Kaiyang vaccinated him in advance. Normally, he would not dare to be so presumptuous. Please. Song Yi stretched out his hand and made such a movement. And the others began to think hard. Yes, that's it. Mr. Song Yi, do you have a girl you like? I go. Yo. The people below started to boo. Kaiyang was indeed quite explosive. Have. Song Yi spoke out a word calmly. And Jiang Yuan winked at Yin Yin crazily. Then revealed a teasing smirk. Who is it? Do we know each other? Brother Song. Tell us quickly. Song Yi turned his head, looked at the excited Zhang Kaiyang, and said seriously, this is the second question. Oh. Brother Song. Just tell us and let us listen. We don't even know what kind of girl you like. Acting coquettishly is ineffective. If a man acts coquettishly, if it is ineffective, then add 3. Zhang Kaiyang had no choice. Who knew it would be him again next time? Holy shit. God is really helping us. Brother Song, please answer the last question quickly. Get up. You just asked so many questions. How do you want Brother Song to answer them? So, Brother Song, tell me, is it possible that the person you like is among us? Fan Qing asked in a slightly introductory way. She was not sure, but asked if it was possible. That is to say, if it is not one of them, will one develop in it later? After all, it is unknown whether the person you liked before will be able to see you again in the future. Exist. Song Yi was still a word, but everyone was extremely excited. I was looking forward to his turn later on, but it never happened, which was such a pity. At 9 o'clock, Shanwan and Jingjing were sleepy, and Jiang Yuan was not ready to play. Let them continue to keep vigil. She is going back. Liang Kong and his wife are also preparing to go back. The child is too young, and there is nothing they can do. There are only 3 people from 2002 left, so they won't stay. Sorry. Song Yi and Jiang Yuan sent the person down, and when they arrived at the door of 2101, she was ready to go back. Jiang Yuan. Well, what's wrong? I can control that spoon. Ah. What do you mean? She didn't know what was going on and asked. Song sighed. Not obviously. Nothing. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. It was a bit confusing. But she didn't think much about it. Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu watched the Spring Festival Gala in previous years at home. In the past, I was only interested in crosstalk and sketches, and basically skipped the rest, especially song and dance performances. Now I feel it is precious, and I like the lively atmosphere. Jiang Yuan took Xiaowen back to the bedroom, changed her clothes, washed her briefly, and then let her lie down on the bed to sleep. Then, go to the living room to fill a hot water bottle. The little girl is very well behaved, hugging the strawberry bear, and is extremely quiet. After the Chinese New Year, she will be 4 years old and a big baby. Chapter 256 Avalanche. Jiang Yuan put the water bag away, brought a storybook over and coaxed her to sleep. What will happen in the future may not be the same, but I am greedy for the beauty of this moment. Her daughter quickly fell asleep, and Jiang Yuan was also preparing to go to bed. It was meaningless whether she stayed up late or not. Outside, Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu also took their tablets and went back to the bedroom to read. You need to turn on an extra electric heater in the living room. It's better to lie under the quilt to keep warm. It was very quiet at night. Even if it was the Chinese New Year, nothing had changed. I was sleeping soundly when a very bright flame suddenly burst out in the sky. The windows were all lit up, which was strange to say. She was sleeping, but she woke up instantly, because the sound insulation effect inside the home is good. I don't know what is going on outside. Jiang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. If it was so bright, it couldn't be a destructive weapon. She didn't understand those things, but it was definitely unusual to be so bright. I got up quickly and didn't even have time to put on my clothes. Silence is returned outside the window, as if what just happened had never happened. It was exactly 12 o'clock now, the first day of the Lunar New Year, and Jiang Yuan wondered if she had just dreamed. Just as he was about to go back, suddenly, another beautiful firework rushed up and lit up the entire night sky. Oh my god! This time she understood clearly that they were indeed fireworks because they exploded when they reached the sky, turning into gorgeous fireworks. This is what is being set off above. Those who have this ability are probably some relatively large villages with a relatively large number of people. Or, it's the unfathomable and ethereal world. But is such a big battle really good? In addition to this, there are probably some other firecrackers. But you can't hear them here. Jiang Yuan sighed, and quickly went back to bed to lie down. It was too cold. Early the next morning, we still had dumplings. But this time they were dry dumplings, dipped in vinegar on a plate. As soon as they finished eating, Song Yi and others came to the door. Everyone wished each other a happy new year. And Xiaowen also received a red envelope. Although money is worthless now, the sense of ceremony is indispensable. It was 10 o'clock. Everyone exchanged a few words, and Jiang Yuan wanted to talk about what happened last night. I called everyone into the corridor. The windows were open here, and it was a bit cold outside. Did you see it too, Sister Yuan? I thought I was dreaming and someone really set off fireworks. Yes, there are also firecrackers. As she was talking, there was a lot of movement in the distance. Hearing everything here, Song Yi hurried to the window to find the specific place where the sound came from. Where are we? Why are we setting off firecrackers on the first day of the new year? Zhang Kaiyong didn't know the customs here, but he just felt that it was quite exquisite to still have this mood in the apocalypse. This is playing with fire. Everyone, go back quickly and pack up all the important things. If the sound is too loud, it may cause an avalanche. Brother Song, are you kidding? It's just a few firecrackers, and it's so far away from us. Zhang Kaiyong even laughed. Jiang Yuan was a little scared and ran back without waiting. Dad? Mom? Xiaowen? Hurry up and come over to the balcony. Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu didn't know what was going on and had no time to ask. He ran over first and saw Jiang Yuan opening the curtains. It's been a long time since I've been this translucent, and I'm still a little uncomfortable with it. Daughter, what are you looking at? Their location is very good, close to mountains and rivers, although not particularly close. But in the city, retirement care is excellent. From here, you can see the university town on the mountain and the undulating plateau higher up. Oops. Jiang Yuan looked at something white moving on the mountain, because it was surrounded by white. It was not conspicuous, but she still observed it with a high-power telescope. I was really afraid of something coming. That white, mist-like thing was getting faster and faster. It seems that they came along the road in front. And the village below is probably buried. Jiang Yuan's heart twitched. It was terrible. It was really terrible. Oh no! 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 It's really an avalanche! Mom and Dad! You are holding Xiaonuan right here! You cannot leave me for a moment! Jiang Yuan thought. Now has reached a critical moment. Let's see if the snow can come here. If it does, she will take her parents and Xiaonuan into the space without saying anything. If they don't come, thank God. The house can be saved and they still have a place to stay. The avalanche felt like drifting snow, rushing forward crazily, without waiting for a reaction. He arrived. She was scared, anxious, and her palms were sweaty. Daughter, no, I'm going to get something. Do not go. Jiang Yuan's voice was so loud that it was almost out of tune. She put down the telescope and grabbed Jiang Xingji's hand. Just wait here and don't go anywhere. As soon as I finished speaking, I suddenly felt the whole house shaking. The chandelier on the dining table began to sway from side to side. And when she turned around, the snow floe had already flowed down the road ahead. It's right at the fork in the green belt. With a telescope, you can see it right in front of you. It's over. It's over. Jiang Yuan knows that it probably won't work this time. While I was worried, the snow flow suddenly slowed down, then flowed slowly and stopped near the bus stop in front. It's over. She couldn't believe her eyes and looked at it several times in a row. Jiang Xingji was also anxious next to her, waiting for her telescope. Daughter, has it stopped? How about I go to the corridor and take a look? No. Her voice was sharp and a bit horizontal. Suddenly, I felt a little overly nervous. I took 3 deep breaths and then said, Dad, I will go with you. Not only that, Xianwan and Mom will also follow. Now! Everyone in the family must be within her reach. And they can't be separated even more. Let's go! When I arrived at the door, as soon as I opened the door, snow particles rushed towards me. Mom! Jiang Xingji quickly closed the door and had already flown far into the house. This is really close. I guess there is still a lot of it in the air. Fortunately, it didn't come to our place. Otherwise, it would be more serious. No, the windows have to be closed. Otherwise, how can we go out later? Jiang Xingji said that he was about to go out despite the snow particles. Jiang Yuan couldn't pull him in time, so she had no choice but to follow him. Good guy. This corridor is full of them. I can't even open my eyes, let alone talk. You can't open your mouth unless you want to eat snow. Finally, I reached the window and reached out to pull it. But I couldn't pull it open. Jiang Yuan was anxious and didn't know what was going on. So she wanted to go over and help. Don't! Chapter 257 The hands are frozen. Jiang Xingji struggled to say a word and felt countless snow particles coming towards his throat. Jiang Yuan looked back at him. She was too nervous just now and didn't pay attention to her father's expression. Of course, his eyes were squinted and he had no expression. Following his gesture, I saw my father's hand. At this moment, she also reacted. I didn't wear gloves, and it was cold and hot, so I must have been frozen. This was not a good thing. She ran back quickly to get some hot water. I have heard a lot of this kind of thing before, especially when exploring. It is very easy to freeze people in the ice and snow. People say that once the skin comes into contact with an object, the temperature must be increased. Once, she saw such a story in a magazine. A group of people went on an adventure and suddenly encountered a heavy snowstorm, and the temperature dropped sharply. There was a girl who wanted to urinate, but ended up freezing next to the car. She had no choice but to let the boy in the car come over and urinate towards the connection to save her. At that time, she still felt disgusted. But when it comes to life and death, this disgusting thing doesn't matter. There was boiling water at home, in a thermos bottle. For convenience, she brought the thermos bottle with her. What's wrong? Daughter, where is your father? Mom, don't worry. Take Xiaonuan and hide in the house. Don't come out. I'll explain to you later. The situation is urgent, and now is not the time to speak. Dad's hand was frozen, and the temperature was so low. If it was injured, there might be problems in the future. It would be tragic if someone was left with a disability. When she came out, the snow particles in the corridor had increased unexpectedly, and no one could be seen. She stretched out her arms to block it, and walked forward with difficulty. Woof woof woof. When they heard the noise, It was Song Yi and Xiao Budian who came out. He held an umbrella, walked over quickly, and blocked Jiang Yuan with his body. Then he placed the umbrella at the window, and the sound of the umbrella hitting it was particularly obvious. Song Yi motioned for her to come over and hold up the umbrella handle, and Jiang Yuan quickly did so. With this, it really works a lot. However, there are still snow particles coming in from the surrounding gaps. Moreover, despite its small size, this umbrella is quite difficult to hold. Song Yi got free time and hurried over to get the hot water bottle. Pour it into a warm kettle. This kettle has a small spout, which is more convenient. Plus small size, easy to operate. Uncle, please bear with me. I'm going to pour water. Okay, Xiao Song. It's okay. To be honest, Jiang Xingji is a little numb now, and has no consciousness at all. It looks red. I don't know what's going on. Just praying. Don't die of necrosis. Previously, there was a man in their village who drank alcohol in the middle of the night and passed out on the road. By the time the family found him, he was already half frozen to death. He couldn't move many parts of his body. The doctor said he had muscle necrosis and couldn't be saved. Just now, I really should have listened to my daughter. Oh, what a pity. Song Yi slowly poured the hot water along the aluminum alloy frame of the glass. Don't dare to go too fast. If it doesn't flow down against the window, it will be bad if it burns him again. I drank half a bottle of water first, but it didn't work at all. Song Yi was also a little scared and quickly poured another half of the pot. At this time, you can't stop. If the water had frozen, the consequences would have been even more terrible. It fell down 3 times before Jiang Xingji could barely take it off. Seeing this, Song Yi put on thick gloves and suddenly used force to close the window. There were ice particles everywhere in the corridor. The 3 of them were also very embarrassed. Jiang Yuan glanced at the umbrella and saw that a hole had been made. It was really terrible. Quick! Go back quickly. Song Yi was worried about Jiang Xingji's frostbite and didn't care about anything else. The 3 people and the dog hurried into the house. Jiang Yuan took the thermos bottle and Song Yi supported her father. As soon as I entered the house, warmth hit me, and I felt like I was a completely different world from the outside. Qin Yi ran out quickly and was immediately frightened when she saw the embarrassed appearance of the 3 of them and Jiang Xingji being supported. What's going on? Sit down quickly. With that said, he led the person to the sofa. She was scared to death just now, and she couldn't leave Xiaonuan behind. Otherwise she would have run out long ago. Auntie, push the electric heater over. Hey. Qin Yi quickly complied, and Song Yi kept stroking Jiang Xingji's hand. She was probably massaging him, trying to get him to regain consciousness quickly. Is there a reaction here? Does it hurt? No. Jiang Xingji shook his head, and Song Yi changed places again. What about here? As he said that, he pressed it hard. I asked several places in a row, but he had no response. Well, Song Yi's expression was solemn, and Qin Yi poured a glass of water over. Drink some water to warm yourself up. And you can also cover your hands. She saw that Jiang Xingji's hands were red and obviously frozen. He should cover them, and they would be fine. Don't. Too much heat and cold is the most likely to cause problems. Let him come little by little. Don't be anxious, he explained to his mother, and then asked Jiang Yuan to push the electric heater closer. It's okay. Don't be too anxious. I'll just take it easy for a while. Jiang Yuan, come here. Just press it on your uncle. Use a little force. Let the blood flow. You know? She looked at it seriously, quickly took her father's hand, and pressed it carefully. Song Yi took the little boy back, and within a minute, he brought 2 tubes of ointment over. It was frostbite ointment. She had never really paid attention to this medicine before. Apply a layer to Jiang Xingji and continue to press. Jiang Yuan was replaced, and then asked to change her clothes. Go! Qin Yu also told her to go quickly. There was no use staying here. She was covered in snow particles, which melted after she came back. If she didn't clean them up, she would be particularly susceptible to catching a cold. Jiang Yuan quickly went back to wipe it off, changed into dry clothes, and then went to the living room, only to find that Song Yi was still wearing the same clothes. I'll press it, and you should go back and change your clothes quickly so you don't catch a cold. After hearing about her relationship, Song Yi's nervous mood instantly relaxed. I'm fine. Don't worry. Then, he massaged Jiang Xingji even harder. Oh, I feel something. Real? The three people became excited and looked at him with a good look. Well, for a while, I couldn't stand the fire. In their local dialect, it means a little hot. That means you are conscious. That's great, uncle. With that said, Song Yi stopped and asked Jiang Xingji to come to the electric heater to warm himself up. At the beginning, it should not be too close, but it should be warmed up little by little. Later, Qin Yu also burned a hot water bottle for him to use. Song Yi, thank you for today. You're welcome. It's all what I should do. Chapter 258 Emergency Preparedness. Forehead? What should and should not be done? And what should be done to save people? It is really unheard of. Thank you so much to Xiao Song today. If you don't scare me to death, my aunt will cook and eat at home tonight. This is not good, Song Yi said and glanced at Jiang Yuan, as if he was afraid of her. She's not stingy. So why did she react like this? Xiao Song, don't be polite. You can eat it at home. It's nothing special. Just don't dislike it. Jiang Xingji also hurriedly came out to speak. Why is he also the head of the family? Yeah, my mom is pretty good at cooking. So just stay. Okay. Jiang Yuan spoke, and Song Yi suddenly became happy. Fortunately, there was no one else. Otherwise she would definitely be said to be stingy, or something like that. It's lunch now. And everyone was scared to death just now. It's okay now. But Jiang Xingji's hand won't heal that easily. There may be a chance of frostbite. So now I can only observe and pray that it will be normal first. Even if it's freezing. As long as there are no serious problems. They can accept it. Song Yi watched over there, giving him a massage from time to time. Seeing that there was nothing she needed help with, Jiang Yuan went to the kitchen to cook. If you have a guest here, you are a lifesaver. And since it is Chinese New Year, you must have a good meal. Even if it is the end of the world and conditions are limited, we must give the best. This is the code of conduct of my parents. People who have been kind all their lives are sincere and simple. As soon as I came here, before I could help, there was a knock on the door. It must be someone from downstairs. Qin Yu asked her to open the door. But Jiang Yuan didn't hesitate. Oh my god. Sister Yuan, what's going on in the corridor? Kion looked at the snow particles on the ground, which had already begun to freeze. If nothing else, it was slippery. The window was open just now, and snow particles flew in. How are you? Are you okay? It's okay. I came up here to check on you and say you're safe. It's okay. Come in quickly. No. 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 Zhang Kaiyan quickly waved his hand. Since it's okay, then okay. I'll go back. With that said, he was ready to go out. Song Yi suddenly stood up and came to the door. Wait a minute. Zhang Kaiyan. Go back and tell everyone to pack up all those important things. Put it in one place and have it readily available when you go. Forehead? Brother Song. Why? We are not doing well. Why do we have to leave? Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of the unexpected. It won't hurt to prepare in advance. Song Yi has a serious expression, which he usually does only when he encounters a big problem. Zhang Kaiyan did not dare to look down upon him, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Okay, I'll go back and clean up right now. At this time, what else is important? It's nothing more than rations, money, etc., which are relatively useless. After Kaiyan left, Jiang Yuan was also a little scared. The two of them walked to the living room and sat down in front of Jiang Xingji. Song Yi, why did you say that? Are there any other dangers? I don't know either. But in this situation, it's better to be careful. You know, there's such a big thing going on up there. It is estimated that many people will be in danger. But definitely not all. If there are still those without eyes, we might be affected. Jiang Xingji knew what he meant, but he couldn't believe it. Is it that serious? This doesn't stop at our door. Uncle, we may be lucky this time. We have to prepare for the worst. It's best if it doesn't happen. But once it happens, being prepared and not being prepared are two different things. When he said this, the father and daughter understood that everything else was nonsense. To survive, this is the most important thing. Song Yi is right. We have to prepare too. The mountain above them is the kind without a peak, and the locals call it Yuan. It's high, but it's relatively gentle, and the overall altitude is pretty basic. With so much snow falling, the situation is not good to begin with. If you are not careful, it will be a disaster. Although they cherish their lives, no one can guarantee that everyone is like this. There are too many powerful people in the village above. They are entrenched in different places, which they have never understood. For example, the place where we met the wolves last time was basically relatively organized. This avalanche came down the road, basically in a straight line. Those affected were the nearby villages and towns, and there were many villages in the surrounding area. While he was struggling, Yu called everyone to eat. Most of it was prepared beforehand. She stewed a fish specially and cooked it in advance. If you have more than enough every year, no matter what time, you must have a good start. The staple food is still dumplings. During the Chinese New Year, eating this is the most suitable for the occasion. Jiang Yuan was a little absent-minded. Song Yi sat next to him and gave him a piece of fish with chopsticks. Eat more. She came back to her senses and felt a little embarrassed. Thank you. Please eat more. You're welcome. Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu watched the interaction between the two. Each glanced at the other without saying anything else. After eating, Song Yi left. Mom, Dad, I think Song Yi is right. We have to get ready. We can't sit still and wait for death. That's true. My dear daughter, go back and clean up. Later, your dad and I will also go back to clean up. Okay. Jiang Yuan also means the same thing. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. Well, Dad, how is your hand? It's a little itchy, but I feel much better. Don't worry. This should be the sequelae of being frozen. The temperature in their hometown is relatively low in winter, and they have seen people with frozen hands and feet. Jiang Xingji's hands were particularly red. As long as they were conscious and could move, it wouldn't be a big problem. Jiang Yuan took Xiaonuan back to the bedroom. Now she had to pack her things, and the little girl also had to participate. In case there are problems later, she also needs to be aware of the current situation. After much deliberation, I decided to put everything into the space in advance. These supplies were obtained with great effort, and not a single bit should be wasted. However, in order to deceive others, it is still necessary to prepare some urgently needed belongings and put them on the open side. It is impossible for her to keep everyone in the space all the time. The principle of sustainable development must still be followed. Xiaonuan, this school bag belongs to you. We may live outside in the future. Now, go find your things and put them in your bag. It's also more important to have things that you can use frequently, such as food and books. You know? Jiang Yuan squatted on the ground, held her daughter's little hand, and explained every word. The little girl didn't understand. Her round eyes were filled with big question marks. Chapter 259. Xiaonuan enters the space. Why are you going out? Didn't Mom say it's safest at home? That's true. But now it's not safe at home. You see? The snow outside is so heavy that it has frozen my grandpa's hands. We must be prepared to leave as soon as we can no longer live in our home. The little girl nodded, with a cute look on her face. I know. Prepare your own things just like when you go on a trip before. Yes, that's what I mean. Xiaonuan is so smart. There is no problem on the daughter's side. Let her take out all the things she needs and put them on the bed. Then, filter again until a backpack is filled. What is most needed is that she can carry it on her own. Jiang Yuan also acted quickly. She took a backpack and a woven bag that she had gone out to find supplies before. The backpack contains emergency and compact foods such as a bright flashlight, beef jerky, ham sausage, chocolate, and milk tablets, a lighter, baby warmers, and a dagger. You don't need to put too much of the rest of the things. You can just take them out of the space when the time comes. Inside the woven bag is a set of clothes. This one is thicker and takes up most of the space. In addition, she still put some simple tools and food. To make it easier, she put more bread, instant noodles, and other things. There are a lot of various items in the house, and Jiang Yuan doesn't think about them so much now. If you can put it away, and take it out when you need it later. For convenience, I had put a lot of cash outside before. Inside the cabinet were my own clothes, and those I had stocked before the end of the world. Now, put away the things from before. Mainly cash. The rest of the small things were also put in. After much thought, she wanted to put the large cabinet in the bedroom into it as well. Tried twice without success. No way. This is custom made and has fixed places on the wall and roof. It was originally very handy, but now there is no way to take it away. Fortunately, there is no shortage of wardrobes in the space. Jiang Yuan directly chose a bedroom, which was on the second floor of the space and was originally intended for her to live in. These few times I went in, for convenience, I always stayed in the original room. If you don't clean it up, you won't know. If you clean it up, you will be shocked. In order to save space, this wall cabinet was stuffed over and over again. And there were basically no gaps at all. The same goes for the bottom. There are no hanging clothes at all. They are all stacked just to hold more clothes. Take it out now. It's really a lot. Just put it over there. There are still a lot of supplies in the room. In addition to the ones I stocked before. There are also those that were moved from the attic last time. Jiang Yuan was very careful and didn't let anything go. Mom, I've packed it up. The child had a lot of things. So Jiang Yuan asked her to pick the most important things and put them in until they were full. Then I also became busy. No matter what it was, I couldn't miss it. Xiaonuan, can Mom take you to a place? Where are you going? Don't you have to pack things? The little girl is also very curious. She always feels that her mother is a little weird today. One moment this way. Another moment that way. It's okay. We'll clean it up when we get there. Okay. I'll listen to Mom. So good. Jiang Yuan touched her daughter's head, then asked her to close her eyes, took her little hand, and pressed the space code. The next second, it will be a place where spring is blooming. Birds are singing and flowers are fragrant. Wow. It's so beautiful here. Mom, is this your farm? Ha ha ha. Yes. It belongs to Mom and Xiaonuan. This kid really has an imagination. If you raise some small animals, it will be a veritable farm. Jiang Yuan didn't have time to let her daughter visit, so she took her to the room upstairs. It's so warm in here that adults and children have to take off their thick clothes. She washed some of the cucumbers and tomatoes she had picked before and put them on the table for her daughter to eat. Then, start organizing things yourself. The room is not small, and the wardrobe is large. I was going to do it all at once. It was still very cold outside, so I hung up all the thick clothes I usually wear. In addition, I found a spot on the side, picked out some thin clothes, and put them inside. In this case, when the back is warm, there is no need to pack it up, and it will be okay to wear some. Xiaonuan just ate a piece of cucumber and came over to help. The little girl made a babyish sound. Jiang Yuan brought a lot of clothes racks over and felt very warm. The wall cabinet was too high for her to reach, so she needed to get to the top of the ladder. The little girl will also help her support her, and even the prepared clothes will be delivered to her. A perfect little expert at housework. She was filled with comfort when seeing her daughter like this. Later, it is still necessary to cultivate the daughter's ability to live independently early. In this end of the world, she is not sure whether she can survive until tomorrow safely. She has the ability to live independently, which is better than anything else. Moreover, she must tell her the password of the space in advance in case she needs it in case of emergency. The little girl is very happy and busy. The temperature here is high. She is wearing thermal underwear. Her face is flushed. Jiang Yuan finished packing and was ready to take in all the other things in the house. Xiaonuan, get dressed. We are going back. Good. By the way, does the baby like it here? Jiang Yuan is looking forward to her daughter's answer. She created this space with her own hands, and it can be regarded as being decorated according to the pastoral life in her heart. In the future, my daughter will probably come here often. If she likes it too, that would be great. What I like. Mom, it's not cold in here, and there are a lot of vegetables and flowers. Mom used to come here often. So her previous behavior was discovered by her daughter? Yes. Xiaonuan is so smart. This is a secret between you and Mom. The rest of the people can't talk about it. You know? Xiaonuan nodded seriously. In fact, she would agree to whatever Jiang Yuan said, in order to make her realize the seriousness of the matter. She continued to warn her. Xiaonuan must not tell others, because if others know, they will want to come in. When others come in, Xiaonuan can no longer come in. It's so cold outside. We can only live in the snow. How terrible. Life or death. She didn't know what to say, and she didn't know if her daughter would understand. But she knew and experienced the coldness in the snow. Well, I won't tell. It's a secret. After saying that, he even wanted to hook up with her, which was so cute. The two got dressed and returned to the room. There is definitely no way to compare with the comfort of the space. So I just took the opportunity to have another wave of education. Now, it's just the supplies outside. Put your daughter to sleep first and then go out. Chapter 260 Her Secret. There are a lot of things outside, so it is quite difficult to pack them away. Jiang Yuan made a rough estimate and found that in addition to a few rooms, there was also the attic upstairs, some shelves, refrigerators, freezers, and so on. In addition, there are some vegetable storage and sauerkraut jars, etc., which must be taken away. On the terrace are solar panels and storage tanks, as well as a water purification system. Don't use these for now. They can still be used at home. If the sun comes out later, it saves a lot of trouble. The most important thing is that the installation is very troublesome. Although she works in building materials, she has no experience in this. At that time, I deliberately left all the instructions and everything else behind because I was afraid that something might go wrong later. However, there are more important things to do now. Jiang Yuan came to Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu's room. The two were still busy packing their things. Daughter, have you packed up? Where is the child? Xiaonuan is asleep. I have arranged everything. Don't worry. Because of what happened in her previous life, she was very careful and never left her daughter alone. Now I am asleep, with the electric heater on and a hot sleeping bag under the quilt. She is at home, and there is no problem for a while. That's fine. Look, your mother and I packed up a woven bag. There is something really wrong with these two backpacks. Each of us has a backpack. Your mother is holding this big bag, and I am holding Xiaonuan. It will definitely be fine. Jiang Xingji was very satisfied with his arrangement and smiled happily, showing his big white teeth. Jiang Yuan was a little touched. Her parents really cared about her wholeheartedly. Whatever she does, the first people she cares about are her and Xiaonuan. This is family. Real family. Mom, Dad, please stop cleaning up. I have something to tell you. Seeing her serious expression, both of them stopped what they were doing. Daughter, come. Sit here. Tell Mom what happened. Qin Yu motioned for her to sit at the end of the bed, and more or less things were placed in the rest of the place. It's just that it's clean here, and there's nothing there. Jiang Yuan did not sit down, but moved a chair from the living room and brought a cup by the way. Neither her parents understood it very well, and they looked at her, looking forward to what was going to happen next. Dad, Mom, what I'm going to tell you next may be a little bizarre, but these are all true, so you have to be mentally prepared. As he said that, he glanced at Jiang Xingji and then at Qin Yu. The two of them looked at each other, knowing that Jiang Yuan was not the kind of child who made a fuss. Although the current situation cannot be said to be very urgent, it is definitely not optimistic. Something must be really wrong with her like this. Daughter, tell me. Your father and I have lived together for more than half our lives. If you can't bear it, just tell me. No matter what happens, we will take care of it. TSK. I misunderstood. It might not be that bad. Don't be too nervous. In fact, it might be a good thing for our family. Jiang Yuan said and took the glass just now. Dad, Mom, look. Both of their eyes fell on the cup. Jiang Yuan's other hand gently rubbed the bracelet on her wrist. Then I activated my thoughts and the cup disappeared instantly. Eh? Jiang Xingji was a little surprised and quickly raised her arm. No, nothing. Qin Yu also felt incredible and was not so nervous now. Daughter, where did you learn to do tricks? Both of them had little stars in their eyes, obviously puzzled and curious. Mom, this is not a magic trick. Look. With that said, she stood up. The left hand touched the woven bag they had packed just now, and the right hand touched the left wrist. The bag disappeared in an instant. Oh my God! My daughter, you are so awesome. Where did you hide such a big woven bag? Qin Yu knows that magic tricks and magic tricks on TV are all lies. They just use specific props to hide the things that had been changed. It's okay for small things, but if it can move such a big woven bag, it's a big deal. Obviously, her daughter has this ability, which makes her very proud. Oh, it's not a trick. Let's do this. Dad, you hold Mom. Why are you pulling me? I'm so old. Qin Yu was a little reluctant, especially in front of her daughter. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but raise her forehead. Where are these things? Her space must be entered in person before others can be brought in. Moreover, physical contact is still a necessary condition. Mom, just listen to me. I really have something wrong. Seeing that her daughter was a little anxious, Qin Yu quickly agreed. Okay. Don't worry. I'll just hold you. He reached back and quickly held Jiang Xingji's hand. Tighten. Don't let go. And then close your eyes. I won't let you open them. You must not open them. Do you understand? Good. Seeing her father's perfunctory look, Jiang Yuan instantly became serious. Dad, do you still remember the story you told me about Jiang Zia's Earth escape when I was a kid? Hearing this, Jiang Xingji was stunned. Someone didn't obey, opened his eyes midway, and finally died from the Tutuan spell. Could it be that her daughter had acquired some great supernatural power? Seeing her nervous look, her suspicions deepened. Daughter, you? Stop talking so much. Stop now and close your eyes. Jiang Yuan knew that he had listened and did not dare to be careless. As for whether something would happen in the middle, she didn't know. Anyway, it just happened in a moment. It's definitely better to be prepared. As expected, Jiang Xingji quickly grabbed Qin Yu's hand with such force that his mother's expression became a little distorted. Then he closed his eyes, so tightly that there were wrinkles up and down. Jiang Yuan took her mother's hand and dialed the code. In an instant, they arrived at a paradise. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu tentatively opened their eyes after hearing their daughter's words. The long-lost sunshine is warm and gentle, and it feels particularly comfortable on the body. Looking at the green vegetable garden and the spacious yard in front of them, both of them were stunned. Daughter, where are you? I'm not dreaming. Qin Yu couldn't believe that such a good place might not have existed before. It's not a dream. Mom, this is the secret I want to tell you. Now, the two of them were even more confused. Daughter, tell Dad quickly. What is going on? Dad? Mom? Don't worry. Come over and sit for a while. Jiang Yuan greeted the two people and sat on the wicker chair in front of the house. Chapter 261. 3 people have exclusive space. Then, he went into the house and brought out hot water and fresh cucumbers and tomatoes. Juicy and quite tempting. Dad? Mom? Try it. These are vegetables grown in this garden. They are so tender. Jiang Yuan served it on a fruit plate, and Qin Yu was a little surprised. My dear daughter, let's keep such good vegetables for you and Shan Wan to eat. No, there's a lot more here, but I can't finish it all. With that said, I handed my mother a tomato and my father a cucumber. The two of them hesitated for a moment and then took the call. It's green outside. You can see it. They have been living in the countryside, and they know what they are growing at a glance. Daughter, please tell me and your mother quickly. What's going on? Jiang Xingji had recovered from the initial surprise and began to ask about the main things. Okay, Mom and Dad. Don't worry. Take off your coat first. It's too hot in here. With that said, he took off his thick pajamas. The temperature inside is indeed different from that outside. This is a space that, although magical, does exist. Look at this. With that said, he took off the bracelet from his hand. Qin Yu and Jiang Xingji stared at the bracelet, wondering what was going on. Jiang Yuan didn't hide it and directly told her parents everything. You mean, this place is in this bracelet? Well, I can't understand it that way. It's equivalent to a parallel time and space. This bracelet is the key to unlocking this space. Her explanation should be acceptable. Although it is very fantasy, it is not difficult to understand. Daughter, can we still go back? Shan Wan is still at home. Qin Yu was a little anxious. Why didn't the little guy come over in this time and space? In that time and space. Mom, don't worry. It's okay. It's as easy as just coming. Moreover, we can hear what's going on outside here. So don't worry. When she said this, Qin Yu could feel better. That's okay. That's okay. Daughter, do you mean that you bought this space from the girl downstairs? No, Dad. I just bought this bracelet with Nian. She didn't know that this could open up a space. I was a little guilty at first, and I always felt a little sorry for her. Jiang Xingji was a little entangled in his thoughts about taking advantage of others. This is definitely not the way he educates his children. But in this current situation, it can only be said that the temptation is too great. Jiang Yuan ignored her father's little thoughts and continued to explain. Yi Mianmian is the guardian of space. And so is Grandma Yi. So this space is destined to me and is mine. They have been guarding it for so long and still haven't turned it on. This could only mean that the magnetic field is different. Jiang Yuan did not say anything about the blood being sucked away by the bracelet. The two old men were afraid of being scared. After all, this was a bit similar to some obsessives and head-dropping techniques performed on TV. Daughter, how do you know these things? Qin Yu was still worried. She held the tomato in her hand and didn't eat it. Mom, Grandma Yi told me this before she died. She told me not to be burdened. As for this space, I built it with my own hands. It was not so big before, and there were not so many things. By the way, most of the supplies are stored in this house. I secretly put them in when I went out to look for things. Now, it's the confession bureau, and nothing can be hidden. Oh my God! Yuan, you must have committed a lot of crimes. Seeing her mother's distress, she was also a little moved. It's okay, Mom. Isn't this for our future life? As long as our family can stay together safely and healthily, there will be nothing to feel uncomfortable about. Qin held her hand and didn't know what to say. I just feel that my daughter is suffering and there is nothing she can do to help. Then Grandma Yi is gone. Does that girl Mian know about this? Jiang Xingji immediately asked about the point, and Jiang Yuan shook her head. She doesn't know, and Grandma Yi didn't ask me to tell her. She just asked me to take care of her more in the future. The future situation is unstable. Let's take more care of her, which can be regarded as an explanation to Grandma Yi. Well, it's not easy for her to be a girl. The mother and daughter sang in harmony, and Jiang Xingji nodded repeatedly. That's how things are. There's no way to deny it. But, parents, there is a time limit in this space. Jiang Yuan told her parents about increasing the timer again. As for the upgrade, forget it. It's too complicated. And the things here are enough, and the yard is big enough. There is no problem in growing vegetables and grain. And there is no need to do much homework. I understand. Then we can't stay here longer and save some time for emergencies. Yes, that's the truth. Qin Yu urged everyone to get out quickly. Nowadays, time is definitely equated with money. Since she left, Jiang Yuan took her parents back to pick some vegetables. Both of them are super happy. If nothing else, the joy of the harvest is enough to make people excited. No wonder. Every time you cook, I feel that the vegetables taste much better. Look at this watery and tender thing. How fresh it is. Jiang Xingji is also fascinated by this vegetable. He has been farming for so many years, and has never seen it grow so well. My girl is so awesome. Look at this vegetable. Mom and Dad. Maybe it's because the sunshine is good here, and the water is also good. With that said, he pointed out the well to the two people. However, the two people didn't pay attention and kept praising her. After picking some vegetables, the three of them came out, looking at Shanwan. The child was sleeping soundly, and there was nothing unusual. Dad, Mom, the reason why I'm telling you this is because I thought, let's take in everything we have at home. By then, if something unexpected happens, we won't be in a hurry. Qin Yu was the first to agree. She had already seen the space courtyard just now, so there was nothing else she could not agree with. Well, my daughter and I will go into these two houses to clean up. Later, you put away some clothes and items that are not commonly used in the bedroom. If you can keep less things at home, you should have less. Jiang Xingji made analysis, and both mother and daughter nodded. In addition, Qin Yu is also responsible for watching over Shanwan. According to usual practice, the child is probably waking up soon. By the way, daughter, why didn't you tell me and your mother about this before? Well, I didn't expect that Dad would actually make up for it. Chapter 262 People coming down the mountain. Isn't this fear? You all know this situation now. I'm afraid if I know too much, someone will threaten you later. It's too dangerous. Jiang Yuan told the truth, and both her parents understood it. But they felt that their daughter had endured too much. Daughter, you should tell your dad and me earlier. We can help you too. Mom, it's not too late to know now. We must make good use of this space and try to survive. Both of them knew that Jiang Yuan chose to speak out at this time. I am afraid that if an accident does happen later, everyone will have hope. It's really hard on my daughter. Alas. Okay. Don't say that. Hurry up and clean up. You can keep a little warm. Okay. Go quickly. The three of them started to get busy. Their house has 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, a cloakroom, and a utility room. Everything was filled with them, including a lot of things on the oversized balcony. Jiang Yuan is in charge of the cloakroom, which is full of clothes she bought before. There are both offline and online ones, and they are packed to the brim. Packing this up is definitely a big project. Jiang Xingji also knew the situation on her side and went to the other 2 bedrooms. Pack up those little things and pack them together. After Xianwan woke up, she also started working. She thought it was not possible. So she came out of the cloakroom. Just put everything in it, and organize it later when you have time. There were too many things. And I was busy until 9 o'clock in the evening. A few people didn't have anything to eat yet. So Chinyu ordered the dumplings. Let everyone simply take a bite, and that's it. In the afternoon, no one came over. They were probably planning things at home. The current situation is not very good. They have a lot of supplies at home. What to bring, and what not to bring is a matter of knowledge. You need to carry a lot. Be able to carry it. And try to minimize losses. This new year really makes everyone feel unhappy. To add insult to injury. It is the gift of this year. At night, everyone had a hard time sleeping. Jiang Yuan was afraid that something would suddenly happen and ruin everything. So, be extra vigilant. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, the tense atmosphere had not improved. They didn't go out and didn't know what was going on outside. Now that the snow has stopped, there is no need to clean up outside. The things in the house are gone, and it looks even more empty. Jiang Yuan still sat on the balcony and looked at the surrounding situation regularly. It wasn't until 12 o'clock in the afternoon that she noticed something unusual. Someone seemed to be there. On the road in the mountain. Let me go. What's going on? It seems like it's really a human being. Dad? Come and see. Is there anyone there? Jiang Yuan pointed to the highway above. Because there were other buildings. They could only see part of it. The distance is quite far. Even with a telescope it is not very clear. Their community is halfway up the mountain. And the only buildings seen above are some buildings near the school. The rest are some villages on the opposite side. Most of it was covered by ice and blizzards. And only a head was exposed at a slightly higher place. Coupled with the last avalanche, everywhere it went has been destroyed into ruins. So what is the situation with these people? The snow outside was so thick. How could they get out? Moreover, all the snow that poured down last time was piled on the road. The situation is worse than before. What should they do to go out in this environment? That's right. Look! Are they skating on ice? Jiang Yuan quickly took the telescope over and continued to observe. She moved slowly. But she did seem to have the tool. It's just that it's too far away to see clearly. Dad? Do you think it's possible? It's such a thick snow. If someone stands on it, he won't fall directly into the snowdrift. Jiang Xingji was also puzzled. After thinking for a long time, there was no result. Well, I'll go next door and ask Xiaosong. He has a rich imagination. He knew many things before. Why do I feel like my dad is quite dependent on Song-yi? Okay. Then go ahead and ask him to come and take a look. Jiang Yuan cannot leave. Someone must continue to observe here and cannot relax for a moment. The people coming down from the mountain might be enemies. Song-yi quickly followed Jiang Xingji and brought his binoculars. Without saying anything, he directly joined her camp. What do you think is going on with those people above? Jiang Yuan watched here. Someone had already passed through the blind spot of the front building and reached the road below, which was also within the range she could see. There are still people coming down one after another. There must be dozens of them. Operation in the snow? Yes, that's it. They are so amazing. Do you know what's going on? Song-yi did not put down the telescope in his hand and looked at the situation ahead with some confusion. Maybe you can go outside. You mean the snowdrift is fine and can bear the weight of a person? Well, you could say that. Don't forget, there was an avalanche here yesterday. We opened the window, and all the snow particles flew in. We didn't care. And soon it froze into ice in the corridor. Everyone knows this. The corridor is still very slippery now. And they haven't even gone out to clean it up. Jiang Yuan suddenly had an idea. As if she had thought of something. I understand. The temperature is too low. Our corridors are frozen. And the situation outside will definitely be more serious. Therefore, there is a possibility that the snow will freeze. Song-yi nodded. That's what he meant. Otherwise, how could the group of people outside walk freely on the snow? But that ice truck! I also think it's weird. Can you imagine? Under normal circumstances, the snow is definitely a trap. And skiing requires tools. For example, things like ice carts and planks. If it is slightly larger, under the condition that the gravity remains unchanged, the force-bearing area increases and the pressure will decrease. Jiang Xingji understood a little bit after listening and agreed. If you make the edges all around, especially the front and rear sides, even if it goes down a little, there will be no problem. Yes, even if it goes down a little bit, the ice truck will not go down. The front head was directly pressed down, and it passed with a little force. It is equivalent to crossing a slope. Simple and convenient. Several people looked solemn. This group of people could come out. And there were so many at once. What was the purpose? I don't know who these people are. What they want to do when they come down the mountain. Whether they are affected by a disaster. Not the previous disaster, but the avalanche 2 days ago. I think they should be looking for supplies or looking for a new place to live. Chapter 263, Rejecting Protection from Others. Is there still a suitable place to live now? Jiang Yuan was a little confused. But that was the reality. Song Yi turned around and glanced at her. His eyes soft and less sharp than usual. Jiang Yuan. Listen to me. It's already the late stage of the disaster. The officials certainly haven't given up on us. But they also need to do some work. When things stabilize, they will definitely come to rescue the citizens. Not only in the West City, but also in other places. As long as there are people alive, there will be rescue. Song Yi used to be a soldier, and his trust in the officialdom was unconditional. Jiang Yuan doesn't quite understand this belief. But respect is necessary. Moreover, what he said makes sense. At least it is feasible in theory. As for when to rescue people, that is another matter. I know. And I believe it. But before they come, do we have to save ourselves? She is very realistic. Her senior self did not wait for rescue. So it would be better to take the initiative than to sit back and wait for death. Although we have different opinions, we still have to look at the situation outside. This road is all downhill. Even if it is difficult to walk, the speed is not slow. In a blink of an eye, we arrived at the community area. After passing the bus stop sign, those who came down from the avalanche have already passed. The road looks much easier. The group of people who came down first are waiting here. About 20 minutes later, the people above also came down. At this moment, she saw everyone at once. There are about 50 or 60 of them. Not too many. Not too few. It is estimated that in some villages, there are not so many survivors. Moreover, this group of people is tightly packed and their skills are strong. Each one carries a tool that looks more like a skateboard than an ice skate, because there is only one layer. It is not that thick. Moreover, everyone has backpacks and weapons on their backs. They should have a mission. Whether they are going out to find a place or searching for supplies. They are a considerable force. Jiang Yuan was so upset that she couldn't calm down for a few days. See if they come in? Preferably passing by. Why do you say you are nervous? This group of people has been at the bus stop for a few minutes now. I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe I'm discussing something. The two people in front were even making gestures. Then, they turned around and pointed at the community. Oh my god. Song Yi. What are they doing here? Could it be that they want to come in? For supplies or something? There are so many people. We can't defeat them. Jiang Yuan. Don't get excited. It's not necessarily what's going on. Let's take a look. While comforting her, he continued to observe. The group of people had regrouped and was indeed coming this way. Now there is no door. You can come in directly. Next to building 15. No one is left behind. Jiang Yuan became even more nervous. But she kept taking deep breaths and warned herself to stay calm. Apart from anything else, she has a way out. Space is something that no one can take away. Just the thought of leaving my home makes me feel a little uncomfortable. The decorations here are all based on impregnable standards. They can't stay in the space forever. How long they will be at that time is still uncertain. In addition, she also wanted to leave something more for Shaonuan. Alas, there is no other way. Let the soldiers come and cover up the water and earth. They seem to have gone to building 15. That is the building at the front. The closest to the outside of the community. What do these people want to do? We don't have too many people here. Maybe they want to catch us all. Jiang Xingji was also very excited. And he was also scared at the critical moment of life and death. Song Yi shook his head and said that he would continue to observe before talking. They never went out. And they didn't know that the snow outside was ready to leave. Uncle, please go down and tell them. Get ready. Okay. No problem. To prepare. That is to say, to prepare for war. Because we are afraid that the situation will not be good later. Jiang Xingji went out. And Qin Yu took Shaonuan back to the house. They were the only two left here. Song Yi turned his head and looked at Jiang Yuan. As if sensing something, Jiang Yuan also looked back and asked what was going on with her eyes. Afraid? No need to ask. I am really speechless. Yeah. Not bad. Out of politeness. Jiang Yuan answered him. Don't worry. I'm with you in everything. I will protect you. Song Yi coughed twice. It didn't look like he was pretending. I mean, if there is really danger behind you, don't be afraid. Just follow me. I will protect you. This Yu is her family, including her parents and daughter. However, she didn't want to accept this favor, because she has space and can protect herself. Song Yi, listen to me. I have my own way out, and I don't need your protection. If you are really in danger, you must take care of yourself and don't distract us. Song Yi's eyes faded little by little, feeling a little lost inside. So, you refuse my protection? Hey, is this man possessed? Don't get me wrong. I'm serious. We can really do it ourselves. Don't worry too much. Take care of yourself and the little one. Do you understand? He breathed a sigh of relief and didn't say much. Jiang Yuan just felt that he might have lost face because of his good intentions being rejected. He didn't pay much attention and continued to observe. That group of people should have gone to building 15. And they have all entered now. There wasn't much of a reaction. She didn't know what was going on and didn't dare to take it lightly. Jiang Xingji also came back. His hands were much better, but they were still frozen. In addition, I have not been idle in the past 2 days. I have been cleaning up this and busy. My fingers were a little swollen, and they were extremely itchy at night. Even applying burn cream didn't make them any better. Within 5 minutes, a group of people rushed up, each holding a guy. When Qin Yu went to open the door, she was startled and looked fierce. Kai Yang started, and the people behind him filed in. Xiaoling also came with Jingjing. Not only dressed neatly, but also brought a big rolling pin to the little girl. Brother Song, Sister Yuan, what's going on now? I went to building 15, but I haven't come out yet. She had been staring at it. Last time Lao Su and the others massacred the building. The survivors also resisted. Most of them can be seen on several floors. No one knows what the purpose of that group of people is. But the danger is real. It is still very necessary to keep track of their movements at all times. Kai Yang took the telescope handed over by Jiang Yuan and started observing it. Building No. 15 was quiet, with no movement at all. They went upstairs from the front. They couldn't see it from here, and they couldn't guess how many floors they went to. Chapter 264. Stop and rectify. It's the most difficult time right now. I don't know anything, so I just have to wait. It's heartbreaking. It's been half an hour, and there's no movement at all. Everyone can't sit still. What should we do now? They won't come out. We don't know what the specific situation is. It's so anxious. Zhang Kaiyan was walking around, extremely irritable. Fan Qin caught him and asked him to sit down. You're making me dizzy. Just be quiet for a while. He plopped down on the sofa, still a little grumpy. Let's just continue to observe. And if anything happens, notify others as soon as possible. If there's nothing else to do now, let's go back. After Song Yi spoke, they dispersed. Although I don't know the specific news, just waiting like this is not an option. It's better to go home. You'll be more comfortable in your own home. They had agreed on the person on duty, so they had nothing to worry about. Jiang Yuan felt that she should take a closer look. Last time, there was a problem, and she didn't discover it in time, which almost caused a disaster. That group of people didn't know which way they were going. What did they want to do when they went out now? They didn't dare to risk going to building 15 to see the specific situation, so they could only wait. Daughter, haven't you come out yet? No. I don't know what the situation is. It stands to reason that there are not many people in a building anymore, and households should come out to pass by. It's been so long, and no one has come down. This is so unreasonable. Or maybe they encountered more difficult things or more powerful people there. However, they have 50 or 60 people. No matter how powerful they are, they can still win completely with the human C tactic. What is going on? I can't even figure it out. I'm really speechless. Okay, I'll take care of it. You go and eat quickly. Your mother made the noodles. Okay. Jiang Yuan handed over to her father and went over to eat. Now is not the time to be pretentious. Xiao Wan knows the importance of having a full stomach. If a fight really breaks out, then they probably won't be able to have hot meals in the future. Now, we must cherish it. Qin Yu made tomato and egg noodles and paired them with green vegetables taken out from the space. The taste was quite amazing. Jiang Yuan stared at Xiao Wan while eating. This child must eat more. What will happen next is uncertain. Daughter, you are out. Come and take a look. Jiang Xingji was a little excited, but Jiang Yuan didn't dare to complain and hurried to the balcony. Sure enough, he came out and went outside the community. The people in the front have already started to pack their equipment, but the people in the back are still in the building and haven't gone out yet. There were 50 or 60 people there, like a procession sending off a bride. She didn't know why she thought of this. Anyway, it was very similar. Why are they gone? Jiang Yuan was also a little confused. She really couldn't understand. Could it be that she came to the community just to stay for a while? Or should we say that building No. 15 has been looted by them? There is really something going on now, and I need to rush. She really couldn't understand it, and didn't want to continue thinking about it. Anyway, the danger now has been eliminated. And that's enough. Jiang Yuan didn't want to talk to Song Yi. She seemed a little ignorant just now. Therefore, let Dad tell him this news. It doesn't make any difference anyway. Sure enough, he saw it too, and didn't say anything. In the afternoon, she was worried and waited for a while, seeing that there was really no movement. We brought the family of 3 into the space. Now, everyone in the family knows this. No secrets. Just relaxed. Her parents also knew her scruples and considerations, but didn't say anything. When we arrived at the space, everyone knew that time was precious, so there was no waste. This house has rooms reserved for parents, and is much larger than the one in Lushanya Yuan. The furniture inside is also much larger, and the wardrobe is more spacious. Qin Yu liked it very much and hurried over to clean it up. The clothes and other things that were sorted out before were put into the room, as well as some miscellaneous items. In addition, 4 piece sets were laid out in several rooms, and quilts and pillows were prepared. Jiang Xingji is not idle either. There are electric tricycles in the yard, and there are grains, rice, flour, cooking oil and so on. They were placed in the house next to the front corridor. He must have done all the hard work. Jiang Yuan also needs to sort out all the clothes in the cloakroom. There is a special room for clothes. Xianwan also helped. She liked it here very much and didn't run around. The family has a clear division of labor, and each is busy. However, I came out at 5 o'clock and stayed for just over an hour. It wasn't for anything else. When that group of people came in, there were too many people, and there was no specific number. Just now, so many Wiangs came out all at once, and no one knew if there were any left. If someone was ambushing them, they would definitely take action that night. She couldn't watch this happen, so she had to come back and monitor. I had a late lunch, so I'm not too hungry now. Qin Yu took out the tomatoes from the space and gathered around the electric heater for everyone to eat together. In addition, there has been some discussion about the planting of space. Daughter, the backyard is not small, but there are no plants. I didn't have time. Dad, I will have to work hard for you later. Jiang Yuan held the telescope and looked ahead without looking back. Don't worry. Your dad can't do anything else. He has been farming all his life. In fact, you should plant crops like corn in your backyard that are relatively tall and require little care. When Jiang Yuan heard this, she suddenly felt a little regretful. This crop is no longer good. There are no seeds anymore. I have finished planting them. Indeed, if you are close to the edge, it will be a bit in the way. The corn stalks will grow very tall, blocking the view of the corridor and the houses opposite. Just plant it. We'll talk about it later. I see you've also planted a lot of sweet potatoes. If not, just plant sweet potatoes in the backyard this year. What do you mean? Dad, our family doesn't have many sweet potatoes left. In the past, when I burned firewood, I would bake a few. And apart from what I used, I had almost eaten them. Mainly because I bought some on the grocery shopping platform at that time. But not a lot. No. I saw a lot of seedlings from those you planted. Which one is okay? Ah? Jiang Yuan expressed doubts, and was really confused. Jiang Xingji was there, with a proud look on his face. Daughter, you have never farmed. And I didn't let you do any work at home. So naturally you don't know. This sweet potato can survive by transplanting rice seedlings. Let's loosen the soil and create furrows. Just dig a hole in it, and plant it directly, and that's it. Chapter 265 Destructive Avalanche. Cuttings. If this is the case, then her planting area can be expanded several times. That sweet potato will sprout many sprouts and grow many seedlings. Very good. Sure enough, it has to be my dad. Otherwise it will be wasted. By the way, I also planted a lot of potatoes, which were sprouted and cut into pieces. Is there any room for improvement? Jiang Yuan grew this potato in her hometown. She has seen it before, so she knows the general method. Sure enough, Jiang Xingji shook his head. That was the best way, and it was impossible to change it artificially. Qin Yu was also very happy watching the father and daughter going back and forth. Don't worry. We will take good care of you. These fruits and vegetables will definitely be enough to eat. In addition, there is still a lot of open space, which should be cleared and planted, so it cannot be wasted. What Mom said is that we will make time to go there later. If I had known earlier, I would have asked them to come over earlier to help. A family of 4 suddenly felt full of hope for the future and felt that anything was possible. It's already 9 o'clock and there's no movement. Qin Yu was in a good mood. She made some pancakes and served them with seaweed and egg drop soup for everyone to eat as a midnight snack. I guess there's nothing much to do today. Let's get some rest. Yes. I don't know where those people have gone. Can we think too much and go to bed quickly? Qin Yu was worried that if they came back tomorrow, it would be terrible. If you sleep well, eat well, and have strength, you won't be afraid of anything. Jiang Yuan also had the same idea. So she filled the hot water bottle with hot water before going back to sleep. Now, there is no moon and stars at night, and the dark feeling is quite scary. But it doesn't matter. It's the same even if you fall asleep anyway. The phone is right next to the pillow, within reach. If something happens later, just light it up. She slept until 7 in the morning, when she was awakened by a loud noise. He immediately jumped up from the bed and sat up. What was he doing? It was so early in the morning. Before I could complain, there was another loud vibration. Then, the bed began to shake. It increased in size bit by bit, very fast. In just half a minute, it was already beyond control. She had packed away everything in the room before, but now nothing was left behind. Oh my God! There's an earthquake. They instantly realized that they had also experienced aftershocks here when there were earthquakes in peripheral provinces and cities. It's just that it's not that strong. Jiang Yuan quickly picked up her daughter and took her into the space first. This is the bad thing about this space. You have to be there in person to bring living bodies in. Xianwan fell asleep in a daze and was woken up by the movement. She is still in a dazed state. Mother! Xianwan, be obedient and wait here for your mother. Don't run around. Mom goes to save Grandma and Grandpa. Be good. Put your daughter in front of the courtyard and let her sit on a wicker chair. The little girl was a little scared and couldn't figure out the situation. She would cry when her mouth twisted. Obedient! Jiang Yuan yelled sharply, and tears welled up in the little girl's eyes. Although she was reluctant to let go, the situation was urgent, and there was nothing she could do. She took her daughter's hand, pulled it out, and quickly came out, seeing her mother disappear suddenly. Xianwan cried wow. She was really scared. Jiang Yuan has been sensing the situation in the space, and now her heart is in confusion. However, it is at least safe there. Xianwan is already 4 years old. As long as he doesn't hurt himself, everything will be fine. However, this is not necessarily the case for parents. The situation outside has not improved at all, but has become worse. Yuan, Xianwan. It was Qin Yu's voice, and she rushed out. A large piece of the ceiling panel above the living room had fallen off, and it was falling on the way to the second bedroom. Looking up, I saw that the board next to me was also shaky. The key was that the house was shaking so hard now. She couldn't even stand. It was too scary. Qin Yu and Jiang Xingji were opposite, and she shouted, Dad, Mom, in front of my eyes is the dust that has fallen from Su. I want to get past it, but I can't. She was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. Suddenly, she saw a chandelier falling down next to her, and she had an idea. Hold on to the chandelier, and then go over. Qin Yu saw her arrival and quickly called her, Daughter, don't come here to be in danger. No. Mom. Hurry up and come over here. Qin Yu also wanted to try it. But as soon as she stretched out her hand, another piece of gypsum board ceiling fell down. The whole house was shaking even more violently. Careful. Jiang Xingji shouted and quickly pulled Qin Yu back. And his mother was pulled over. But Dad couldn't dodge in time, and was hit on the arm by the falling cement floor. Jiang Yuan also took a few steps back without being hit. Dad. She was a little anxious, and then rushed forward again. For some reason, the building began to tilt, and she slid downwards. No. The building collapsed. Hurry up. Along with it, there are also things that fell before. Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu did not dare to delay and started to move towards her. He didn't care what happened. If Jiang Yuan fell, it would be over. This is the 21st floor, and you can't fall to pieces. Palala. An extremely harsh voice sounded, and the three of them couldn't help but look outside. I saw cracks appearing in the explosion-proof glass. At this moment, everyone saw the situation outside. It seemed to be a tornado or something else that could not be named. Having reached the place where the sky and the sun were hidden, it suddenly became dark. Then, the broken glass finally couldn't hold it anymore. Not good. Jiang Yuan suddenly burst out with great strength, and Jiang Xingji also roared. The two of them exerted their strength at the same time, and finally touched each other. She raised her left hand tremblingly, and rubbed it against her face. Just a second before the glass particles from outside flew over, the three of them entered the space. They all collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. The rest of the life is so terrible. Mother! Xianwan ran over crying, and Jiang Yuan reached out and hugged her daughter, stroking her back. It's okay. It's okay. Mom is back. Xianwan. Don't cry. The little girl was so depressed that she cried even louder now. He hugged her neck tightly and didn't let go. Daughter, your hand is bleeding. Hurry. Let me wipe it for you. Xinyu hurriedly went to the house to get something. She had brought the first aid kit in yesterday, and she knew where it was. What's going on? Why was there an earthquake all of a sudden? Jiang Yuan also calmed down and shook her head. It's not an earthquake. It's probably an avalanche. An avalanche more powerful than the last time. Chapter 266 Crazy Song Yi. Jiang Xingji sat on the ground, almost relieved. You mean? It's still a snowstorm. Well, it was dark later on. If it was an earthquake, it wouldn't be like this. The only explanation is that something was blocked in front of us, so we couldn't see it. Moreover, the moment the glass particles flew over, I felt that there were countless snow particles. The house is full of explosion-proof glass. What level is it? But it can be broken so easily. Moreover, after the glass is broken, it will not break into small particles. They all need to be firmly stuck together, as is the case today. It shows how lethal it is out there. It's terrible. Then this building is tilted. Is the avalanche so severe? Jiang Xingji couldn't believe it, but Jiang Yuan was sure. A large avalanche is no less destructive than other natural disasters. I guess our building is no longer okay. Qinyu also came out, holding a first aid kit in her hand and about to give everyone medicine. Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan. She kept sensing the outside, and was stunned when she heard someone calling her. What's wrong? Daughter? No. Song Yi is here to find us. What? What should we do? Qinyu was a little nervous. Why don't you go out? People came here to look for someone with good intentions. Get out. It's really dangerous. You stay here and watch Xiaowan. I'll go out and take a look. No. Your injuries haven't been healed yet. No more cleaning up. With that said, she quickly put on her clothes and shoes and left the space. If it was all bandaged, that would be too fake. When he came out, it was dark outside. Song Yi was looking around with a strong flashlight. The house has tilted very far, and the roof has fallen off. The ruins are terrible. Moreover, there were broken glass and snow particles everywhere. There were still snow particles flying in from the broken windows outside, which hit my body and hurt. Song Yi, I'm here. Hearing this, the man turned around coldly. But there were too many things in between, making it difficult for him to pass. The little one was very fast, and jumped over in a few seconds. Jiang Yuan deliberately fell to the ground to make herself look embarrassed. Immediately afterwards, Song Yi also came to her side, and the words on her lips had not been spoken yet. The other party hugged her suddenly, very hard, as if she was going to be kneaded into the bones and blood. Ahem. Song Yi, sensing her discomfort, the man quickly let go. When she raised her head, she met a pair of scarlet eyes. Are you okay? I'm fine. You're bleeding. Her hand was scratched. She didn't clean it up just now, and now it's frozen. Fine. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Yi took off his coat and put it on her body. No. Just wear it. I'm fine. Put your hands inside your sleeves. I have long arms. This is because she is not wearing gloves. Even though he is usually very cold, he is quite attentive at critical moments. By the way, where are my uncle and aunt? Well, the one who just came is still here. In front. There was a shaking just now. I thought it was an earthquake, so I climbed up to the attic to take a look. As a result, the building collapsed, and my parents were on top. Song-yi, what should I do now? She deliberately showed a little bit of fear, and the other party immediately felt distressed and softened her attitude. Don't be afraid. Let's get out quickly. It's not safe here anymore. How about up there? It's okay. The wall is fine. We were in the gap. My dad's arm was hit. Everything else is fine. That's good. We have to leave quickly. Wait until I go back to get some tools. And if possible, let everyone come down. If it doesn't work, I'll come over and carry it later. Okay. Go ahead. By this time, the avalanche had passed. There was no glass in the house, and it was freezing to death. Song-yi came here in a hurry and didn't bring anything with him. Fortunately, this opportunity was convenient for her. He quickly entered the space and briefly explained the specific situation. Chinyu has known it for a long time, and it is probably not that easy to get through. Clothes have been prepared for everyone and put on without wasting a moment. Several people quickly came out of the room and wrapped Xianwan tightly. Then she pretended to take out the backpack and woven bag. When Song-yi arrived, he was also fully armed, and Jiang Yuan also changed her clothes. So fast. Well, luckily you reminded us to pack things in advance. Let's go quickly. This building is like this. It may collapse at any time. Let's hurry up. It's a dangerous building. If you delay for a while, your life will be in danger. Several people couldn't get out at all. The collapse inside the corridor was particularly severe. There is nothing there at the stairs. What should I do? They are still down there. Jiang Yuan was a little scared and started calling people. Mian Mian. Did you hear that? Mian Mian. I am Jiang Yuan. Don't. Song-yi quickly stopped her. She couldn't speak loudly at this time. Any loud movement may be their death knell. Jiang Yuan also reacted. But she was really anxious. From here, you can go down. Jiang Xingji looked at a big hole in the ground. Exactly where the fire would have been placed. There is something blocking the side. So not everything has fallen. Just in time, he went to save all the ice trucks. Just as he pulled it down, the whole space started to move again, and the thing on top made a loud splash. No. No. Dad? No! The ice trucks here are all the bad ones from before, and the good ones have been put into the space by her a long time ago. Song-yi took the lead, put down his things, and went straight down. There is something underneath. Half down. So you need to lean out. If you are not careful, you can easily get scratched by the construction debris nearby. Jiang Yuan held a flashlight for him. But she was also very scared. If the top continued to collapse, he would be dead. Why do so many disaster relief workers fail to come back? Because going deep into a disaster area is a terrible thing in itself. It is lucky to retire after success. And heroic sacrifice is also normal. Be careful. Song-yi went down, and they were waiting above. Also very worried. Especially the little one. He ran straight down. Dogs are indeed man's most loyal friends. That's true. Kai Kai Yang. Fan Qing. Yi Mian Mian. He shouted softly, wondering if the other person was still alive. After asking several times, I finally received a reply. Great. Still alive. This feeling of surviving a disaster is really great. Mom and Dad, please watch Xianwan. I'll go down and help. As she spoke, she pulled out 3 hot water bottles from the space, all of which were hot to the touch. Then, he took another bag of baby warm patches and handed them to Chinyu. Chapter 267, being smashed under the cement board. These are all hot things, and they can save lives in such weather. After the explanation, Jiang Yuan went down to help. The hole was on the wall, and Jiang Xingji pulled her down bit by bit. Just when she reached the middle obstacle, she accidentally kicked off. Ouch! The whole person fell to the side, where there were falling cement slabs. One hit, and it would be over. Daughter. Jiang Xingji quickly exerted his strength, not caring about the pain in his other arm. Jiang Yuan was also scared, and quickly stepped on with her other leg, and then swung back along with the pull. Oh my God! You scared me to death. When I looked up, I saw my father's nervous expression. Dad, let go of your arm and I'll jump down. That's it. Although there were a lot of things down there, it was no problem to jump down. Chinyu was still worried and threw a military coat down, afraid that she might be hit. Jiang Yuan jumped down without any hesitation. Then he handed over the military coat. My mother took it out to keep warm. Even if it was a little dirty, there would be no problem. The situation at the bottom is even worse than at the top. This side is in the middle of the corridor. The distance to 2002 is only 3 to 5 meters. And it is even closer to 2001. But now, there are ruins everywhere. And the ground is filled with construction debris. There is a beam of light coming in. But it can't be seen clearly. She held a flashlight, and saw that people could still pass under the beam in front of her. This wall should be a load-bearing wall. But it seems so abrupt. Song-yi, where are you? She didn't dare to speak loudly because there was a little woo-woo sound in front of her. Jiang Yuan, are you down? I'm worried. But I can't express it. Don't move there. I'll come and pick you up. Forehead. I'll just come here myself. Before she could say the word okay, the man appeared in front of her. It's not far from here. But it's a pity that the situation is not very good. Otherwise it would be better. Follow me, and you will do what I do. Good. Song-yi gave it to her in front, not forgetting to hold her hand. Although it feels weird. Under the special circumstances now, I don't care so much. This short distance of a few meters really takes a lifetime of courage to complete. The jumping up and down finally passed. Can't this door be opened? Well, it's blocked inside. Song-yi answered her. But there was no other way now but to worry. Sister Yuan? Is it you? Sister Yuan? Mian Mian. Don't cry. It's me. Don't worry. I will definitely save you. Sister Yuan? Sister Yuan? Yi Mian Mian over there was emotionally broken down. And she was a little anxious. Mian Mian. Don't cry. Now listen to me. Take 3 deep breaths and calm yourself down. It's normal to be afraid when things like this happen. And she's not the same. Mian Mian. Listen to me. Where are Fan Qing and Kaiyang? How are they doing now? Fan Qing. Fan Qing is by my side. Kaiyang was hit by a cement board. We can't move it now. As she spoke, she could feel that she was shaking violently. In addition to fear, she was probably also cold. Sister Yuan. It's okay. I'm fine here. If I can persist. The 2 cement boards touch each other, and I just can't get out. It's not a big problem. Zhang Kaiyang said this deliberately because he was afraid that they would worry. Song-yi. What should we do now? The inside of the door was hit by the floor slab. And the door cannot be opened. The best way is to just break the door open. However, I didn't dare to make too much noise. Because Kaiyang is inside the cement board at the door. I can pick the lock. Don't worry. She has also demonstrated this skill before. However, with Kaiyang Zuyu in front of her, she did not deliberately show off her skills. She took out a small figure-shaped wrench from her pocket and pulled the door handle open. This was quite strong. Seeing this, Song-yi quickly came over to help. I'll go. Awesome. He broke the handle with just one hand, and Jiang Yuan didn't move much with either hand. This guy is really energetic. From inside the gap, insert the wrench to find the position of the lock core. After a few fiddles, it opened. The click sound was very clear. Jiang Yuan did not open it directly, but looked at Song-yi, who immediately came over to help her hold the door. Mian Mian. The lock is unlocked. I'm going to open the door. Be careful. Okay. Sister Yuan. I'm ready. Jiang Yuan and Song-yi nodded, and they slowly opened the door. The sound of things falling inside was very obvious, and she couldn't hold it down several times. Fortunately, Song-yi is here, and the situation is not too bad. Finally, it was pulled away without any danger. The cold air outside hit her, and she shivered involuntarily. Mian Mian. Are you okay? Yi Mian Mian stood up, looked at her, and cried instantly. When I saw Jiang Yuan, I seemed to see hope. Don't cry. Wipe your tears quickly. They will freeze soon. With that said, she wiped her eyes. Brother Song. Sister Yuan. Please save Kaiyang. Fan Qing was anxious, and when he saw them, he seemed to have seen a savior. This situation is indeed not optimistic. Kaiyang is at the bottom, although it is not very serious. But there are too many things on it, and many cement boards actually have steel bars inside. If you are not careful, it can be fatal. There are some small things on it, which have been removed by Fan Qing and others. And now it is this big cement block. But it was too central. The 2 of them couldn't get out, and Jiang Yuan and Song-yi couldn't get in. If they wanted to move, it was not easy. Both of them were thinking about what to do to minimize casualties. In this way, we will find a way to pull the cement blocks above, and then move them down. Okay. Okay. But how do you pull it? It's so heavy. If you accidentally shake it, you'll be in trouble. It's really troublesome. Kyong-yeon will definitely be buried alive. Song-yi also felt that she was right. But what to do? Ice pick. He looked at the door, where Jeong-yeon had taken down the ice pick to explore the way, and became lost in thought. The principle of leverage. The principle of leverage. The two said in unison and smiled at each other. Sure enough, they thought of it together. Without further ado, get busy. Ask them to find all the things at home that can be used as ropes. It is best if they have ropes. If they cannot get the cloth strips, it will be fine. As long as the load-bearing capacity is enough, there will be no problem. In addition, the two people outside started making crazy calculations. Song-yi is very serious and basically doesn't need her to worry. Fan Qing. I remember Kai-yong had a helmet before. He likes to play with motorcycles and has a lot of such equipment. She has seen him when he was helping to move. Yes. I'll look for it. She also knew what it meant and had to protect her head. Chapter 268 Broken Arm. Inside and outside the house. The four people were busy. Kai-yong looked at a few people and was not so nervous now. Jeong-yeon knew that Song-yi could do it, so she wanted to go back to see Shawn-won and her parents. It happened that Yi Min-yin's rope was ready, so she was here to help. Brother Song, what should we do? Song-yi asked her to fold the rope in half and then throw the two ends over. The middle is to hold the relatively large cement board. Min-yin, come here with Fan Qing. Good. Yi Min-yin was here. Fan Qing had just put his helmet on Kyong-yeon and quickly stood up. The two of them were afraid of delaying Song-yi's affairs. It was so cold now that their hands were shaking. Hold this bag and check again. Also, take this. With that said, he handed over the ice pick, and Yi Min-yin quickly took it. Insert the ice pick in and lift it up. Yi Min-yin moved a stool over. But it was not enough. You have to do it gently. If there is any abnormal movement, you have to stop immediately. You know? Both of them nodded vigorously, afraid of missing something. This is related to Kyong-yeon's life, which is different from before. A little carelessness can cause lifelong damage. The two of them were careful. Song-yi was holding both ends of the rope alone and did not dare to go too fast. Jeong-yeon stood nearby as an emergency personnel at any time. It is also crucial to be responsible for watching the situation here and adjusting the actions of both sides. Okay. Put it down slowly. Now, a lot of the cement board above has come down. Looking from the outside, a small part has already broken away from its position above. Song-yi slowly stopped, then asked Jeong-yeon to help, and started to move with difficulty. This cement board has steel bars, which makes it inconvenient to move, and the place to start is limited. The two of them were also in a dilemma. The main thing was that it was extremely heavy. It took them a long time to move it just a little bit. However, it's already halfway through. Using her strength again, Jeong-yeon could see Song-yi next to her, with his veins exposed. I was particularly worried that he would shout out and bury everyone. Slow down. Slow down. Finally, the cement block moved and it was too heavy when it came down. It landed with a clang sound, which was really terrifying. The things underneath were also loose and fell quite a bit. Ouch. How's it going? Is everything okay? Jeong-yeon didn't care what to say and hurried over to ask about the situation. Kai-on spoke calmly, not as angry as he imagined. Sister Yuan, it's okay. Don't worry. A small piece fell down. But luckily I was wearing a helmet. He also wanted to say that if you survive a catastrophe, you will be blessed later. But Fan Qing couldn't control it anymore. He covered his mouth and didn't dare to cry. Oh, he's not dead. Qing, hurry up. I'm so cold. Coming. At this time, you still have to find something for her to do. Otherwise she will have random thoughts. Let's clean up the little thing in between. Hurry up. Good. 4 people, working in pairs, got busy inside and outside the door. After the things on top were almost cleaned, I could see clearly what was going on underneath. Kai-yan was really lucky, but a cement board was broken in the middle. He was right at the junction, although he was hit a bit. But the broken board just created a gap, giving him a place to stay. Push this away. Let's work together. Jeong-yeon and others moved the front piece away, which wasted all their efforts. It's just that it's moved away, and it's okay when people come out. The other one is much better. Clean up the broken pieces. This one is directly pressing on him. Push it to the side, and the person will come out. How about it? Just move it slightly, and see if there's anything wrong. Hiss, it hurts. Zhang Kaiyan was numb just now. Whether from pressure or cold. He didn't know. Now that I am free. I feel uncomfortable. Then don't move yet. After Song Yi put the cement board in place, and made sure there was no danger, he came over to check on him. The conditions are limited, so we can only rely on this experienced warrior. The arm should be broken. His whole body was smashed below, and his arm was broken, which was relatively minor. If it goes wrong, comminuted fractures are possible. In other words, the whole person was flattened. At that time, he was anxious to go out, but he didn't expect to be hit when he opened the door. Be careful. Song Yi checked his whole body and made sure that there were no major problems elsewhere, and then helped him up. The strip of cloth just now can also come in handy. Please bear with me. I will use the most primitive method to set your bones. Jiang Yuan didn't understand very well, but she saw Song Yi pinching Zhang Kaiyang's arm. Then, the other party should feel some pain, but tried his best to restrain it. Afraid of an accident, she stretched out her hand and handed it over. Sister Yuan, you don't care. How can I bite you? I misunderstood. Don't bite me. My clothes are very thick. You can bite my clothes. Ah, that's it. Why? Looking at this expression, I'm a little disappointed. No, this towel is clean. Let him bite on this. Fan Qing took out a towel from his pocket, folded it, and let him bite it. After about 20 minutes, I finally felt better. It was not like it was in movies or TV shows. He screamed, and then nothing happened. Song Yi pulled the rope over and tied it to him, placing a wooden board underneath as a fixation, with a rope hanging around his neck. His technique was quite professional. You guys hurry up and clean up. Let's go next door to see Liang Kang's family, Jiang Yuan said and walked over. The situation in 2001 was even worse. Basically, he didn't go to the door. Song Yi came over to help move and pick up things. Finally, a road was cleared. You can go directly to the house in this house. There is nothing at the door. Liang Kang, Xiaoling, Jingjing, are you okay? Jiang Yuan called out twice, and a person suddenly came out. It was Xiaoling. When the two people met, they were both a little surprised. Jiang Yuan, you are here. We are fine. How are you? We're fine. Can we come out? Let's get out of here quickly. This house is not safe anymore. Okay. With that said, Liang Kang also came out, holding Jingjing in his arms. The three of them didn't look embarrassed at all. It's almost the same as my usual mental state. Moreover, things are packed. There is something at the door, and the situation inside the house is not good either. However, it is all safe in the end. Pass Jingjing over first, and Jiang Yuan catches it. The beam at the door also fell down, but no one was hit. Hey, how come you are not injured at all? Chapter 269 Leaving. Hearing this, Xiaoling was stunned for a moment. We hid and thought it was an earthquake at first. I just hid in the toilet. No big problem. Yes. Not only did they know it was an avalanche, not an earthquake, you also know how to avoid risks correctly. There should be many such drills in school. Like Kai Yang. His first reaction was to run out, only to suffer a broken bone. It seems that certain professional qualities can save lives at critical moments. As long as you're not hurt. Hurry up. Let's get out of here first. Good. Both of them are normal now and want to leave by themselves. So they have almost packed everything. After Jiang Yuan and others came over, they went to the door of 2002. How is cleaning up? Sister Yuan, I can't take out a lot of things. Fortunately, I have prepared a lot before, so I can leave immediately. Fan Qing was a little embarrassed. At this time, she actually felt reluctant to let go of anything. Now that I've left here, I still don't know how I'm going to live in the future. I wish I could bring more things with me. Qing, what about you? Oh? We have no problem. Problems or not. We can't wait now. The weather was so cold. It was freezing to death. While it's still early, we need to find a way to get out quickly. You also need to find a suitable place to rest. Otherwise you will freeze to death at night. Song Yi, we probably can't get out from underneath now. It's too dangerous. If the building shakes, then everything will be buried. I don't dare to think about it. Well, let's go up first and leave upstairs later. Good. Jiang Yuan was also speechless. With so many people, she couldn't stay in the space. It's better to take advantage of this opportunity and find a new place to stay, which will make everything more convenient. She couldn't stay in space forever, so she had to persevere if she could. In this case, Xiao Wan can be left with a glimmer of hope later. In her heart, she always felt that this apocalypse would not end too soon. Everything still needs to be looked at in the long term. In addition, she herself is not a person who is drunk now and drunk the next. Everyone is gathered here. Song Yi looked at the cement block protruding in the middle, which was suspended in the air. If it accidentally kicks off or falls off, it's not a good thing. In this situation, any sound is taboo. He was fascinated, and Liang Kong also noticed the situation here. Brother Song, how about this? Let's take these broken pieces and put them on the ground. With support, this cement board will not fall off. We can also use this as a pedal to make it easier to get up. Okay, let's do it. It is indeed a good idea. Whether it is a boy or a girl, everyone is looking for smaller construction waste in their sight. It was done over there in less than 2 minutes. Song Yi tried it, and the effect was good. Jiang Xingji and Qin you were watching from above, more anxious than anyone else. I'll go up first, and then you guys will come up one by one. Good. Song Yi knew that Jiang Xingji had also been hit, so he didn't let him pull him. If he stretched his arms, it would be troublesome. Jiang Yuan's hand was also dealt with just now. Wrapped it in a handkerchief and put on gloves. No problem could be seen. It was just a small scratch. Nothing serious. I would go back and put a band-aid on it later, and it would be okay. Fan Qing went up second, and then Liang Kong dragged Kaiyang and asked him to go up to the cement block in the middle. Song Yi and the others are helping to pull the person up. He has difficulty moving now, so this is all he can do. Then Liang Kong went up and carried Jingjing up. Yi Mian, Xiaoling and her were at the bottom, handing over their luggage. After finishing, people can go up again. Jiang Yuan was the last one, and Song Yi picked her up. She was still a little scared. If she accidentally let go, she would explain it here. How do we get down? It's so high. Yi Mian sighed. This is a real problem. Now everyone is on the top floor. The 21st floor. It will not be easy to get down. The bottom has been flooded to the 14th floor, and many of them must have been left by avalanches. Therefore, their distance from the bottom ranges from 20 to 14 floors. Although you are standing on the 21st floor, you are at the bottom. The height of this floor is not counted. There are 7 floors in total. According to the height of the first floor of 2.8 meters, it is 19.6 meters, which is equivalent to 20 meters, coupled with the impact of the avalanche. The entire building has tilted a lot, and the height may be less. But it is still a troublesome thing to think about getting to the ground smoothly. Everyone repair it first, and we'll use ropes to go down later. Jiang Yuan, you also go back and pack your things. Good. Song Yi also wanted to go back. He came out anxiously to find Jiang Yuan. But except for the little boy who ran out with him, he didn't bring anything else with him. Everyone sat down in 2s and 3s, and Jiang Yuan returned to the house. This fortress I built myself is gone, and I feel a little bit regretful. There is no need for anything else. The solar panels and water purification system on the terrace still need to be taken away. The road up is not easy to walk, so it's all about stumbling. She took out large pliers from the space and cut off the wires and tubes connected there. Keep it as much as possible, hoping to use it in the future. Even though these things are big, they fit easily into space. When she came back, Song Yi hadn't come out yet, and Jiang Yuan was worried. And out of humanitarianism, I came to him. Mom, the door to his house is also a blast-proof door and is still strong, but the situation is much worse. Many famous wines on the wine cabinet in the house are now broken on the floor. Really? This should not have happened a long time ago. Now I still have to worry about my feet being pricked by bottle debris. Song Yi, are you okay? Here. Right away. Jiang Yuan followed the sound and saw him cleaning up in the room. There were also 3 large woven bags full, and I definitely wanted to grab everything I could. Do you need help? She asked politely. Seriously? At that critical moment of life and death, she really didn't expect that Song Yi would rush over to find them. Please help me pick this up. It's a small bag, very light inside. What is this? The rope. I'll use it later. No wonder he looked confident. He had been prepared for it. After Song Yi finished speaking, he went to the side to press the password. Jiang Yuan saw the whole process. Isn't this a refrigerator? No. It's just a safe. Then, he opened it in front of her. Oh my god. It's all cash and gold bars. Jiang Yuan unconsciously took 2 steps forward. With a look of horror on her face, Songy, what did you do before? Chapter 270. Find a way out of the building. Killing, stealing, and doing anything. Are you afraid? He took some cash on one side, and some gold bars on the other. But it's not too much. Just put it in your backpack. Afraid? I'm scared to death. Jiang Yuan was a little speechless. If you don't want to talk, just don't. What does it matter? What time of day is it now? And I am still in the mood to tease her. Let's go! You're leaving now? Don't you want the remaining things? This guy is really willing to spend so much money. There's nothing I can do. If you want, just get some. No wonder he said before that if he needed money, he could ask him for it. It turns out they really do. Then you can't do this. If nothing happens later, we can come back, Jiang Yuan said, picking up the quilt on the bed. Then went over and covered the safe. Songy didn't think it was anything. Time was running out now. I'll fix the rope first. Come down as soon as you've done it. Good. Oh my god. There is a huge temptation ahead. Songy is sorry. Even if she doesn't move this thing, it might be an advantage for others later. Jiang Yuan didn't hesitate and put away the entire safe. The current situation is very complicated. There are many things in this safe that can be used later. Moreover, her space is a bottomless pit. This safe is estimated to be about 1.5 meters tall. And there are so many things in it. She couldn't estimate the amount. But it was really good. After doing this, I quickly went out and saw 5 liquefied gas cans at the door of the kitchen. She also took it away directly. This kind of thing will only be encountered but not sought after in the future. If you don't take it, you would be really sorry for having such a big space. When she came out, Songy and Liang Kong had already found their positions and fixed the rope. This is similar to a climbing rope, both with hooks, so there is no doubt about its stability. Songy, come this way. Originally, she wanted to go out from the house, but Jiang Yuan thought it was not good, so she might as well go out through the window in the corridor. Although it is a little narrower here, the chance of encountering people is relatively small. If you go through the window inside the house, you are afraid of knocking over someone who is also in the house. It is not safe. Yes, Jiang Yuan is right. We have to guard against it. As he spoke, he turned the hook again. I'll go down and take a look first. If there's no problem, you can come back down. Songy took the lead, and with the little one in tow, there was really nothing he could do. I don't know how much weight the snow underneath can bear. Although nothing happened to the group of people before, they still have to be careful. He is agile, but Jiang Yuan is still a little worried. Liang Kong and Jiang Xingji were watching from behind. She and Yi Mianmian were in front of the window. If anything happened, they could be seen immediately. Songyi's hands and feet were very nimble and fast. It didn't feel like he was running for his life. It was more like a show, which made them feel much better. Moreover, here is the window of the corridor. The structure of each floor below is the same, and he can rest midway. Sister Yuan, look at Brother Song. This is going to end. About there. Jiang Yuan held the telescope and could see clearly now. He didn't take a break during this period, and his physical strength was extremely low. Arrive. The people behind heard it and breathed a sigh of relief. This is the first step and their hope. Songy was very careful and did not let go of the rope after arriving. After testing for a long time, I made sure there was no problem. And then I went down and took 2 steps. However, the rope in his hand kept pulling. He himself didn't dare to joke with his life. Everything was about safety. A hand? A hand? Jiang Yuan was a little excited, and Songy waved to it with one hand. No problem. Great. The people behind were also excited. They agreed that if there was no problem, they would wave one hand. If you have a question, just wave both hands, because there are other people in the building. We can't act rashly. Yelling definitely won't work. So I came up with this method to convey the message. If this is the case, then they will go down. However, the current situation is not very optimistic. Kaiyang's left hand was injured, and he would definitely not be able to go down the rope. Dad's arm was also hit, which would be a problem if force was applied. As for the rest, they are all lesbians. I am timid by nature, but this requires a lot of arm strength and is not an easy task. Moreover, There are 2 children. For a moment, I didn't know who should go down first. Unless everyone is sent into space. And then she goes down by herself. But that would be exposed. Absolutely not. If nothing else, there is no way she can guarantee that these people will not be jealous. Let's do this. Liang Kong. You go down first. With Kai Yang on your back. Okay? Everyone looked over. Liang Kong was a little hesitant. He wanted to take his daughter down. I don't know either. Kai Yang. How much do you weigh? I weigh 120 pounds. You don't have to worry about me. I have no problem myself. He deliberately said it calmly. But everyone knew that the situation below was not very good. With one hand, if it becomes bald, it will be over. Jiang Yuan sighed. She couldn't force Liang Kong to take people down. Thinking like this, I felt agitated. How about I give it a try? As he said this, he was about to carry him. But Liang Kong was also tall and thin. So if he carried him normally, there would probably be no problem. Now, I still have to hang the rope, which is really stressful. It is estimated that the only one who can complete this is Songy. But he has already gone down to explore the way. How can I have the nerve to let him climb up again? Going up and following down are 2 different concepts. Songy was actually dragged down by being with him. Mian Mian, you go down first. Sister Yuan, I'll help you clean up here. She didn't want to go down first. Of course she could escape. But what about Jiang Yuan? Seeing that her eyes were earnest and not vain, Jiang Yuan stopped talking. Liang Kong, let's do this. Take Jingjing down. Jingjing should be fine. But what about Kai Yang? To be honest, he still had some hesitations. If you don't help, it seems like you are being too unkind. We can only share joys and sorrows. But it is really difficult to carry an adult on your back. It's okay. If you think of other ways, you can't waste time. We still have to find a place to stay today. So hurry up. He didn't refuse anymore. And everyone brought a piece of cloth over. Tie Jingjing behind his back so that it is secure and safer. It is absolutely unrealistic to let the little girl hold it by herself. Jingjing, listen to Dad. Mom will come to find you later. You must hold Dad tightly and don't move around. You know? Chapter 271 stunned him. Xiaoling warned her a lot. Her eyes were extremely earnest. And she was holding back, not letting herself shed tears. When the sun travels thousands of miles, the mother is worried. Since having Xiaowan, she has experienced it firsthand. Moreover, if this continues, it is a dangerous thing in itself. Mother. The little girl was also a little scared. But knowing that the situation was serious now, she did not cry. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but glance at her daughter, who was huddled in her mother's arms. The 2 of them were wearing the same military coat. So well behaved. Okay. Hurry up. Everyone's hearts were clenched. Jiang Yuan asked Mian Mian and Fan Qing to go over and help pull the rope. Even though there was a hook on it. But it is still necessary to be careful. If they take it off, they still have power in their hands. This is necessary, and is a guarantee for everyone's safety. Xiaoling came over to join her, and look at the situation underneath. Songy had been waiting for a long time. When he saw someone coming down, he also waited below. After all, with a child, everyone is very nervous if Liang Kong is in danger. The people behind me were probably feeling stressed. Xiaoling, don't be nervous. This is the only thing we can do now. If you stay in the building, you will either be stoned to death or freeze to death. Well, I know. Jiang Yuan and the others will be fine. Yes, don't worry. Liang Kang's physical strength is not as good as Song Yi's. Plus, carrying a child on my back, I took several breaks. However, we finally arrived successfully, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Liang Kong was also very happy. And Song Yi quickly helped to untie the child. When the 3 of them reunited, they started to worry about the people above. Xiaoling, you go down too. I was worried about letting her stay up there. I just said that I didn't bring an extra piece of thick clothing for my daughter. She naturally wanted to continue. But now she was a little embarrassed. There are 3 members of the family, and 2 of them have gone down. If she goes down again, it will be either good or bad. Otherwise, let them go down first. It's okay. You can go down. Jingjing needs to be taken care of. We will send the luggage down later. You can help keep an eye on it. Jiang Yuan reassured her. And Xiaoling thanked her profusely, and pulled the rope. They are 2 ropes. The other one is to be tied around the waist in case of emergency. Sure enough, the lesbian's wrist is relatively weak. As soon as she got down, she felt a little tired. There was no other way. The arrow was on the string and had to be fired. Xiaoling, don't be nervous. Be sure to stay calm. If you are tired, take a rest and we will hold you. She took 2 deep breaths, regrouped, and went on resolutely. The process was quite long, but fortunately we landed smoothly. Next, let's get everyone's luggage off. Xiaoling knew her plan and told the 2 men. Jiang Yuan pulled the rope up and then slid the woven bag down. One advantage of this kind of bag is that it has 2 handles in the middle. It is just used to thread the rope, which is very convenient. A few people didn't dare to be careless and continued below. It was pretty fast. And after doing it twice, it was still down. They were the only ones left. And the next one was Yi Mian. She wanted to refuse, but Jiang Yuan's attitude was forceful. So she went down. Because she had been exercising, her physical strength was pretty good. So she took a short break and was done. Fan Qing, get down. No. I want to be with Kaiyang. She shook her head quickly, feeling a little scared. Qing, be obedient and go down and wait for me. But how are you going to get down with your arms like this? How about I carry you? Are you kidding me? Come down quickly. I'll go down later. Don't worry. There's no problem at all. Kaiyang kept promising. But Fan Qing was still unwilling to go down. She knew that her boyfriend said this on purpose because he was afraid that she would not go down. Qing, don't worry. I won't give up Kaiyang. Or wait, and let Songyi come up and carry him. Don't waste time. Hurry up. Fan Qing looked at Jiang Yuan and then at Kaiyang, with a confused look on his face. The 2 said a few words, but she didn't listen and went over to prepare the rope. I don't know what to say. But Fan Qing came over and waited for her to go down. Jiang Yuan was relieved and called Jiang Xingji over and said a few words to him. Then he turned around and looked at Kaiyang. Sister Yuan, you don't have to worry about me. I know my situation is not good. You go down first. If you can, please help me take care of Qing. I'm not worried about her being alone. So I'm begging you. He was thinking that he was going to abandon him. Kaiyang, don't think too much. You also know your situation. It's probably impossible to get down from the rope. As he spoke, he lowered his head. He could still feel the pain in his arm. What Jiang Yuan said was true. That's what we think. You and my parents can walk up the stairs. Although it's not easy to walk, there is hope. What? He couldn't believe that Jiang Yuan was willing to take risks for him. Sister Yuan, there's no need. Just let Uncle, Aunt, and Shan Wan go down. Okay. Stop talking and hurry up. We won't give up on you. Yes, kid. Let's go quickly. Yuan, get down from here and tidy up the rope later. Okay. Don't worry. Jiang Xingji pulled Kaiyang, who was in a daze, and asked him to be in front. The situation downstairs is indeed not good. But it's no problem to get to the 20th floor. After all, that's where they came up. Dad went down first, and then let Kaiyang go down, with Jiang Yuan pulling him on top. Suddenly his hand slipped, and then his center of gravity became unstable, and he was about to fall forward. Jiang Xingji quickly reached out to pick it up, and then slashed his neck with a knife. Kaiyang fainted before he could react. Boy! Are you okay? Jiang Xingji shouted twice to make sure he fainted, and then made a gesture to Jiang Yuan. She quickly brought her mother and Shan Wan into the space, then quickly went down and brought her father and Kaiyang Yang in. I'll go out first. Time is tight. Don't let him wake up. Okay. Be careful. Originally, she meant to knock him down with some poison, but my dad said that he had strong hands. So just leave it to him and it would be fine. I didn't expect it to be a simple and crude method. In any case, once the goal is achieved, it's okay. She also quickly gathered herself up, picked up her backpack, and prepared to go down. During this period, I exercised every day and my physical fitness improved a lot. The people below saw her coming down and were silently worried. Songyi frowned slightly when he saw that no one was watching in front of him. Moreover, she was not wearing a safety rope, which made him even more confused. He didn't dare to speak for fear of disturbing her. At this time, he couldn't afford to be distracted. Chapter 272, Both Survivors. Jiang Yuan's speed was very fast, and when she reached the 15th floor, someone was actually here. She heard movement, but didn't stop. The other party also saw her. But now there was only this distance left. She wasn't worried. Even if she cut the rope, it wouldn't threaten her. After getting down smoothly, Songyi was worried. Why don't you wear a safety rope? Do you know it's dangerous? The one who came up to him started talking about her. Jiang Yuan didn't want to deal with it. So she headed inside the house. Wait a moment. She ran in by herself. And the people on the 15th floor were very excited when they saw the rope. Xing, help me quickly. It's Fan Yao. She's actually on the 15th floor. You can imagine what he went to do. Fan Qing ignored her, which was really annoying. However, another man came out from behind and pulled the rope to come down. At this moment, Jiang Yuan was already inside the house. Get everyone out of the space. Kaiyang is still fainting. But it doesn't matter. Jiang Xingji used his other arm, which was good, to support him. Qin Yu hugged Shanwan, and Jiang Yuan also helped support Kaiyang. Hurry. Come and help, she shouted. And the people on the other side realized and rushed over. Kaiyang. How are you? Kaiyang. Fan Qing was crying and completely at a loss. Don't worry. I probably fainted after being hit. Several people took them to an open area, which was on the side of the building, near the outside of the community. For people from the 15th floor also came down, all following their ropes. Xiaoling and others packed their things here. The cold wind blows, and everyone is excited. It's so cold today. It was too cold for human habitation. She had seen a science fiction movie before, saying that the Earth was on the edge of the Milky Way. Human beings are prisoners in exile in the interstellar world, because there are severe cold and heat, as well as natural disasters such as earthquakes, volcanoes, and tsunamis. Therefore, the people on this planet are here to serve their sentences. Just like the previous Ingdu Pagoda, it was a bitter and cold place. I don't know if humans can survive this natural disaster. If not, the world will be reshuffled, and they will be like dinosaurs. Even if there are no traces left. That would be terrible. What's going on with these people? Jiang Yuan asked coldly. Songyi didn't want to look, so he went directly to collect the rope. It's okay, Sister Yuan. Don't worry. You used our rope and escaped. As soon as Fan Yao came down, she ran directly to Fan Qing. Crying and howling, he hugged her. Xing, I'm so scared. She almost died just now, and no one was protecting her at the critical moment. If he hadn't had a strong sense of survival, he probably wouldn't have made it out alive. Fan Qing was busy taking care of Kaiyang, and was very unhappy when she interrupted him. He just pushed the person away with an annoyed look on his face. Don't touch me. I might kill you. Fan Yao cried even harder. Now she understood clearly that no one could be trusted in a life or death situation. Just as he was about to start to stir up emotions, Fan Qing directly showed his dagger. Don't be impulsive. I'm leaving. I'm leaving immediately. They were not fully prepared. Almost everyone came down with nothing but the old lady's daughter carrying a school bag. Among them, only Li Tianyu, Fan Yao, and the old lady's son and daughter came down. The rest of the people didn't come out. Songyi took a look, made sure it was nothing, and started to collect the rope. Jiang Yuan has never seen it before, and is quite curious. I saw Songyi starting to wave the rope in his hand, one after another. You can see the ripples of the rope moving upward little by little. After about 30 hits, there was a reaction from above, and he quickly stepped back. Sure enough, the rope came down, and the hook was still intact. The little one quickly ran over and helped his master clean up. What a powerful dog. He just chewed the rope and came down. Jiang Yuan admired him for being a military dog. If there was a fight, 5 or 6 people would probably not be a problem. Where are you going? This building has collapsed. The old lady and her son came over to ask questions, and Liang Kong protected everyone behind him. Songyi was still in front of the building and had not come over. He was the only uninjured male, so he naturally had to shoulder the responsibility of protecting everyone. I don't know, but it has nothing to do with you. Although you have come down, we are not traveling together, so don't follow us. He was telling the truth. He really didn't know what to do next. Moreover, these people are quite rude. If it weren't for Songyi's rope, they would have spent a lot of effort. But they didn't even say thank you. Really? I don't know what to say. Why are you like this? Liang Kong looked at this woman with mixed emotions in his heart. Where is your old lady and her 2 children? There was also a daughter-in-law. But he didn't ask. The woman choked and didn't know how to answer. Those few people didn't come out. The earthquake on the 15th floor was so severe. It's scary to think about it now. Several of them were also injured to varying degrees, and it took a lot of energy to escape from that room. When Aston kept silent, the contempt in his heart became even greater. He doesn't want his own children and the elderly at home. How can such a person be worth wasting his words on? Leon Khan came back and gathered their things together. Now there is more than just a group of them, and things need to be taken care of. Ching Ching, is there something to eat? I'm so hungry. Fan Yao shamelessly came up to her again. Kyong hadn't woken up yet, and she was feeling irritable. He swung it with the dagger, but without checking, she was directly stabbed in the arm. What are you doing? Her face was full of disbelief. Even if Fan Qing bothered her again, he couldn't do such a thing. I'll kill you. The next time I kill you, it'll be your heart, she said through gritted teeth. Fan Yao was really scared and started to back away. He didn't go to find Li Tianyu and the old lady's son. It seemed like something had happened between them. However, no one wants to know, nor are they interested. Song Yi came over and took a look at Kyong Yang's situation. There was nothing serious, and he felt relieved. Let's get our things and go down the mountain. Brother Song, where are we going? Leon Khan asked, really not knowing the direction. Find a place to rest first, and we'll see where we go later. These people are so sick and injured that they cannot travel long distances. Good. Everyone took action and went to claim their luggage. The cold wind that had been blowing in Kyong for a long time also started to move. Well, it hurts. He touched the back of his neck and slowly woke up. Kyong, wake up. It's time for everyone to escape. Chapter 273 Divine Deer Temple. Fan Qing was a little excited and quickly stretched out his hand to pull off the scarf around his mouth and nose to make him breathe easier. Ching Ching, I'm fine. Holy shit. Is this coming down? He was still a little unbelievable. He was still upstairs just now. When you came down, you were hit in the back by a small concrete slab. My dad helped you down. Jiang Yuan said this deliberately, just because she didn't want him to get too entangled in this matter. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you will feel that there is something wrong with the timeline. However, no one passed the stairs below. She didn't know what the situation was, and she was about to leave now, so she wasn't afraid of a confrontation. After getting everything, everyone started to go out. Now the whole land was completely white. Outside you can still see the remnants left behind when the avalanche passed through. It is indeed magnificent. But we have to admit that human beings are too weak in the face of natural disasters. Several people held their luggage and did not dare to walk too fast. Li Tianyu and others followed unhurriedly behind. Fan Qing was a little annoyed and kept looking back at the group of people. Those people are so annoying. They don't have anything in their hands. They don't want to take advantage of us. Now, everyone looks like a bad coward to her. Don't worry. Keep moving forward and find an opportunity to deal with them later. Song Yi didn't even blink. Those behind him didn't know that his death was coming. The situation outside was really not good. So they went all the way down. What can be seen is the houses in the community, which are swaying here and there, especially the ones near the road. Two of them had no place to lean on and fell directly. There were many broken walls and ruins on the road. If the building inside falls, it can hit the building next door. Although he did not fall completely, he was supported by the building next to him. But the situation was also very bad. Everyone saw it, and no one said anything. There is no less surprise in my heart. Finally, we arrived at the village below, which usually only took 2 stops. This time we walked for a full 2 hours, still hurrying slowly. Song Yi, if you can't, just stay here. It's getting late. Everyone is tired after a day of hard work. Yeah. Okay. This is the village where they were caught looking for firewood. It is also an empty village. It was announced that it would be relocated a long time ago, and there are not many houses left. Coupled with the snow, now we can only see a prefabricated house left by the construction unit. However, there is only one roof left, and there is no room for anyone to live there. Sister Yuan, there is no room here. I remember there was a house before, but it must have been buried by the snow. What Yi Minyan said is true. There is indeed no house now. Moreover, the weather was so cold that there was actually a thin layer of ice on the snow. It's not very thick, but it does slip a lot when walking on it. Where to? Jiang Yuan pointed to the temple on the high slope behind the village. What place is that? It looks weird. Yi Minyan has lived here for several years, But she has never noticed that there is another place like this here. It's the Divine Deer Temple, which is where the name of this village comes from. There used to be legends about sacred deer here, and several nearby villages believed it. Over time, it was passed down. This village is also named Sacred Deer Village because of this temple. Now that we have made up our minds, everyone is ready to go. However, this position is indeed difficult. Still on a high slope. But there is nothing we can do, because there is no place to stay near here. Songy knelt down, patted the little one, and pointed to the temple above. The little guy ran out with a swish sound. Very fast. Quick! Keep up. Songy asked everyone to leave quickly, because he still had 2 children. So he was worried. Xiaonuan walked for a while by herself, and then let Qin Yu pick her up. Jiang Yuan went over to hold her, and let her go by herself. This way it will be warmer, and my mother can feel more relaxed. The group of people set off in a grand way. This village was relatively wealthy, and wide steps were built on the road to the temple. Although it is snowing now, we can still walk. Songy took the lead, with Liang Kong and Jiang Xingji pressing behind. The rest of the people were in the middle, but those 4 still followed. And it was really a life-threatening situation. There was no time to think too much and everyone hurried on. Fortunately, there is not much distance above the ice and snow. When they arrived at the entrance of the temple, several people breathed a sigh of relief. This temple is not big. Just a house. Not even a yard. Otherwise, it will also be buried. Songy pushed the door open and went in. Because of the wooden window lattice, the windows here were still intact. It was tight inside, and there was a fire, so it was probably very warm. There is no special decoration. Just a sacred deer statue in the middle. There were several tribute plates on the altar covered with red cloth in front. But there were no tributes. On the left and right sides, there are 3 strips of yellow cloth, which are very wide. I don't know what it is used for, but many temples have this. Just take a rest here and find your own place. As Songy said this, he called Liang Kong to go over and look around and be on guard. Jiang Yuan is not idle either. They now belong to the old, weak, sick and disabled group. Put everything here. Let's see if there are any branches or anything nearby. And get some firewood back. All the lesbians came to help. When she first came in, she saw a lot of trees outside. It's just that it's icy and snowy, so I don't know if it can still be used. Don't go out. Just stay inside the house. Dismantle the altar table. There are still a lot of things behind it. Liang Kong dragged out 2 baskets. Jiang Xingji saw them and hurried over to help. There are a lot of incense inside. The long ones used for offerings. There are also some ingots and the like leftovers from religious rituals. Songy was already busy. When he removed the altar table, he was still very pious. After talking for a long time, it was nothing more than borrowing something. Then, he called Liang Kong over. The 2 of them worked together to move the altar table. Qin Yu also found a broom and started cleaning the ground. Reserve the middle spot for making a fire later. Jiang Yuan was not idle either. She was about to go out and close the door. It was too cold. The 4 people below have already come up. There was also a burst of ecstasy. Different from the time when I was poking my head in. Obviously thinking of being able to come in. What? Sister Yuan, you have found such a good place. Please let us come in and take shelter. It is really too cold outside. Li Tianyu's attitude was good, but Jiang Yuan did not let them in. These people followed them on purpose. This place is already occupied by us. You can find another place. Chapter 274 Dealing with the Followers. With that said, she reached out to close the door. The old lady's son had quick eyesight and quick hands, and he blocked the door before she could move. Jiang Yuan couldn't move and felt angry. Hack you. Saying that, he kicked him. She rarely used foul language, and she was really annoyed by the shamelessness of these people. Hearing the commotion, everyone came over, especially Song Yi and Jiang Xingji, who almost ran over. Daughter. Over there. The old lady's son was kicked, but did not let go. Little girl. You're almost done. What good will it do to you if we freeze to death? This ferocious person can change his face very quickly. Jiang Yuan didn't relent. She kicked him down again, and he actually dodged back. Without kicking it, it was not very convenient for her to hold 2 doors open. Song Yi had already come over and pulled Jiang Yuan back. Her strength was so great that she had room to resist. As soon as he let go, the 2 doors suddenly opened outward. The old lady's son is still trying hard. Without noticing for a moment, He just followed the momentum of the door, and was thrown out. A big fart squatted on the ground. Also a little confused. Song Yi didn't give him time to breathe, and followed him out. Seeing the man sitting on the steps above, he immediately put his feet down, and settled on his chest. His strength is compared to Jiang Yuan's, which is a huge difference. The old lady's son knew that the situation was not good, but he was kicked out in the blink of an eye. Below, there are steps. Ah! What are you doing? The first one to quit was actually his sister. Song Yi turned around suddenly, with a sinister look in her eyes. She shrank her neck, and instantly became frightened. He quickly hid behind Li Tianyu with a scared look on his face. Brother Song, don't get me wrong. We don't mean any harm. Kai Yang stretched out his hand, and explained quickly. The man at the bottom rolled a few steps on the steps, hit the guardrail next to him, and stopped. Fortunately, the steps were very wide. If they were narrower, he would not be able to reach the bottom. You can't hacking see my ancestor. This is a staircase. He sat on the ground, cursing loudly, and Kai Yang came out. This one was angry. Even though he had one hand left, he was still holding his waist, ready to curse. Shut your stinky mouth. You idiot. You will freeze to death. Who do you think you are? This is not your home. Why don't you let us come over? The two started scolding each other. But the old lady's son was still very stubborn. Kai Yang also argued hard. No matter what, he just wouldn't give in. Suddenly, the man became a little nervous, and couldn't speak clearly. Still sitting on the ground, he stepped back. Humph. Be afraid. It should have been like this a long time ago. Grandpa, I can still spare your life. Kai Yang was still in high spirits, when an arrow suddenly flew from behind him. He was startled and ran 2 steps to the side. Good guy. I thought it was the charm of my language that conquered him. Unexpectedly, it was Brother Song's aim that frightened the man. He ran back 2 steps, and the arrow stuck directly into his chest. However, it was shot from behind. Ah! His sister screamed, then collapsed to the ground. Jiang Yuan looked at Song Yi's calm look and felt even more envious of his skills. Fan Yao was also scared. She did not stand with Li Tianyu. There is no way. The old lady's daughter does not agree. Now, I don't dare to express my anger. I knew that these people were not easy to mess with, but I didn't expect that they would be killed so easily. This is even more outrageous than Lao Wu and the others. Especially what I saw with my own eyes was really unacceptable. Song Yi tilted his head and motioned for Liang Kong to go over and take a look. The centipede insect is dead, but not stiff. It must be guaranteed that every hit will hit. At this moment, the clothes everyone is wearing are too thick, so they need to confirm. Liang Kong didn't dare to delay. Pulled out the dagger and went straight down. Song Yi turned his head and looked at Li Tianyu and the old lady's daughter. Jiang Yuan, Yi Mianmian and others also pointed their fingers at them. No. No. Let's leave now. Brother Song, calm down. He is a person who is very good at assessing situations. Knowing that the situation is not good now, he wants to leave, but the steps to go down were blocked by them. If he wanted to pass, there was no chance. Li Tianyu was also anxious and didn't know what to do. At this moment, the old lady's daughter was a little anxious. How could you do this? My brother didn't do anything. And this temple is not private to you. Anyone can go. Why can't we go in? Yes. She also wanted to say selfishness, ruthlessness and so on. But the person opposite has stopped doing this for a long time. It's the end of the world. But we still want to kidnap people with morality. And we don't even care whether there is such a thing as morality. Are you done? Hurry up when you're done. We still need to make a fire. The joking in Jiang Yuan's words can be heard. However, they don't dare to act rashly. These people are really going to kill them. Li Tianyu saw Fan Qing behind him and suddenly had an idea. Like a flash of inspiration. Qing, please say something to us. We just want to leave. I promise that I will never bother you again in the future. With that said, he ran to the back and pulled Fan Yao over. I know that you are angry with me because she was the one who seduced me. I also know that you have found your own happiness now. If you are willing, I will help you vent your anger. He knew the love and hatred between the two sisters, including the things Fan Yao had done to Fan Qing before. However, Fan Qing is a kind-hearted person, so naturally nothing will happen to him. But I still hate this person in my heart. By doing this, he can gain some favor. What do you want to do? Li Tianyu, please stop using me as a raft. If you want to please Fan Qing, Kneel down and kowtow to her to admit your mistake. Naturally, the boss doesn't want to be poked at the man at the center of things. Even in this situation, you still didn't give him face. So you just swung it with your mouth and used all your strength. Fan Yao didn't pay attention for a moment and was hit sideways. And she fell to the side. Unfortunately, it happened to be right next to the wall of the temple. The impact she received was very serious. Her whole body felt like it had been crushed. And the pain was so painful that she could not speak. Li Tianyu, on the other hand, was not relieved. He went up and grabbed her collar, opened her bow from left to right, and slapped her mouth. This posture seemed to bring about a lot of old grudges. Fan Yao was beaten so hard that she had no strength to fight back. But this woman was not someone to be trifled with. So she took advantage of her, and suddenly raised her leg. Li Tianyu was kicked down like that. And his whole body suddenly became worse. Not only did he loosen his grip on her, but he also covered his lower head tightly, arching his body like a big shrimp. Chapter 275 Everyone is dead. When Fan Yao saw this, he immediately recovered. Ha ha. Holding her stomach, she laughed so hard that she couldn't help herself. That really wasn't a good look. With messy hair, a bruised nose and a swollen face, coupled with this ferocious smile, it was really a bit scary. The old lady's daughter suddenly became furious when she saw her like this. Li Tianyu didn't even have time to take a look and pounced on him. I'll beat you to death for being such a shameless bastard. You hook up with this, and that all day long. Fan Yao was not someone to be trifled with. So the two women started fighting. All kinds of hair pulling and face scratching. Jiang Yuan curled her lips. This is a deadly move. Li Tianyu also recovered. Fan Yao had put in a lot of effort just now. But now, he was still pale and weak. He stretched out a hand, obviously pointing in the direction of Fan Qing. However, he was really in pain. So painful that he could not speak. Fan Qing saw it, and knew what he meant. Let me. She pushed aside Jiang Yuan, and Yin 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 in front of them, and walked directly over. When he saw clearly the situation of the visitor, the joy in Li Tianyu's eyes was replaced by fear. Because she came here with a dagger. The kind who came with bad intentions. Qing. Don't call me Li Tianyu. You really make me look down on you. Time and time again. Today's results are all your retribution. No one else is to blame. As he said that, he raised his hand and stabbed it. At this moment, Li Tianyu's strength burst out from nowhere. Directly grabbing her dagger, Fan Qing exerted his strength. And so did he. Kaiyong had been watching from behind. And now he was anxious. Fearing that something would go wrong. He went up and gave him a kick, stepping on his stomach. Li Tianyu felt pain and let go of his hand. The dagger followed its inertia and stabbed directly, causing him unbearable pain. Seeing this, Fan Qing increased his strength. Li Tianyu vomited blood. His eyes were dazed and frightened. Fan Qing actually killed him without any mercy. Kaiyong replenished his legs again, and finally gave up after he was sure he wouldn't survive. What the HL? You still dare to covet my Qing? See, I say I don't care. But in fact, I still can't let go. Fan Qing didn't react at all. This man should have died long ago. If only her thinking had changed earlier, and she would not care about this or that. Li Tianyu, a scumbag, had already been sent to meet the king of hell by her. The two women next to them didn't fight either. They just felt that the people opposite them were devils. Li Tianyu is dead. And they will be next. Besides being frightened, it was still frightening. Qing, I am your cousin. You can't kill me. Fan Yao was scared because Fan Qing had already walked over. Step by step. She was one step closer to death. Cousin? Why don't you discuss me now? Let's put an end to it today. Dust to ashes. Dust to dust. Never meet again in the next life. Fan Yao was scared. Really scared. With a plop sound, he knelt on the ground and began to kowtow. I'm sorry. Qing. It's all my fault. I shouldn't lie to you. Shouldn't be jealous of you. And shouldn't steal your things. Please let me go. I really know I was wrong. Having said that, Fan Qing didn't hesitate at all. He went up and kicked him. He kicked her on the shoulder with great force, causing the kneeling person to fall to the ground instantly. She stumbled back, and there was the edge area next to her. She was scared to death and hurried forward. The old lady's daughter was completely panicked now. If this continued, she wouldn't survive. While everyone was dealing with Fan Yao, she simply ran away from the side without doing anything else. This temple is on a high slope and is relatively steep, coupled with the ice and snow. The road was very difficult to walk. Even on the steps next to you. You have to be very careful. For fear of falling. She jumped over the wall in a hurry. And actually went down directly. The kind of person who panicked and didn't choose the way. Jiang Yuan had been paying attention. Seeing her go down, she quickly ran over to see the specific situation. Careful. Song Yi followed closely and pulled her over. I'll just take a look and don't go down. Jiang Yuan was speechless. But she was not stupid either. Go to the back. When it comes to men, there is no room for negotiation. Although she was speechless, she chose to obey. When it's not a time of congestion, don't let the small lose the big. She understands. Over there. Fan Yao saw the old lady's daughter's choice and felt a little desperate. Because they were coming. She didn't take a few steps before she slipped and grabbed the withered grass next to her. But she still didn't get rid of the fate of falling. Ah! The cry revealed fear. But no one went to save her. This time, there was no end. But the person did not move. Liang Kong didn't know whether to go over and take a look. So he looked at Song Yi. It doesn't get in the way. Life or death matters. Fan Yao here also calmed down and sat stubbornly on the ground. Looking up at Fan Qing. Do you really want to kill me? Even now. I am still struggling. Which is really strange. Fan Qing said nothing. But his sinister eyes said everything. Okay. Okay. I understand. Fan Qing. I'm just jealous of you. What you took away was my life. Why? Shut up. You are in this state entirely because of your own fault. You have no one to blame but yourself. Today, I will send you on your way. Fan Yao. Goodbye. Never see you again. As he said that, he picked up the dagger and stabbed it downwards. Fan Yao suddenly turned around, causing her to miss. Then slide down, taking the path of the old lady's daughter. But she was much smarter. Instead of walking, she sat down and slid down. With so much snow, friction is no problem. It's much safer than standing down. Tea is tea. But I still have brains. Her speed was not slow. Fan Qing was a little anxious. And he couldn't go down. So, he turned to look at Song Yi. Brother Song? Please. Song Yi nodded, and silently raised the sleeve arrow in his hand. Fan Yao didn't know that the danger was coming. And she was still addicted to her own intelligence. However, the next second, he was penetrated directly into the heart. It was exactly the same way as the old lady's son died. So she turned around in disbelief. Fan Qing and the others were standing on it, which was a height beyond her reach. Song Yi left directly. The matter was over. And there was no point in looking at it any further. Fan Qing waited for her to fall to the ground. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. Taiyong put his right hand around her shoulders and comforted her softly. Don't think about it. Just go in quickly before you get cold again. The two left without caring about the 3 corpses underneath. It's already 3:30 in the afternoon. The temperature is even lower. So we need to get ready quickly. Chapter 276 The Corpse Escapes. We were interrupted by these people. Otherwise we would have been comfortable long ago. Although they complained, the group of people solved the problem and felt a lot more comfortable. Qin Yu has already cleaned the room. And she didn't go out just now. Jiang Yuan told her to stay by Xiao Wan's side, never leaving her. Jiang Xingji also dismantled the table so that he could light the fire now. There are some wood things in the back. Let's move them over. It won't be a problem if we hold on for one night. Okay. Song Yi was a man of action. So Liang Kong saw that he was doing hard work and followed him. Mian Mian, follow me to the door and have a look. Good. Although she didn't know what to do. She was unconditionally convinced by Jiang Yuan's words. There are 2 trees at the door. I don't know if they can be used or not. If so, get some small branches back to make a fire easier. Jiang Yuan arrived at the door and shook the snow off the tree. Sister Yuan? No. It's all frozen. It's really not possible in a world of ice and snow. So forget it. She didn't have high hopes at first. The weather was too cold. Yi Mianmian shrank her neck and told her to go back. Look! The old lady's daughter is missing. Jiang Yuan pointed to the location below, which was exactly where she finally fell. I'll go. This guy won't die. 80% yes. We are still too careless. Jiang Yuan frowned. A little annoyed. I just saw that this place is close to the bottom. And it is very dangerous to go down. In addition, the man rolled down and hit the steps next to him. I thought she wouldn't survive. But who would have thought that she actually escaped? You are really lucky. Will you come here to cause damage? Don't worry. Nothing good will happen if she doesn't die. Let alone revenge. Even survival is a problem. It's going to be dark soon. What good can happen? Although the two of them didn't pay much attention, they still told everyone about it when they went back. If there is something behind, it won't be caught off guard. I was careless. I should have gone down and had a look. Liang Kong was a little annoyed and felt that his work was not done well. It's okay. She won't be able to stir up any big waves. Whether we can survive or not is a question. Let's get this sorted out quickly. Jiang Yuan also had her own considerations when she said this. That person just ran away. Now there is no point in trying to find out who is right and who is wrong. If they don't pack it up, they will also freeze to death. Damn it. If space could move, then she could stay in that warm environment. Everyone started to light a fire, dismantled the tribute table, and put a piece of cloth under it. Jiang Xingji tore it off. And the other ingots he brought could also be used to ignite fire. Under the statue, there are many small stools, and so on. There were also several tables thrown at the back door and placed against the wall. Because the eaves of this kind of temple are very deep, the outside was a little wet from the wind and snow. There was still no problem with the rest. Song Yi took them all in. It should be a prop that had been used here before, but I don't know why. But it wasn't placed inside. The fire has been lit, and it's much warmer now. The two children, plus the little one, were happily playing in front of the fire. Qinyu went over to knit the bag and took out a small pot. It was the kind of small pot used to make pots. It's stainless steel, so it doesn't matter if it's burned with fire. This was specially prepared by Jiang Yuan, thinking that it could be used for emergencies later. No, it was used immediately. In addition, there are also a lot of instant noodles, wide noodles, and hot pot bases. Disposable bowls, chopsticks and plates are also available. Xiaoling next to me was stunned. This is real. Auntie, you have a treasure chest here. You have everything. Yi Mianmian also came over quickly. Extremely happy, Auntie. You are my Doraemon. Qinyu was also very happy. At this time, she probably lacked these utensils. What a dream. I don't even know these words for you young people. Then, she took out 3 bottles of water. The kind of mineral water that costs 2 yuan a bottle. With these 3 bottles, it's no problem to boil 1 pot. There's not a lot of water here. If that doesn't work, we have to get some ice. No problem. I'll go down and do it right now. Liang Kong, you can come with me, Song Yi called out, and many people responded. Kiong saw it and clamored to follow him. Fan Qing was worried and followed him. They all carry small shovels. This one is specially used for growing flowers and is not that big. At critical moments, it can also be used as a weapon, which is quite good. After a few people went down, Jiang Yuan was not idle and went to the door to find a few stone-like objects. Then he asked Jiang Xingji to bring some smaller charcoal fire and burn the 3 bottles of water. They don't eat very well. Adults can persist, but children can't. After the water boiled, Qinyu brought 2 disposable small bowls over. Pour 2 packs of black sesame paste and rinse with hot water. The aroma of sesame seeds filled the air, and everyone in the room cast envious glances. Qinyu also saw it, but there was no way. It was impossible for everyone to take care of the current situation. Xiaonuan, quietly, come to grandma. Her daughter ran over naturally. Jingjing was also very happy. Qinyu gave 2 bowls of black sesame paste to the 2 children, and Xiaoling was a little moved. They continued to immerse themselves in the work at hand. They were sorting the firewood chopped by the men. There was no distinction between them, which made her very happy. She also likes to see Jingjing being able to eat and drink. The 2 children were eating next to them, and Qinyu poured the remaining water into the thermos cup. Daughter, let everyone come and take a sip. Even though there isn't much, it's good to moisten your throat. Why? After receiving the order, Jiang Yuan came over with a thermos cup and left some for Qinyu. The rest was divided and given to Yi Mianmian and Xiaoling. Even the little ones didn't forget it. After drinking hot water, I instantly felt better. It's just not much. If it were more, it would definitely be very comfortable. However, everyone is very satisfied. Qinyu took the pot down. Now there is no water, and it is impossible to cook rice. They were lighting a fire here, and Jiang Yuan was not idle. She went over to see if there was any damage to the temple. If you spend the night here and the house breaks down, it will be drafty. Now that I have discovered it, I can still make some repairs. Song Yi and others came back soon. There was a lot of ice in my hand, and I carried it back with my hands. Qingyu saw it, and quickly brought some food bags over for them to put in. The current situation is special, and there is nothing to worry about. Whether it's clean or not. That's what it is. Chapter 277 Looking for a place to stay. With ice. You can cook. Everyone brought a lot of food. But Qingyu didn't think too much. The small pot continued to heat up. And the ice cubes melted quickly when encountering the heat. Now everyone has nothing to do except prepare food. Songyi took out a bag of sweet potatoes from his backpack and roasted them in front of the fire. There are quite a few. One per person is no problem. Qingyu also cooked the instant noodles. And Jiang Yuan rummaged around in her backpack for a long time. I took out a package of frozen baby cabbage. Put it in just right. And cooked it in one pot. Instant noodles come with their own seasonings. So it doesn't affect anything. And you don't need to add other things. Fan Qing also brought out some dried vegetables. Including daylily, yuba, fungus, etc. And helped cook some together. At the same time, I also brought over 2 packs of instant noodles. Seeing that she had eaten enough, Yi Mianmian took some bags of beef jerky and pork jerky and distributed them to everyone. Taking a bite first. Seeing this, Xiaoling also took out a handful of her own noodles. Thinking that they could cook together later. Qingyu was afraid that she would be embarrassed. So she also took it. When the first pot was cooked, everyone's greed was aroused. Watching Qinyu's movements eagerly, everyone knew that this pot was not enough. So no one was fighting for it. I gave it to the 2 children first. And no one had anything to say. Kaiong, I'll give you this bowl. Eat it first. If it's not enough, wait for the next bowl. Her idea is very simple. There are not many things. Everyone can share a little, and add more later. Auntie, give it to others first. I'm not hungry yet. It was a coincidence that his stomach suddenly growled. Qingyu smiled. Just like an elder. Take it. You are injured and should be taken care of. Uncle is also injured. He is still old. Give it to him. He is a good boy who knows how to advance and retreat. Qingyu is quite happy. It's okay. I can still hold one portion. And give the rest to your uncle. In fact, she wanted to give it to Jiang Yuan. But I also understand that my daughter will definitely not accept it. So I will give it a sick number. Then, he hurriedly went to cook the second pot. Xiaoling was always helping. Kaiong was also very touched when he got the noodles. Sit in front of the fire, and eat with Fan Qing. That picture is also quite lovely. A total of 3 pots were cooked. And everyone ate hot noodles. There is food in my stomach. The soup is watery and warm. Songyi's sweet potatoes are also ripe. And they are very sweet and delicious. Jiang Yuan helped, and gave some to everyone. Now, everyone is sitting around the fire. Where hot water is boiling. You have to fill everyone's cup. This little pot is the big hero today. Give. Songyi handed over half a sweet potato. Jiang Yuan looked sideways, and subconsciously refused. You eat? She truly felt that men had larger appetites. Songyi actually didn't move. And even the look in his eyes didn't change at all. She was a little embarrassed, and reached out to take the half-sweet potato he was holding. Why does it feel like this person has become more and more paranoid recently? Or that he always has a temperament that cannot be questioned? Even if others don't accept his overtures. He's overbearing. So sweet. Although I cursed in my heart, when it came to my mouth, it was a different story. The other party was satisfied after hearing her words, and the crooked smile on her face. Eating half a sweet potato in his hand. He glanced at her from time to time. Jiang Yuan was on pins and needles. It was so scary. Maybe Songyi had encountered something unclean. Weird. Indescribably weird. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the sacred deer statue opposite. And he began to pray silently in his heart. Let him get back to normal. Let him get back to normal. At night, everyone has to take turns to keep vigil. It's so cold now that we can't let the fire go out. In addition, in view of what happened last time when the wolves were knocked down, this kind of warning is also indispensable. Fortunately, this door is the kind with a door fork. If there is nothing blocking it, I feel a little uneasy. Qingyu spread the military coat on the ground and let Xiaowan and Jiang Yuan lie on it. She also brought other clothes so that she could spend the night if she squeezed them in. We made do together for the whole night. Although everyone fell asleep, they were not tired at all and even felt sore all over. There is no way. The reality is like this. Jiang Yuan also thought about whether to secretly bring her family members into the space. However, this place is so big and there are so many pairs of eyes looking at it. She can't do that. But if she can persist, she must persist. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Early the next morning, everyone got up. It was better to cook noodles, and you put in a lot of seasonings. At least it's not a watery soup. And with some side dishes. It's quite tasty. Jiang Yuan, you and everyone else will stay here while I go down to see if there is any place to hide. Song Yi suddenly said this, which made her heart skip a beat. I'll go with you. No. Do you remember that unfinished building we saw before? The unfinished building is not far down the mountain. It should be possible to go there now. Do you want to go there? Well, I just don't know if the avalanche has passed over there. Song Yi frowned. Obviously in trouble. Indeed. If a snowstorm arrives, the house may not be saved. It's okay to go and have a look. But it's not a good place over there. There's no glass installed. We still need to make plans in advance. The rest of the people, who were also listening, fell silent now. Otherwise, let's go to the rescue center. At least we can have shelter there. Liang Kang's proposal was immediately rejected by Fan Qing. The rescue center is not as good as expected at all. Not to mention the cliques inside. Death is a common occurrence. Moreover, the food and accommodation are not good. Everyone is together, and there is no privacy at all. Now that there is a blizzard, the situation is expected to be even worse. Hearing what he said, Liang Kang felt a little aggrieved. Of course, not to her. Then the official people just don't care? Let them do whatever they want. Fan Qing sighed. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he would definitely not believe it. There are too many people, and we can't manage them at all. They have only one purpose, and that is to be quiet and not to cause trouble. It's normal for a few people to die. Liang Kang had never heard her say this, and his values collapsed. Then what should we do? Brother Song, let me go with you, and I can still have someone to take care of you. No need. I'll go and come back quickly alone. The elderly, children, and injured here are all left to you. As he said that, he patted him on the shoulder. Chapter 278 Gunshot. In an instant, Liang Kang's sense of responsibility was overwhelming. This feeling of being entrusted with an important task is so good. Brother Song, it's all my fault for not living up to expectations. Otherwise I can still be your companion. Taiyan was a little annoyed and punched the ground. Oh! What are you doing? Fan Qing suddenly shouted. This man is too immature. It's okay. I'm not alone. I just went over to check on the situation. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Jiang Yuan wanted to say something else, but she was not at ease if she was asked to go alone with Song Yi and leave her parents and Xiaonuan here. Just get off the donkey along the slope. And if you don't go, you won't go. You must pay attention to yourself. Don't worry about anything else. Go early and come back early, regardless of whether it's feasible or not. Safety comes first. You know? Okay. I know. Song Yi also softened, and was very helpful to Jiang Yuan's concern. Everything has been arranged, and then everyone is busy with their own things. Although Jiang Yuan and the others are inside the temple, the situation is not very optimistic. Otherwise, let's clean up the 2 corpses down there. Putting it there, it looked quite scary. Before Jiang Yuan could speak, Zhang Kaiyang spoke first. No, just leave it there. If someone sees it, it will serve as a deterrent. Besides, there's no place to hide those 2 things now. So don't go out in the cold. When the young couple was talking, Jiang Yuan and others didn't want to get involved. No matter what Fan Qing's purpose is, the one who opposes her now is Kaiyang, her boyfriend, who has nothing to do with them. Yi Minyan was next to her, and the 2 of them were busy adding fuel to the fire, which could never be extinguished anyway. Qin Yu was taking care of Xiaonuan there, and everyone had a tacit understanding and said nothing more. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Song Yi had not come back. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel a little worried and walked around anxiously. She had been at the window, just wanting to be the first to notice that he was back. At the same time, I am also really worried. Sister Yuan, look, is someone coming? Yi Minyan originally wanted her to go over and sit for a while, but as soon as she came over, she looked outside, following the direction she pointed. Jiang Yuan quickly picked up the telescope and looked over. In the field of vision, 2 people indeed appeared, but neither of these 2 people is Song Yi. Be careful. Someone is coming. Mom, take your 2 children and hide behind the statue. And take your things with you. Xiaoling, open the back door and looked to the left and right to see if anyone is coming up. Don't get caught. She began to arrange it in an orderly manner. Although she was worried, it was okay. There are currently only 2 people on the other side. As long as they are not particularly powerful, they can still be dealt with. Everyone started to take action. Yi Minyan also brought all the weapons and brought Jiang Yuan's Tang Dao to her. The 2 people were wrapped tightly and were on alert all the way. No, they have guns in their hands. What? Kaiyong and Liang Kong were both anxious and came over to see the specific situation. Jiang Yuan handed over the telescope. We are already halfway up, and we will definitely reach the temple in 10 minutes at most. Sister Yuan, what should we do now? Kaiyong was used to asking for advice, and she was also very confused. We can't panic. Mom, Dad, and Kaiyong, you 3 will be responsible for taking care of the luggage and the 2 children later. The remaining men took up arms and were ready for action. No problem. Sister Yuan, let me stay and help. Jiang Yuan glanced at Kaiyong. He really wanted to stay, but his reality didn't allow it. Be obedient and don't let me persuade you. Although he didn't want to, he knew that if he stayed now, he would only be doing a disservice. Oh, I really don't live up to expectations. Yi Minyan winked at Fan Qing and asked her to take Kaiyong away. Time is running out. Those 2 people have something in their hands. We can only defeat them one by one. Wait, let's go out and take a look. Good. Everyone was very nervous, and Jiang Yuan was not sure at all. They all go out through the back door. They can easily be seen by taking the front door. Jiang Yuan has a sleeve arrow in her hand, and now it is the only thing that can hit the opponent. Several people were ready to go, and she hid behind the tree trunk at the door. Looking at the 2 people, they were infinitely close. Wait until you reach the shooting range. Hold your breath and concentrate, and then launch. With a swish sound, the arrow hit the target without missing a beat. Jiang Yuan quickly retreated to the side of the house. Who? Come out for me. The remaining person was holding the gun, but did not dare to launch it. There was a lot of snow up here, and he wasn't stupid. Yi Minyan and Fan Qing scattered all the glass beads down the steps and hit them on the stone platform. There was a clear sound, and the man was obviously frightened and looked at the beads rolling down. Jiang Yuan started to retreat step by step. Jiang Yuan felt bad. If he ran away, it's okay to be alone, but I'm afraid there will be reinforcements. With such sophisticated equipment on his body, can ordinary people have it? This reminded her of the group of people who went down the mountain before, and she didn't know what their relationship was with these 2. She stepped down a little from the side, and the man kept staring directly above. This also gave her an advantage. She had her sleeve arrows ready, and didn't have much time. Fired directly. The first shot hit the upper body, probably the stomach. Then he fired 3 more arrows, one of which missed, and the remaining 2 arrows hit the target. However, the man did not fall to the ground, but fired 2 shots in this direction. No one showed their heads, and they were all shocked. The man was at the end of his strength and fell down immediately. The last shot was fired into the sky. Ah, something? Jiang Yuan looked up and saw a white bird flying over. The cry was very similar to that of a crow, a bird she had never seen before. Besides, in this situation, it is a strange thing that there are still birds alive. Jiang Yuan, what should I do now? Let me go down and take a look. Liang Kong wanted to confirm whether the man was really dead. If not, he would have to make up for it in time. Don't worry. He has already fallen down. We are waiting. Jiang Yuan watched here and did not dare to act rashly. The guy in his hands is directly deadly, and it's very fast. I don't know if he is dead or not, but he is seriously injured. Wait a minute. Even if you can't survive it, you will freeze to death. Sonny hasn't come back yet. They have plenty of time and are not in a hurry. Daughter, are you okay? Jiang Xingji slowly came over, and Jiang Yuan turned around and saw it. It's okay. Dad, go back quickly. He was relieved to see that there were not many people there. What's going on now? He lowered his voice, obviously worried. Chapter 279, Changming Village. It's okay. Both of them have been dealt with. Life and death are unknown now. We will go back to see later. Jiang Yuan gave a brief outline and let him know the specific situation. That's it. For the rest, there is no need to rush to get angry. Just as he finished speaking, another figure rushed over. Brother Song? It's Brother Song who's back. Liang Kong was a little excited. looking at the people below. He actually started to wave. Song Yi. Be careful. That person doesn't know whether he is dead or alive. He was running back. But he heard gunfire just now, and was frightened to death. At this moment, seeing Jiang Yuan safe and sound, she was still reminding him. I feel relieved. It seems that they have survived this test. Song Yi wasn't stupid. He was on the alert. He also had something to do. He slowly approached, until he was close to the two people, and when he was sure there was no problem, he waved to the people above. Jiang Yuan hurried down, and Liang Kong and others followed. Both of them were wearing military green clothes, which were very thick. Those who didn't know thought they were out to perform a mission. As for who it is, I can't tell. Wow, these two guys are so precious. Liang Kong easily disarmed the two men's weapons, with a look of joy on his face. Let's see if there's anything else we can use. When Song Yi said this, the rest of the people didn't care. Liang Kong and Jiang Xingji took care of the two, while Fan Qing walked up to Fan Yao. Her face was already blue, which was scary. After touching her body, Jiang Yuan went to Li Tianyu to look for her, and Yin Yanmian went to the old lady's son. Oh my god! This man actually has money on him. Wrapped in a piece of cloth. It looks like a pillow towel. I don't know where this guy came from. No one saw it, so it was easy for her. All that's left is 2 packs of biscuits and a pack of paper towels. Although I don't understand why he took out ordinary paper towels. At this time, isn't food the most important thing? Forget it. Everyone has their own ideas and habits. She couldn't let him come alive to explain all this. Just take it away. The other 2 people had different gains. Especially Song Yi and Liang Kong found a map there. This is nothing. But there is a place enclosed inside. Go up first. It's too cold here. The sky has darkened. And the chill is coming, which is no longer something ordinary people can bear. As soon as a few people entered the house, Shan Wan rushed over. Mom, are you okay? It's okay. Baby, don't cry. Your face will freeze. The little girl had tears in her eyes, as did Qin Yu next to her, and she quickly comforted her. Just now, I was afraid that there might be a problem. No one had been taking care of the fire for a long time, and now it was already on the verge of being extinguished. Jiang Xingji hurriedly went to light the fire, and Kai Kai Yang also came to help. The moment he saw Song Yi, he wanted to run over and pick him up. He always felt that he was very at ease when he was there, as if any problem could be solved easily. However, reason prevailed, and he began to help get firewood. Song Yi sat in front of the fire, took out the map, and studied it carefully. Let me see. Jiang Yuan also sat next to him, and Song Yi handed her the map directly. This is an ordinary West City map, with a place circled on it with a red pin. This is a village at the bottom of the Qinling Mountains, called Changming Village. What does this mean? Song Yi looked at her and didn't hide it. This should be a new base. I'm going to the unfinished building today. I also met a group of people, probably from the mountain before, who said they were going back to report the news. Several people listened and felt a little incredible. You can go directly to the new base. What does that mean? You mean we can go over there? Song Yi looked at Jiang Yuan and nodded seriously. There is a feeling of feeling close to me, since they can take in others there. It's okay for us to go there. I don't know much about this village, but looking at this map, it should be a good location. You see, this is water, which can guarantee the water source. Behind this is a mountain, not very close, nor very far away. You won't be bothered by the animals in the mountains. And since it's warm back there, you can come here to find some things. Song Yi's meaning is very clear. Being near water and mountains is a unique position. When the time comes, you will rely on the mountains to eat, and you will not starve to death. Just like now, you might be able to go hunting in the mountains. I think it's okay. How about we go here? There's nowhere to go now anyway. Jiang Yuan glanced at Zhang Kaiyang. Why did this child tell the truth? Yeah. Why don't we go there? It's not safe here either. Liang Kong also echoed that it was not only unsafe, but also quite inconvenient. Could it be that this place is like a rescue center? So it wouldn't be a good idea for us to go there. Fan Qing was really scared, and when it came to official matters, he felt uneasy. Moreover, it may not be official here, so safety may not be guaranteed. It's okay. Let's go there first. If it doesn't work later, we'll think of other ways. Song Yi's intention was obvious. He was ready to go over and have a look. Yi Mianmian suddenly thought of something and also joined in the conversation. You can go over and have a look. If it doesn't work later, we can find a place nearby to settle down. I remember we had a colleague who lived there. His home was halfway up a mountain. And people from our department even organized a group to play there once. Judging from the height at that time, the village should be above the snow. Really? That would be great. Kyong is also very happy. If this is the case, many problems will be solved. I can't guarantee the specifics. Yi Mianmian is not stupid, so she won't talk to death. People from all over the province came over to cause trouble for her, gave her opinions, and then spoke ambiguously. This was her last act of kindness. Jiang Yuan. What do you think? Song Yi chose to play straight and asked her directly what she thought. What could she have in mind? It would be great if there was a place to settle down. The space can be used secretly, which is naturally the best. But what everyone is worried about is also a reality. Why don't we go over there and have a look? Since we don't have anywhere else to go now anyway. Staying here is not an option. Who knows how long this temple can last? There is more than one way down the mountain. If there is an avalanche, this side may also fall. By the way, Song Yi, when the man fired today, a white bird flew over here. Chapter 280 Chance Encounter. Yes, it's such a big white bird. I've never seen one before. After Liang Kong finished speaking, Song Yi suddenly became excited. Are you injured? Did the bird attack you? No. I just heard the noise and flew away. Is there anything wrong? Jiang Yuan was a little curious and asked quickly. It's okay. It's better not to mess with this unknown creature. His answer was also without any problems. However, why was he so excited? Jiang Yuan felt that Song Yi must know something. Then why did he hide it from everyone? Is there something unspeakable? Forget it if she didn't say anything. She didn't want to ask anyway. Okay. Everyone. Hurry up and pack up. We'll set off tomorrow. Changming Village. I don't know where it is. Jiang Yuan was a little worried. But with so many people here, she was too embarrassed to ask Song Yi. They all came out. Although some people were injured, it was not a big problem. Half of the 1501 people came out. And the rest of the results can be imagined. In their building, there is a rich elder sister who seems to live on the 13th floor. The heavy snow directly submerged that layer. And I don't know how she is doing now, or whether she is still alive. After she came back, she built her home with iron walls. Unexpectedly, in just a few months, he left. The more I thought about it, the more unpleasant it became. From now on, we will live a homeless life. Touching the daughter in her arms, her heart became firmer. You must live well, and your family must be together well. Early the next morning, Qin Yu got up, asked everyone to make some food, packed up and set off. It's at least 20 kilometers away from here, and many places are now invisible. Jiang Yuan has an offline map and compass here, so there is no need to follow the regular road now. The straight line distance can be shorter. However, there will be some remaining buildings on the road that may block progress. There is no way to predict now. We can only take it one step at a time. They have a lot of stuff. And the previous tables and tops were all undamaged. Now with a simple modification, you can glide on the snow. However, it is still a bit difficult for people to sit on it, because they are afraid that some places will be frozen. The possibility of sinking is also very high. Moreover, snow is different from ice. Even if it is frozen, it is still too soft relatively speaking. It's fine for dragging luggage. There were 4 pieces in total, 1 for each family, and Jiang Yuan put Xianwan on top. It's more than 20 kilometers. How can a little girl win? After packing up, everyone set off. The little one ran ahead, looking very excited. I guess I was suffocated at home and went crazy. When I came out, I was like a wild horse that had escaped the rains. I suddenly found myself again. That was exciting. Song Yi walked at the front holding a map and compass. Their speed is not fast, and the departure time is not too early. It is estimated that it will be very difficult to arrive at night. I was a little anxious, but there was nothing I could do. Song Yi, do you see anyone in front of you? At noon, Jiang Yuan originally wanted to tell him to take a rest. When I was looking for a place nearby, I found that there seemed to be someone in front of me. He also picked up the telescope and observed carefully. It seems like, let's keep walking and ignore it. A group of people appear for no reason. Who knows what the situation is? Maybe it's an enemy. Keep moving forward. But everyone is ready to fight. Why don't they leave? They have all been missed. Who knows? The person in front actually stopped in place. Jiang Yuan was also very nervous. But she still followed Song Yi closely with the others. "Little one," he shouted. And the dog ran back quickly and jumped on the board. Looking well behaved. "Be careful." It was impossible to take a detour now. It was too close after all. Leaving seems like you have done something wrong. Moreover, this is the only way to go, and there is no way to avoid it. That group of 6 people should be a family. 3 men. 1 old and 2 young. There are also 2 women. Both young. There was also a child. Probably about 10 years old. Seeing them approaching, the old man actually came over. Song Yi waved his hand back. And everyone stopped moving. Jiang Yuan followed him. And Liang Kong and Kai Yang also followed. "Young man, you are also going to Changning Village, right?" When I asked him this question, he was completely confused. "Don't get me wrong. Our whole family is going there too. We can use some company." The old man smiled and looked kind. But Jiang Yuan couldn't believe anyone. "You want to go there too?" When he heard Song Yi talking to him, the old man's attitude became better. And he even felt a little happy. Yes, there are not many people left in our village. And they are not willing to leave. Even if he said he was going to die, he would die in his own home. As he spoke, he sighed. "Then, how did you know about Changning Village?" The old man was stunned for a moment. His eyes a little wary. "Didn't the people over there send the robot to notify you? Don't you know?" "Well, a friend told me about it before he died. I didn't hear it specifically. What he said was impeccable." When the old man heard what he said, the guard in his eyes dropped a lot. "So that's it. I heard that the work there is pretty good. By then, we can be considered neighbors. You guys are not a family." Song Yi responded simply, not wanting to take care of him too much. "Old man, time is pressing. Let's leave first." With that said, he greeted everyone. "Let's go too. Let's go together." They didn't have many things. And they didn't have a sledge to pull them. So they just followed the team. Arriving at an abandoned village, Song Yi found a relatively usable house. After asking everyone to stop and rest for a while, one of the young men came over. "Brother, you are such a well-raised dog. Look how fat and strong he is." Song Yi glanced at him contemptuously. This man was interested in the little boy. "That's right. The food is better. And there's meat for every meal. It's true. Brother, you have so much stock at home. We haven't eaten meat for a long time. I'm so envious of you." Jiang Yuan looked at him pretending to be a fool. Song Yi didn't seem to be very good at this kind of thing. "Why do you envy him? This dog is smarter than humans, and can go out to find food by himself every day. You come back full. What kind of meat do you think it eats? I advise you to stay away from it." When the man heard this, he looked at the little one who had been staring at him, and swallowed hard. "If you go out to find it yourself, it will most likely be human flesh." Chapter 281 Fainting. He murmured, then raised his head, and looked at Jiang Yuan in horror. The other party gave him a polite smile. There were many dead people outside now. Dogs are omnivorous animals, so it is not impossible for them to eat humans. In addition, this dog is fat and strong, and looks very fierce. It is absolutely possible that it went out to find corpses. Those few people didn't sit with them either. After the scare, I felt more at ease. There was no fire. Everyone had boiling water in their thermos cups. So they just ate some bread or something. The people next to him also looked surprised when they saw it. Now that there is such exquisite food, I can't help but want to come and take a look again. The old man glared at his daughter. The young girl immediately became frightened and lowered her head to gnaw on the cold roasted potatoes. "Don't be prepared to wait too long. So hurry up." Jiang Yuan took out some new warm babies and put them on Qinyu and Shanwan. Then took them to the back. Others just thought she wanted to go to the toilet. And no one asked. So she entered the space. I replaced the hot water bottle with hot water and put on a furry coat, which can keep me warm. It can also delay the cooling of hot water, which is very useful. It's now minus 50 degrees below zero during the day, and Xiaowan spends most of her time sitting on a simple sledge. But her body was warm. After a while, Jiang Yuan would let her get up and walk around to relax. When she came out, she had a thermos cup in her hand. It was a larger one, the same as the ones they use now. However, they are filled with hot water. Seeing this, Qinyu quickly gave her the one in her hand and put the empty one into the space. In less than 3 minutes, the ladies came back. Song Yi asked everyone to pack up quickly and prepare to set off. "It's getting late. We need to hurry." That group of people was okay. Nothing happened. Brother, you don't need to get a map. We know the way. His home is not very far from Changming village. And he has been there before. There is no reference at all. Can you tell that? Song Yi said it bluntly. And the man was not annoyed. The location is probably no problem. My dad has been doing business in the streets over the years, so he is familiar with every place. Seeing the pride on his face, Song Yi didn't say anything, but still insisted on looking at the map and compass. Soon, it got dark. Zhang Kaiyang was a little anxious and came over to discuss ideas with Song Yi. How about we find a place to rest for the night and start again tomorrow? Anyway, it wasn't the first time they spent the night outside. That can't be done. The old man came over quickly and rejected his proposal directly. Hunter, you don't know. The situation here is not very good. It's colder than in the city at night. Moreover, there are no lower villages nearby. The implication is that the original houses are buried underground. Let's keep walking. Speed up. And try to reach Changming village before 9 o'clock in the evening. Uncle, can you arrive before 9 o'clock? Kaiyang was also worried. If it was after 9 o'clock, especially in the second half of the night, the temperature reached over 70 degrees below zero, freezing to death in a matter of minutes. Speed up, and it won't be a problem. If you waste time looking for a house, it won't work. Song Yi looked at the map and had a rough calculation in his mind. The old man is right. Now is not the time to be pretentious. Then speed up and try to arrive before 9 o'clock. After that, everyone continued on their way. They held bright flashlights, and the group held lanterns, the kind with candles inside. It looked quite scary, but no one said anything. Jiang Yuan, Qin Yu and Jiang Xingji took turns pulling the sledge, which would not be too tiring. But the further I walked, the harder it became to breathe, to the point where my breath turned to ice. Song Yi was in front and didn't dare to slow down. When he stopped, he didn't know what the specific situation was. Hold on. Don't be discouraged. We still have 2 miles to go at most. The old man encouraged everyone, but his words were weak. Old man, stop talking and save your strength. Well, he panted for a long time, knowing that Song Yi was doing it for his own good. The group of people set off quickly. They said it was 2 miles away, but it might be further. I just want to give them hope. It's already 8:30. Time is running out, and there is no room for optimism. Finally, seeing a bright light ahead, everyone became excited. That should be the archway of a village. Like many villages here, it is considered a landmark. The terrain here is not low, which is why it is colder. In front is a row of trenches, with bags and bags of things placed on them. It should be soil, as a shield, just like on TV. Jiang Yuan had played live CS before, and had this kind of arrangement. It seems that they have come to the right place. What are you doing in front? I heard the sound but saw no one. However, this gives everyone hope. The old man came out quickly and shouted to the front, "We are from Lujiazhuang. I heard that the robot can come over and help." Brother, you. Before he finished speaking, the man fell down. Dad. Several people next to him quickly reached out to catch him. The sound was too loud, and it was a bit deprived of oxygen. Plus, it was already cold here. Shortness of breath is very normal and has no explanation. Sure enough, 6 people came out over there. I ran over and saw the old man's condition, and squatted down to check. Quick! Hurry in. Saving people comes first, which is indeed different from the rescue center. The remaining people were also brought in. At the door is a very large house, which should be a former residential house. There is a large stove inside. The firebox is also very wide, and the hot water sitting on it is already boiling. You guys just wait here. Someone will come over to register you in a while. Brother, please ask, where is my dad? As soon as they entered, they separated from the old man. The old man sent him to the infirmary. Don't be nervous. Just wait here and it'll be fine. Jiang Yuan glanced at Song Yi. He didn't seem to care at all about his old god's presence. The sense of precaution in his body seemed to have disappeared. It seems that he has also made a certain judgment here. In his subconscious, it should be safe. However, she was not worried. Everyone is warming up by the fire here, and Jiang Yuan has to look around vigilantly, fearing that she may encounter any danger if she is not careful. Oh, you can still make it this late at night. It's pretty awesome. It's really cold today. Let's warm up by the fire first, and then come over to register. A talkative man came in. wearing camouflage clothes. Everyone here seems to be dressed in military green. Chapter 282 Chase Shop. It also gives people a safer feeling. And the attitude of the people here is really much better. The registration information is relatively detailed, and you need to ask questions about everything. Even how you survived the past few months. You have to ask them. Although Jiang Yuan resisted, she still chose to say it. The same goes for the rest of the people. Everyone knows what can and cannot be said. Okay, let's stay here today. Someone will come over later to take you to a place to rest. After the man finished speaking, he left. When he reached the door, he suddenly came back. By the way, there is no food in the canteen now. Someone will bring you some food later. Oops. There's also free food, which is really nice. That family in particular was so happy that they took off. After a while, a man and a woman came in and asked everyone to go separately. Jiang Yuan glanced at Jiang Xingji, and her father nodded to her. The situation forced us to do nothing. Song Yi, help take care of my dad. His arm is injured. Jiang Yuan deliberately emphasized it, fearing that people would pay more attention to them. Nowadays, it is human nature to say that you are injured and need to be taken care of. Rest assured. Song Yi gave her a reassuring look and signaled her not to worry. Men and women were separated, and the leader of their group was a tall, thin lesbian. Even though he is wearing a thick military uniform, he is still slim. Here are instant noodles. 1 box per person. Go to the room to eat. With that said, he knocked on a door. This place looks like a dormitory building. They are on the 5th floor. There are many doors inside, one by one, and they are even numbered. The person who came in was 0512. A positive person. Everyone, wake up. There are a few people here. Please get along well. Don't worry. Instructor Lin. After giving them instructions, he said to Jiang Yuan and others, you live opposite. And there are luggage on the bed. The lights must be turned off before 12 o'clock at the latest. You know? Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Instructor Lin. She followed suit and kept her posture as low as possible. After the people left, everyone in the room looked at them curiously. The woman I just talked to, who was probably in her 40s, didn't come down either, with a quilt over your head. It's quite warm in the room. However, I didn't see the heating equipment, so I don't know how it was done. You guys can live across the street. Our place is temporary. We came here during the day, waiting for the unified allocation tomorrow. You will have your own place to live. Uniform distribution? What is going on? It seems that these people are quite familiar with this place. At least, they know more than they do. Thank you. Eldest sister. What do you call me? Jiang Yuan said, and put the things on the ground. The rest of the people also started to get busy. Now that we have a bed, we naturally need to take a good rest. I was exhausted today. Although these beds are all canopy beds, they are also next to each other. It looks the same as the Dadong Pew mentioned before. Fortunately, there are not many people in this room, and they can all use the 4 beds opposite. My surname is Wu. Seeing that you are not old, just call me Sisters Wu. These are all from our village. By the way, where did you come from? Jiang Yuan smiled. It seemed that the people who came over were people from nearby. The old man said that a robot was used to deliver the message. You can't go far, and it will take time to go to other places. Sisters Wu, we are from the eastern suburbs. We heard people said that life could be saved here, so we dragged our family over here. That's right. You gentlemen have all gone over there. Well, she doesn't have a husband. However, he still said a faint yeah. Sisters Wu was very talkative and helped introduce several other people in the room. Jiang Yuan also introduced a few people here, and Xiaoling was going to give everyone instant noodles. Sister, there is hot water there. You can use it. As he said that, he pointed to the door. There are 2 thermos bottles over there. If you don't look carefully, you really won't notice them. Xiaoling quickly thanked her and went to get some water. No. This is provided by others. On the far right side of the corridor, there is a water room over there. You can fill it up later, and it will be ready. Xiaoling thanked her profusely and went over to make instant noodles for everyone. After working hard all day, it is really rare to have a hot bite. I have some beef jerky here. Everyone can eat one if they don't mind. Jiang Yuan was very generous, and she gave a small piece to each person. Oh, how can this be so embarrassing? Although Sisters Wu said this, She still happily took it. That's all we have. It's fate that we can all be together today. If you have something to eat and drink in the future, don't worry. Just share it. This is meat. I haven't eaten it in a long time. The people opposite are very happy. Although Yi Mian didn't know why Jiang Yuan did this. She must have her own reasons. She helped make the noodles, packed the luggage together, and waited for the noodles to be served. Sisters, what do you mean by unified distribution just now? We came here late and didn't know anything. Hey, sister, you guys came here late enough. Not sure if it was because of her jerky, but everyone became active. You said something, and I started talking about things here. Jiang Yuan also got the general idea. And it turned out that this place was also a place similar to a rescue center. However, pure relief and home reconstruction are also developing here. Everyone who comes here has to work. Find some suitable and competent jobs to do based on the nature of your previous work. Because it is not particularly sound now. Many professions are useless. However, those who have the strength can go over and help build a house, which is physical work. It is used in exchange for accommodation and 3 meals a day. Of course, some people do not have to work. Those who are old, weak, sick or disabled must also undergo strict review. In addition, this kind of people are just hungry, no matter how well they eat. Even eating enough is a problem. However, accommodation is provided free of charge. It's probably here. This house looks quite old. It must have been a dormitory before. They came and requisitioned it directly. It was too dark at night, and they couldn't see the specific situation here clearly. Let's wait until tomorrow and see what we can do. At least it's better than waiting to die at home. Don't you think? That's the truth. Sisters, fortunately you know more. Otherwise we would still be blind tomorrow. Jiang Yuan complimented a few words and started eating noodles. Later, I have to go to bed early, so I can't delay for too long. The lights here are supposed to be turned off at 9 o'clock. Because this dormitory is mobile. It is different from others. After eating, Jiang Yuan was ready to fetch water. Chapter 283. See you again. As I just said, it needs to be refilled. Now that you are here, you must act according to the rules here. Seeing her standing up, Yi Mian also came over. Sister Yuan, I'll go with you. Good. Qin Yu, Xiaoling, and Fan Qing were making the beds here, taking the 2 children with them. Jiang Yuan and the 2 came out and went to the end of the corridor. Sure enough, there is a water room. And this is the most primitive one. I don't know if it is a stone or cement platform with a row of faucets on it. There is a water heater next to it, which is placed separately at the door. There is a toilet inside, which can be flushed and is open. Although it is not a dry toilet, it is flushed regularly. It's not clean, but it's much better than outside. This place seems to be similar to when I was in school. This is the dormitory we lived in back then. Indeed, it should have been temporarily requisitioned, because there is no one else here. It will definitely not be wasted if it can be used. These ready-made houses, only dormitories, can accommodate the largest number of people. Maybe these equipments also existed originally. The 2 fetched water and hurried back. She didn't feel at ease even after being out for a long time. After all, there are other people in the room, so we have to guard against them. Sisters was already asleep, so they moved as gently as possible. Qin Yu waved to her. Jiang Yuan put down the thermos and hurried over. What's wrong? Mom? It's okay. You should clean up quickly. They just said that the lights will be turned off at that time. There can be no delay. Good. Jiang Yuan turned to look at Yi Mian again, and she nodded. There are 4 beds pushed together underneath, which are the simplest steel frames for upper and lower beds. The width is about 90 centimeters, which means the distance is 3.6 meters together. They have 2 children and 5 adults, and there is no room for them. Fan Qing and Yi Mian slept above, and it was more convenient for them to take care of their children below. There was no talking all night. Everyone closed their eyes and fell asleep. Jiang Yuan was also very emotional. She had experienced too many things in the past 2 days, and she couldn't accept it. It's like chasing a duck to put it on the shelf. And we've reached the current situation. I don't know if it's right or wrong to come here, but there are so many people here. It should be better. I hope it won't be like the rescue center. The extreme weather doesn't know when it will end. I don't know what tomorrow will be like, so I don't want to think about it anymore and go to bed quickly. She turned over and found that Qin Yu was not sleeping either. She must be worried about her father. Jiang Yuan reached out and patted her mother. She looked over smiled, and said nothing. The next day, at 6 o'clock, there was a ringing sound. It really took me a second to go back to my student days. But it's not even bright yet. Maybe it's too early. Sisters, are you asking us to get up? Her eyes were blurry, and she obviously hadn't slept enough. Yes. Get up quickly. We only have half an hour. Now that we're done, we still have to clean up. As she spoke, she got dressed, and the rest of the group followed suit. After cleaning yourself, make the bed. Jiang Yuan and the others' luggage was placed aside, so it didn't affect anything. Several people moved quickly. She took some cotton towels and used the hot water she received last night. After wetting it, wiped the faces of several people. It would be too troublesome to go to the water room to wash up. There was a lot of noise in the corridor. People were walking around, either going to the toilet or washing their faces. It's very convenient for them to do this. At 6:30, Instructor Lin appeared on time. After looking at the whole room, I was quite satisfied. Put all your things under the bed, and then come to dinner with me. Okay. Jiang Yuan did not dare to ask any more questions, and could only obey the order now. Sisters Wu was also very fast. Instructor Lin led the way, and quickly arrived at the canteen. There are not many people here, and they are all women. A steamed bun and a bowl of polenta for each person is today's breakfast. Everyone is queuing here. No one jumps in the queue, and no one makes any noise. Jiang Yuan began to observe this group of people. They seem to be a little mechanical, not energetic. It stands to reason that the living conditions here are not bad, and the food is not too bad. So it shouldn't be like this. I can't figure it out. We queued up to them, received the food, and started eating. Mom, this doesn't taste good. Yes, it's really not very tasty. My daughter has always eaten well, and even in the apocalypse, they still cook in different ways. Xiaonuan, be obedient. This is all we have now. Eat a little to gain strength. As he spoke, he winked at his daughter. Although the little girl was unwilling, she still drank the bowl of porridge. After eating here, you need to wash the dishes yourself. At 7 o'clock, everyone had tidied up and even wiped the tables in the cafeteria themselves. Instructor Lin took a group of them to a place similar to an auditorium. Song Yi and the others were also inside, and it looked like they had just arrived. Seeing that Jiang Xingji was well, she felt relieved. After everyone was seated, someone came up to speak. Welcome to the survivor base. You can call me Teacher Liu. I believe that everyone knows the situation here after being cultivated yesterday. I've read all your information. We need a lot of people here to help. In addition, regarding accommodation, you can live in a collective dormitory or apply for a separate house. Jiang Yuan listened very carefully. This is related to their quality of life later. First, there was the issue of work. She was in the sales of building materials and home furnishings, and there was nothing suitable for her here. However, Jiang Xingji knew some carpenters and could be dispatched to work with the construction team. You can choose to live in a group dormitory, or you can choose to apply for an individual apartment. However, you need to pay for a separate apartment. If you live with everyone, in addition to normal meals, you can also receive a subsidy of 500 yuan per month. Oh my god! Labor is so cheap now. You know, even if her father is a small-time worker, his salary is upwards of 200 a day. Gee, it's really incomparable. I want to live alone, but I don't know how much it will cost. If they go to a dormitory, their family will be separated, which is not okay. 1 bedroom, 500 yuan. 1 bedroom and 1 living room, 1,000 yuan. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, 1,500 yuan. Jiang Yuan was shocked. It was so cheap. No wonder the pay was so low. Calculated this way, one person's salary is enough to rent a 1-bedroom house. Jiang Xingji looked over, and Jiang Yuan silently stretched out 2 fingers. Then, pretend to pull your hair. Then I want a 2-bedroom apartment. The man cast a puzzled look. There were very few people with deposits now. You have to think clearly. We only accept cashier. Chapter 284 Place to Stay. I know. I just have the money. If money cannot be withdrawn, it is just a string of numbers. Nowadays, very few people can withdraw cash. Okay, if that's the case, then go and register and pay. Jiang Yuan quickly took out some money from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Xingji. Surprisingly, the houses here are paid monthly, and no deposit is required. It's good. I guess it's because it will be convenient for moving later. Songy was also recruited into the escort team. But he had a disability certificate and was assigned some civilian jobs. It was also a good place to go. Jiang Yuan found that they gave many preferential treatment to soldiers, even after they retired. Even when he learned that the little boy was once a military dog, he gave him a salute. He chose a single room, the kind with a kitchen and bathroom. Xiaoling became a teacher as she wished, and many people came to take care of their children. Now that the adults are out, this kid is a problem. If no one is watching, it is easy to freeze to death at home. Therefore, a study class was urgently established here. They say they are studying, but they are actually helping to take care of their children. They also chose to live on their own, and they still had some money. Although it wasn't much, they could still maintain it by making money together as a couple. Moreover, she can take Jingjing with her when she works, which is nice. If you don't have a specific job, can you apply to live in that house? Zhang Kaiyan was anxious. He had just graduated from graduate school and had no work experience. Now my arm is broken again, and I can't get out anymore. However, he also wanted to live by himself. If he went to a dormitory, he would be separated from Fan Qing. Okay, there are still extra rooms. If you need it, just go and register. They are all rich, including Yi Mian, who all chose a single room worth 500 yuan. If we live together, it costs 1,500 yuan for 2 bedrooms, which would be 750 yuan if divided, which is not cost-effective. There is no suitable position for the remaining people. Liang Kong was assigned to work with the construction team. Jiang Yuan and others were assigned to a greenhouse, which they heard was used as a place to grow food, including Sister Zhua and others who have no skills. They are also assigned here. However, they chose to live in a free dormitory instead of living alone. Instructor Lin sent them to their accommodation. Jiang Yuan thought it was a newly built house. It turned out to be a self-built house that someone used to build, and it was probably also used for rent. It is actually as high as 8 floors, with various types of apartments and many people living there. You really know how to make use of existing resources. Coming here, you have to go through a series of registrations. It's quite strict, which is good, so as to prevent dangerous elements from sneaking in later. The rooms assigned to everyone are not particularly far away. They are all on the 6th floor. The 2-bedroom apartment Jiang Yuan and the others chose was in a corner, because there were few people living there. They wanted one with good north-south visibility. If the sun comes out in the back, the sunshine will be beautiful. Songy still occupied the side of their house, and the rest of them lined up in sequence. This time we are all together. There are no worries upstairs or downstairs, and everyone is quite happy. Okay, you guys clean up here. At noon, go to the duty room downstairs to get the introduction slip. You can eat twice for free in the dining room. Tomorrow morning, you will stay in the same place as today. Someone will take you to your respective workstations. Do you understand? Understood. Instructor Lin was very satisfied. Said a few more words and left. Everyone is happy with the new house. Okay, then go back. Clean up first and settle down. There is luggage distribution here, and you can pick it up downstairs, which can be said to be quite user-friendly. The house is quite new. It looks like it has just been renovated, and not many people have lived in it. Qin Yu started cleaning as soon as she came in. The facilities in the house were also very simple. Each bedroom has a bed, a small wardrobe, a table and a chair. There was nothing in the living room, a simple basin in the kitchen, and no one to cook. The bathroom has a toilet and wash basin, and each room also has a set of brooms and a trash can. She was 100% sure that it must have been matched by the previous owner of the house. They came here without any modifications. There is heating here, so our life will not be difficult anymore. Jiang Xingji was very excited and felt the temperature of the radiator. Although it was not high, at least he could not freeze to death. Jiang Yuan was also surprised. She hurried over and touched it. It was really warm. Xiao Wan, come and bake. The family was enjoying themselves happily. And Songy also came over. Jiang Yuan, let's go get the quilt. Good. She went out and called the others along the way. In the duty room, it has been prepared for them very quickly. After returning, Jiang Yuan took out a 4-piece suit with velvet and thickening from the space. In fact, this quilt is not too thick. I will take it out for 2 more beds later when I sleep. If it were taken out now, it would be too eye-catching. There are several woven bags, and my parents are packing them there. Jiang Yuan brought them into the space and took out a little bit of daily necessities. Not too much. Just do it slowly. After all, they only have those 2 woven bags. Plus 1 backpack per person. How much can they hold? She brought Shan Wan to Yi Mianmian's place. And she was also packing up. Sister Yuan, come in quickly. The room was simpler here. Yi Mianmian asked her to sit directly on the bed and gave Shan Wan a piece of chocolate to eat. Mianmian, this cabin is quite nice. It's convenient for you to stay alone. Yes, Sister Yuan. To tell you the truth, I am quite content. As he said that, he placed Grandma Ye's ashes on the table opposite. When living with Zhang Kaiyang and the others, you still have to be careful. Moreover, there are boys in front of me. Now I am left alone. At least without so many constraints. Mian, this is the situation. We may have to live here in the future. At least, this is what you are seeing. You have to get used to it. I know. Sister Yuan, I'm really satisfied. Have you touched it? The heater here is warm. Warmer than at home. Yeah. I touched it. Looking at her, she was indeed very happy. If you have anything to do, you must tell me. I promise Grandma that I will take care of you. Don't be polite to me. Yi Mianmian felt anxious in her heart. Everyone was dead. It was really rare for Jiang Yuan to keep her promise like this. Sister Yuan, thank you. I know. By the way, I came here today because I have something to tell you. When she became serious, Yi Mianmian did not dare to be careless. Sister Yuan, you say it and I listen. Mianmian, we are going to work tomorrow, and we may not meet anyone. This face of yours needs to be modified. Speaking of this, she touched her cheek nervously. Chapter 285 Eating Alone. Sister Yuan, what happened to me? To be honest, Yi Mianmian still cares about her face. Mianmian, listen to me. We are new here, and we are unfamiliar with many things and people. I have to work with him tomorrow, so we may not always be together. You are too beautiful for me to worry about. Hearing what she said, Yi Mianmian understood instantly. Sister Yuan, don't worry. I'll look a little more ugly tomorrow. Jiang Yuan was very pleased to see her being so polite. Mianmian, I've wronged you, so you must be on guard against others. The world has changed now. As long as we can live, we can't care too much about other things. Yi Mianmian came over and took her hand, his eyes burning. I know. Sister Yuan, don't worry. I will protect myself and not let you worry. She came out of society early and has seen too much of the ugliness of human nature. Beauty is not the original sin, but being stared at is a weapon that can kill you. Mianmian, you have to be more careful about everything. You live by yourself now. Do you have the walkie-talkie I gave you? Here it is. She knew this was important and the key to connecting with everyone, so she brought it here. Well, when you come back in the evening, just open it and put it somewhere easily accessible. Good. Jiang Yuan didn't trust anyone, so she hoped Yi Mianmian would be more vigilant. The two chatted for a while, and then came over to Kaiyang Yang. He left some cosmetics for Fan Qing, and told her to make her look ugly before going back. Coincidentally, I met Song Yi in the corridor. Let's go down to get the introduction slip. Then go over for dinner, and come back in the afternoon to talk about other things. Jiang Yuan looked at her watch and saw that it was indeed time. After going back to greet my parents, the group set off. They went over to eat, which went relatively smoothly. It's all stewed cabbage, a spoonful of rice per person, and a steamed bun. You can only choose one staple food for your child. This is not enough for adults, especially men. However, the food was pretty good and no one was picky. Young men. It's you? It turned out to be an old man I met on the road, and he was very affectionate when he saw them. Uncle, are you feeling better? Much better. Daughter, thank you for still thinking of me. We are kind of destined to be together here from now on. If anything happens, we can help each other. Jiang Yuan also laughed, knowing that they were all polite words. But you still have to do the scene work. No problem. Uncle, let's move around more in the future. The uncle's surname is Ma, and everyone calls him Lao Ma, or Uncle Ma. Girl, you two are a couple. As he spoke, he glanced at Song Yi next to him. No, Uncle, don't get me wrong. My brother is still a young man. Oh, that's great. I think this young man is quite good. He looks good and has good skills. If you don't have a partner, be my uncle. Well, I never expected that I actually wanted to introduce him to someone. Jiang Yuan was also stunned, a little guilty, and did not dare to look at Song Yi. But the other party didn't even raise his head, and directly reached out to hold Jiang Yuan's hand. As if she was electrocuted, she quickly turned her head to look at him. The opponent is very strong and cannot earn it. Uncle, I made you laugh and get a little angry. He spoke leisurely, and Jiang Yuan also understood his intention, which was to use her to fight off trouble. However, since I talk a lot, I'll help you if I can. Jiang Yuan pretended to be angry, snorted, and continued eating. This cabbage has no oil or water at all. I will need to eat more when I go back. However, no one dared to remain. Waste food and you're doomed. Xiao Wan ate very slowly. Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu both finished eating. After sitting and waiting for everyone, the old man left, and Jiang Yuan apologized to Song Yi. The other party turned to look at her sideways. Without any emotion, I'll ask you to pretend to be my wife from now on. Forehead? Haha. You really know how to joke. Jiang Yuan smiled sarcastically, lowered her head to eat, and stopped talking nonsense. After eating, a few people went back. Dad, Mom, let's go to the back room. Good. There are curtains in this house. They didn't hold back. They just pulled it up. And then a family of 4 stepped into the space. Oh, those meals are really good. If you eat it every day, you can succeed without losing weight. My dear grandson, you haven't had enough to eat. Grandma will prepare something delicious for you. Qin Yu said and entered the kitchen. She knew the location before putting things inside. All the food at home was brought over, and there were a lot of prepared meats and dishes. I heated up the braised pork ribs, picked a few cucumbers and ate them cold, and made a pot of rice. Let everyone come over and eat some more. Jiang Yuan was not very hungry, but she didn't want to disappoint her mother, so she went over and ate some. In the afternoon, when Xiao Wan wanted to go to bed, let her sleep in the space. Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu went to help her clean up the vegetable field. Although Jiang Yuan knew how to do it, she was really not good at it. This kind of dish needs to be more delicate. But she was not idle either. There were still many things she had brought in before that she had not packed away, especially clothes. I really feel like I have too many. Quickly clean up. The space is now big. Hang up everything that needs to be done, and pile up everything that needs to be done. In addition, I also took out 2 sets of clothes that I usually wear, especially for children. They need to change their clothes frequently. Maintaining hygiene should be developed from an early age. My parents pulled weeds from the vegetables, watered them, and then came back satisfied. Xiao Wan happened to wake up, and Jiang Yuan brought a box of strawberries over. Geez, where did this come from? I found it in Boss Yi Mianmian's office before, and I never wanted to eat it. Let's make some improvements today. I also bought a lot of fruit seeds before. Looking back, if it suits us, let's plant some. Okay. Qin Yu and Jiang Xingji each ate one and stopped eating. Xiao Wan ate it deliciously. I haven't eaten strawberries for a long time. All I eat at home are canned ones, so naturally they don't taste as good as the original ones. By the way, Dad, we have to work separately tomorrow. You should pay more attention to yourself. We have a way out. Jiang Xingji felt anxious when he saw that his daughter cared about him. Don't worry. Your dad knows the importance. On the other hand, you and your mother will go to work tomorrow. But you must keep a close eye on Xiao Wan and not let her run around. Don't worry. I will take good care of the child. Today, they asked specifically, you can take this child with you. Jiang Yuan went to work and was paid. She blindly guessed that they wanted to continue using banknotes. And all economies must be restored. For currency to circulate, a buying and selling relationship must occur. If there is an economy here later, she can also use her talents. Chapter 286 assigned to the greenhouse. I was very excited when I thought that I could actually do some small business in the apocalypse. The situation here is much better than normal. She was talking about the purchasing power of money. Although other things are not involved now, the rent and remuneration are already very illustrative. The people who come now are okay. There are enough dormitories to live in. If more people come later, the number of people renting houses will definitely increase. They don't know much about this place, so they still need to inquire more in the next few days. A few people tidied up and went back to sleep. We have to get up at 6 o'clock every day here, and it's not even bright yet. Jiang Yuan has never gotten up so early in these years. Although it is a bit tiring to run your own business, it is easier to control your time. Many customers are unwilling to get up early. so her work is usually concentrated in the mid-afternoon. Or later. It's not particularly cold inside this house, and the few of them can tolerate it. I didn't use any other heating facilities, and just slept like this all night. After getting up, go and wash up quickly. There is a faucet in the house, but there is no water. It was so cold that the water pipes froze. Hot water is supplied collectively, and there is a large water heater downstairs. Hot water is supplied 24 hours a day. The toilets are also shared by the community, and are prohibited from being used by the family. Jiang Yuan didn't care, and came down occasionally during the day. If you are in a hurry, let your family members take care of the space. She found that several of the people who came down were carrying small buckets. Then I went to the toilet, the purpose of which is self-evident. Fortunately, the room is warm. It would be too embarrassing if it froze. Most people still choose to come out and solve it. This bucket is also very valuable. That's right. No one would take a bucket with them when they go out. Why are everyone using the same ones? With basically the same eye color and specifications? What's going on? What are you looking at? Looking up? He met Song Yi's searching eyes. It's okay. Get some water. You're up too. Well, tomorrow. Don't come down. I'll help you get water. Forehead? No. It won't take much trouble. They arrived late today, and there were more than a dozen people queuing in front of them, because they didn't receive it yesterday. When they came here in the morning, the person in the duty room specifically called them. 2 basins are given to each room. Yes, they are given according to the number of rooms. Although she thought it would be more humane to do head massage, she didn't dare to ask. Before I figure out everything here, I still have to keep it quiet. By the time they waited, the water was no longer very hot. Jiang Yuan was a little surprised. The people in front needed to add some cold water. When they connected it, it was warm. Could it be that solar energy was used here? Don't think about it. It could also be the wind. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened. This Song Yi could actually guess what she was thinking. It's not like he has roundworms in his stomach. Or rather, he can read minds. I was really stunned that I could think of such a bizarre thing. Jiang Yuan smiled sarcastically, said no more, and returned with the basin. Quickly clean up, go to dinner, and focus on reporting. People with main businesses were taken away by their respective units. Song Yi looked at her, suddenly narrowed his eyes, and then shook his head. She's a bit confused and doesn't know what's going on. Don't act rashly. Before he had time to ask, he followed the person over there, leaving them with scraps. An eldest sister in her 40s also came over. Are these all going to work in the greenhouse? Instructor Lin's face was expressionless, but he looked heroic. Yes, Sister Ying. Please take them there. Okay. Everyone come with me. The clear water here was all women, and they all came out. Only Kian was resting at home. His arms were tied up, and anyone could tell that he was sick. On the contrary, I can't tell you anything. Sister Ying led them out. Jiang Yuan and Qin Yu each held Shan Wan's hand, and Yu Mianmian and Fan Qing followed beside them. Sisters with group of people are also here, as well as the old man's daughter-in-law and daughter. The little boy did not follow. I don't know whether he was sent to a study class or work with the men. She also figured out just now that men who have no special skills will follow them to the construction site. As for what to do, it's nothing more than some physical work. After walking for about 20 minutes, I stopped. This side of the greenhouse is completely out of the ordinary. It feels like the land that used to be in the village was temporarily developed. On the contrary, there is a prefabricated house next to it, and construction is currently underway. Everyone look over here. The Ying sister clapped her hands, and all the civics returned. Today, you are all assigned here, so you must work hard. Our greenhouse is mobile. Everyone will come and register later. If you won't be coming the next day, you must tell us in advance, and don't let others take your leave. Also, we are paid $10 a day. When he heard that there were $10, the people below started whispering. Jiang Yuan sighed in her heart. The labor cost is too low. However, for a technical job like Jiang Xingji's, it only costs 500 renminbi a month. 10 yuan a day is indeed a lot for scraps like them. Don't talk. From now on, don't talk casually when I don't ask everyone to talk. Do you hear me? Sister Ying has never smiled before, and her current expression is even more terrifying. Xianwan hid behind Jiang Yuan without leaving a trace. Qin Yu hurried over and blocked her behind him. Sorry, Sister Ying. We are new here and don't understand the rules. Please continue. Sisters was said haha, looking like a bitch. Okay. Just pay more attention in the future, okay? Our place is quite far away, so we can go back half an hour early for lunch. Work starts at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If you are late once, you will be fined 5 yuan. Good guy. Half of my salary is gone this day. How dark. However, no one dared to speak. Sister Ing was quite satisfied this time. It went on to talk about some common operations and things that need to be paid attention to. Wait a minute. Go cut down the sweet potato vines first, and then plant them in another greenhouse. This is your job. Good guy. Her parents just told her this. I didn't expect to encounter it today. Some things are really magical. Arriving inside the greenhouse, Jiang Yuan was still shocked. This greenhouse is estimated to be 50 meters long and 7 to 8 meters wide. All the sweet potatoes are planted inside. And I don't know where so many sweet potatoes came from. Do these people have food? There is so much food. Probably only the emergency granary can handle it. She was not talking nonsense, because there were several greenhouses nearby. If they are all planted, the original base number will be very large, which is really huge. Chapter 287 Canteen. What are you looking at? Just work. Sister Ying's temper is not very good. She always has a straight face, and is very bitter and resentful. Cut! Yi Mianmian let out a low voice of dissatisfaction, and Jiang Yuan quickly hit her with her elbow. When is it? It's better for the county magistrate to take charge now. There's really no need to vent your anger on her. They started to cut sweet potato seedlings, and Shan Wan was with her. It was okay at first, but as time went on, it became very tiring. This job requires squatting and crouching for a long time, which is too much for everyone. After finally staying up until 11:30, everyone could go to the canteen to eat. A group of people breathed a sigh of relief. In this large shed, besides them, there are 5 others who came here before. We happened to be on our way back, so we got together. Hey, what are you doing? One of the old employees looked at the angry Zhu's sister and shouted. It's time to eat. Didn't you say you can go in advance? The man smiled and looked understanding. It's this way. Sister Zhu didn't understand, and Jiang Yuan was also confused. After some explanation, I finally understood. It turns out that they have jobs now, and the dining room they went to yesterday will no longer be used. It's all for newcomers and people who can't find a job there. Our place is better. Thank you, eldest sister. Otherwise, I wouldn't know anything. Sister Zhu is very good at saying compliments. They are both about the same age and can easily have common topics. It seems that this is not a pure place. There are still different levels. The advantage is that cash can still flow. In this case, even if they don't go out to work, they can still survive for a while. Tomorrow, I won't let my mother come over and just watch Shan Wan at home. That's fine. It's not a problem for this child to follow them all day long. The dining room here is larger, and there is no one there yet. There are figures busy in the window, and there is a hint of heat. When you come in, you have to show your work ID to the security guard at the door before you can enter. The food here is not that good either. You can only choose between rice and steamed buns, but the kind that can fill you up is at least a normal amount. The dish is spicy and sour potato shreds, which looks quite appetizing. There was also egg drop soup, although it was very watery, but having eggs is quite a joy. Jiang Yuan thought the taste was okay, so she asked Shan Wan to eat some. In addition, she also brought a bag of pickled mustard. A small bag, mainly for my daughter. Others saw it and didn't argue. Van Qing and Yi Mianmian both have them at home, and she doesn't dare to take special things. By the time the group came over to eat, they had already finished. You need to clean the used dinner plates and other items yourself and put them in the recycling area. A few people are very fast, so hurry up and go back to have a rest. I don't know how Dad and the others are doing, so I'm a little worried. On the way back, she found a storefront with many people. Sister Hong, what are those people doing in line? Sister Hong is the old employee who leads them. You said over there? That's the canteen. There's a lot of food in it. If you have money, you can go there and buy something to improve it. She was completely shocked. They were available in the canteen. So high-end. Is there a lot in there? There is actually a canteen, which is really great. The things are pretty good. There's no way to compare them with before. But there are some daily necessities that you can buy. For example, Sister Hong came over and whispered a word in her ear. Jiang Yuan nodded immediately and thanked her repeatedly. There is nothing embarrassing about this. We are all women, so we are not surprised by this kind of thing. Yi Mian was a little curious, but there were many people, so she didn't ask directly. When she returned, she became very interested in this canteen. Xiaonuan, are you full? Mommy will give you a piece of bread. Good. The little girl thought the shredded potatoes were a bit spicy, and she didn't particularly like the pickled mustard. However, the food cooked by her grandma was delicious. This noon, someone will be here soon. Let's take a bite first, and give it to my daughter to eat later in the evening. With this thought in mind, she took out a bean paste bread. It was sweet and glutinous, and she liked it very much. In addition, there is a box of children's growth milk and 3 cherry tomatoes, which must be nutritionally balanced. She had planted this cherry tomato before. One of the seedlings turned red, so she picked it out and ate it. Xinyu was also lying on the bed, indeed a little tired. When I was farming at home, I didn't think why I couldn't bear to do some work now. I really can't accept the old age. Mom, take a good rest, and tell Sister Ing in the afternoon that you will have a day of rest at home tomorrow. How can that be done? Don't worry. Our family has cultivated so much land before, and we haven't done anything before. Just let me take a moment. Jiang Yuan didn't say anything, and she mainly rested now. There are only 2 hours at noon. Not a minute or a second can be wasted. At 12:30, Jiang Xingji came back, and she hurriedly greeted him. Dad, how is it over there? Can you still adapt? As Jiang Yuan spoke, she got him some water and asked him to wash his hands. Don't worry, girl. We are mainly making tables and chairs. There are 3 other people with me, and we all get along well. One of them is a fellow countryman of ours. Judging from the way Dad looks, he must be adapting well. Then she felt relieved, but she still had to give more instructions. Dad, you should pay more attention when you work. The injuries on your body haven't healed yet, so don't do too heavy a job. Don't worry, daughter. I have my own sense of discretion. But you and your mother, how are you today? Are you tired of the work over there? Jiang Yuan didn't hide anything and told her everything. Dad, this is what I think. I won't let my mother go out tomorrow. It's not a big deal that Xiaonuan has been following us. Moreover, the food is not good either. Just let my mother stay at home. I have inquired about it. In addition to eating by myself, you can also pay to bring food back. We buy it back to eat when we are down, and we can improve it a bit. As long as it was about taking care of Xiaonuan. Jiang Xingji didn't object to anything. While she was talking, someone knocked on the door, and she thought it was Song Yi. Unexpectedly, it was Xiaoling who came with Jingjing. Come on in. There was no furniture in the house, so the 2 of them were asked to go to the bedroom. Yuan, I was in the study class today, and I felt pretty good. You guys are going to work in the greenhouse. It's not a light life. Why don't you let Xiaonuan come over too? Together with Jingjing, I can help keep an eye on things. Chapter 288 Map of Changming Village. Jiang Yuan knew that she had good intentions. However, she was worried about letting her daughter go. Xiaoling, thank you. Xiaonuan will stay at home for the next 2 days. My mother is also a little uncomfortable. She won't be allowed to pass tomorrow. And the child is a little uncomfortable with coming here. Xiaoling nodded, expressing understanding. That's fine. Let her come over when it's almost done. Good. Jiang Yuan smiled knowingly. Her eyebrows curved. I remember that Liang Kong learned to be a chef before. Right? Yes. Actually, last time, the wolf meat was removed very well. I see that the dining room over there is also recruiting people, so I can't go and ask. Xuling's eyes lit up. Because Liang Kong didn't become a chef later, he didn't think about it. It would be great if I could actually go to the dining room to work. He was going to do some small work today, and he couldn't hold on anymore. But the family didn't have much money left, so they could only grit their teeth and continue. Yuan, I'll go back first and discuss it with him. Okay. Go back quickly. This is a major event and cannot be delayed. It was almost 1 o'clock, so she took the time to go to bed and rest for a while. In the afternoon, they go to work at 2 o'clock, and they will leave at 1:30. Otherwise, it will be too late. Thinking about a fine of 5 yuan at a time will be overwhelming. When she went out, she finally saw Song Yi. I don't know why, but now everyone is no longer together, and everyone has their own things to do. She also felt a little pity. She was used to the feeling that if something happened, he would be there when she left the house. This person is also too strong and always makes people feel at ease. Song-yi, are you going to work? How are you doing? Are you getting used to it? Seeing the concern on the other person's face, he was still very happy. It's fine. Don't worry. How are you doing over there? If you are too tired. Fine. She quickly interrupted him. Song-yi must have wanted to say, don't go if you're too tired. Now that you've come, let's make peace with it. Don't worry. I'm fine. Then I'll leave first and talk about it later in the evening. Because Yi Mianmian and Fan Qing were both out. She didn't dare to waste time. Good. Song-yi watched her leave, and then went back to greet the little one. In the afternoon, she told Sistering that Qin you would have a rest tomorrow. Okay. Leave your work badge when you leave at night. Okay. Please. She tried her best to be respectful and not take her work badge away. And she would not be able to enjoy many benefits. She didn't pick it out clearly, but she didn't care. Those meals were really unpalatable. After a busy day, my back hurts. I brought home dinner and had an insulated lunchbox at home. Or you can rent it there. So Yi Mianmian and Fan Qing rented it back. You also need to eat when you go to Kaiyang. And you can add some dried meat, spicy strips, and so on when you come back. Jiang Yuan hurried down to get some hot water. There was nothing in the house. If that didn't work, go to the canteen and buy some daily necessities. After washing up, I entered the space. In fact, it's best to wash up inside. But if you don't go out often and you are still clean, others will suspect you. The people in the duty room kept staring at the people who came back. So she had to be on guard. Because they get off work early at noon. They have to make up for it in the evening. Jiang Xingji came back early. The family had dinner in this space and rested for a while. Then I came out, packed up, and got ready for bed. Song-yi came over and knocked on the door, saying that he wanted Jiang Yuan to come over. She asked her good mother to look at Shan Wan and left. This was her first time coming to Song-yi's place. And there was nothing in the room either. You sit on the bed. The chair is very cold. Good. Not knowing what the specific matter was, Jiang Yuan waited for him to speak. Song-yi brought a piece of white paper over and drew on it. She watched quietly without disturbing him. This thing looks like a map. But how Song-yi knew it was full of doubts. Jiang Yuan. Look. I've figured everything out here. It's only been a day, and you figured it out already? Without even a single explanation. I just accepted it. Look. This Shuangzi is a square. It turns out it's only this big. As he spoke, he used a pencil to circle a range on it. She listened carefully and memorized every detail. There was originally a group of troops stationed next to this place. Right here. Later, they merged the villages, resulting in the current situation. So, the people in power here are also the original garrison. No, the scale here is not large. And it was in the stage of self-preservation at the beginning. It was later annexed by another group of teams. And now outsiders are in charge. Oh my god. He actually found out so clearly. Jiang Yuan quickly gave him a thumbs-up gesture. The same as with both hands. Song-yi was so cute by her actions that she even smiled. Look. The surrounding area is now surrounded by walls, which is equivalent to a city. All of them? She just wanted to send an expression now. And the pretty girl was shocked. How could such a large amount of work be built in such cold weather? It feels even more arduous than the task of Qin Shi Huang to build the Great Wall. You have such a strange brain circuit. But it can indeed be understood this way. Song-yi circled a few more places, and then brought them over to show her. There are people guarding everything around here. And there are people in these places. It's okay at ordinary times. But don't run around. It's very dangerous. Jiang Yuan nodded quickly. These people had guns in their hands. And ordinary people like them were simply vulnerable. Who would go there looking for death if nothing happened? But if you don't know clearly, it is very possible to encounter it by chance. Also, everyone here has come from around. Now it seems that it is not all free labor. But it is almost the same. You listen to me. Don't send Shan Wan to study classes. And don't miss work often. Do you still remember that in the community, everyone will know what we do? Jiang Yuan's eyes suddenly widened. Song-yi knew too much. So he added this reminder. They left there before they figured out who the communicator in the community was. You mean? Here too. Even more. Song-yi was very serious and let her know that this was not a joke. In the past 2 days, I will continue to inquire. And you guys should not conflict with others. Even if you suffer a little loss. As long as you ensure safety, Do you understand? Well, don't worry. I will keep an eye on them. Also, the greenhouse you are in is researching some new things. Jiang Yuan, find a way to sneak into the laboratory. It will be good for you. Chapter 289 Not Convinced. Song Yi, what is that laboratory for? I'm not very sure now. I'll ask about it in the next 2 days. Also, Jiang Yuan, after get off work, you must come back early and never go out. This side is close to the Qinling Mountains, and there are many wild animals. I know. Don't worry. That group of wild wolves last time, now that I think about it, is a bit creepy. Not going out. Absolutely not going out. Moreover, he said so. Qin Yu probably has to go to work. Just take a day or 2 off and forget it. Xiaowan can't be alone at home. There are so many random people. Who knows which one is the pervert? At noon the next day, Yi Mianmian and Fan Qing came to find her. It's only a little over 1 o'clock. It would be too early to go to work. In fact, they had just laid down while waiting for Jiang Xingji to come back and have dinner together. Sister Yuan, there is nothing at home. It is very inconvenient. We want to buy a thermos bottle. Come with us. Well, that's true. Okay. Then you wait for me. Jiang Yuan went back, got dressed, and followed the two of them out. This canteen is located in the south of the village. It is also very convenient for them to go to the greenhouse after they pass there. Song Yi showed her a map yesterday and felt that the greenhouse should be outside the wall. Logically speaking, it's best to eat something like this within your own protection. I don't know what they think. The only explanation is to build walls, which is a waste of manpower and material resources. After all, those greenhouses cover quite a lot of space. And there may be more to come. Several people didn't dare to chat, even though there was no explicit ban on resting in the house. But there was basically no one on the road, not counting the patrols. Finally we arrived at the place, which was a very inconspicuous front room. There isn't even a plaque on it, and you can't usually get in. Whatever you want, you wait at the small window, and the staff will take it out for you. In an era of material scarcity, there is no way around this. At the same time, this is also why they choose to come at noon. If it were night, there would probably be a long queue. At this moment, the small window is also closed, so he should be resting. Jiang Yuan looked at it specifically and found that there was no writing on working hours. Just as he was thinking about whether to disturb him or not, Yi Mianmian actually knocked on the glass. The dong 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 sound was a bit abrupt in such a quiet environment. Seeing Jiang Yuan looking over, she was a little at a loss. Sister Yuan, what's wrong? Shouldn't I knock? Theoretically yes. After all, Song Yi told her to be careful with everything. Before he could say anything, the window was open from the inside. They unconsciously took a step back and stared intently. What do you want? The speaker was also a lesbian, and her words were a little impatient. Well, we want a thermos. No. No. 3. Do you have one? Yi Mianmian was a little frightened and couldn't speak clearly. Snapped. The small window was closed, and the 3 people looked at each other. What does this mean? Snapped. The small window opened again. Within a minute. 101. 300 in total. She had 3 thermos bottles in her hand, but she didn't hand them over. Obviously she wanted to collect money first. Ah. It's so expensive. Fan Qing muttered something softly, and she happened to hear it. What do you mean? If you can't afford it, don't come over and waste my time. Do you want it or not? Yes. We want. Without this, it was indeed inconvenient. So Jiang Yuan quickly handed over the money. The 2 people behind also dug into their pockets. After receiving the money and goods, the man closed the small window with a pop sound. It clicked twice and seemed to be locked. Why is this person like this? Stop talking so much. We are ruining other people's good things. Indeed, after they came here, the people they met had good attitudes. This is a special case. What a good thing. Sister Yuan, what did you see? Just now. She was standing at the front, although the window was small. However, when I went to pick up the thermos bottle, I really saw something I shouldn't have seen. However, these are also her guesses and cannot be said. Children should stop asking about adults' matters. Well, Yi Mianmian understood instantly. What else could it be? This attitude is not good. In addition to being angry, it is probably because of a guilty conscience. However, this is too expensive. A thermos bottle costs 100 yuan. Before, I was in my 20s and 30s. Jian Yuan sighed. It was indeed very expensive. But there was no other way. This thing is for long-term use. And it should be in limited quantity. She sells it a little more expensive. Which is normal. Even though she said that, she had other thoughts in her mind. If this group of people wants to circulate currency, they need to buy and sell. The medium in between is the commodity. Those with small quantities must be sold at a high price. If there are a lot of them, they probably won't be cheap either. And eating is not very expensive. And it is mainly related to the national economy and people's livelihood. I always feel that the people in power here are unusual. And it's hard to guess what they want to do. There is nothing wrong with collecting currency in such a hurry. Correct. Jiang Yuan suddenly became excited. And the two people next to her were startled. What's wrong? Sister Yuan? What did you find out? Ah. No. Oh. I thought. It would be a bit ostentatious for us to bring this thermos bottle over there. Let's find a place to hide things later. Yes. It is indeed a bit ostentatious. The women in this greenhouse are also competitive. Now that Sister Zwa is familiar with her, she wants to build a relationship with everyone. Moreover, this morning, the way she looked at Sister Ng was particularly bad. It was that feeling of contempt. And he curled his lips slightly. Jiang Yuan didn't know why she had changed so much. And she didn't dare to ask more questions. Mainly because there was no need. Now that she had agreed. When she arrived at the greenhouse, she took all 3 thermos bottles. Sister Yuan, let me go with you. No. You and Qingqing are here to watch. If someone comes, be sure to alert me. Okay. Don't worry. It's said to be hidden. But actually it's put into space. After it was done, he called the 2 people to come in quickly. Here we plant sweet potato seedlings in the afternoon. Which is not very troublesome. But it is indeed tiring. Damn it. You don't even give me a break. You're just like Huang Shuren. Sisters was suddenly cursed and sat on Long's back. Sister Ng saw it, and came over with a serious look on her face. Hurry up. Get up and work. Sister Zwa was not convinced either. She was complimentary at first. But now she is completely annoyed. Why do you walk around every day without doing any work? Why do you do that? Chapter 290 Thunderous means. Hey. What do you mean? Sister Ng hugged her shoulders and looked indifferent. This undoubtedly touched Sister Zwa's most sensitive nerve. I'm talking about you. We work all day long and don't have any time to rest. But you? Wandering around and not doing any work. I don't accept. Sister Ng looked at her as if she were a fool. And the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. If you don't accept it, go to the lobby and react. The hall is the center of power here. The angry Sister Zwa didn't care anymore and pointed directly at her. In this way, there is no doubt that she is a proper shrew. Do you think I dare not? Just wait for me. I must ask for an explanation today. Saying that, he was about to leave. Wait a moment. Sister Ying's voice sounded cold. Sister Zwa thought she was showing weakness. And now she became arrogant. What? You're scared. Let me tell you. I haven't believed in evil since I was a child. It's great that you have been like this. Sister Ng, however, stared at her indifferently. With the same cold face as before. There was someone nearby who couldn't stand it anymore. It was Sister Zwa who came here with her. Jiang Yuan had stayed in the same dormitory with her before. I didn't say anything at the time. But I had an impression. Okay. Okay. We are all doing things together. Don't make it too ugly. Yes. Yes. What a big deal. Why bother? If there is one, there will be another. And Yin Yin Mian also wants to step forward and offer some words of advice. Jiang Yuan saw this and quickly pushed her back. When is this going to happen? What advice should I give? Keep a low profile. If you can't participate in this situation, it's better not to participate. Who would have known that this Sister Zwa would actually be a winkless person? Once there are steps, you don't come down, but instead climb up. Don't worry. This system is not sound. Now that I am here, I have the right and obligation to make it better. Sister Ng, you should also reflect for a while. Everyone is equal. So of course we should work together and rest together. Let's talk about it. Right? Forehead. Although she also wanted to. At this time, no one came out to agree with her. Sister Zwa was embarrassed for a moment. Looked at the women with her next to her. And stamped her feet in disgust. Humph. You bastard. You are afraid of her. But I am not. Let's go to the hall today and talk about what's going on here. He kept talking. But he didn't expect that she would go over and pull Sister Ng. Jiang Yuan even sweated for her. That person was not easy to get along with at first glance. She is usually so serious. I hope she will not be punished. Sister Ying didn't expect that she would come over suddenly. Of course, she was not someone to be trifled with. She threw her over her shoulder, and Sister Zhou fell to the ground. Oh! Oh! You shameless person. I'm not done with you today. Sister Zhou was anxious, but no one around her dared to step forward. At this time, Sister Ying's mouth twitched, and she calmly took out the walkie-talkie. I'm Qianing. There's someone making trouble here in the greenhouse. Please help. Received. There was a voice from the intercom. And Sister Zhou became anxious. So your name is Qianing. And he just happened to come and give us a review. You should have stepped down long ago if you mistreat us so much. Your position should be left to talented people. I used to be the women's director. Managing this small greenhouse is easy. The more he talked, the more excited he became. After getting up, he even patted the dirt on his body slowly. It turns out to be the female director. No wonder. If she is used to being a leader, she naturally cannot stand being led by others. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 people appeared in the greenhouse, all wearing camouflage uniforms. The temperature inside this shed is much higher. Even if the door is open, it is very warm inside. I can't even wear thick clothes. Sister Ying, what's going on? Who is making trouble? Qianing pointed directly at Sister Zhou next to her without any hesitation. Oh, you are the big leader. I must give you a good talk today. Sister Zhou is a genius. There is no way she wouldn't know that this is just a younger brother. I can say that because I just want to squirt. However, the man ignored her at all. Superior. With a wave of her hand, the 2 people behind her came over and held her down. Oh, you arrested the wrong person. She enslaved us and made us work all the time without giving us any rest. You should arrest her. What are you arresting me for? Jiang Yuan hurriedly pulled Fan Qing and Yi Mianmian back. In this situation, it was better to be careful, as it was easy to get blood all over them. It's you who are caught. If you don't work hard, you still dare to cause trouble. As he said that, he actually gave her a mouthful. Ah! She used all her strength, and her voice was very clear. When Jiang Yuan heard it, she was shocked. Sister Zhou was beaten so hard that she turned her head sideways and spit out a mouthful of blood-streaked spit. There is clearly a tooth inside. You are working together, abusing workers and not giving them time to rest. It is simply anti-humanity. I want to see your leader and call your leader over. Oh my God! If you don't bow your head at this time, this person is really... Who do you think you are? You can see whoever you want. Today I'll show you what the consequences will be if you don't follow the rules. As she said this, with a wave of her hands, the 2 people who were pressing her down actually hit her. The kind that shows no mercy at all. He doesn't do anything else. Just slaps his mouth and makes a snapping sound. It was estimated that it took about 100 blows. And Sister Zhou's face was obviously swollen. Moreover, the corners of his mouth and nose were bleeding, which was terrible to look at. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. I won't say anything anymore. Sister Zhou now also knew how cruel these people were and quickly begged for mercy. Now I know I was wrong. It's too late. The leading man took an electric baton from his waist and turned on the switch. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but swallow. What did he want to do? Even far away, I could feel the sound of electricity. It was so scary. The one who is more scared is Sister Zhou. He kept shaking his head. But unfortunately, he was held by 2 people and couldn't escape at all. The man smiled evilly, and then stabbed her stomach with the electric baton. Ah! It was truly a horrific cry. And even a few people nearby were so frightened that they sat on the ground. Yi Mianmian also grabbed her arm tightly. The horror in her heart was indescribable. This time, he was still not relieved and actually asked the 2 men to take off Sister Zhou's outer clothes. She was completely stupid now, and didn't even know how to resist. Then, the electric baton was used for about 10 minutes. Every blow made her scalp tingle. At the end, there was actually a smell of burnt meat. He was only satisfied when he saw someone faint. Chapter 291 Braised Pork. He calmly took his hand back, then took out a wet wipe and wiped himself. Good guy. Is this the so-called executioner? Send her to the doctor. Yes. After receiving the order, the 2 men directly dragged Sister Zhou away. She didn't even have any clothes on her. The man turned back and looked at Sister Ying. Next time you meet this kind of person, you can do it yourself. Good. Sister Ing responded calmly. And the others were horrified. They are so cruel. It seems normal. Does that mean that this has happened before? It's terrible. If you don't go to work, what are you looking at? One of Sister's companions was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He immediately got up and went to plant sweet potato seedlings. Jiang Yuan didn't dare to look at the man, so she took the two of them to work quickly. The man watched for a while, said something to Sister Ing, and then left. Oh my god. It's so scary. Fortunately, I put on makeup. Yi Mian muttered softly, and Fan Qing also heard it. She also melted today. At first, I thought it was unnecessary, as we had already arrived at the survivor base. It must be the same as the civilized world. But Kaiyang was worried and insisted on making her look ugly. She was still a little unhappy, thinking he was jealous. Now I am very happy. Thanks to him. Shh. Don't talk. Let's get to work. When she said this, both of them fell silent. After finally getting off work, the people in the greenhouse almost couldn't wait to leave. Some even ran away. Jiang Yuan went over and took out the thermos bottles and gave them to Fan Qing and Yi Mian respectively. The three of them were indeed quite embarrassed. They were not particularly afraid of killing people, but this kind of torture was really nerve-wracking. Sister Yuan, it's really scary here. I think it's not as good as the rescue center. At least, people you trust won't do this to you. Jiang Yuan sighed. Although there was no one around now, she still had to be careful. Qing, do you know what Shindu means? I know. Even when you are alone, you have to be careful about your words and deeds. As she spoke, she suddenly covered her mouth. Sister Yuan, I know. I'm just a little scared. Jiang Yuan also sighed. She was also afraid, although she could maintain a normal life here. However, it is ultimately controlled by others. Now, their family members are separated in different places during the day. If something really goes wrong, there will be no way to enter the space together. But there is nothing that can be done about this situation. If it doesn't work, just leave here. Yi Mian has also been silent, and now she also knows the specific situation here. There is no doubt that Lei Ting's methods are so ruthless now that the minor characters are so ruthless, let alone other high-level officials. In the days to come, you have to be more careful before you get it right. Oh, it's so difficult. After sending the thermos back first, the three of them went to the dining room together. As a patient, Kaiyang can enjoy free meals. But it's not in the same place as them. It's the restaurant where I ate when I came here before. There is a higher-end one next to it, which they have never been to, and are not qualified to go there. I heard that only insiders can go there. She thought that there might be something like Xiao Qiao, but it would definitely be different from the ones here. Fan Qing found it very troublesome, so he just bought food here. It cost 1 yuan a portion, which was not very expensive. After eating, I went back to eat. There are only a few people coming over now. Most of them are from the greenhouse. Jiang Yuan bought 2 more portions of rice, so that she wouldn't have to make staple food when she went back. Qin Yu made 2 square mats for her at home. You can take this to the greenhouse. If you can rest, there's still room to sit. Girls should be careful not to sit directly on the ground. It is too damp there. This is for your dad. I'll make a few more tomorrow. Jiang Yuan interrupted Qin Yu's plan and briefly explained what happened today. Mom, this is what I think. The day after tomorrow, you can go over and work with me. We still don't know what the routine is over there. It's better not to be too special. You say. Qin Yu also had goosebumps all over her body, and quickly agreed. Okay. Girl, I can come over tomorrow. Just the day after tomorrow. Stay another day tomorrow. As the two people talked, Jiang Xingji also came back. He also brought food back to eat. But everyone was still preparing to enter the space. Have a good meal. Because you have staple food. So you don't need to bother. Mom made fried hairtail, cabbage with garlic sauce, cold cucumber, and a dish of tomatoes mixed with sugar. The hot and sour cabbage brought from the dining room was okay, but it was a bit spicy, and Shanwan couldn't eat it. They can't leave any food left. Otherwise they will be easily seen. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Song Yi came back and knocked on the door. Jiang Yuan had just packed up and was about to go find him. You just came back? Well, look. With that said, he handed over the lunch box in his hand like a treasure. What? Open to take a look. Jiang Yuan was a little confused and mysterious. Braised pork? Where did you come from? Don't worry about where it comes from. Eat quickly and come to me later. There are old people and children at home, so it's not convenient for her to talk. You can keep it for yourself. We've all finished eating. I've eaten it too. This is what I brought for you. Eat it while it's hot." After saying that, without waiting for her reaction, he went out and closed the door. Jiang Yuan was helpless. The family looked at the lunch box of braised pork, but they didn't eat it. However, I still freed up the lunch box, washed it, and asked her to deliver it. It just so happened that she also wanted to talk to Song Yi about today's events. It's so fast. Is it delicious? Well, the lunchbox. With that said, he placed it on the table next to him. Then, Song Yi handed over another piece of white rabbit toffee. This was treating her like a child. But Jiang Yuan did not refuse. "Song Yi, something happened today." After telling him everything, Jiang Yuan still felt heavy. "What about you? Have you been affected?" "No." None of us spoke or came forward. Song Yi breathed a long sigh of relief and relaxed his nervous brows. "That's good. Jiang Yuan, don't think too much. Just listen to me and keep a low profile. I think this place is worth staying. Moreover, the situation should be much better later. It's just that there are some things that I haven't found out clearly yet. Give me some time." "Okay." What was going on? She was really curious and didn't know how to ask. An alarm sounded outside, and the two quickly looked outside. No. Something happened. Chapter 292 Bear Infested. Song Yi frowned. This was an expression he would only show in an emergency. "What's going on?" "I don't know. I'll go out and take a look." "Jiang Yuan, please go back to your room quickly and don't come out." With that said, he pulled her out and went out. "Song Yi, what you do then has nothing to do with you." The sirens outside made people anxious, and Jiang Yuan was also a little scared. It was definitely not wise to go out at this time. "You forgot. I'm on duty. Don't worry." With that said, he sent her to the door. Jiang Xingji heard the sound and came out, looking for her. Yuan, Xiao Song. What's going on?" Not only him. Many people in this building came out. "Go back quickly. Everyone. Close the doors and windows. And don't open the door. Everyone." People from the duty room downstairs came out with electric batons and shouted downstairs. Song Yi also looked at Jiang Yuan. "Go in quickly and wait until I come back." She didn't dare to waste time. It must be an emergency. "Okay. Song Yi, you must be careful." After saying that, he went downstairs without looking back. "Go back quickly." "Okay. Mian, you guys should go back quickly. Remember not to open doors or windows. And don't make any noise." "I understand. Sister Yuan." "Okay." Everyone was very nervous. At Jiang Xingji's urging, Jiang Yuan also hurried back to the room. She didn't know what the alarm was about. However, such a big battle is definitely no small matter. At least it's something that affects the whole village. And it's very sudden. Jiang Xingji went back and closed all the doors and windows. This door was fine, but the window was just a joke. Not to mention the single layer. The lock is also the simplest. The kind that can be opened with just a flick of your hand. Jiang Yuan was worried about Song Yi. What if she encountered danger if she went out at this time? In the past, everyone fought side by side. But now she is at home. Worried? "Daughter, don't worry. There are so many people outside. Come here and sit for a while." Qin Yu's words brought her back to reality. "Dad? Mom? You clean up? I'll take you there." She didn't say it clearly, but everyone knew what it meant. "I'm just afraid that the walls have ears. So there's nothing wrong with being confused. But no matter what you pack, there is everything inside." When the four people entered the space, Qin Yu went to spread the quilt. "Here, there is a house specially reserved for everyone. Let Xiao Nuan stay with them. If anything happens, she still has to go out." Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu were not sleepy either, and Jiang Yuan had already come out. If she were in space and used her mind to perceive the outside, she would be very tired. Their two-bedroom apartment is located in the southeast corner of the house. From above, the street ahead can be seen, although there is another house in front, blocking most of it. You can see clearly between the gaps. There were crowds of people walking back and forth, making the atmosphere even more tense. She didn't dare to open the curtains wider, so she could only observe through this small gap. After a while, everyone left and the whole street became quiet again. She sat on the bed, holding a hot water bottle. forcing herself to calm down. This is a residential area, and there are dedicated people responsible for guarding it. Even if there is danger, it won't be too serious. Unless it's force majeure like airplanes or bombs. So don't stress. Stress won't change anything. She comforted herself over and over again. She had already experienced so much. The danger now was unknown, so she had to be prepared in advance. Jiang Yuan walked around the living room, took out a set of 2-door cabinets from the space, and placed them against the door. This can be regarded as a little bit of protection. There are other windows, and it would be too troublesome to clean them up one by one. And the place next to the bed is not convenient. In this case, forget it. When there is real danger, she will enter the space. Pa bang bang. It was a knock on the door. The sound was too abrupt. Someone is back. Could it be Songyi and the others? Jiang Yuan was still a little happy, but she didn't open the door. The voice came from below. If it was really him who came back, he would definitely come up to report that he was safe. The alarm outside has also stopped, so the danger is probably over. This side was still secretly rejoicing, but the other side started shouting. Ah! Help! She even heard gunshots. Something must have happened down there. Whatever happened, Jiang Yuan's heart was in her throat. From the position of the window, you can't see what's going on underneath at all. Only screams could be heard, each one louder than the last. Except for her. Everyone in this building was extremely nervous. Some people even wanted to move the table over to block the door. I didn't dare to speak too loudly. I was scared. Jiang Yuan held the telescope and could not see anything in the yard. I ran to the window again, but there was no movement on the street. When she went back and forth for the second time, she finally made a discovery. There was a sneaky figure on the stairs opposite. Their house has a courtyard in the middle and is surrounded by houses. Close to the main house, there is a staircase on the left and right that you can go up. That figure happened to be on the stairs opposite. He didn't stop when he reached the second floor and went straight to the third floor. Because of the angle, she could only see her lower body, which was not very clear. On the other side of the stairs, it was originally darker. Jiang Yuan took a good look at that figure, and he actually stopped on the third floor. She put the telescope on the ground, wrapped it in a pillow towel, and turned on the night vision function. At the beginning of this, there will suddenly be a little light, just for fear of disturbing the people on the opposite side. Dong dong dong. He was actually knocking on the door, and he looked like a very strong man. The man knocked several times, but no one answered, and he got a little impatient. When he turned around, Jiang Yuan took a breath of air. Mom! She quickly covered her mouth and took deep breaths. The one opposite is actually a bear. When I looked through the night vision device, my eyes were all glowing green. It was so scary. No wonder it has a tiger's back and a bear's waist. It's a real bear. Just now, there must have been a conflict with someone in the duty room. Judging from the screams, it must be something dangerous. I don't know if the gunshot just now hit it. Moreover, this is a normal village after all. So how could there be bears? Is it because of this matter that Songyi and the others went out? The fighting power of brown bears is extraordinary. And they're pretty smart. Like the knock on the door just now. Although she knew it before, it was still terrifying when she saw it with her own eyes. It can make the entire alarm sound. And it is estimated that there are more than just this one coming in. Chapter 293 Kill. Her heart sank, hoping that nothing would happen to Songyi. The bear opposite didn't go crazy. Start knocking on the second door. Don't open the door. Jiang Yuan thought silently in her heart. If she opens the door now, it will be over. However, there are always those who have no eyesight. Who is it? The house was not very soundproof, so the answer reached her ears clearly. Then, there was the sound of the door opening. It's over. She couldn't speak out to remind him that if she attracted this guy, everyone would be in danger. Besides her, there are people living next to her. You absolutely can't do this. Alas, the bear opposite saw someone opening the door, and actually let out a series of strange screams similar to laughter. The man also noticed something unusual, screamed, and tried to close the door. But it was too late. The strength of a normal person cannot match that of a giant bear. After chasing him into the house, there were screams one after another. Jiang Yuan felt panicked after hearing this. It would probably be no good if the bear discovered her when she was a child in her hometown. She heard the old man mention the story of bears. It is said that their tongues are full of barbs. After meeting someone, he will lick you until half of your face is gone in one bite. I've seen it at the zoo before, and didn't think it was anything. Fortunately, I just went to the 3rd floor. Fortunately, it was just on the opposite side. Wait a moment. Jiang Yuan suddenly lost her composure. There was more than one bear coming over. She could see it from the opposite side. But they were in a blind spot downstairs. Will he come up too? An atmosphere of terror enveloped her. And the unknown danger was even more dangerous. Who can explain to her why bears imitate people knocking on the door? The screams on the 3rd floor opposite gradually stopped. I hope this can wake everyone up. Dong dong dong. The urging knock on the door sounded again. This time, it seemed to be from downstairs. Sure enough, not just one came up. What should I do? Yi Mian is still there. If I had known earlier, I would have brought her here. She listened quietly, as if no one opened the door. It was like a second, and the person on the other side also came out of the room. He started knocking on the next door, as if what happened just now had never happened. Even more calm than her. It's really scary to think about it. Fortunately, we are on the 3rd floor now. It will take some time to get up. She had to do something, but looked around the room. There seemed to be nothing she could do. There was nothing here, and self-preservation was the best she could do. Quick! There were rapid footsteps outside, and Jiang Yuan hurried to the window to take a look. Sure enough, a group of people came over. There should be about 10 people. Are you here to save people? Hope suddenly rose in her heart. Dong dong dong. The knocking on the door is getting louder and louder. Oh no! The bear is getting closer. While I was struggling, something happened on the stairs opposite. Someone has come and is hiding under the stairs. And the bear hasn't noticed it yet. Its destructive power is really great. If you can't knock on the door, just hit it. After 3 or 2 blows, it broke. Fortunately, many of these houses are unoccupied. After it failed, it became a little impatient and was not so gentle towards the next door. The group of people approached carefully. Only 3 people came forward, and the rest were behind. Jiang Yuan looked at it with a good look, fearing that she might miss something. The bear was very keen. Even though he made a lot of noise, he still noticed someone coming up. Straight up, he rushed over. The person who led the way quickly picked up a very thick wooden stake. The bear actually took it, held it with 2 paws, and let out a strange cry similar to laughter, which made people's scalp numb. Several people began to retreat, and the bear was immersed in the joy of getting the wooden stake. They were kissing and nibbling, but they soon discovered something was wrong. After throwing away the wood, he ran towards the retreating group of people and passed by. Its speed is very fast, and what is faster than it is the sound of gunfire. The bear that was shot did not retreat, but became angry. There were bursts of huge roars, although it was not deafening. Jiang Yuan still felt her scalp numb when she heard it in the room. Then, the battle between man and bear. The bear moves in and out, and even with a gun in hand, it is not that easy to tame. He became more and more careful, and gunshots actually sounded from downstairs. There must be someone carrying a heavy load somewhere she couldn't see. At this moment, in addition to fear, I was actually a little moved. Jiang Yuan was still vigilant. She had the tank dao in her hand, and the bear's skin was thick. Ordinary sharp weapons can't even hurt it. Now I hope that this group of people can be suppressed through force. She also heard the screams of someone who must have been injured. God, I'm so nervous. Then, there was no sound. She took the telescope and looked across. There was nothing. They had already run under her house just now. It's a blind spot. Invisible. Dong dong dong. There was another knock on the door, and she broke into a cold sweat. Because this time, he actually knocked on her door. He's not dead yet. He's really capable of tossing. She had to enter the space immediately. But she was very precious about her life. Jiang Yuan, are you okay? Hey, if someone talks, the bear can't talk. It's Sonny. He's back. I'm fine. With that said, he put away the cabinet at the door. Don't open the door. Stay at home and hide. Good. Before she could ask him about his situation, he left. Good guy. You must be safe. She heard the door close, adding another layer of security. I quickly came to the window, and sure enough, there were people running outside, and there were people carrying a stretcher. There were many people, but she still recognized Sonny at a glance. Even if it was just a silhouette, the danger is temporarily lifted, and we don't know what's going on outside. To be on the safe side, she still entered the space. Jiang Xingji had been waiting for her. And when he saw her coming back, he hurriedly asked what was going on outside. It's a bear. And it's also in our yard. It's okay now. He should have been beaten to death. It's too close to the mountain. It's normal to have bears. That thing is very powerful, Jiang Xingji said, also a little worried. It's okay. Dad, why aren't you sleeping yet? Are you uncomfortable with the sun here? There is no night in this space. Sleeping during the day always feels a bit upside down. It's not that I don't worry about you. Okay. You should go to sleep for a while. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. But don't go out again. Jiang Yuan quickly agreed. Only she could bring people into this space. If it comes out, it will only be possible because of her. If it hadn't been like this, my father would have gone out to look for her long ago. However, this is also a problem. If you want to give this to Xiaowan later, then how should she use it? It's a headache. Chapter 294 Experimental Field. Now that the danger is over, everyone comes out to sleep. Xiaowan has fallen asleep, and Qin Yu is holding her. Until now, Jiang Yuan is still a little confused. Song Yi didn't come back all night, and when everyone went to have dinner the next day, they were still worried. Sister Yuan, you scared me to death last night. Mian Mian, did you see it? I just took a look. I was afraid that I would be discovered. So I moved the table to block the door, and then hid on the bed. Jiang Yuan stirred the porridge in the bowl carelessly. Next time you encounter this situation, hide under the bed. Yeah, I'm really stupid. The three of them finished their meal quickly, and then set off to the greenhouse. The abnormality here will not affect the work during the day. There were people coming and going on the road, and Fan Qing could see her worry. Sister Yuan, are you worried about Brother Song? Well, he didn't come back all night. There must have been more than one bear yesterday. No need for her to say the rest. Everyone knows how dangerous it is. Don't think too much. Brother Song is so powerful. He will be fine. Jiang Yuan didn't want to worry the two girls, so she didn't say anything. There was nothing she could do now, and she had no place to ask. She could only wait. She had to believe in Song Yi. That man's skills and weapons were top-notch, so there would definitely be no problem. The morning was also confusing. Ever since Sister's was incident happened, everyone has become more honest. Sister Ying, the doctor said that he would call a few people to go to the experimental field later. There is a batch of new bacteria that need to be planted. Good. Jiang Yuan heard that the doctor seemed to have sent Sister's what to the doctor before. Are these two the same person? Or is there any connection with the laboratory Song you mentioned? Experimental field? It should be a place where experiments have been done and small-scale demonstrations have been carried out. Ah Hong, come here. Here we come. Sister Ying, go to the other greenhouses and notify them. Come and gather in 5 minutes. Good. Jiang Yuan knew that Ken had to choose someone to watch the work. But, is it so grand? It seems that Sister Ying takes this matter very seriously. Who is the doctor? I had doubts in my heart, but I suppressed them. Following the large troops to gather, Sister Ying stood at the front and announced the work. They stood behind, and Jiang Yuan did not dare to take it lightly. I kept watching and observing the situation of the people around me. Fortunately, no one showed any signs of fear or anxiety. Maybe she really was overthinking it. Wait a minute. If you don't meet the conditions I mentioned, you will stand on this side. Over 20 years old. Under 30 years old. She didn't expect that the first one was the age limit. What does this have to do with work? When I registered before, my age was written down. Now, it's okay not to stand up. Just as Sister Ying finished speaking, there was a crash and more than half of the people left. There are only 11 left, and 3 of them are in the queue. Okay, you guys who haven't gone to college, come over. Good guy. You actually need a degree. This is so weird. Yi Mianmian looked at her. Jiang Yuan nodded, and then left. Now, there are only 5 people left here. Why are there only a few of them? Forget it. It's just you. Under normal circumstances, there should be a 3rd and 4th condition. Sister Ying was probably afraid that after the overall screening, there would be no one left. So she did not continue. Okay, come with me. So, the 5 of them followed her and went inside the wall. This location was not at all convenient for them to go back to. Jiang Yuan didn't know where the experimental field was. It is probably closely related to the laboratory. It would be a good thing to go and inquire about it this time. Walking on the road, there are many people in front of me. Jiang Yuan went over and saw Song Yi, surrounded by a group of people. They were talking about something. The person opposite suddenly raised his head and looked over. His eyes met hers, and both of them remained silent in tacit agreement. Fan Qing also saw him, and was quite excited. It's fine. But why is Song Yi with that group of people? Are they all his colleagues? Sister Ying took them all the way to the so-called experimental field. There is also a greenhouse here. But it is not that big. That is, it is 4 meters wide and 10 meters long. You guys wait here. Sister Ying confessed, and went to the yard next to her. No one knew what was inside, and no one dared to follow it. It was a small courtyard on the 2nd floor, and Jiang Yuan thought that the laboratory might be inside. This layout is also more convenient. Moreover, there are actually people on duty at the door, which proves that the people or things inside are very important. When Sister Ying came out, a man followed her. She was very young, with eyes, and was wearing a white coat. This doesn't look like a doctor. Maybe an assistant. However, Sister Ying respects her very much. A group of people followed into the experimental field, which was different from a greenhouse. It has been divided into several small blocks, with small labels inserted on them. You guys, come here quickly. So today, we are going to plant bacteria on this tree trunk. I'll show you how to do it. And you'll see, the man with the eyes said as he picked up a special tool. It looks like Sha Wujing's demon-suppressing staff. But it's only on one side. It's not big. It's quite compact. I saw him using this tool to break open the bark of the tree and then stuff the mycelium inside. This opening cannot be made too big or too small. After finishing it, make sure that the mycelium is all inside and cannot be seen from the outside. Do you understand everything? Sister Ying shouted loudly, and the people below quickly replied, I understand. Afraid of being too slow and making her unhappy. Okay, you guys practice. I'll come over and take a look later. Yes, please walk slowly. Although he didn't nod or bow down, his attitude was considered respectful. They were asked to demonstrate on a piece of wood, and Jiang Yuan and Fan Qing also quickly started practicing. I don't know what's going on here. If we don't get it right, we'll be in trouble if we get punished again. This thing is considered exquisite. It's definitely not okay to waste it. So I'm very concerned about it. Fortunately, all 5 of them passed the examination. The next step is to help grow mycelium. There are many such wooden sticks on the shelf next to it. They were responsible for planting them, spraying them with water, and placing them on the shelves to leave enough space. Jiang Yuan thinks this is the way to grow mushrooms. It has the same effect as the mushroom stick she bought before. I guess I want to increase the diversity of food, so I am busy developing it. After all, many things are gone now. If you want to make it grow again, you need certain technical means. Chapter 295 Song Yi confesses. The leaders here know how to value the power of technology, and should be wise and wise. Moreover, there seems to be no shortage of food here, regardless of whether the food is good or not. At least there is something to eat, which is considered good. When I was getting lunch from Get Off Work, I happened to bump into Yi Minyan. Sister Yuan. Fan Qing. How are you? Has Sister Ying given you any trouble? No. They just asked us to move to another place to work. It won't be in the way. Minyan. How are you doing this afternoon? In comparison, Jiang Yuan was quite worried when she was alone. I'm fine. I'm still doing the same work. But you two are gone. And I don't even have anyone to talk to. Yi Minyan hugged Jiang Yuan's arm. She was really not used to living alone like this. We probably won't be able to stay for a few days. You have to pay more attention to yourself. Even if you suffer a little loss, don't conflict with other people. Do you understand? Well, don't worry. Sister Yuan, I understand everything. That's good. A few people took their dinner and headed to their accommodation. To be honest, she seems a little uncomfortable after being here for several days. It's a bit like when I was in school, but the situation is better. At least my family is around. Jiang Yuan came back. Before she could enter the space, Song Yi came over. Talk? Okay. Why don't you finish your meal? She can refuse to eat, but the elderly and children cannot. Given Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu's personalities, they would definitely wait for her to come back and eat together. Okay. I'll go back first. She didn't ask Song Yi if he had eaten. Time was limited, so she didn't care. Jiang Yuan picked up some sweet and sour radish and spicy and sour cucumber strips from the space. They are all prepared and stored in advance, so you can eat them ready-made. In the dining room, it's either potatoes or cabbage, and occasionally some radish. If you do it once and a half, you will get tired of it after a long time. Today's situation is special. Let's just eat a little, and then go over and ask Song-yi to see what's going on over there. Originally, she wanted to put her father and the others into the space, but Jiang Xingji disagreed. After finishing her meal quickly, Jiang Yuan went to Song-yi's place. She had too many questions to ask, and the other party was obviously waiting for her. After knocking, the door opened. "Come in." She sat directly on the bed. "It was like this last time, so don't let others repeat it twice. Are you curious about what happened in the past 2 days?" Jiang Yuan nodded, not hiding anything. "Last night, a wave of bears appeared here in Changming village. There were probably about 100 of them. Mom, there are so many. Where did they come from? Even if there were wild animals in the Qinling Mountains, there wouldn't be so many of them. Even if there are so many of them, it's not a coincidence that they still form a group to cause destruction. It is said that people from the outside came over, attacked the people guarding there, and then came in. I'll go. This is too scary. And it can attack the guards. Awesome. Is this bear a spirit?" Jiang Yuan really had doubts, and always found it a bit strange. "I'm not very clear about the details, but the alarm was sounded over there, and everyone was dispatched. When I passed by, I happened to bump into a few of them, and I strangled them. Later, when I heard shouting from our side, I came up. Is that the time I saw you?" "Right." Song-yi knew that even if Jiang Yuan was scared, her thinking would not be messed up. "I was worried that you were injured, so I came over to ask. Then, we went down together. It turns out that's the case. And that makes sense. But there are quite a few guards in this village. Why are they only back now?" Speaking of this, Song-yi also became serious, because later, we received an order that these bears can only be captured alive, not surrounded and suppressed. "What?" Jiang Yuan was shocked. She asked them to play with the blind bear in mortal flesh. What did the person who gave the order think? "So how are you? Are you injured?" Jiang Yuan was a little excited, but she didn't even notice it, and she was quite scared in her heart. "It's okay. I'm fine. Don't worry." The morning was supposed to be over. There were many large iron cages here, and it was okay to drive the bears in. Big iron cage. Who would mess with those things? "Are you sure these bears came down from the mountain?" Jiang Yuan looked at Song-yi, who smiled playfully. "Who knows? I haven't seen it with my own eyes." Therefore, Song-yi also saw this matter. However, he chose to remain silent. Even if they want to resist, they don't have the strength, and it really has little to do with them. "Then when I saw you on the road during the day today, were you also discussing the bear matter?" Jiang Yuan looked at him with an expression she didn't want to miss. Now that they are no longer on the same floor, there is no need for Song-yi to stand on a united front with her. He could have his own new life. But if he lied to her, he would have less contact with her in the future. All she wants is for her family to be healthy and survive these cannibalistic years smoothly. Even if it's just to live a few more years, that's a good thing. Song-yi pulled his chair forward, closer to her. Jiang Yuan subconsciously hid back, fearing that he would suddenly be unfavorable to her. Sensing her sensitivity, Song-yi whispered, "This is also what I mainly want to tell you today. Jiang Yuan, I met the person in power here yesterday. It's my old leader who served before. I don't know why he came here, but things are definitely not simple. Forehead. The gap between before and after is too big. Why is it getting involved with someone I know? So, he recognized you." "Well, actually, it was another guy who recognized me and brought me to him. I have never told you before that we are carrying out special international missions. There is only one line of communication with him, and everyone's information and tasks are not public. This time, I also met someone who went on a mission together. Later I was injured and rested for a year in a sanatorium in the mountains. Unintentionally, I met an old man who said that there was something strange happening in the world. Humanity is about to undergo a major reshuffle. Everyone said that he was a madman, but I was attracted to him. The old man is extremely proficient in the 5 elements and Bagua, and can also read the stars." Wait a moment. Jiang Yuan felt a little unbelievable as this became more and more fantasy. "So, you left the sanatorium?" Song-yi's expression was extremely sincere, as if he was saying, "I really didn't lie to you. I really didn't lie to you. I really didn't lie to you. Say important things 3 times. He said the anomaly was in the West Market. So I went there. Oh, I see. That's why he fortified his house and hoarded food. But he didn't know that the flying snow was poisonous. It seems reasonable. But something seems wrong. For a moment, she couldn't tell. Chapter 296 I Like You. Then did you find the anomaly? To be honest, she was a little uneasy. At that time, Grandma Yi said that she and the space were both anomalies. So could it be that Song Yi is looking for her? No. Song Yi shook his head. I don't know what the odd number is. I met you after I arrived at West Market. And you know what happened next. I didn't expect that he was talking about the end of the world. When I saw that post online, I was quite surprised. When he spoke, it didn't look like he was lying. Jiang Yuan sighed softly. This person can still continue to play together. What about you now? Do you want to continue to follow your old leader? No. The man shook his head and looked at her with a good look. I was injured before, and am not used to high-intensity work anymore. Now I just want to live quietly. But it's not without any benefits. He transferred me to the rear, so I don't have to patrol outside in the future. In this way, Song Yi can be regarded as sheltered. It doesn't matter if you go to the rear. It won't be particularly leisurely. Nor will it be too hard. It's freezing and snowy outside. Not a good place to be after all. Jiang Yuan now roughly understands that the garrison here is not the current person in power. The group that came later were Song Yi's old leaders. They came here probably because they were at a higher level. So they obeyed unconditionally. By the way, what did your leader come here to do? This is not a good place right now. Moreover, how can such a powerful person, who is in charge of some international affairs, overuse his talents? Changming Village will never be as peaceful as it appears. I don't know this yet, but I will know soon after I get there. Song Yi said it categorically and confidently. By the way, you also knew those people at the rescue center last time. Are you all together? Jiang Yuan had always wanted to ask this question, but she had forgotten it when she was interrupted just now. Well, I used to lead the team. Do you remember the man who fired the gun? He was my deputy. No wonder. It seemed a bit tense last time. Moreover, Song Yi still wanted to escape. In other words, the West City area is actually controlled by the military. Whether it is a survivor base or a rescue center, there is actually a group of people behind it. After Jiang Yuan finished speaking, she was also very surprised. It seemed that the strength of this group of people should not be underestimated. Maybe there will be some more powerful characters. It would be too dangerous if people found out that she had space. No, I still have to tell my family properly when I get back. Especially Shanwan. This child is too young. If you are not careful, you can easily be tricked. What are you thinking about? Seeing her lost in thought, Song Yi waved his hand in front of her. It's nothing. I just feel more and more strange. It seems like there are dangers everywhere. After saying that, he sighed. Don't be afraid. I have everything. Well, Jiang Yuan looked up and met a pair of serious eyes. Why does it still feel a little affectionate? The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Song Yi, what are you? The other person's eyes did not leave hers, and he looked into her eyes seriously. Jiang Yuan, can't you see that I like you? Oh? She was so stunned that she didn't notice and almost fell off the bed. Just now. Just to show politeness. I didn't sit inside at all. I just set up a small side. Song Yi, with quick eyes and quick hands, went up to help her. Damn. It's so social. It's really too social. She really wants to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it now. Grandma has such a big leg. Well, you? The other person seemed to be looking forward to her answer and kept looking into her eyes. Jiang Yuan swallowed unconsciously. What should she do if she was a little scared? Song Yi, are you mistaken? I remember that you liked Nian Nian at that time. I like her so much. Don't accuse me wrongly. This time it was Jiang Yuan's turn to be dumbfounded. How could this bitch think of something like this? At that time, we went out to look for supplies. We were neither relatives nor friends. You took her with you. That's not what you meant. After talking about it, her voice became softer and softer, as if no one really said it. It was all her own guess. No, Jiang Yuan. It's you. It's always been you. As for bringing her with me, I was afraid that you, a girl, would be a bit intractable. So she happened to send me a private message again. Just think of bringing one with you so that you won't be too embarrassed. After all, I was going out with two grown men at that time. Fear and embarrassment are also normal. Ah, this is actually like this. My God, this matter was so serious. She just said that Sonny never paid attention to him anymore. It turned out that she was attracted by the photo. And she had hinted it to Yi Mian several times. It was so embarrassing. What are you thinking about? Seeing that she didn't speak, Song Yi felt a little anxious and scratching his heart. Well, it's getting late. I should go back. Jiang Yuan. Well, by the way, there is still a big issue that remains unresolved. Song Yi. First of all, thank you very much for liking me. As you know, I was in a dysfunctional marriage. In this situation, I don't want to think about it. Don't waste your time on me. Find someone to fall in love with who will get results. Jiang Yuan was telling the truth. She didn't want to fall in love or remarry. The days she spent with Xia Chaoyang were the most uncomfortable days in her first half of life. Now that I have finally gained my freedom, I naturally don't want to make the same mistakes again. At the same time, she also understood that Song Yi was not Xia Chaoyang and would not do the same disgusting things as him. However, she will not waver in her determination not to get married at all. I know what you're thinking. So I never told you. I always thought you could tell. I also understand your concerns. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Today's days are too special. Let's all take good care of our families and live well. I don't want you to do anything. As long as you are happy, I will be happy. Well, this man is quite good at keeping silent. If she were 20 years old, she would definitely be moved. Jiang Yuan. Promise me not to alienate me because of this matter. We still get along as before. How can you feel comfortable, and how can we do it? Okay? There was actually a hint of pleading in his eyes. She was a little embarrassed. But how could it be the same? Okay. I understand. Don't think too much. We don't know much about this place now. And it's not necessarily safe here. There are too many things that need to be done. Love and so on. Compared to survival. They are all younger brothers. Don't you think? Chapter 297 Daughter's Dream. Song Yi was so impressed by her strange brain circuit that she didn't know what to say. His eyebrows were twisted back and forth. But he couldn't hold back a word for a long time. Okay. Then I'll go back first. As soon as she stood up, Song Yi stood up too. The distance between the two people was too close. And the other person was tall. So she almost hit his chest. Subconsciously, he took a step back. But behind was the bed. And Jiang Yuan fell straight backwards without checking. Oops. Song Yi stretched out his long arms and quickly picked the person up. Then, it just stopped moving. His big hands wrapped around Jiang Yuan's waist. As if she was electrocuted. You? Please let me go quickly. Song Yi seemed to have just come back to his senses. He quickly pulled her up and then let go. It's so embarrassing. Grandma's. Jiang Yuan said nothing more and almost rushed out of the door. This old man was almost done with losing his face. When Qin Yu opened the door for her, she was quite surprised. Daughter, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Are you careless? It's too cold. Mom, I'm freezing. Let's go back and warm up first. Oh, how could this be? She just wants to scream, twist, and crawl in darkness now. Xiao Nuan followed her into the house, and was surprised to see Jiang Yuan walking around with a regretful look on her face. Mom, what's wrong with you? No, it's okay. By the way, Xiao Nuan, are you sleepy? Mom will take you to play? The little guy nodded quickly. She knew everything. Jiang Yuan took off her coat, spread the quilt, and covered each of the two people with a hot water bottle. After doing this, I took my daughter into the space. Song Yi's sudden confession was not bad for her. But the embarrassing thing behind it was really embarrassing and embarrassing. Xiao Nuan, would you like to pick vegetables with your mother? Good. The little girl is very happy. There is always a joy of harvest in such things as picking. Jiang Yuan went inside and took out two small baskets. One for mother and daughter. Let's pick tomatoes first. They are shorter and Xiaonuan doesn't have to worry about them. Mom, look at how big this is. As big as Xiaonuan's face. Oh, my baby is so awesome. He can handle such a big tomato. It's amazing. Jiang Yuan's main focus is the praise mode. And her daughter is also very helpful. And she works harder. Baby, you must not tell others about the things in this dimension. Don't talk nonsense about what we usually eat and drink. Do you understand? Mom, Grandma tells me every day. I understand. Sister Jingjing's family doesn't have it. And Uncle Song's family doesn't have it either. If I tell them, people will come over and grab our good place. Xiao Nuan won't say anything. Good place is the pronoun given to space by Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu. Okay. My baby is the best. Today, my mother will tell you a truth. Even if you meet someone who wants to trick you. For example, has Xiao Nuan eaten anything delicious? Where does she usually play? How would you answer? The little girl neatly twisted off a tomato and put it into her basket. I just said that my mother wouldn't let me talk to strangers. Well, this answer was indeed not what she expected. What if it's someone you know? Such as Aunt Mian. Jiang Yuan is really looking forward to her daughter's performance. She always feels that this child is as big as a brat. Then I say, we can eat whatever you eat. It's all the same. Okay. Xiao Nuan. Remember, you can't say anything about this good place. Otherwise it will belong to others. They will also arrest us. And Xiao Nuan will never see her mother and grandparents again. Don't want. The little girl suddenly screamed, threw away the basket, ran over and started sobbing quietly. Jiang Yuan's heart suffocated. It was over. The scare was too much. Really? This kid must be obsessed with it. I don't want my mother to leave. I don't want to be separated from my mother. Grandma would beat me. Dad would call me a bastard. And that aunt would pinch me. Oh. The little girl was eloquent and spoke clearly. But Jiang Yuan felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. Xiao Nuan. What are you talking about? Don't scare Mom. Mom, when I woke up that day, I remembered that my mother was gone. Grandma beat me and asked me to wash clothes, saying that I was losing money. My father also said that I was a bastard. That auntie told Dad not to get angry with the child. But she came over and pinched me. They locked me in the room. And the window was too high for me to close. Jiang Yuan was shocked. What is all this? Why does it feel like it happened in a previous life? So what Xiao Nuan had was not a dream. Did she also come back with her? Baby, tell Mom quickly. When did you have this dream? She didn't dare to ask any more questions, and could only say it was a dream. It is really unimaginable what suffering her baby must have endured in her previous life. No wonder she was freezing to death even though she was wearing clothes. It turned out that they had opened the window. Xia Qiang. It would not be a pity to die 10,000 times. Even the day my mother took me away from our original home, I didn't know what happened. Mom, I'm so scared. As he spoke, his daughter threw herself into his arms again. Jiang Yuan felt extremely regretful. She deserved to die. How could she believe what that family said? How can you put your daughter with that group of people? They have no heart at all. She actually naively thought that since she was the daughter of the Xia family, those people would not harm her life no matter what. In the end, I still overestimated their shamelessness. Baby, don't be afraid. Mommy will take you with her every day. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. Mom loves you. Jiang Yuan coaxed her for a long time before Xiao Nuan recovered. She thought her daughter knew nothing, and was usually very sensible. Who knows how scared she is these days? When I think of this, I feel so guilty. It seems that her daughter will have to stay with her from now on. But unfortunately, she had to stay in the experimental field for a few days. And it was definitely not possible to take care of her children. It's not good for Qin Yu to not go to work for a long time. After much thought, I asked Jiang Xingji to watch it at home for 2 days. When they finish there and return to the greenhouse, they can ask for leave here. By then, she would try not to go out. Now, the family has a lot of money. Some things are not necessary. It is not impossible to take my daughter to the greenhouse. But if it's inconvenient, then it's okay at home. After deciding, the two picked some more tomatoes, washed 2, and took them out to their parents. After telling her about her decision just now, Jiang Xingji naturally had no problem. However, his mother will take care of him for a day tomorrow. So he has to ask for leave. Chapter 298 Little Mushroom. The family can be considered happy now. Jiang Yuan is a bit worried about gains and losses. The good things in this life are just to make up for the regrets in the previous life. As long as everything goes well, then there is nothing to be afraid of. Early the next morning, they went to eat, because they left Qin Yu and Xiao Nuan in advance. So they didn't have to follow them. They could also finish their meal directly, and then go to work. When I arrived at the door, I happened to meet Song Yi, who was neatly dressed. He seemed to be waiting for her here specially. And Jiang Yuan felt somewhat uncomfortable. Good morning. Brother Song. Morning. Yi Mian and Fan Qing both greeted him. And Jiang Yuan deliberately walked behind. Jiang Yuan. Morning. Damn it. This guy actually named me. At that second of hesitation, Yi Mian looked over in confusion. She couldn't stop talking. And quickly reached out her hand. It's early for you too. After saying that, he started walking downstairs. How could this happen? Before the window paper was pierced, I felt nothing. It's okay now. I feel uncomfortable doing anything. Several people went to have dinner together. And now Liang Kong successfully applied for the job of chef in the dining room. He got up earlier. And Xiaoling took Jingjing to eat with him. A group of people would definitely be scared if they went out in the dark sky if there wasn't a light bulb not far away. Why do you have to get up so early every day? If I came here by myself, I probably wouldn't dare. Yi Mian complained softly. And Jiang Yuan patted the hand holding her. It must have been designated by the big leader. It is impossible for all personnel to be managed in a militarized manner. But time can. After eating, it was time to go to work. Jiang Yuan was afraid that Song Yi would say something to her again. So she hurriedly left. The experimental field is manned all night long. After they come, they need to be disinfected and wear disposable shoe covers, gloves, masks and white coats. Similar to that kind of dust-free and sterile state. Being able to achieve this is already very particular. When I came in, the man with glasses was inside. Sister Ing is very respectful to him. Because he is what others call a doctor. And she doesn't know his last name. He was observing a stick tree and heard the movement but was not distracted. Jiang Yuan and others quickly started the day's work. And there were still a lot of sticks left to plant. It is estimated that the work here can be completed in just 2 days. When the time comes, she will take 2 days off to rest. And her mother will come over to work and refresh her face. Hey, this mushroom actually grew. Someone shouted softly, also looking shocked. The doctor heard it and ran over quickly. Jiang Yuan was a little curious and moved closer. I saw him carefully taking the towel on the wood. And then looking at the side. A bunch of small buds did appear. When they left yesterday, they were asked to cover all the planted sticks with towels and spray them with water. This is the same as how they grow mushroom sticks at home. But they use wood chips mixed together. This one is a pure big wooden stick. More original. At the same time, the survival rate is also lower. Now in this experimental field, try to simulate the humidity of mushroom growth. However, it would be a bit incredible if it could grow out in 1 day. Under normal circumstances, it would take several months. Even the one inside the home needs to be sprayed with water all the time to keep it moist. In summer and autumn, it can be out in about 3 days. But when the weather is cold, it will take longer. This is really fast. The doctor was also very excited and carefully took out the stick. Then he went to the yard next to him. The girl was still in shock. She wanted to ask, but was embarrassed to ask. Okay, let's get to work quickly. If you have any doubts, it's not the time to discuss it now. Since mushrooms can grow in 1 day, does that mean that this doctor is not studying the diversity of species? Instead, we are researching things that can accelerate plant growth, so that we can get the most food in a short period of time. In this situation, among other things, food is the most important thing. People can only survive if they have food to eat. With people, everything is left. Jiang Yuan was in a good mood. Once this technology was developed, they could also benefit from it. Sister Yuan, why are you laughing? It's nothing. I guess it won't be long before there will be an extra dish on our dining table. Fan Qing didn't know why. So Jiang Yuan started to work and didn't continue talking. But she was a little dazed and thoughtful. We got off work at noon and everyone was preparing to go back. Although we didn't want to eat the food there, we still had to go get some food. Sister Yuan, you go ahead. My stomach hurts a little. I'll go back later. Ah? Isn't it serious? Qing. Then go quickly. I'll wait for you here. Fan Qing's expression was a little distorted. And it looked like he was really in pain. No need. Sister Yuan, Auntie and Shan Yuan are still waiting for you to bring food back. I won't be in the way. I'll go over there later, and it'll be okay. Oh, I'll go first. With that said, he ran away. Is it possible? Or is there residual snow water? Jiang Yuan was a little worried, and couldn't help but touch her belly. No. Don't scare yourself. The rest of the people are fine. They are probably just hungry. Although she felt a little strange. She didn't delve into it. Since Fan Qing said so, she would go back first. On the way, Several girls were shocked about the mushrooms and couldn't help but discuss it. Seeing her talking, another girl asked her directly what she thought. That must be because the doctor is so good. That kind of thing needs to grow in a specific environment. He simulated the most suitable temperature and humidity, and it was just a matter of time before mushrooms grew. She wouldn't say anything messy, even though there was no one around. But you can guarantee that no one is guarding the front house on the roadside. Besides, stop talking about those things, Jiang Yuan reminded her kindly. And the man rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. They are all young and energetic girls who had a hard time because of the bad weather. Now that there is a new order, and there are many people around her who are not as well educated as her, it is normal to be a little arrogant. After all, this time, academic qualifications are also a stepping stone. The other girl looked at each other and said nothing. Outside, she should keep a low profile. This is what her mother told her. Although she was wearing heavy clothes, it could still be seen that her eyes had been carefully groomed. When you are inside the greenhouse, the temperature is relatively high, so you don't need to wear so many clothes, and you don't need to cover your mouth and nose. This man has red lips, white teeth, pink face and peach cheeks, and he looks like he is wearing makeup. The screen today was also made by her. Chapter 299 suspected to be Xiaoyun. As for the purpose, she didn't know and didn't want to guess. No one is stupid. But don't drag everyone in. Sister Yuan, let's hurry up. I'm hungry. Good. The two of them left first, and an inappropriate cut sound came from behind. Jiang Yuan held Zhou Jin's hand and pulled her forward, as if she didn't hear anything. This Zhou Jin came here with sisters what before. I have known them for a long time and live in a dormitory. In the dining room, I met Yi Mianmian, saw Jiang Yuan, and hurriedly greeted her. Both Fan Qing and her left, and she was alone. Somewhat lonely. Don't worry. There are only 2 days left to work over there, and we will be back then. Well, I'm really bored alone. Yi Mianmian has been a little clingy to her recently. So the two of them had dinner, said goodbye to Zhou Jin, and went to the house. Sister Yuan, I miss you so much. Haha. What nonsense are you talking about? We even had dinner together this morning. Yes, but I really can't help but miss you. Seeing Yi Mianmian like this, she was quite happy. Grandma Yi has not been gone for long, and she has finally recovered, which is quite gratifying. By the way, Sister Yuan, I have something. Yi Mianmian looked quite confused, which made Jiang Yuan a little funny. Tell me, are you hiding it from me? I'm not sure if I saw it wrong. When I went over to eat today, I saw a person behind the window. He looked very much like Xiaoyun. What? Jiang Yuan was a little shocked. Xiaoyun was the old lady's daughter. She's like that. Yet she's still alive. And she's here? I just glanced at it. And when I looked over again, there was no one there. It may also be that I have been too tired recently and haven't had a good rest. The window is very small. There are many people working inside, so it is normal to not be able to see clearly. Seeing Jiang Yuan thinking here, she was also a little worried. Sister Yuan, maybe I saw it wrong. It was just a look. They all wear masks. I'm nervous. Maybe. It's okay. You go back first. I'll go to Xiaoling's house later. After the two separated, Jiang Yuan was a little absent-minded. At that time, Xiaoyun's body was missing. Or, it cannot be said to be a corpse. No one from them went up to check the specific situation, so it was possible that he was not dead. At first, they just thought it was being dragged away by something, and no one paid attention. Now, the more I think about it, the more suspicious it becomes. If they were really eaten by animals, it is absolutely unreasonable that the other three were still safe and sound even after being left there for several days. Then there is only one possibility left: she really escaped. At that time, everyone didn't pay attention, thinking that even if they didn't die, they would freeze to death. However, they are not the only ones there. If they are rescued, even taking it to Changming village is reasonable. Mom, don't eat this lunch today. Oh? Xin Yu was a little confused. Okay, why don't you eat? She didn't explain much and sent her mother and Xiao Wan into the space first. She arrived at Xiaoling's place by herself. They got off work late and just came back. There were only two of her and Jingjing. Liang Kong was in the dining room and would be later. Yuan, what are you doing here? Let's go into the house. She was just waiting here on purpose. And she wasn't being pretentious. Liang Kong didn't come back. Just like she said, this kind of thing really can't wait. What? You said? Xiaoling was as excited as when she first heard about it. Immediately, he also realized his gaffe and quickly lowered his voice. It's incredible that that man is still alive. We're not sure. So we came here and asked you to tell Liang Kong. They were all in the dining room, so it was easier to inquire. Xiaoling, you also know that we have a life-threatening feud with her. She worked there again, and a little trouble was enough for us to drink a pot. Xiaoling naturally understood the key to this and nodded repeatedly. Don't worry. I will tell him when he comes back later. You have to figure it out. Otherwise I won't be at ease. This matter is related to the interests of everyone, so there is no need to worry about someone not doing their best. Jiang Yuan didn't stay too long. Once the matter was settled, it was okay, and she had to go back for dinner. When Jiang Xingyi comes back later, he will be anxious seeing that everyone is gone. Xiaoling also sighed, thinking she could live a normal life for a few days. Who knew? That harmful spirit would actually show up again. Sure enough, if this person is not ruthless, his status will be unstable. As soon as Jiang Yuan came out and passed by Song Yi's door, the door suddenly opened. Scared me. When did you become so timid? The other party was teasing, but Jiang Yuan didn't respond. Exactly. I have something to tell you. Well, come in. She told Song Yi that Xiaoan might be here. The other party frowned and was a little surprised. I was careless. Just leave it alone and work peacefully. I will take care of it. Don't be too obvious. I'm not sure. I'll ask Liang Kong to explore the way. If it's really her, let's take a long-term approach. In the past, killing someone was normal and simple. However, Changming Village now has its own order and punishment standards. None of them can act rashly, lest they get burned. After the matter was finished, Jiang Yuan was about to leave, but Song Yi suddenly stopped her. Jiang Yuan looked up, a little confused. That doctor is very powerful. Forehead? Did you hear what we said on the street? Yes. I was in the house next door at that time. Whether it was powerful or not, she couldn't say, but the situation there was definitely not simple. Song Yi, you asked me to go to the laboratory before. Is it the house next to the experimental field? Hearing this, the other party shook his head. He didn't know the specific location. At the beginning, I wanted to perform well, but I regretted it later. The three of us in the family have to take turns carrying Xiaoan in the house. Therefore, I feel more free in the greenhouse. After all, it is a job that can be done with hands, and people who have no place to ask for it will be assigned here. One more or one less doesn't matter. Okay, just make arrangements based on the actual situation. The reason why I let you go is because I thought it would be easier. Jiang Yuan always felt that there was something in Song Yi's words. In addition to being relaxed, she could also peek into some secrets. Of course, it's all about research and development and growing crops. It doesn't matter if it's big or small. It doesn't matter if it's small. Then I'll go back first. Song Yi still didn't get out of the way, and Jiang Yuan was a little sullen. Don't be angry. Be careful these 2 days. I always feel like the weather is a little abnormal. Chapter 300 Self-Recommendation. The weather has been so good these 2 days. Is there anything unusual? Jiang Yuan was not talking nonsense. Since they came to Changming Village, although it's still cold, the weather is clean. There was no snow and no dim feeling. She thought that the end of the world was going to end like this. Indeed, things have been good recently. But is there a possibility that this is the night before a storm comes? His words immediately put Jiang Yuan out of control, staring at him with wide eyes. Anyway, be careful. I always feel uneasy. Well, then be careful yourself. After finishing speaking, Jiang Yuan hurried back. Jiang Xingyi had already arrived home, and he was a little anxious when he saw that there was no one there. Dad, are you back? Well, my daughter, where are your mother and Xiaoan? Inside, Jiang Yuan blinked mysteriously. Jiang Xingyi understood instantly, and the two closed the door, arrive at the back room and enter the space. Mom has already prepared the meal, and Xiaoan is running around in the yard. Such a warm moment made her relax unconsciously. Mother, life at home is very warm, but I still have to work in the afternoon. Jiang Yuan went to tell Sister Ing this afternoon to ask her mother to go to work tomorrow, while her father would watch the children at home tomorrow. When she went out at noon, Fan Qing felt a little unnatural, but she didn't pay attention. Kai Yang also came out and said a few words to everyone. He is recuperating from his injuries and has not been out for the past few days. He is really bored. The doctor brought over some new mycelium in the afternoon. It is said that these are improved. She let them continue planting. And she sighed silently. In this case, it would probably take several days. By the way, Fan Qing will be responsible for all your work from now on. Why? The one who spoke was the woman with heavy makeup. Her name seemed to be Ha Dan. She heard another girl call her Dandan. The doctor glanced over with a cold look and rolled his eyes. Gentle and indifferent. Doctor, I also graduated from a university. And I was also the secretary of the youth league committee at school. And I have very strong organizational skills. As he spoke, he unconsciously moved forward. Jiang Yuan seemed to have seen another Fan Yao. But her calculations seemed to be wrong. The doctor did not accept this trick at all. Fan Qing has strong clinical work experience. So it's been decided. Please cooperate well. After saying that, the person left. Fan Qing stood in front. But nothing much changed. Everyone, keep working. Snort. Dandan was obviously unconvinced. And Zhou Jin glanced at her. The other party seemed to have found an outlet and stopped immediately. What are you looking at? I'll dig out your eyes. Damn. This guy is definitely violent. I advise you to be calm. Why is Sisters Wa missing? Have you forgotten? In her worldview, Sisters Wa is gone. I was already exhausted at that time. So if I send it to the doctor, what good things can come out of it? At first, when she came over, she was still wondering if she would see her. However, after several days, she had given up. When mentioning this, Dandan was indeed honest. Jiang Yuan also lowered her head to work. And Fan Qing walked over angrily and squatted down next to her. Sister Yuan, don't you blame me? What's your fault? Inexplicably, this girl actually came over to ask her. She must be feeling guilty. Qing, we are all very happy that you have been entrusted with this important task. From now on, work hard. Jiang Yuan said nothing. People go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. She could understand that Fan Qing must have gone there at noon. If she hadn't recommended herself, it would be impossible for the doctor to know about her. Sister Yuan, I really didn't mean it. What are you talking about? Qing, this is a good thing. Even if you are honest with me, I will not stop you and will help you. When she said this, Fan Qing became even more embarrassed. However, Jiang Yuan didn't want to continue talking. When we were at Lushan Yayuan, everyone was united because they had to be united. Now, with the new environment, we should each pursue our own lives. She has no right to accuse others. And her own ideas are different from theirs. So there is really no need. There is no such thing as a banquet that lasts forever. So it's almost okay. Although Dandan was angry, she still had to work. Fan Qing didn't show anything. But Jiang Yuan knew that this man had it in mind. This Dandan, if he doesn't know how to restrain himself, will probably not have a good life. However, these have nothing to do with her. Jiang Yuan made a calculation in her heart. Her purpose was very simple, which was to keep her family safe. Xiaowan is still young now. When she gets older, she can go to study classes. The premise is that this is really reliable. Until after get off work in the evening, Fan Qing still had to report to the doctor. She apologized a little and asked Jiang Yuan to go first. Okay, then I'll go back first. You can pay more attention to yourself later. Hearing concern, Fan Qing can feel better. Jiang Yuan left, and Zhou Jin followed her. As soon as I came out, I was faced with a gust of wind, mixed with fluttering snow. The coldness hit her instantly, and she couldn't help but reach out to cover her eyes. Oh my God! Why is it so strong when the wind comes? Zhou Jin sighed. She also felt strange. The temperature of the greenhouse here is high. In addition to its own geothermal heat, there is also artificial heating. Therefore, some of the surrounding snow is not frozen. Although they were swept away on both sides, it only took a matter of minutes for them to fly over. Yes, it's too sudden. You see the snow falling. You might think it's snowing again. Zhou Jin became familiar with her and talked more. Let's go quickly. It will probably get colder soon. The wind was so strong that the trees outside were shaking. Everything else is fine. As we approach the wall, there are 3 weeping willows. The branches were soft and long, hanging down. When the wind passed, they began to sway crazily. The feeling of having a layer of white ice particles flying in the air is really not that good. Jiang Yuan also had to go get food. And the time was quite tight. In the dining room, she was still looking for Xiaoyun. I never saw it. And I didn't pay much attention to this woman at that time. You can only recognize them when you meet them. After all, everyone wears a lot and everyone looks bloated. Moreover, it is very normal for clothes to not fit properly. Not only that, Liang Kong was not seen. In the end, there was a question mark in her heart whether she had come or not. Yi Mianmian passed away a little later than them. But there is no one around now, just waiting for her to go back together. Similarly, she is also looking for Xiaoyun. He even spoke loudly on purpose to get her attention. Chapter 301 The Wind Rises. Unfortunately, no abnormalities were found. Jiang Yuan patted her shoulder, which was almost okay to prevent excessive force. Yi Mianmian sighed. She was also a little scared to have such a time bomb next to her. We are still in the dining room. Such an important place. How can we not be afraid? The two of them went out with their meals. The wind outside seemed to be getting stronger. It blew on my face, and I couldn't open my eyes. Mom. Both of them covered their faces with their hands. Fortunately, the current situation is quite special. Their hair is all tied up. If they let it down, it would fly all over the sky, which would be very troublesome. Many houses outside are reinforced at the back and covered with iron sheets. Now, it is crackling with the wind. Jiang Yuan was a little scared. If it scraped off and hurt someone, it would be over. Urging Yi Mianmian to go back quickly. The number of pedestrians on the road gradually increased, and most people were starting to get off work. When Jiang Yuan was about to arrive home, she ran into Jiang Xingji. He didn't go to the dining room, but came back directly. A few people didn't even bother to talk. The wind started to rise as soon as they spoke. It was so scary. Yi Mianmian arrived home first and reached into her pocket to get the keys. But her hands couldn't be used. As soon as the door opened, it fell to the opposite side with a pop sound. You can imagine how strong the wind was. Go back quickly and lock the door. Jiang Yuan almost shouted before she said a complete sentence. When they went back, it was Qin Yu who opened the door. The wind was so strong that it almost knocked her down. This is still a corner location, which is more serious than other places. The father and daughter quickly entered the house and closed the door to block out the strong wind. This is too scary. No matter how the wind blows, it blows up. There is no defense at all. Jiang Yuan took off her scarf and hat. The wind was so strong that breathing became difficult. Oh, this rice is cold. Qin Yu complained and entered the house with the lunchbox. Jiang Yuan went back to change into her pajamas and went to her parents' room. Xianwan is playing with building blocks there. And she is also very well behaved. Quick! Let's hurry. To enter the space. It must be warm and warm. It feels good to have spring-like weather all year round. A few people are sitting on the drying platform in the yard. They are going to eat hot pot today. There are so many vegetables. If you don't eat them, you will get old. Qin Yu went to prepare. But there was a knock on their door, which was quite urgent. Only Jiang Yuan could sense it. And after telling her parents, she came out. When opening the door, be extra careful for fear of being photographed underneath. Song Yi. Kaiyang Zhang. Why are you here together? She felt that this was not good. So she called the two of them into the house. It was too cold outside, and the wind was so strong that they could not stand. I had closed the bedroom door just now, so it's out of the way. Why are you here? Still together. You should know that these days, Zhang Kaiyang stays at home by himself. Sister Yuan, why didn't Fan Qing come back? He was a little anxious and saw that Yi Mianmian had also come back. But his girlfriend was not there. Not back yet? She had to report to work, so she asked me to leave first. Could it be in the dining room? Logically speaking, I should be back. How long will it take to report on the work? What kind of work is she reporting? It's such a strong wind, and she doesn't know how to come back early. Zhang Kaiyang was a little worried and a little angry at the same time. Qingqing is now our person in charge and must report on her work. Who is the person in charge? Why don't I know? It was only announced this afternoon. I guess she hasn't had time to tell you yet. With this explanation, Zhang Kaiyang would be better off. Logically speaking, she should be comforted. If I can't stay at home, I start to have random thoughts and suspicions. However, in this current situation, let's forget it. Who can take care of whom? The best thing to do is to live your life well. No, I'll greet her at the door. With that said, He couldn't help but go out. Jiang Yuan clicked her tongue. This kid is so noisy that it sounds like rain when the wind blows. Song Yi and her were the only ones left in the room. And because he was still jealous of Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu in the room, he didn't say anything. It's good that you're okay. The wind is so weird. If it doesn't work, just stay at home tomorrow. Well, it's true. It's fast and fierce. I feel it's a bit too fast. This started in the afternoon, and it's only been a few hours now, and it's already so big. Best not to continue. Suddenly thinking of something, she raised her head and looked at Song Yi. Is this the storm you were talking about? It's just the wind now. Don't think too much. I'm just guessing. Paying more attention to safety is the best policy. Song Yi didn't say much. Before leaving, he glanced meaningfully at the locked door of the bedroom. She knew that this guy must have questions in his mind. And Jiang Xingji would definitely come out to say hello. But today, it is not normal to stand for so long without coming out. But without saying anything, Jiang Yuan knew that this man was definitely suspicious. If he asked, she had already thought of an excuse. Since she didn't ask, there was no need for her to have 300 taels of silver here. She slipped into the space. Her parents were ready and waiting for her to come back for dinner. Even the dipping sauce was prepared for her. Jiang Yuan was also hungry and forgot all the things outside, enjoying the beauty of hot pot. I cooked a piece of fat beef and covered it with sesame sauce. The taste was simply amazing. Every cell is screaming. It smells so good. The wind is so strong today. I guess I won't be able to go to work tomorrow. Qin Yu sighed, and Jiang Yuan nodded. Mom, you should be at home tomorrow. Dad, you are at home too. You have already asked for leave anyway. How about you? Qin Yu asked quickly. Of course she couldn't let her precious daughter take risks. I'll take a look and then talk. If the wind is too strong, I won't go. After receiving the guarantee, the two old men felt relieved and began to cook the dishes seriously. Let me tell you, it really doesn't matter what will happen tomorrow. In the afternoon, two people who were building a house next to us fell from the scaffolding. Ah, it's so serious. How are they doing? It's so high. What good can it do? One of the people's brains fell out, and he's definitely gone. The other one didn't know, so he didn't let us go and see it later. However, in the afternoon, all high-altitude operations were cancelled. Good guy. When Jiang Xingji said this, she was really a little scared. This wind is indeed still sustainable for those working on the ground. But it's different at high altitude. A slight stagger can be fatal. This wind is so evil. I started talking about it, and it's so strong. If it doesn't work, we really have to stay at home and not go out. Chapter 302 Xiaoyun appears. Qin Yu said this to Jiang Yuan because he was afraid that she would run out on her own. After experiencing so much life and death, she was indeed scared. Don't worry, Mom. I'm sensible. After saying that, he stopped talking and concentrated on cooking. After eating, cleaning up, and resting for a while, these few people came back. I chewed breath-freshening breath mints and changed my clothes. If there is a smell and someone discovers it, various explanations will be required. Alas, eating hot pot is great for a while, but the aftermath is too troublesome. The next morning, the wind still didn't stop. Jiang Yuan looked inside the building, and people were already getting up one after another. That means that everyone still has to go to work. If you didn't ask for leave yesterday, then go to work. As for my mother, I won't let her go either. Daughter, if you can't, then don't go. Look, the wind is so strong. It blew all night yesterday. It was so scary. Qin Yu was also worried about her. But if she didn't go, her whole family wouldn't go. Either way, after all, their family still has to establish itself in Changming village. It's okay, Mom. I'm sensible. If it doesn't work, I'll come back. Just in time, Yin Yanyan also came and knocked on the door. It was agreed yesterday that Qin Yu would go to work today and ask Yin Yanyan to give her a day off later. She was going to the experimental field, but there was no way there. I called Fan Qing. She came back yesterday, and Zhang Kaiyang felt distressed. Today she was clamoring to go to the dining room with her. Otherwise she would have to be sent back to him and make an extra trip. Song Yi also came down with him. Yi Mianmian was a little strange as he kept reminding Jiang Yuan. She always felt that Song Yi was too talkative today. You need a work permit to enter and exit the dining room here. But Kaiyang Yang doesn't have one. Just sitting outside and waiting. Fan Qing bought it and the two of them ate outside. It is a small place specially set up for family members, together with a door-to-door inspection of documents. Xiaoling didn't want to go today, but there were too few teachers and too many children. There was no other way. So I put on a lot of clothes for Jingjing and went straight over. The only ones eating now are Song Yi and Yi Mianmian. If you go today, just ask for leave. Don't go tomorrow. No. In the afternoon. Song Yi looked at her as if she was joking. Yi Mianmian glanced at it. A little puzzled. Brother Song, are you asking Sister Yuan not to go? Or am I not going either? Well, this is too obvious a joke. Jiang Yuan gave her a roll of her eyes. But she smiled foolishly. What's going on with you two? There's been something wrong since the last time Uncle Ma wanted to introduce you to someone. Something's wrong. Jiang Yuan looked at Yi Mianmian in surprise. Yi Mianmian thought he had guessed what he was thinking and was a little proud. Brother Song, you are too ungrateful. If there is anything that cannot be wiped out about this matter, you should tell it and make everyone happy. Song Yi smiled. From the bottom of his heart. I listened to your sister Yuan. After saying that, he took the dinner plate and went to wash it. Jiang Yuan is simply extremely social. What the hell is going on? Mianmian, what are you talking about? We both have nothing. Yi Mianmian really didn't take it seriously. His words were not meaningful enough. And he even hid this from her. Jiang Yuan held her forehead and couldn't wash it away even if she jumped into the Yellow River. It's true. I don't want to talk about relationships anymore. You know my last marriage. How can I hope for something like this? Yi Mianmian saw her helplessness and didn't dare to tease her anymore. She also knows about those bad things. And she also understands Jiang Yuan's choice. But Brother Song is different from Xiao Yuan's father. He is a responsible person. Yes. No matter what. I still want to win Song Yi's favor. Mianmian. In this world, I just want to live well. Do you understand? Her eyes were too hot. Okay. I won't say anything anymore. Sister Yuan, don't be angry. It's not okay to talk about being angry. It's better to make it clear. The two of them went out and planned to call Fan Qing to go to work together. Before he could get closer, Kaiyang held his head with his right hand and winked. She was a little unclear about the situation and thought the young couple had quarreled again. But it didn't look like it. Forget it. Forget it. Take Yi Mianmian and leave directly. Anyway, Fan Qing will be there soon. So just ask her, then that's fine. Jiang Yuan and Yi Mianmian separated and explained the matter of asking for leave for Qingyu. And she felt relieved. The wind is really strong. And sometimes it hurts my face when it comes towards me. Walking backwards would be better. I purposely wore a hooded shirt today. Otherwise the cold wind would hit my neck. It took a lot of effort to get to the experimental field. Jiang Yuan looked at the empty place and sighed. Either she came too early or everyone stopped coming. The professor was actually here, observing the improved mushrooms. Many of them had already been released. She was also quite surprised. I didn't expect that this technology is so powerful. It was only planted yesterday. Professor, do you need help? Hearing this, the other party looked over with a smile on his lips. Please spray this water on the improved stick plants. Good. Jiang Yuan looked at the large bucket of light red water on the ground with some curiosity. It has been sprayed with clean water for the past 2 days. What kind of fertilizer was added to this? Why is it this color? There is also a faint fishy smell. However, she didn't say much. After taking off the coat, put on some personal clothes, put on a mask, a white coat, etc. I went directly to get the water spray bottle, scooped out the potion from the bucket, and started working. The professor didn't stay long. Seeing Jiang Yuan's skillful movements, he gave an explanation and went back to the next door. People here are also coming over one after another. When Fan Qing arrived, she glanced at him. And then he came over. Spray water along with her, and let others continue to grow mycelium. Sister Yuan, we saw a handyman outside the dining room today, who seemed to be Shaoan. What? It was really her. And Jiang Yuan was no longer calm. Is that accurate? We're close together. She's mopping the floor. And she's actually observing us. Although she was wearing a mask. I was very impressed by her. What a great fate. Jiang Yuan sighed and stopped talking when she caught a glimpse of Danden's stern eyebrows next to her. It's not too late to talk about this kind of thing when we get back. It is helpless to have to guard against people everywhere. And this elixir is not good at all. Xiaoyan really appeared, which was very strange, in her situation at that time. It was impossible for her to come to Changming Village unless someone really helped her. So who is this person? Recently, many people have been coming over one after another, and they must have come behind them. It seems that we have to discuss it with Song-yi when we return. If we can find the registered list, everything will be fine. Chapter 303 The experimental field was destroyed. The possibility of her coming here on her own has been ruled out. If she is with others, her names must be next to each other when registering. I just don't know what her name is. If there is any discrepancy, it will be troublesome. Jian Yuan thought in her heart and did not stop moving her hands. The wind outside is getting stronger and stronger. The greenhouse here is made of plastic sheets and makes a rattling sound. He spoke in a low voice and could no longer hear clearly, and everyone was a little scared. Fan Qing received several messages asking for leave throughout the morning. The leader was Dandan, and the rest of the people also passed forward and backward. Well, Qing, don't worry. In this situation, everyone has difficulty walking. It's normal to ask for leave. Hula. As soon as Jian Yuan finished speaking, the plastic sheet lifted up at the door flew up. Immediately afterwards, all the plastic sheets next to each other rose into the air. Like a long dragon. The speed is so fast that people have no time to react. It's over. Jian Yuan wanted to go over and get her clothes. Their coats and other items were all where they came in. There is a place specially used to store clothes, and it is also a place where you can move freely. When the people behind saw Jian Yuan running past, they all reacted and rushed out to grab clothes. She ran at the front. The wind was so strong that it was hard to open her eyes. Those clothes were hung on a wooden pole. Following the wind, it flew directly into the sky. He didn't even hold on to a single piece of clothing. The cold wind was biting, and his whole body felt bad. It's done. My clothes? Dandan shouted. But she could only make out a rough outline, and the rest of the sound immediately disappeared. At this moment, the two guards at the door also ran over. Try to get to the tail end and catch the flying plastic sheet. However, how can their speed compare with the wind? There is only one experimental field here, and everyone's focus is on one place. The doctor also ran out and became nervous when he saw this scene. Put these seedlings away first, he shouted. And then everyone realized it and started to save the small square garden under their feet. Quick! Under the guidance of the doctor, everyone began to deliver the collected things to the yard. Jian Yuan took some mushroom sticks, hugged them and ran inside. Fortunately, there wasn't much dirt at the door, but there were a lot of snow particles, which were very hot and confusing. When we got to the yard, we didn't have time to look at it carefully, so we hurriedly ran to the main house. Oh my God! I almost ran out of breath. The wind was so terrible. I don't dare to delay too much. After putting these back, I have to rescue the others. Fan Qing also ran in, and the two of them didn't even bother to talk. When Jian Yuan came out again, the wind seemed to be stronger, and she couldn't stand it all, holding on to the wall. When we reached the door, we saw that the experimental field had completely collapsed. I saw that all the mushroom sticks were blown away, and even the iron frame began to roll towards that side. Some of the remaining seedlings are not in good condition either. The taller ones have basically been cut off, and they were planted with soil over a large area. Those little boxes, one after another, all flew out. Opposite is an endless field. It's simply impossible to chase after him. The wind is so strong, and there is so much snow blocking the roads. The doctor also ran back, saw her at the door, and shouted. Several people followed him and ran into the main room of the courtyard, and the door slammed loudly. The trees outside were also shaking. The few people hiding in the house looked at each other, and they all felt like they were surviving a disaster. Jiang Yuan was dressed roughly. She had never been so embarrassed during the extreme heat, extreme cold, heavy rain, and snowstorms before. Now, there is really a feeling of being born small. The doctor calmed down and entered the room inside. The five of them were in the hall outside. Even though it was morning, it was actually very dark outside, as if it was going to be dark soon. Fan Qing, what should we do now? Our clothes are all gone. Go and ask the doctor if he can give us some clothes. Dandan was probably very cold, and her teeth were chattering when she spoke now. Jiang Yuan is okay, knowing that the weather is bad today, wearing polar heating thermal clothing underneath. I can still stop now. Yes, you are our leader. Go and ask. Fan Qing also wanted to go, but a guard next to him suddenly spoke up. It's the doctor's laboratory inside, and no one else can get close to it. It's the utmost kindness to let you rest here now. But if this continues, we will freeze to death." The guard said nothing, with a righteous expression on his face. Dandin was a little anxious. She specially wore a hip-hugging woolen dress today. For the sake of grace, there is no temperature anymore. These two guards were thickly dressed, and would be fine outside. Not to mention there were several walls here. Fan Qing thought about it. But there was nothing he could do with such a big man blocking him. The 5 people were extremely anxious. Jiang Yuan knew that there was probably nothing they could do today. She started looking around, hoping to find a secluded spot. There are clothes in this space, and she can just put them on. Don't catch a cold. It will be too troublesome. In this case, the experimental field is gone now, and there is no way to attend the class. So I will go back. As soon as she finished speaking, Dandin came over with gritted teeth. "You're crazy. The wind outside is so strong that it can blow people away. Where do you want us to go?" Faced with accusations, Jiang Yuan did not give in. Instead, he looked at her with sinister eyes and said, "I'm talking about me, not us. Don't you have a good brain, and your ears don't work well?" Fan Qing couldn't hold back and laughed. She has long disliked this Dandin. If you mess with Jiang Yuan, she will be in trouble. "Why are you laughing? Did I say something wrong?" "Well, that's right. If you're angry, you can't make fun of your own safety. Sister Yuan, why don't you go back later? How long do we have to wait? This wind started yesterday. It's getting bigger and bigger now. I can still go back now. If it's a little later, I probably won't be able to go back. I still have my parents and daughter at home. So I definitely want to go back." After saying that, Jiang Yuan went to open the door. Since Fan Qing asked her this, he definitely didn't want to leave. "She can't. She must go." "Sister Yuan," Fan Qing shouted, and she was greeted by a door slamming heavily. It's not her fault. The wind was just right. So I took the photo right away. Jiang Yuan didn't rush around like a headless fly, but ran to the wing on the left. She just observed that there are wing rooms on the left and right here. I don't know if they are being used, but at least there are no people in them. She pushed open a door and ducked inside. "Mom." Chapter 304 Human Rasula. She used too much force just now and pulled the door handle off. It was dim inside, but the sight startled her. In this house, there are densely packed single beds. In such a large place, there are at least 10. There is a person on each bed, trapped on it, with various tubes inserted into it. Jiang Yuan screamed, more out of fright. The people inside didn't react at all. If it weren't for the tubes, she would have thought she was encountering a corpse. Curiosity led her to step forward quietly, fearing that she would disturb something. Sister Zhua. The person furthest away is actually Sister Zhua, who was beaten before and is now dying. When she heard the cry, she opened her eyes slightly, took a quick look, and then closed them again. What is going on? Why do these people feel like they have no energy at all? Knowing that the situation is not good, why do you call for help? Moreover, her appearance did not cause any disturbance. Jiang Yuan looked carefully and saw that Sister Zhua was a little unusual. Her arms and legs were exposed. It's such a cold day that I get goosebumps. However, her blood vessels are very obvious. They are purple. Next to it, there are potions, which are injected continuously. Jiang Yuan saw that the quilt covering her had a slight bulge. Something was wrong. So I reached out and pulled it up. The quilt was actually wet, but there was no ice. The temperature inside the house was very high. But how can anyone bear it when covered with a damp quilt? As the quilt was pulled back, her jaw dropped once again. The bulge turned out to be a handful of mushrooms. Red, just like the ones they saw sprouting yesterday. However, it grew from Sister Zhua's belly. She was frightened for a moment and took a step back, touching the instrument next to her. Suddenly, sirens sounded. It's over. It would be terrible if this was discovered. Hearing the noise, the two guards inside the room rushed out first. Jiang Yuan had no choice but to quickly enter the space. Now, the identity must not be revealed. Otherwise it will be over. The two guards kicked open the door and came in, followed by the doctor. Seeing that there was no one inside, Sister Zhua's leg broke free from the rope. In that position, it is normal for it to touch the instrument next to it. The three of them looked around the entire room warily, then lowered their heads and looked under the bed. Only stop when you are sure there is no one. However, something always felt wrong. Who left just now? It's Jiang Yuan. She's been gone for 2 minutes. Go out and look for it. The doctor ordered expressionlessly. And then the 2 guards ran out directly. Damn it. They know her address. If we go there, my parents will be in danger. Jiang Yuan secretly hated herself for being too careless. What should she do now? The doctor also went out and closed the door. The door was no longer functional. He wanted to go back to find something and come over to block the door. She quickly put on some clothes. And then she wasted no time when he just entered. She ran out, wearing a black mink fur coat with a hat. For a moment, it was difficult to distinguish between male and female. And she had already thrown the white coat into space. It took a lot of effort to get to the door. Fortunately, the door was not closed. The 2 people were running too anxiously just now. And now they had no choice but to run back. It's okay even if you are exposed, as long as you arrive in time. But those 2 people were obviously faster than her, and could not be seen at all. Jiang Yuan was a little anxious, and didn't know what to do. She was so anxious. She didn't notice. And a big hand grabbed her. Open. She quickly rose up to resist, and took out the dagger from her sleeve. When he looked up, it was Song Yi. I couldn't hold it in any longer. Oh my god. I finally saw my relatives. Come over. Song Yi pulled her to a nearby facade room. There is an empty room here, with a table and chairs that must have been used by someone before. Seeing that there was no one else, Jiang Yuan directly showed her cards. Song Yi. Something happened. She explained the cause and effect in a concise manner. Song Yi was thoughtful, and was quite surprised about the matter of growing mushrooms on the human body. Don't worry. I'll tell you it's too cold later, and hide here for a while. After the 2 of them had made peace with each other, they began to walk back, not daring to be too careless. The situation is urgent now. 1 second later, there will be more danger. It was already inconvenient to walk against the wind. Song Yi was holding her in front, so she could walk faster. When the 2 of them arrived at the house, they had spent all their energy. Why are you here? Someone is coming to find you. They have already gone up. The guard at the door saw the 2 embarrassed people, and couldn't help but give a warning. What? Jiang Yuan had no time to say anything and hurriedly ran upstairs. Thank you. Let's go up and have a look. After saying that, he quickly caught up with Jiang Yuan. Calm down. Don't let them see it. In fact, she couldn't calm down at all. Her parents and Shan Wan are both at home. If something happens, she won't be able to survive. When she reached the door, she took a deep breath and knocked quickly. Mom, open the door. I'm back. Mom. Opening the door. She kept praying in her heart. Just when I was about to take the key to open the door opened from the inside. Yuan, you're back. Come in quickly. Xiao Song is back too. Yes. Auntie. Is there any hot water? Give me some. Song Yi had already seen the military green coat at the back and said this deliberately. Hey. Why are you at my house? Jiang Yuan's eyes widened, as if she was quite curious. The people in the duty room told me just now that there are guests at home. But if you are not there to protect the doctor, why are you here? Her face was full of doubts, and no one could find anything wrong. The doctor said it's too dangerous for you to be alone, so let's send you back. However, I didn't see it on the road. Why did you come back now? He stared at Jiang Yuan closely. And if there was anything wrong with her, the weapon in his hand would strike. You really gave her umbrellas when it rained. She is a girl, and such a strong wind could blow her away. If I hadn't delivered her earlier, if I hadn't seen her while patrolling, she would have been hit by the trash can nearby. So, Song Yi complained so deliberately, and the 2 people opposite him were a little hesitant. Where did you get the clothes you're wearing? Mine. Why don't I come with you? Fortunately, there is an office nearby, and we can go in and hide for a while. Otherwise, you just wait to collect her body. Song Yi rolled his eyes, seeming to look down on these 2 people. Song Yi, don't talk like that. I didn't expect the wind to be so strong. Right? Chapter 305 didn't come back. The 2 guards looked at each other, and then looked at Jiang Yuan. Since there's nothing wrong, we'll go back. Yeah. That's okay. There are still a few people left, so it's up to you to do the hard work. Jiang Yuan said this deliberately to make them feel that she was not special. After the 2 people left, Qin Yu also brought hot water. She and Song Yi each drank a glass to warm their stomachs. Daughter. After receiving her look, Qin Yu immediately changed her words. The people over there are really nice. You can wait and come back together next time. I also want to thank Xiao Song. If it weren't for him, it would be difficult for you to come back today. No. It's too windy. After saying that, Jiang Xingji moved a chair out of the bedroom and asked him to sit down. Song Yi quickly ran to the window and stared at the situation below. After about 10 minutes, he lowered his voice and asked the doubts in his heart. Daughter, what's going on? It was so windy outside that I couldn't hear the door closing downstairs, so I could only look down to see if there were 2 figures below. Go inside and say. She felt that the living room was at the door and was not as soundproof as the house inside. Including Song Yi. The 5 of them are here. The experimental field was blown away by the wind. I saw that the wind was too strong, so I wanted to come back. By accident, I discovered that they were using human bodies to grow mushrooms. What? What does this mean? Qin Yu couldn't understand it, and didn't know what she meant by growing mushrooms on the human body. Jiang Yuan didn't hide anything, so she told the whole story about Sisters Wu and the fact that they had been doing this for the past 2 days. Oh my god! How is that possible? Obviously, this matter was completely beyond Qin Yu's knowledge. I don't know exactly how they did it, but I can be sure. It's both the temperature and the quilt is wet. Isn't that just growing mushrooms? However, she didn't tell her about entering the space. She just said that she hid. Ambiguous. That's fine. Song Yi, what do you think? Just pretend you don't know anything. I'll ask about it later. He didn't say much, but Jiang Xingji was very scared. This place is not a paradise. It is a place where people eat people. There was no work to do in the afternoon. Everything was blown away. Song Yi wanted to go out, so he went back. Daughter, otherwise, let's find a way to get out of here. I always feel that it is so different. Dad, let's stay at home these 2 days. Qin Yu was also a little scared, staring at Jiang Yuan, a little at a loss. Daughter, if it doesn't work, just listen to your dad. This is too dangerous. Let's find a new place. The 2 old men both looked nervous. She comforted her repeatedly. Dad, Mom, I know what you mean. The wind is too strong now, and we can't go out. Wait until the wind subsides before making plans. During this period, you still need to be careful. Suspicions have aroused over there. We can't expose ourselves. Well, don't worry. Your mother and I will never hold you back. The 3 people talked for a while, all with lingering fears. I didn't go to the dining room today, so I had to eat at home. Once you enter the space, it won't be too much trouble. Qin Yu cooked dumplings, and after several people finished eating, they were in the room. Jiang Yuan took out a few books. Electronic products were not advisable, but this could still pass the time. She herself was sitting in front of the window. After a meal, her appearance had changed drastically. Just like Song Yi said, things started rolling around in a mess downstairs. She saw the trash can. The big, green one. It should have been left over from the previous municipal administration. Later, people had less supplies and fewer people were throwing away garbage. However, this tinkling sound is too much to bear. Dong dong dong. There was a rapid knock on the door, startling her. I quickly went to the door to check. There was a simple cat's eye here, but it was covered with frost and couldn't be seen clearly. Sister Yuan, are you at home? Open the door quickly. It was Kaiyong, and the voice was intermittent, but she still heard it. Kaiyong, come in quickly. The wind outside was so strong that it blew people to death. The door couldn't be pushed open, and it took 2 people working together to get it open. Sister Yuan, where is Qingqing? Why hasn't she come back yet? Well, Fan Qing hasn't come back yet. Don't worry. The wind was too strong. I was worried about the elderly and children at home, so I ran back early. She probably helped to check things and didn't come back. Now, the wind was getting stronger, so she was probably trapped there. Is it possible not to worry? Zhang Kaiyong is worried to death. How could Fan Qing cope with this alone? I'll go find her. Jiang Yuan heard this and quickly pulled him out. Don't cause any trouble. There is a house over there. There is no danger to her. It's not convenient for you now. If something happens, everyone will still worry about you. Kaiyong sighed, secretly hating his arm. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door again. This time it was Song Yi. You want to go out? Well, Kaiyong is here? She was worried about Fan Qing, so she came over to ask. It's okay. We will probably send a lot of people back in the afternoon. If possible, I will go to the greenhouse and wait at home. Okay, brother Song. Then you must pay more attention. Songy nodded, put on his hat, and ran out directly. The current situation is particularly bad. 1 second longer is a danger. Kaion also went back. And Jiang Yuan began to worry about Yimyan. There are no houses over there in the greenhouse. If it blows away, their situation will be even worse. Now, all she can do is pray. It's really not good to feel powerless. The wind was howling outside. And Jiang Xingji was a little scared. Jiang Yuan brought him a martial arts novel. But he couldn't read it at all. Daughter, why do I feel so flustered? Dad, don't be like this. Our whole family depends on you. You are the pillar of support. Don't dare to think too much. Jiang Xingji sighed, feeling helpless. As I get older, I'm not as strong as my daughter. It's really... Jiang Yuan didn't pay attention to his self-deprecation. Saying that she wasn't afraid was a lie. Let's do this. Dad, you and Mom will go there first with Xianwan. Xianwan fell asleep and needed to be held. They went there. And the environment inside was good, which could temporarily cure their mood. What about you? Let's go together. Both of them spoke very reservedly, making it difficult to understand why. I'm fine. I can go there at any time if I want. Have you forgotten? Indeed. Jiang Yuan is more convenient. But the three of them are different. They still need to meet together, and let Jiang Yuan take them in. Okay. I'll go pick up the baby. Chapter 306 died on duty. After Jiang Yuan settled her parents in Shanwan, she came out again. She was worried and looked at the situation outside. Keep the telescope in hand, hoping to see more things. Crash? No. The glass on the building opposite was broken. Jiang Yuan only saw something spinning around quickly. It was so fast that she couldn't see clearly what it was. This is definitely not a good thing. If it flies up, it would be too dangerous. Just as she was thinking about it, several people suddenly broke into her sight. Yin. The clothes were undoubtedly Yin's. Jiang Yuan was a little excited. There was someone escorting her back next to her. But it was not Song Yi. She quickly picked up her hat, put it on, and went out to pick up someone. As soon as she opened the door, she couldn't stand, and the wind actually blew her back. He quickly grabbed the door frame next to him. Damn it. How could he get to the door if he couldn't even get out? The most important thing is that she can't close the door now. She was in a dilemma. The wind was blowing hard, and her brain hurt. I couldn't speak. I couldn't even open my mouth. Sister Yuan, Zhang Kaiyan came out, saw the situation here, and hurriedly came to help. However, his situation is not very good either. The house was square and square, and their location happened to be a wind outlet. At that time, I thought it was transparent from north to south. But I never expected that there would be such a strong wind. There was no chance to breathe. It was too scary. Kaiong braved the strong wind and came over with great difficulty. He saw Jiang Yuan leaning against the door frame and hurried to help. At the end of the corridor, a figure finally appeared. It was Yimyan, who was sent back by two people. She wanted to shout, but couldn't open her mouth. The wind is so strong that even if you scream, you may not be able to hear it. It must be very uncomfortable to have wind in your mouth. Obviously, their situation was also seen over there. Yimyan came directly over here, but the two people didn't say anything. They are just responsible for sending people there, and don't worry about where to live. Maybe they just live together, but not necessarily. With Yimyan joining in, and the two people pulling outside, the door was finally closed. The three of them stood in the living room and gasped, as if they had fought a big battle. Kaiong was even more exaggerated. He was hunched over and leaning on his knees with one hand. He didn't recover for a long time. Kaiong, you can't stand up. Be careful with that arm. He waved his hand quickly, looking out of breath. It's okay. I'll just slow down and it'll be fine. Oh my god. It really feels like running 800 meters. Mian, are you okay? Yi Mian, who had always been frightened, actually came up and hugged her. She didn't speak or cry, but Jiang Yuan could feel that her whole body was shaking. After a long time, she finally recovered. Sister Yuan, I was scared to death. I thought I would never see you again. Jiang Yuan knew that things were not that simple. It's not a long way back from the greenhouse, but it's not close either. They and their group must have endured great hardships to get home. Let's go. My parents are sleeping with their children. Let's go to that room. The two of them did not hesitate or disbelieve, but instead lowered their voices. After following Jiang Yuan to the room where she lived, she didn't care what the details were now. There are no sofas or anywhere to sit outside, and it would be more convenient to come over and talk. After all, the sound insulation inside the house is much better than outside. Hurry up. Sit down and rest. Jiang Yuan didn't say anything. Qingyi brought out an extra sheet, which she would lay flat at the end of the bed every day. The two of them also had good sense, and sat down at the end of the bed. She went out and made 3 cups of brown sugar water. Drink some water and warm yourself up. Now, no one is polite. Although it is hot, you can still drink it by taking small sips. My stomach is warm. I can cover my hands, and my whole body feels relieved. Mian Mian, tell me, what's going on over there in the greenhouse? Kai Yang also looked at her quickly. Fan Qing hadn't come back yet. However, now that Yi Mian Mian is back, it proves that Song Yi did not lie to him. There are indeed people organizing and sending workers back. It's just that there are mornings and evenings. So don't be too anxious. Sister Yuan, Sister Ying is dead. What? She couldn't believe that the wind was blowing and everyone was running for their lives. How could she disappear? This is too incredible. It's true. We were working there, and suddenly the plastic sheet was blown away. It's similar to the situation over there. The first problem was the plastic sheet on the top. At that time, everyone was so frightened that Sister Ying was in the greenhouse next door and ran over. However, the greenhouse at the back was not spared and was overturned. Even the supporting poles were pulled up, and Sister Ying asked everyone to pull them. But no one wants to be in that situation, and there is no way to catch up. She held on to a piece of plastic sheet, but the wind was so strong that it blew away even her. We all told her to let go, but she didn't listen. It was okay at that time, although she couldn't control it. Her legs were still running along the ground. Oh my God! When she said this, Jiang Yuan had pictures in her mind. Then, how did she die? Yes. What's going on? Both were very curious and nervous. There are wooden poles in the middle of the greenhouse, and they are also out of control. It scraped over and hit her right on the body. Jiang Yuan knew about that wooden pole. It was probably because some children had thick waists. If you hit him, you will definitely not be able to bear it. Coupled with the impact of the wind, this man also suffered. Sister Mian Mian, how are you sure the person is dead? He has become extremely cautious now. Xiaoyun can survive even if he is like that. This Sister Ying is not sure either. It's gone. We were scared at the time, and no one went there. After being beaten, things touched her one after another. Then she let go. Did you go over to see it? Jiang Yuan was also a little worried and asked a question. No. We were scared to death. So we ran away. There was everything in chaos around us. When we got to the fence, we hid in a house. Later, someone came over and offered to send us back. I was among the last batch. They went looking for her, but they couldn't find Sister Ying's body. Alas, Jiang Yuan is still quite sad. This Sister Ying was considered to have died in the line of duty. It was already that time, and she was still thinking about plastic sheets. If it were her, she would never be able to do it. However, then I thought about it. This Sister Ying is not a good person either. When I said sisters were there, she said she was a doctor. 90% of them know what's going on over there. To be able to say that only proves how ruthless this person is. Chapter 307. Decide for yourself. Then have you heard how the people over there in the experimental field are doing? Kaiyan was still anxious. And now, he was particularly worried about Fan Qing. The wind seemed to be getting stronger, which scared me to death. I'm not sure. The distance between the two sides is too far. However, I heard from the people over there that everyone will be sent back. Jiang Yuan also quickly comforted him. At this time, there must be no chaos. Just now, the guard over there also came over and said he wanted to confirm that I was indeed home. I don't know what the situation is with Fan Qing. And the few people who are with us don't live here either. Kai Yang was still a little anxious and walked around. I don't know why, but I feel very unhappy. Jiang Yuan was stunned for a moment when she heard what he said. How should I put it? If something happens to someone very close to you, the other person will react. Although it is relatively metaphysical, there are many such examples. Now what? Clang la la la. A series of harsh sounds came, and the 3 people hurried to the window to see the specific situation. At this time, nothing can happen. I don't know whose iron sheets fly up. but they are the kind used to make simple roofs. The feeling of running around was really scary. There was the sound of breaking glass everywhere, which made people's scalp numb. Jiang Yuan was also a little scared. This floor was relatively high. I can't fly up for the time being, but it will suffer below, especially on the first and second floors. Look! Someone is coming. From their position, they could see the direction back to the house. There were 7 or 8 people in the group, coming this way. Are you one of ours? Now everyone wants to hold their heads. Who dares to show a little bit of his face? I really can't see clearly, so I just wait and see if someone comes in here. There are many private houses here, and they have all been expropriated. There are not many people in the place where they live now. It seems that I turned in. I'll go to the door and see if it's clear. The living room here is glass. From the doorway, you can see the corridor more or less clearly. I am coming too. Zhang Kaiyang was worried and came with him. Jiang Yuan was afraid that her parents' affairs would be exposed, so she had to come out. Now, give him the perfect position, and you can see any news as soon as possible. I'll go in and see my parents. Good. Kaiyang was no longer in the mood to say anything to her, and kept looking around. She hurried over, locked the door, and entered the space. Xiaonuan has already woken up, and her parents are also busy in the vegetable field. Dad, Mom, Zhang Kaiyang and Yi Minyan are here. You can go out. Jiang Yuan gave a brief explanation and led the 3 people out. Jiang Xingji also came over to look at Kaiyang, with a concerned look on his face. What's going on? Is one of our people back? There seems to be someone here. I noticed 2 people, but there was no Fan Qing. He was quite disappointed inside, but he didn't know what to do. It would be great if the middle of this house could be built. At least, we wouldn't have so much trouble going out. He does not mean that. The middle of this house is empty, as long as it is fixed with a big thing at the top. Then the whole house will be less troubled by storms. However, under the current circumstances, no one would do such a dangerous thing. There isn't such a big covering cloth. Maybe it's a little inconvenient to cover it. The iron sheet was blown away, let alone other things. Not advisable. Absolutely not advisable. Hey, is there a sound of the door closing? Jiang Xingji pointed outside, a little unsure. It seems so. Don't worry. Listen again. After a few more minutes, there was finally no sound. Yi Minyan also came out, always feeling that something was not good. Well, we can only wait now. If it really doesn't work, then go find Qingqing. Kaiyang, I am just suggesting this. What you do is up to you. After Jiang Yuan finished speaking, she looked at Kaiyang leisurely. She really can't do everything. The situation outside is quite special now. It's okay to go out on adventures, but none of their family will follow you. There is no way. Others are others after all, and she cannot take risks. In addition, Fan Qing also has her own little thoughts. If she didn't want to advance to a higher level, she wouldn't take the initiative to recommend herself to a doctor. I kept it from her at that time, probably because I was afraid that she would follow suit. Moreover, there are indeed dangerous things over there. She felt that except for those things about using human bodies to grow mushrooms, there may be others. There are so many houses over there. Then she suddenly remembered the red liquid she was asked to squirt. At that time, I thought it was strange that some fertilizers had a faint fishy smell. If it were diluted blood, would everything be explained? God, she hadn't even thought about this before. I don't know either. Sister Yuan, I'm a little flustered. Anyway, this matter is quite relevant. I was accidentally hit when I went out, and I was either killed or injured. Qingqing may also encounter danger there. Therefore, the choice is yours, and no one can make the decision for you. Mainly, I don't want to be left behind to complain. Between life and death, the little friendship between them is not enough. So, let him decide for himself. Brother Song, why aren't you back yet? Kaiyang scratched his hair angrily, feeling a little at a loss. Kaiyang, don't be like this. It's not necessarily a bad thing for Qingqing to be there. Look at the weather outside. It's a miracle that we came back alive. Moreover, even if Brother Song comes back, he will not be able to make decisions for you. Yi Minyan said this, which made him even more irritated. This Qingqing should have come back with Sister Yuan at that time. Alas, it's really meaningless to say this. Jiang Yuan said nothing. Just listen quietly. No one has any idea and can only wait. Sister Yuan, tell me what kind of person that doctor is, and what's different about their laboratory. Zhang Kaiyang had never been there, After settling in, he rarely went out of the room. Occasionally going to the dining room is the only activity. It's not too far from here. Next, Jiang Yuan explained the route to him in detail. In addition, wherever there is something, nothing is left behind. Jiang Xingji also brought a pencil and a notebook and asked her to record everything. A simple map is enough. Of course, she didn't say anything about what she was afraid of. As for who the doctor is, I really don't know. I have no contact with him. Ah. Help. Chapter 308 Liang Kong kills people. Jiang Yuan hasn't finished speaking yet. I heard a scream for help outside. Although it was not very real, it was definitely there. Is someone shouting for help? Jiang Xingji heard it. And the rest of the people must have heard it too. Let's go over and have a look. There is no way. It should be coming from this floor. Moreover, it was still in their row. And the person who came up just now was not sure who it was. If it doesn't have anything to do with them for a while, it's not too late to withdraw. The three of them all agreed and hurried out. The wind was so strong that it was blowing everyone to death. As soon as the door was opened, the sound became more obvious. Jiang Yuan pointed to the front. And it turned out to be the news coming from Liang Kang's house. Are they back? Why did they start fighting? Are the couple angry? She glanced at Kai Yang with some displeasure. She didn't see such important information. She really didn't know what she was doing. However, the most important thing now is to get to their door. The screams were so shrill that even such a strong wind could not cover them up. They had difficulty moving. So several households had to hold onto the wall to move over. Finally, I reached the door and started knocking. I didn't even have time to breathe. The screams inside stopped for a moment, and then turned into calls for help. Pa bang bang. The door was banged louder, and the people inside seemed to be anxious. And the screams were even more terrifying. Jiang Yuan walked to the window next to her. For privacy, everyone would basically draw the curtains. However, the curtains were not drawn at Liang Kang's house. Inside, two people actually got into a fight and even used a knife. Although it was just a back view, she was sure that it was definitely not Xiaoling. Moreover, there is so much hatred that the couple can be so tormented. In this case, who is the other person? Liang Kong is obviously a vulnerable group. She hurried over, pushed Kai Yang aside, and started to kick the door. The two men noticed her intention and kicked the door together. Because of the wind problem and the fact that the door was not very good to begin with, it actually broke down very quickly. The people inside were suddenly blown away and quickly reached out to cover their faces. However, she still saw it. That person turned out to be Xiaoyun. Seeing that the situation was not good, she hurried up to help. The other party had a knife on his body, and Jiang Yuan did not dare to take it lightly. I didn't bring any tools with me just now, so it would be okay if I secretly took out a dagger. But if I used a tang dao, I couldn't tell. While he was still thinking of a way, a chair was thrown over, knocking Xiaoyun staggering. I'll go. Dad's accuracy is fine. Before she could sigh, she hurried up and put a dagger on Xiaoyun's neck. With quick eyes and quick hands, Yi Mian went to remove the knife from her. Then he checked his whole body to make sure there was nothing dangerous before standing up. The door was kicked open, but it could still be closed. Sister Yuan, Liang Kong is injured. She looked back and saw that Xiaoyun actually wanted to fight back. He quickly swung the dagger and ran straight towards her chest. Ah! Xiaoyun screamed, but he was not injured. Only his clothes were scratched. Liang Kong stood up, with blood at the corner of his mouth and anger in his eyes. I asked you to come here with good intentions, but you did this to me. Humph. If you were kind, you wouldn't have killed me last time. It's embarrassing to say. Hypocritical. There was hatred in the eyes of both people. Jiang Yuan was completely confused. Liang Kong knew her. So how could he take her home after finding out her identity? The farmer and the snake. Does he want to be the farmer? Unreasonable. Really unreasonable. Stop talking nonsense. How did you get in? Tell me quickly. Humph. It's none of your business. Let me tell you. We are not at Lushan Yayuan now. Murder is illegal, and someone will restrain it. Xiaoyun sat on the ground, looking like a successful villain. Killing people. Look at how you injured Liang Kong. He is an adult man. And if he counterattacks you, a woman, he has a high chance of success. So, don't be complacent. You died. We were in self-defense. Sure enough, there was a look of fear in her eyes. How dare you? Haha. Why are you so afraid? It's not the first day you've met me. The corner of Jiang Yuan's mouth twitched. And then she became cruel. Tell me, how did you get here? Xiaoyun had no choice but to bow his head now. A woman brought me here. What is your name? I don't know. But after I escaped, I met 4 men. Later, when they wanted to come over, they brought me over. Yin 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 went up and kicked her over. 1 woman now. 4 men now. You think we are 3-year-olds? No. A 3-year-old is not that easy to fool. What I said is true. These men didn't want to bring me with them at first. But then the woman spoke up and brought me here. However, I never saw them again. Then how did you get into the dining room? Jiang Yuan looked at her with a good look. This person was going to die anyway. And there was no difference between telling the truth and telling lies. I've been in restaurants before, so I know how to do some things. According to her words, the group of people threw her directly at the door. I didn't care about the rest. Therefore, when Xiaoyan came over, the process was exactly the same as theirs. As for following Liang Kong back, he also recognized him in the kitchen and wanted to take revenge. The truth is out, and it's the same as not being told. Liang Kong, how you deal with it is up to you. Jiang Yuan didn't do anything. Everyone was looking at Liang Kong. He had been simply bandaged and was now standing nearby. Humph. I was kind enough to help you. But you had murderous intentions towards me. Naturally, I treat others in their own way. As he said that, he picked up a dagger and slowly approached it. No. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I didn't mean it. Liang Kong didn't listen to what she said and stabbed her directly. She wanted to avoid it. But this was a corner, and there was no way to avoid it. So, he stabbed him with knife after knife until he lost his life. Okay. It's almost done. Kaiong couldn't help but remind him. And then Liang Kong stood up. She was so bad we were sent back by the guards. He said he had nowhere to go and wanted to come with me. But I disagreed. She actually told people that we were old acquaintances. When the group of people saw that we were from the same community, they sent her over without any explanation. She was afraid that I would disagree. So she kept apologizing, saying that she was wrong, and begging me to save her. The more Liang Kong talked, the angrier he became. It turned out that Xiaoyun came over late and lived in a dormitory that was also a simple room covered with iron sheets. He was already blown away. So he grabbed Liang Kong tightly and refused to let go. Chapter 309 Rescue. I really shouldn't be so soft-hearted for a moment. As he spoke, he actually sighed. Whether it was a moment of soft-heartedness, she didn't know. Anyway, this ending is not what everyone wants to see. She didn't want to judge anyone with malice. But she also wouldn't trust anyone. For her, today's matter was to kill Xiaoyun and eliminate a potential danger. As for what reason and what excuse, then just keep it for Xiaoling. It has nothing to do with her. Now what? Zhang Kaiyang pointed at the corpses in the room and the blood stains on the ground. Let me go down and tell the person in the duty room. When I came back just now, I registered there. What happened next had nothing to do with her. Jiang Yuan took Jiang Xingyi back. Yin Yin also returned to his house, where Kai Kaiyan accompanied Liang Kong. Being a good Samaritan, he heard the voice and helped him tend to his wounds. As for Xiaoyun, he was killed. Daughter, why do I feel that Liang Kong is not telling the truth? Dad, it doesn't matter so much. When we were in the community before, we had common interests and had no contact with other people, so we could be tied together. Things are different now. No one of us should believe it, and everyone must be on guard. Well, you are right. You must be on guard against others. I will talk to your mother later. Qin Yu also came out, a little confused. What do you want to tell me? Jiang Yuan did not stay any longer. It is true that this situation should not be taken lightly. It is also necessary to continue to observe the situation outside and ensure your own safety. Send Mom, Dad, and Shan Wan into the space. It's a special time now, so we need to stay outside less. It happened to be getting late, so Qin Yu went to prepare dinner. Jiang Xingyi took Shan Wan to the vegetable field. The grandfather and grandson were having a great time picking vegetables and digging the ground. Jiang Yuan looked at the scene in front of her and always felt very warm. If possible, it would be nice to stay here all the time. She is not idle either. There are still many things to do here, in addition to some simple things that needed to be organized. She also found a lot of self-defense items and took out the electric baton from before. It is prepared for Mom and she'll want to use, so that if they are in danger, they will not have nothing. She couldn't always be by their side, and learning to protect herself was more important than anything else. Eat a simple lunch and a richer meal in the evening. Salted duck, cold cucumber, roasted eggplant with green beans, sweet and sour pork segments. We have too many vegetables here. We need to eat them quickly. I think this place is not small. It would be great if we could raise some chickens and ducks. Yes, there are small animals, and these inedible vegetables can be fed. After finishing speaking, the two of them sighed in unison. Mom, Dad, don't think so much. We have these vegetables in our space, which is pretty good. Those chickens and ducks must have froze to death long ago. Although Jiang Yuan was unwilling to dampen their enthusiasm, reality still had to be faced. I know. There is no other way. But it's really good. We have to be satisfied. Yes. With the weather like this and Liang Kong coming back, many people are probably going to be hungry. This is true. The dining room is closed, so there is definitely no way to eat. At this time, whoever has food in stock will be very popular. Only halfway through eating, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Yuan raised her head suddenly, and Jiang Xingyi felt a little unnatural. Daughter, what's going on? Dad, there seems to be someone knocking on the door. I'll go out and take a look. I'm with you. Otherwise, there will be something difficult to say. Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement. It was really hard to tell every time her father was not around. After the two came out, they opened the door, and Song Yi, Liang Kong and Kai Yan came over. This is what you are doing. Sister Yuan, we want to go out to find someone. Brother Song is worried about you. Come and take a look. Jiang Yuan looked at Song Yi. He was well armed and even wore a helmet. I'm fine. You should pay more attention to safety when you go out. Well, as long as it's okay. Don't go out. This is for you. With that said, Jiang Yuan handed over a backpack. But Jiang Yuan didn't know why. However, before it was opened, the three of them left. She was busy closing the door with Jiang Xingji. With a strong wind, one person could no longer open the door. There is no way. Who asked her to choose this position by herself? If you weren't in a corner or with the wind at your back, you wouldn't have this trouble. Daughter, what did Xiao Song give you? Open it and take a look. Not to mention Jiang Xingji. She was also very curious. Hot and sour noodles. Instant noodles. Self-heating hot pot. Ham sausage. Beef jerky. A big bag full of food. She was a little surprised that this person actually sent these. At a critical moment of life and death, he still cared about whether she had eaten. Should he be said to be attentive or indifferent? It's all food. Jiang Xingji also had a complicated expression. At this time, being able to take out the food would definitely be a life-saving friendship. Daughter, I don't even know what to say to this Xiao Song. In order to avoid a long speech, Jiang Yuan interrupted him in time. Hurry into the space and eat the meal you just didn't finish. Jin Yu saw that the person had come back so quickly, so she couldn't help but ask a few more questions. Jiang Yuan was moving very fast, and she still had to go out and look at the situation outside. You can't stay here forever. If you miss something, it won't be a trivial matter. Outside, it seemed to suddenly become lively. I didn't ask Liang Kong just now what others said about Xiaoyun. Anyway, it doesn't matter now. I just hope that these people can come back safely. And Song Yi, I really don't know what to say to her. And I have mixed feelings in my heart. There were people returning to the house opposite, and they were also surrounded by military guards. There seemed to be children. She was a little excited. Does that mean Xiaoling is probably coming back? This child may have been brought along by someone else for work. But that's not necessarily the case. Jiang Yuan looked at it for too long. Her neck was stiff, so she stood up and twisted. Then get up and pour yourself a glass of hot water. It will be dark soon. And if we don't hurry up, it will probably be even harder. Now, definitely don't think about streetlights. The simple thread that was originally pulled has flown to nowhere. In addition, it is only available on the main road and not here. One after another, there are many figures on the street opposite. Not everyone was safe. She clearly saw a large plaque falling down. It was scraped everywhere and hit people who were coming back. That situation was really suffocating. It was too far away to hear any movement. But the whistling wind could already represent everything. Her heart was clenched tightly. But there was nothing she could do. Chapter 3 Tin Jingjing is injured. After watching here for a long time, I finally saw the person entering the house. It was a few people who were out looking for someone. But it didn't look like the situation was particularly good. Jiang Yuan didn't care anymore. Grabbed her hat and went out. That door was really difficult. And even after trying for a long time, it still didn't work. Just as she was about to enter the space to call her father out, a pair of big hands directly grabbed her hand. I just felt a huge force coming from me. And then the door slammed shut. She raised her head and met Song Yi's eyes. She didn't know why she felt the urge to cry. Fortunately, I'm back. And fortunately, I'm safe. How's it going? Did you find the person? Jiang Yuan was shocked when she said this. After Song Yi noticed it, he quickly blocked her. But it didn't make him much better. He didn't say anything. Just took her hand and walked out. Well, if you go there alone, it will definitely be quite difficult. There were cries inside the house. This was Liang Kang's home. What happened? Jiang Yuan asked with her eyes. Yi Mianmian also came out. He must have heard the noise, or was observing the situation outside. Song Yi frowned and looked at the child that Xiaoling carefully placed in her arms. Then he pulled his clothes away, revealing his quietly pale face. Oh my god! Jiang Yuan couldn't help but cover her mouth. She just saw that Xiaoling's condition was not very good. But now she saw Jingjing. She was really shocked. Not to mention the body. My forehead was touched, and it was a big red spot. Blood was flowing everywhere. And his face was expressionless. The most terrifying thing was that there was a piece of glass stuck in the left side of her face. Whoa! Xiaoling couldn't help crying. And Liang Kang's eyes were red. Among these people, there is no Fan Qing. So I wonder if they haven't gone over there. Stop crying. Liang Kang. Go get hot water quickly. Xiaoling. Take off her clothes. Be careful not to touch the wounds. And check by the way to see if there are any problems. Jiang Yuan. Come with me to your house to get the medicine. Good. Several people started working in an orderly manner. Liang Kang took the thermos bottle and was about to go out. What are you going to do? There is no hot water downstairs. This matter was told to him by his father. This situation can be figured out now. I still have it at home. I'll go get it. Yi Mianmian shouted and ran out quickly. Before Liang Kang could say thank you, someone had already opened the door. And he quickly followed. Song Yi took her to his room and rummaged through a backpack. One piece was taken out here. One piece was taken out there. Jiang Yuan knew that she was afraid of being stolen by others. So she scattered them away. It has the same meaning as the 3 cunning rabbits in the cave. It may be a habit left by his previous occupational disease. The 2 are very fast and have a lot of medicine for treating injuries. Take it. Song Yi handed her a small bag, which contained various scalpels, tweezers, etc. It should have been collected at the community hospital before. And she also has the same ones at home. Xiaoling had already taken off Jingjing's top, and the little girl was now in a coma. During this process, there was also slight fluctuation in expression, which should be painful. She had already burst into tears, but she was still strong enough to help her daughter clean up. Liang Kang also came back with hot water, leaving Yi Mianmian at a loss. I'm not sure if I can save her. I can only help her deal with her injuries. Xiaoling turned her head to look at her and almost knelt down. Brother Song, please, please, Jiang Yuan, come and help. Yi Mianmian, go clean up Xiaoling. Good. She was also injured, but she was holding on for the sake of her daughter. Before she could ask what happened, Jiang Yuan looked at Jingjing's upper body. There is no fatal injury in the key position. It's just a serious injury on the face. Song Yi received the signal and started to get busy. Jiang Yuan wiped her face and wanted to stop the bleeding first. The wound was no longer healed, and the blood that remained had a tendency to solidify because it was too cold. Even if the skin itself has temperature, it won't work. Hot water. Okay. Okay. Liang Kang hurriedly poured hot water into the basin, and Jiang Yuan wiped it with gauze. However, with so much blood, the gauze must be bandaged behind the wound, which is definitely not enough. Mianmian, do you have any cotton towels there? Have. Yes. I have one here too. Xiaoling became excited, and regardless of her injuries, she quickly ran into the house and took out most of the bags. With this, it's definitely a good replacement. Song Yi used a lighter to disinfect the tweezers. After finishing it, he asked Liang Kang to come over to help and hold Jingjing down. He had to pull out the glass shard first, and he had to do it quickly, accurately, and hard. If there is any hesitation and the glass is broken into the skin, It will be a big pain to get it out later. Besides, this is still on the face. Several people were ready. Song Yi was concentrating. Jiang Yuan did not dare to disturb and fix the child's head. Everyone was watching the action here. Even Xiaoling came over. Yi Mianmian wanted to call her, but felt a little embarrassed. As Song Yi pulled out, the little girl woke up from the pain and reached out to grab it, but being held down by Liang Kong. He started crying anxiously. Song Yi didn't dare to hold her down directly, and she wasn't sure yet whether there were any small particles inside. If the bleeding was stopped directly, it might be more painful. Jingjing, don't cry. Don't cry. If your tears flow into the wound, it will hurt even more. Jiang Yuan quickly wiped her tears. No adult could bear such a big crime, let alone a child. Really? Xiaoling also came over to persuade her, and tears flowed down unconsciously. Stop crying. Sing Jingjing a song she likes. Jiang Yuan just hopes to divert her attention through this. Xiaoling wiped her tears and started singing as expected. Yi Mianmian came over and held the child's head. Song Yi had no choice but to put on medical gloves. He wanted to feel if there was any residue, although it was very painful for the child. This step could not be omitted, so he tried to do it as gently as possible. Jingjing still grinned and screamed in pain. No more. Stop the bleeding. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yuan quickly brought a cotton towel to clean it up, and then pressed it against the wound. Song Yi brought the styptic powder, and when it was almost done, he started applying the medicine. The same goes for the wounds on his forehead. But fortunately there are only these two. In other places, there are some scratches. Not particularly serious ones. Several people also worked for nearly 2 hours before finishing Jingjing's side, covering her with a quilt and letting her rest. She breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 311 Mental Disorder. Xiaoling's side has also been repaired. She has only skin injuries. Not too serious. Today is really troublesome for everyone. Liang Kang's voice was full of exhaustion. You should pay more attention to the child's condition. No one knows whether there is any injury inside. Also, check to see if there is any fever. Well, Song Yi had often suffered injuries during previous missions, and he had to deal with them more often by himself. But the situation now is still different. The children are too young and their physical fitness is not as good as theirs, so they are more dangerous. Xiaoling also came over, and she made a quilt for Jingjing. What on earth happened to make it so serious? Jiang Yuan couldn't help but ask. Otherwise she would have said thank you, which would be quite boring. While we were there, the house collapsed and Jingjing was touched. I don't know what there was over there, and it broke the glass door. We happened to come out and were hit. A few short sentences are enough to make people sigh. What kind of bad luck is this? It's really hard to compliment that everyone has been caught up. Kaiyang, Fan Qing hasn't come back yet. Let's pack up and go out to look for him. Hearing what Song Yi said, Kaiyang was very excited. Brother Song, I won't thank you for your kindness. I'll wait for you in the future. Go back and get ready. Song Yi didn't want to listen to those empty words. It was more important to do business. I've been busy for so long, and it's already dark now, so I shouldn't go out anymore. However, he must be feeling uncomfortable, so he might as well help look for it so that he can feel more at ease. Liang Kong also wanted to go with him to save Xiaoling and Jingjing. He was involved in the whole process. At this time, he couldn't let go. Jiang Yuan and Yi Mianmian did not go. Song Yi thought it was too dangerous, so he asked them to wait at home. You have to remember what I told you before. You must not believe the doctor easily, regardless of whether it was his idea or not. Those things had nothing to do with him. And, who knows, there may be other dangers. So be fully prepared. Song Yi suddenly smiled playfully and installed the sleeve arrows. You care about me? Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes. Why is this person like this? You're good. I'm talking about business. So be careful. Song Yi also put away his carefree demeanor and became serious and solemn. Don't worry. I will come back safely. You can go to sleep later. I won't call you anymore. Jiang Yuan nodded. No matter what. She was scared. The three men soon set off again, but they seemed to have encountered difficulties downstairs. The people in the duty room didn't let me go out because they were afraid of the weather, and it was night time. However, a few people insisted and went out. Jiang Yuan sighed when she saw the figure struggling to walk against the wind. No one else knows about using human bodies to grow red mushrooms. Song Yi's condition is not that good. He has been busy all day and his energy is almost exhausted. It seemed like she hadn't even eaten dinner. She was speechless. She was too careless. Even if it's just a small snack. Of course. She meant for everyone. After going back, I was not in the mood to continue reading and went straight into the space. Xiaonuan has already fallen asleep. Because it's still daytime here, and the temperature matters. Qingyu put her in Jiang Yuan's room, but kept watching. When she comes back, it is inevitable that she will be concerned about her. It was also very sad to learn about the situation outside. Without much conversation, they went back to sleep. Jiang Yuan looked at the number on the timer and knew that he probably came in frequently recently. So she went to the box and took out some cash. All converted into time. After finishing these things, I started to wash up and get ready for bed. Song Yi and the others don't know when they will be back. Will the doctor embarrass these people? I tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. I was afraid of waking up Xiaonuan, so I just went to the sofa next to me and slept for a while. Finally feeling a little sleepy, there was a knock on the door again. She didn't dare to delay for fear of something happening. The moment I opened the door, a cold wind blew. Jiang Yuan hurriedly hid behind, fearing that she would be caught by the door. Who knew? Someone would actually grab her. And she knew that glove. Song Yi. How are you? I may need your help. With the wind at his back. He spoke very clearly. And Jiang Yuan came out quickly, ignoring the helplessness in his eyes. In Kai Yong's house, Fan Qing was huddled in the corner. And Yin Yin had already come over. Sister Yuan, please help me quickly to see what's going on with Qing. Jiang Yuan is also a little strange. She looks like she has been greatly stimulated. There is only one room in this house. The men blocked the door, and Yin Yin stood inside. How about you go out first, and I'll ask her and check. She was afraid of getting hurt, so Kai Yang didn't want to leave. Song Yi patted his shoulder, and Liang Kong followed and took him away. Fan Qing's condition is not very good. You can only see it when you get closer. Her hair was a mess, and there were obvious tears on her face. Colorful, like a little tabby cat. He was wearing a military coat, unbuttoned, revealing the white coat underneath. It was their previous uniform. There were actually bits and pieces of blood on it. Jiang Yuan noticed that something was unusual and gave Yin Yin a look. After receiving it, the other party nodded. Then he walked over and squatted down in front of her. Qing, how are you? Come and sit on the bed. It's very cold here. Don't press against the wall. The other party visibly flinched and did not raise his head. Yin Yin looked at Jiang Yuan and asked for instructions on the next step. Qing, you are back and nothing has happened. Sister Yuan and I are both here. If you need anything, you can tell us. Yin Yin was good at tempting. But Fan Qing still looked like that, as if he didn't listen to anything. Jiang Yuan also came over and sat down on the edge of the bed next to her. Qing, what happened? Please tell us. No, she finally responded, but resisted. Don't be afraid. No one can hurt you now. Speak up and we can help you. Fan Qing suddenly raised his head, tears streaming down his face. And Yin Yin was stunned. This person has been wronged. Otherwise it would not be like this. Get up first. It's cold here. She was leaning against the wall, so naturally she wasn't warm. However, as soon as Yin Yin reached out her hand, she became excited. A slap knocked her hand off, and then she shrank further inside. Yin Yin was caught off guard and said ouch. As if she was frightened, she hugged her head directly. No. Chapter 312. Something suspicious about Fan Qing. Yin Yin couldn't bear to blame her for being so pitiful. Jiang Yuan pulled her up and moved forward. Qing, did the doctor do something to you? This sentence seemed to trigger some sensitive mechanism. Fan Qing immediately became excited, with fear in his eyes. When she looked up and saw Jiang Yuan, her grievances and uneasiness were all revealed. Then, he suddenly stood up and rushed towards her. Sister Yuan, it's so scary. So scary. Jiang Yuan was also confused by her series of operations, and quickly reached out to pat her back. Don't be afraid. It's okay. It's okay. After being comforted for a long time, the man finally recovered. He poured a glass of hot water for her, sat on the bed, and covered her with a quilt. Qing, tell us now what's going on. She still shivered unconsciously when she mentioned it. Sister Yuan, that doctor, he is not a human being. It turned out that after she left, no one was caught. The two guards had no conclusive evidence that Jiang Yuan was the one who had seen the secret. Therefore, he suspected the remaining 4 people. He was so perverted that he actually asked us to identify each other. However, we have never done it. So how do we know who it is? As Fan Qing spoke, tears burst out again. Okay. Don't cry anymore. That doctor is indeed not a human being. I will meet him later and help you teach him a lesson. Yi Mian said and stretched out his fist. Well, she understands empathy. No, he is too dangerous. We have no way to identify each other. And he actually let us visit his achievements. I just simply can't stand it. He actually grows mushrooms and other vegetables on people. Well, I took them to see it as expected. What the HL? Ching. This is no joke. Yi Mian also works in the greenhouse and knows a lot about the experimental field. At that time, if it weren't for her shortcomings in academic qualifications, she would have passed. Sister Mian, I didn't say anything nonsense. How could I joke about this kind of thing? Yes, but Jiang Yuan had no choice but to prove it for her. You can't help but bring it upon yourself. It's not her style. Oh my god. How could this happen? Is he trying to scare you? To actually do such a thing is simply a pervert. Yi Mian turned on the angry youth mode. And Jiang Yuan felt that it was no big deal if she didn't speak. Ching, what happened to you then? Fan Qing looked at her suddenly, with fear in his eyes. It seems that recalling this incident is a particularly terrifying thing. Later Danon said. It must be me. I know she doesn't like me. But at this time, she just wants me to die. I didn't refute her. And then she came up and hit me. Later, I don't know what happened. But we all started fighting. Then, Kaiong and the others came over. I'm so scared. When I close my eyes now, it's those things. What should I do? Fan Qing looked a little crazy. And Yi Mian quickly comforted her. Okay. We don't want to think about it anymore. Just lie down and rest for a while. As he said this, he thoughtfully pulled the quilt for her. Jiang Yuan still has many doubts. But she can't ask them now. She was already like this. And if she spoke anymore, she would sound aggressive and boring. Zhou Jin didn't know what was going on. She quite liked that little girl. Forget it. If there's anything else, let's talk about it tomorrow. After she fell asleep, the two of them quietly left the room and went to Song Yi to call Kaiyang back. It's already 12 o'clock in the evening. And it's been a long day. Everyone is tired. And the temperature is really low now. And everyone is freezing to death. Not only that, the wind seemed to be stronger. A bit like a low roar. How's it going? Is Fan Qing okay? She is still a little emotionally unstable. Kaiyang, don't irritate her when you go back. Well, I understand. That's okay. I'll go back first. I don't feel at ease if she is alone. The rest of the people will not stop it. Liang Khan has also gone back a long time ago. Xiaoling and Jingjing are both injured and need someone to take care of them. Yi Mian also went back and slept well. In the event of an emergency, there is nothing we can do. But now, I still have to go back to sleep. Song Yi and her were the only ones left in the room. Let's go. I'll take you back. He knew that the door in that corner was difficult to close. So he was very concerned about it. Don't worry. Song Yi. Let me ask you. What was it like when you went there? Please describe the situation to me. The other party looked at her and didn't ask why. Jiang Yuan is not a messy person. She must have discovered something unusual. When we went there, the door was closed, and we knocked for a long time before opening it. A guard should have come to open the door, but he didn't let us pass. After asking about our purpose, he sent Fan Qing out. Then, was there anything unusual about her at that time? Jiang Yuan asked quickly, fearing that she had missed something. Unusual. Song Yi murmured and began to remember. She was in quite bad spirits. So she hugged Kaiyang and we left. By the way, there seemed to be blood stains on her clothes. I saw it with a flashlight. But, not so sure. Kaiyang covered her with his coat. When she came back, although she was in a bad mood, she was wrapped tightly, and I didn't pay attention. Jiang Yuan. Is something wrong? After listening to Song Yi's words, she became more convinced of her thoughts. She only said that the doctor was a pervert. And nothing else. You haven't seen anyone else. Just her. Right? Yes. The guard saw my ID, and knew that we were escorting the workers back. After sending Fan Qing out, He didn't mention anything else. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath, always feeling a little scared. If my guess is correct, those people are probably gone. Moreover, it should be related to Fan Qing. You mean? How many people did she kill? Uncertain. Jiang Yuan shook her head. Although she said this, she was probably inseparable. Song Yi looked at her thoughtful look and had some concerns in his heart. It's okay. Don't think too much. Even if those people died, you don't care. As for Fan Qing, we can just be more careful later. Otherwise, what else could be done? In the final analysis, the one who has a connection with them must be Fan Qing. Even worse, there is Kai Yang in the middle. When there is no conflict of interest, the superficial peace must still be maintained. Why don't you look at the monk's face and the Buddha's face? Chapter 313, A Strange Team. By the way, have you eaten? I still have some things at home. I will bring them back to you later. She always felt that it was not good to take advantage of such an important material. Moreover, Song Yi had thoughts about her, so he couldn't accept it with peace of mind. No, I still have some here. You can keep it and eat it. It's true that I have it at home. It's not easy for you either. As soon as she finished speaking, the pressure on the other side became low. Jiang Yuan's heart trembled. She didn't know which sentence offended this great god. There's no reason for it. It's just so inexplicable. And my mood is too unstable. Jiang Yuan, do you think I have caused a burden to you? Forehead? To be honest, a little bit. I don't want to talk about feelings. Not to you. Not to anyone. However, if you treat me well, I will feel worthy of it. I can't do it even though I can't respond to you and still enjoy the convenience brought by your liking for me. Well, Song Yi breathed a long sigh of relief. He knew Jiang Yuan's strong character. I understand that your last marriage was a blow to you. If you haven't come out yet, I can wait. Song Yi, I admit, what happened with Xia Qiang really makes me very sick. However, when it comes to situations like this outside, everything is precarious. How can you put me in the mood to think about those things? If you are willing, there are many good girls who will fall in love with you. After all, a person with such a strong force value will definitely enjoy a lot in the last days. Whether it is sincere or simply for survival, there is always no shortage. I don't want to. I just want you. Why don't you understand? I just want to live well. I don't need the icing on the cake. Song Yi sat opposite her, suddenly feeling a little distressed. Jiang Yuan is independent and sober, struggling to support herself in the last days. It is not easy to take care of the elderly and children. I can help you. Don't make yourself too tired. When she heard this, her nose suddenly felt sore. For a long time, although my life has been okay, I don't have to worry about food and clothing. But her nerves were tense every day, especially when she left Lushan Yayuan and faced these unknown risks and unfamiliar environments. Okay, don't think too much. I don't ask you to do anything. Don't worry. Just treat me like you did before. Song Yi couldn't bear it and said no more. He also knew Jiang Yuan's worries. Now, the two of them could see each other on a regular basis, and he was already content. Let's go. I'll take you back. She couldn't close that door by herself, so she didn't refuse Song Yi. I thought it would be easier if I talked about it. Unexpectedly, the reality is exactly the opposite. She saw Song Yi's caution. Such a good person should not give up his supposedly great life for her. Jiang Yuan waited in the bedroom for a long time before entering the space. Fortunately, my parents couldn't sense what was going on outside, so didn't get up. Otherwise, this meeting will definitely be waiting for her. This space was so comfortable that she fell into a deep sleep. There was no work the next day, and there was a robot running around the streets to tell everyone. They even put up a banner thoughtfully, probably because they were afraid that the wind would be too strong and they wouldn't be able to hear it. Early in the morning, she saw a wave of people on the road, who seemed to be cleaning things. It was probably out of fear that it flew up and shattered the glass next to it, causing unnecessary damage. However, the trash cans can be scraped all over the floor, so their approach is of little use. She thinks this way, but others don't. In such terrible weather, there are still people carrying heavy loads. It will only make everyone feel warm and hopeful. Jiang Yuan once wondered whether this was psychological warfare. From this position, she couldn't see clearly what was going on outside, so she could only get a rough look through the gaps. Jiang Xingji didn't want to be in the space anymore, and he was really worried about letting her fight alone outside. Qin Yu felt sorry for the time inside. So she also brought Xiaonuan out. Although the wind is strong now, the house is still safe. They are always in the same place. If there is any danger, they can immediately enter the space, and it will be okay. Jiang Yuan understood that if they were not allowed to come out, she would probably be even more anxious. Simply come out. They are all in Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu's room. This one is closer to the front, and has a better view. There is really no place to sit. There are only 2 chairs in the house. Otherwise it would be nice to sit in the living room. Now, everyone is sitting on the bed. Qin Yu had a great time building blocks with Xiaonuan. My dear daughter. Look. Why are so many people here? Jiang Xingji was a little excited. Looking at the people walking across from him, he saw that they were completely an army. At least, no less than 100 people. Jiang Yuan quickly brought the telescope over. They were looking down with the curtains drawn. There were indeed many people walking towards the wind. And they were rushing towards them. What happened? An ominous premonition came over my mind. Could it be dangerous? Dad? Mom? Hurry up. Everyone knew that the situation was urgent. And no one was bothered. After entering the space, she came out immediately without even standing. The group of people had already walked downstairs, and the narrow alley was packed to the brim. What is this going to do? She was confused. And she seemed to have no intention of stopping. No. The clothes of this group of people seemed to be different from those here. Could it be an outsider? Jiang Yuan's doubts became more serious. The group of people stopped in front of the house diagonally behind their building. That 8-story self-built house can be seen right here. I hadn't noticed it before, so I didn't know if anyone lived there. The group of people started to go in, and the people behind them lined up at the bottom of their house. She felt it was so strange why the last group of people felt a little out of place. Everyone wears camouflage uniforms and military coats, and the rest are their own clothes. He also walked timidly, not as upright as the group in front of him. Could it be that he was really the person they robbed? Or are you talking about the survivors you met on the road? Now, he has been able to confirm that this group of people is definitely not the original Changming village. But he is definitely in the military. And you can tell from his clothing and posture. Even if the wind is too strong now, they are still embarrassed. But habits that have been practiced for many years cannot be deceived. Wait a moment. Jiang Yuan quickly turned the telescope, and a familiar figure appeared at the door diagonally opposite. Although he was wearing a lot of clothes, she was too familiar with that person. What did Song Yi do in the past? It's his job to greet this group of people? Also, when did he go out, and why didn't he hear any sound? Just as he was thinking about it, the other party actually raised his head and looked over. Chapter 314 Visit. Jiang Yuan was a little scared and instantly sat back on the bed. Such strong detection ability. It would be too dangerous if it were an enemy. Fortunately, I have been in contact with Song Yi for such a long time, so there should be no problem. After she recovered, she continued to check on the situation. The people in front have already entered, and those behind are also walking in one after another. The curtains on the opposite floor also began to be closed one by one. There were also shadows moving around in the untied area. It seemed like this was a house prepared for them. There should be no one else inside. She hadn't looked carefully before, but she had never seen anyone coming or going over there. At this time, the only way to come here is to take refuge. This survivor base is not simple. If nothing else, the doctor's approach is definitely accepted by default. So, how many other things are the same as him? Even more terrifying? It is not impossible that they exist. I always felt that something was unusual. And with the strong wind, it was really difficult to handle. She has lived for almost 30 years, and has never seen such a strong wind. I don't know if some special mechanism has been touched. Could it be that this strong wind has the same nature as the previous extreme heat, extreme cold, and blizzard? Being part of this natural disaster will definitely not be as simple as it is now. She was suddenly frightened by her own thoughts. If this was really the case, the danger had just arrived. Dong dong dong. Jiang Yuan was suddenly startled. She was startled by the knock on the door. He quickly came out to check. And it was Yi Mianmian. What's the matter? The wind was so strong that she had to shout. Otherwise she wouldn't be hurt at all. Saying that, let her in. Yi Mianmian quickly waved her hand and pointed to the side. Go and see Jingjing. She also shouted loudly, like 2 elderly people. Understand in seconds. After coming out, the 2 of them worked together to close the door. Yi Mianmian thought about the little girl's love for making flowers for her grandma, and felt that it was necessary to visit. Being alone, It was inevitable that I would be a little embarrassed. So I called Jiang Yuan over. When the two people came over, Liang Kong was feeding Jingjing. This child can't eat anything too hard. I soaked the rice from before and took it to the duty room to make porridge. There's a stove over there. A fire. That's good. I'd better get some more hot water. It can be heated over there. Yesterday, the people in the duty room came to tell us this from door to door. The boiler underneath controls the heating of the entire building. This is very rare in the West Market. That is, it is backed by a mountain. It's a bit colder than normal. So I got this equipment. Even when it was so serious, the boiler underneath didn't even stop. There is no way. Once it stops, the heating and water pipes in the entire building will freeze. But when the time comes, it becomes more difficult to deal with. Even if the fever is reduced, it cannot be stopped. Otherwise the consequences will be endless. Therefore, there is no shortage of hot water in the entire building. How is Jingjing doing today? Are you feeling better? Xiaoling looked at her daughter with a look of relief. Much better. I woke up early this morning. I just made porridge and woke her up again. I still have some headaches and lethargy. As long as you wake up, it's a good thing. Please pay more attention and remember to change her dressing in time. Jiang Yuan didn't say anything else. In this situation, comfort was the main thing. The little girl made it through. Stronger than anything else. Yi Mianmian also expressed some concern. And Xiaoling couldn't help but blush again. Don't be like this. The child clings to the mother. Cheer up quickly. Otherwise who will she rely on? Hearing this, Xiaoling quickly tilted her head back, trying to hold back the tears. He obviously listened. Liang Kong also came to persuade her. At this time, he himself was very uncomfortable. Don't cry. You two have suffered a lot. I will never let you leave me again. With that said, he took his wife into his arms. Well, it's really inappropriate for them to be light bulbs at such a tender moment. I just found a reason and ran away quickly. Yi Mianmian pointed to Kai Yang's house next to her. She understood that she wanted to see Fan Qing. If Jiang Yuan has any questions about her, just go ahead. Kaiong hadn't gotten up yet, so he quickly put on his clothes. There is a strange smell in the house. Everyone knows. Come on in. He quickly closed the door and changed the air inside in just a few households. Very quickly. Sister Yuan. Sister Mianmian. Why are you here? Kaiong was also a little embarrassed. But he still smiled stupidly. He quickly pushed the quilt next to the bed inside and asked them to sit down. Come and see Qingqing. How are you feeling today? Jiang Yuan did not sit down. And Yi Mianmian also stood. Much better. Thank you for coming to see me. Kaiong. Quickly bring that stool over and let Sister Yuan and the others sit on it. Hey. Good. Don't bother. Let's come and take a look and then leave. Qingqing. You are in much better spirits today. I didn't ask you yesterday. Where are Zhou Jin and the others? Have they gone back? Hearing this, Fan Qing trembled. Then he laughed. When I left, they hadn't left yet. And I wasn't particularly sure. I guess I will go back later. There was a huge gap between her reactions. There must be something going on, and she didn't tell the truth. Yeah. That's good. There should be a place to live in that house. Maybe spending the night there is also possible. But will the doctor not forgive them? Yesterday, Fan Qing said something about letting them kill each other. It's hard to say whether those 4 people are alive or not. I don't know either. I hope. Sister Yuan. It's really scary to use people to grow mushrooms there. As she said that, she also stared at Jiang Yuan with a good look, afraid of missing any of her expressions. Jiang Yuan was not stupid. Seeing her like this, she immediately laughed. You're right. It's scary just listening to it. However, I wonder how it is possible to grow things on a human body. It's not land. Isn't it weird? As she spoke, she looked back at Yi Mianmian next to her. Yeah. I can't figure it out either. Their eyes, plus Kaiyang's, were all directed towards Fan Qing. It's true. I didn't see it clearly, but there are little mushrooms on their bellies and arms. On top of the head, there are some green vegetables. Yi Mianmian smiled inappropriately and immediately restrained herself when she saw everyone looking at her. I'm sorry. I just thought of slow sheep. There is grass growing on your head. Qingqing. Is it because you have watched too many cartoons and become dazzled? Fan Qing sighed with a solemn expression, testing Jiang Yuan to no avail. However, she always felt that she was the one who broke in and triggered the mechanism. Otherwise, There is really no way to explain it. Except that she went out. The four of them all stayed together. She was very sure. Chapter 315 let her ask. Seeing that Jiang Yuan couldn't find anything out by asking, she stopped probing too much. There is definitely something wrong with this Fan Qing. After following Yin 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 to her house, Jiang Yuan had no other intention but just wanted to give some advice. Don't get too close to her. She was very confused. This group of people had always been good. So why suddenly they couldn't play together? Yin Yin, I always feel that Fan Qing is not telling the truth. The way you looked at her was always evasive. Although she tried her best to hide it, she revealed her true emotions several times. Yin 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 suddenly felt a little scary. The person you had always trusted suddenly changed. But you didn't notice it. You put it that way. I also think she's a little strange. Yesterday I was so frightened. But today I acted like a normal person. Even if Xiaoling and the others were so seriously injured, they wouldn't be like her. Really? Jiang Yuan also found it strange that the change was too fast. If she didn't encounter something very horrific, she was just faking it. He showed that expression on purpose just to make us misunderstand. No way. Yin 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 was a little confused. If it was true, what was her purpose? He's so good at acting. So scary. Sister Yuan, do you think it's dangerous to go overseas? After living in the same house with him for such a long time, we never looked up or down. There is also some emotion. If Fan Qing has a problem, Kai Yan will be the first to bear the brunt. Not necessarily. They are boyfriend and girlfriend. Perhaps there are some other inside stories. Forget it. No matter so much. Yin Yin, remember? Be careful and don't be too obvious. Well, don't worry. Sister Yuan, I understand. Jiang Yuan sighed, feeling helpless about the current situation. Yin Yin, before Grandma died, she asked me to take care of you. If anything happens, just come to me, and I will definitely help you if I can. Yin 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 also held her hand. She had never mentioned Grandma Yi recently, just because she was afraid that everyone would worry. However, Jiang Yuan still thought of her, which made her heartwarming. I know. Sister Yuan, thank you. Jiang Yuan used her other hand to hold Yin Yin Yin's hand. Okay. We all need to live well. Everything is left unsaid. How difficult it is to live. After Jiang Yuan came back, she was not in a particularly good mood. Recently, although things are calm on the surface, there are turbulent waves, coupled with the incident at the experimental field in Fan Qing. She always felt that there were too many mysteries, giving her a headache. People who used to fight side by side, if they really come to the point of confronting each other, although she would not be merciful, she still felt uncomfortable in her heart. Song Yi came back in the afternoon, and she saw it in the telescope. After about 40 minutes, Jiang Yuan was still hesitant about whether to go over and ask. So he came over by himself. Jiang Xingji and the others were still in the space. So in order not to reveal their flaws, they went to his house. Song Yi is also willing. There are other people at home, and some things are hard to say. Jiang Yuan was still sitting on the bed, and he brought her a bag of bulk dried tofu. Seeing that she didn't answer, Song Yi took her hand directly and put it up. Jiang Yuan felt like she was electrocuted. But the opponent's hand was too strong, and she couldn't break free. Song Yi, don't be angry. Eat some dried beans to calm down. At this time, food is more valuable than anything else. Okay. What do you want to know? Please ask? Jiang Yuan was a little suspicious. So he still knew she had seen it. Did you see me? No. Even if you feel someone, you have the habit of observing. Song Yi spoke seriously, and didn't look like he was lying at all. You are so terrible. Jiang Yuan said something subconsciously. But the other party was not angry. Instead, he was smiling, which was very different from his usual appearance. Don't worry. I will be absolutely honest with you. Jiang Yuan didn't want to come with him. So she became serious. Who are those people, and why are you with them? Song Yi sighed, knowing that Jiang Yuan must have seen it. Do you remember those people at the rescue center? Remember? You still know them. Well, they came over. And that team was all under the control of the old leader at the beginning. This time it came suddenly. I don't know the specific reason. Because I had a relationship with them before. I was asked to receive them. So this is all. Does that mean that the rescue center is abandoned? I remember that there was a sea of people there. But not many came this time. Some bad thoughts flashed through her mind. Yes. We've only come partially. And there are still people guarding over there. So, it's normal over there. But why do you bring ordinary people over when you have enough people? I see a lot of people in plain clothes coming over today. What's going on with them? The one who got to the bottom of this was undoubtedly Jiang Yuan. Song Yi was not in a hurry and explained to her patiently. Those were selected from the survivors in the rescue center. As for what they do, I don't know. However, those people were all grown men, healthy and strong. I asked them, and they said they had been summoned before to help maintain order. In other words, something like an auxiliary police officer. Don't you think it's weird? It's not surprising. The situation over there is not good either. There were too many people. And with the blizzard incident, many people were missing. What's left now is about half. Oh my god. Jiang Yuan sighed. According to what she saw before, at least tens of thousands of people died. If you leave some of your own people behind and add support, the situation over there can be stabilized. However, it is really not necessary to bring these people here. Song Yi didn't say too much because he was afraid that Jiang Yuan would have random thoughts. This situation is getting more and more chaotic. Don't worry. Trust me. Everything will be fine in a few days. Song Yi spoke categorically. And the doubts in her heart became even greater. How did you know? I can tell you now. You must believe me. It will be over soon. When she said this, Jiang Yuan guessed that this guy must know something. What about being honest with each other? Song Yi rubbed his eyebrows. He really couldn't accept these words. Jiang Yuan curled her lips. Sure enough, this person was also dishonest. Okay. I won't ask you anymore. This situation is not a good thing at all. I'm lucky to be alive. This is the truth. The reason why she cares about things outside. She was also afraid of harming herself. If it had nothing to do with them, she wouldn't care so much. You have to have a lot of free time to think about those things. Don't be angry. Wait a few days, and then you will naturally know. Chapter 316 The House Collapses. Chapter 316 The House Collapses. Jiang Yuan tilted her head and looked at him. Sincerity. Innocence. No deception. I understand. Let's go back first. It's useless to ask. And you won't be asking for trouble. Moreover, since Song Yi said this, he just didn't want her to know. After all, the current relationship between the two people is not good if it is said too much. So forget it. After being sent back, Jiang Yuan had more things to worry about. I didn't want my parents to worry too. So I didn't say anything. Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu have not been idle these past 2 days, taking good care of the vegetable garden in the space. I also planted some pumpkins, winter melons, and gourds. It is a relatively large, high-yielding thing that can also satisfy your hunger. In addition, I picked a lot of mature vegetables and dried them as much as possible. If it cannot be sun-dried, scald it and freeze it in the refrigerator. What I have at home, plus what I collected at the building materials and home furnishing city. There are still quite a few units. Yuan, we have a lot of things. So we need to eat more vegetables and so on. These corns don't have many seeds, so I won't eat them this year. Save them all as seeds, and you can eat them next year. Good. Jiang Yuan also had this plan. Corn can be used as a staple food, and it is high-yielding and nutritious. Being able to achieve freedom is also a good thing. Dad, Mom, the wind is too strong now. We have to be careful. The family cheers each other on. But they can't stay away from each other forever. Occasionally, I still have to go down to get water or something. It doesn't matter now. She goes out every day, which can be regarded as a face brush. Jiang Yuan rarely spends time in the space except for eating. This night, after all, there was something different. She took out some melon seeds and was happily reading a storybook. A loud noise brought her back to reality. I quickly picked up the telescope to see what happened. And the last house actually collapsed. There was an old house over there, and the roof was blown off. It hit the house next to it, which was the house where the people at the rescue center lived. Oh my god. She was really scared to death. How powerful the wind was. Besides shock, still shock. At the same time, they are still a little scared. If that side falls, it is estimated that their survival here will also be precarious. How long it can last is hard to say. Holy shit. There was indeed movement over there. And within 5 minutes, someone came out to take a look, holding the flashlight. It flickered, which was very obvious. However, there was nothing much that could be done. After staying for a while, they all went back. Jiang Yuan is still curious and doesn't know what to do. In my heart, I also felt a deep sense of fear. After a while, the voice came up again. Just now. Just the roof flew off. And now the whole house fell down. Even the building next to it was affected. Even the glass was shattered. And I didn't know if the people inside would be hurt. Not good. She was a little frightened for a moment. Didn't care to look at it. And ran inside quickly. The expected explosion didn't come. But she didn't dare to go back. Even the house didn't look very similar anymore. Jiang Yuan didn't dare to bet and entered the space directly. It's evening. So I'll go to bed early. In the middle of the night. The situation outside became even worse. She felt it through her mind. And her heart became heavier and heavier. The sound of crash was heard endlessly. Damn it. Jiang Yuan quickly sat up and went to wake up Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu. The glass in their house seems to be broken. This person needs to be ready to go out at any time. Xianwan was also called up and dressed tightly. Wait a moment. It will probably take a long time. And you must not catch a cold. Sure enough. Within 2 minutes, there was a knock on the door. Walk. With an order, everyone left the space. Jiang Xingji went to open the door and met Song Yi's anxious eyes. Without saying a word, he dragged him indirectly. Xiao Song, the glass at home is broken. Are you okay? His voice was not quiet either. It was windy outside. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to hear him. Uncle, pack your things now and come with me. Where are you going? A safe place. Hurry up. Now is not the time to talk. Jiang Yuan also heard it and did not let her father get to the bottom of it. There are not many things at home, except for some commonly used ones. They are basically kept in the bag. All of a sudden, it was packed up. Jiang Xingji hugged Xiaonuan, each carrying a backpack, and Qin Yu took a bag. Song Yi had already left early, and he had to inform others. When they came out, there were already a lot of people here. Liang Khan took Jingjing out and covered her with a quilt. She's injured, so it's best to stay out of sight. Sister Yuan, leave quickly, Yi Mianyan said, coming over to pull her. Several people hurried downstairs and met many people at the same time. I guess they are all on the same path. And there are people on every floor. No one dared to talk. So they carried a lot of things on their backs and dragged the whole family downstairs. Song Yi was not seen, so he must have gone down. The corridor was a little crowded, but no one was rushing around. Although it was a little slower, it was still moving. Hurry up. People from the duty room also came over to help maintain order. Jiang Yuan saw Song Yi. He picked up his things and followed them out. Let's go quickly. I don't know who shouted, but the house next to it collapsed, starting from the roof. Quick! They are all made of cement red bricks, and some of them roll in the direction of the wind. He ran towards the crowd and hit him. Everyone was stunned and started running wildly the next second. Not only the house they lived in, but also the rest had changed. Imagine the crowd running for their lives in front, while the houses behind fall down one by one. The wind blew up construction debris and hit people behind. Screams and calls for help came and went. However, who can care about whom? From the other buildings, people also ran out one after another, running ahead of them. When we got to the main street, all the front houses had been destroyed. If you want to get over, you can only walk on top of the ruins. Moreover, time is limited, so we must not go too slowly. There are inevitably dangerous items such as steel bars. However, the collapsed buildings behind were even more terrifying. At least, the visual impact is greater. Run quickly. Someone takes the lead, and the people behind start to follow. Song Yi went to Jiang Xingji and handed him his bag. Uncle, give me Shanwan. It happened in a flash of lightning. Jiang Yuan was behind. When she saw it, it was too late to stop it. Damn. In this case, she can send everyone into space. It's such a mess. No one will notice. Now that Song Yi has taken the child away, she can only follow. Although she meant well. Why was she so unhappy? Chapter 317 Shelter. Chapter 317 Shelter. Mian Mian. Follow closely. At this time, she couldn't hold you, Mian Mian. When the road is uneven, if people are pulled together, they are more likely to fall. It is better to walk by yourself. It is easier to master the balance. The group of people ran wildly, and the sound of falling kept hearing in their ears. It was too dark now. Oops. Caught off guard. Someone bumped into her, and she stumbled back a few steps. But she didn't fall down. However, The person behind him had already come up and was pushed from behind again. Jiang Yuan felt a little speechless and walked forward. Bring it here. You. Good guy. A person came by and actually snatched the bright flashlight from her hand. It was too dark just now, so I couldn't see clearly. He must have been the person who hit her before. Because I was unprepared, I was really snatched away by him. Seeing that she didn't follow, Yin 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 shouted. Damn it. A good man doesn't suffer the immediate consequences. She remembered that man's appearance. Quick! Jiang Yuan quickly took Yin Yin Yin's hand, and the two began to run wildly. Song Yi in front could no longer be seen. She was worried. Shan Wan was still following him. Now, we can only go with a large army. Finally, we crossed the main street and reached the wall. Most of the people who followed him out were gone. Go in quickly. Someone was shouting over there, and the people in front were pushing in frantically. The doorway was very small, and it was so dark that I couldn't tell what it was. Someone was pushed down. And then, there were curses. When it finally stopped, the speed also slowed down. There was a steady stream of people behind them. Jiang Yuan was a little scared and held Yin Yin Yin's hand tightly. Apart from her, there were no familiar faces in front of her. Ah! Look! I don't know who screamed in surprise. And everyone turned around. There was a lantern they hung up here, and a whirlwind about 3 meters high was seen flying towards this side. It was also mixed with some messy things. And someone nearby touched it and screamed. This was a beating. Although it wouldn't cause anyone to get scratched, it was still very lethal. Quick! Quick! The guard at the door was anxious and asked everyone to hurry up. Jiang Yuan and the others had just come in. There was a slamming of the door closing behind me, possibly because of the desire to survive. The group of people actually blocked the door and couldn't close it. The dark crowd blocked the door. Run quickly. Pulling Yin Yin Yin. It was very big inside, so I could only run inside. Stay far away from the door. Otherwise it will still be dangerous. Sure enough, that whirlwind actually arrived. The screams grew louder and louder, and you could feel the impact of the wind inside. The door was finally closed, and there were many people behind it. Even the sound of banging on the door was so clear. Yin 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 couldn't believe that this group of people actually closed the door without caring about the life and death of others. Stop looking, or we will all die. How could Jiang Yuan not see it? It's just that there must be a choice now. Otherwise everyone will be doomed. You guys, come here quickly. Someone shouted, and the two people came to their senses. Start following the crowd and move forward. This is a place similar to a cave, and you can still see the original appearance of the surrounding and top stone walls. There is a table in front, and 2 staff members are checking in at the door. It was packed with people, but fortunately, the hall was really big enough, so it wasn't particularly intrusive. Jiang Yuan began to look for Song Yi and her parents. Where is her Shan Wan now? The crowd was so dark that it was impossible to see clearly. The people who came in were at least a few hundred older. Just like a train station during the spring festival. Everyone is crowded here and queuing. There is not enough space at the back, and they have to bend over. Sister Yuan, don't worry. Brother Song and the others are in front, and must have come in long ago. There is no other way now but to line up first and go inside. They simply registered their names, what they did here, and where they lived, and then let them in. Time is running out. Here are 4 halls. Everyone makes their own choice. No one else cares. However, once enough people enter, no more can be entered. What to do? Where are they? Jiang Yuan didn't dare to go in, so she watched at the door, trying to find it. The guard looked at it and asked, but his attitude was not very good. Jiang Yuan. Here. When she arrived at the 3rd door, someone called her. It was Song Yi who was waiting for her, still holding Shan Wan. At this moment, tears burst into my eyes. This guy is so scary. Baby. Jiang Yuan went over, took the child over, and kissed her again and again. There seemed to be a feeling of regaining what was lost. And Xianwan also called her mother softly and waxily. By the way, I still want to find my parents. Song Yi seemed to know what she was thinking and pointed inside. It was the old couple making quilts. There is luggage available there, but not much. Only those who run fast can grab it. Daughter, come here quickly. Your mother sprained her foot. What? Jiang Yuan took 3 steps in a row and ran over. Mom, how are you? Do you feel any pain? Qin Yu looked at her anxious daughter and glared at Jiang Xingji angrily. What a big deal. It's up to you. Girl, don't worry. My mother is fine. The road was difficult just now, and she was running very fast. I've just sprained a bit now. I just need to take a rest. You should sit down and rest for a while. How could Jiang Yuan feel relieved? She quickly rolled up her mother's trouser legs to see the specific situation. It's all swollen. But they say it's fine. It was indeed quite serious. Red and blue. And highly swollen. She quickly took her backpack over and prepared to find a bottle of safflower oil to rub it on. This is really prepared in advance. There is no need to take it from the space. Auntie, please bear with me. I'll check first. If the bones are fine, just keep them. The implication is that a bone may have been injured. Jiang Yuan was a little worried and quickly gave up her seat. Show it to my mother quickly. Song Yi didn't show any pretense. He went over and squeezed her leg. It really hurts. Because the injury was at a joint like the ankle. And the condition was not very good. Qin Yu also couldn't bear it. So she just endured it and didn't shout out. It's okay. My bones are fine. In one word. Everyone was relieved. Jiang Yuan took out the safflower oil and wanted to wipe it on her. Use this. Song Yi handed over a white bottle without any writing. What is this? The medicinal wine I prepared myself is more effective than this. As she spoke, she glanced at the safflower oil in her hand. If this is the case, then it must be used. Thank you. While she was applying medicine to her mother, Zhang Qian and Fan Qing came over, also looking embarrassed. Seeing them was like seeing relatives. And some of them were filled with tears. Have you seen Liang Kang's family? Chapter 318 Provocation. When Song Yi asked, everyone shook their heads. In the beginning, they were still together. But later they became chaotic and separated. Brother Song. It's too scary. That group of people went crazy. When a child fell down, they stepped on it without restraint. I cried so hard that my heart was broken. How could they do this? If he were an adult, he wouldn't say anything. As a child, I still can't accept it. Kaiong, calm down. Many times, incompetence is the norm. Song Yi said, silently looking at the hand holding the corner of his clothes. I understand. Brother Song. He let go with some dejection. Although he knew that there was no way to reverse these things, he still felt uncomfortable in his heart. Jiang Yuan also felt speechless. After experiencing so much life and death, he was still overflowing with compassion. What should she say? It's better not to say anything. And wipe the medicinal wine on her mother seriously. You guys are here too. There are quilts over there. Hurry up. Yin 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 got it in the past. And now she comes back with a bed in her arms. Tonight, I am destined to stay here. It's very uncomfortable to have nothing. Hearing this, Fan Qing scolded him, and then ran over belatedly. When everything is quiet, everyone spreads the quilt on the ground. The only extra quilts were given to Qin Yu and Xiao Wan, and the rest covered themselves with their own clothes. One after another, the door will still open. I don't know if the whirlwind is over or if someone gave the order. People kept coming in, and at the beginning, the guard at the door announced that it was full. Now people are starting to come over again, and the place is visibly crowded. Some even asked them to continue squeezing in and narrow the scope. Jiang Yuan was sitting on the edge. She wanted to ask Song Yi what was going on. It's noisy here, but it doesn't seem too obtrusive. Seeing that she was hesitant to speak, she sat over directly. Don't worry. It's safe now. This is an emergency shelter built at the base. We all knew about the existence of this place before. The house over there collapsed, and I was very worried. So I called you over directly. As for Xianwan, I'm afraid that my uncle is old and the road is not good. Anything dropped or touched will make you feel uneasy. In fact, he has a selfish motive. Jiang Yuan loves her daughter so much that as long as he takes her with her, she will follow her even if she exerts her last effort. For those outside, it is obvious what will happen to those who are a step too late. I know your kindness. Next time, don't do this. Jiang Yuan was about to cry, but had no way to speak out. If you weren't afraid of angering him, you would definitely thank his whole family. Quickly, clean up everything here. There was a loud noise outside. The two looked at each other and looked over at the same time. It was the group of people from the rescue center. And they came over too. The situation is not very good. And looking from the doorway, it is also very embarrassing. Are you going to take a look? There's nothing to see. And I can't even protect myself. After saying that, he closed his eyes and fell asleep, as if it had nothing to do with him. As promised, the friendship between comrades is greater than the sky. Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes and lay down against Xiao Nuan. This noisy environment is simply a shame. No, she must find a chance to leave here. It's better to leave alone and use the space as you wish. Oh, are you blind? She was just a little confused when someone started screaming next to her. You stretch your legs out so long, and I don't have eyes under my feet. You deserve it. The man was quite powerful. Although he stepped on someone, he showed no regrets at all. Kian was also anxious and stood up to confront him. The people next to him didn't dare to speak and looked over. Who's he? What the heck? The man said angrily. And when he saw Song Yi clearly sitting on the ground, he immediately became scared. Team. Captain. Why are you here? Apologize. Good guy. The momentum was so strong that Jiang Yuan felt tense around her. Big brother. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me. He was very excited and directly held Kai Yang's hand. Let me go. You must forgive me. Otherwise I will be finished. The words are sincere, and the eyes are sincere. Kian was confused by this sudden reversal. If you let me go, I will forgive you. That's great. Thank you very much. Big brother. After saying that, he came over with a flattering look. Captain. He forgives me. Captain. We are all here and are now located in the corridor outside. Would you like to come over and have a look? We all miss you. Song Yi looked up at him and sighed inaudibly. Tomorrow morning? Yes. It's night now. When this didn't happen, they were still sleeping. Now, everything is interrupted. Huzi was a little resentful, and it was obvious that he wanted to get close to Song Yi. By the way, little one, why didn't you see it? After searching for a week, I really can't find it. The commander is here. Don't worry. He was really scared that the little one would be eaten. What are you doing here? Huzi scratched his head. A little embarrassed. There is no toilet outside. I need to pee. After this interruption, I actually forgot about it. He hurried over and saw that there was a toilet here with a very user-friendly design. Song Yi twitched the corner of his mouth subtly, with a hint of endearment in his reproach. Although he concealed it very well, he was still caught by her. This group of people is probably different to him. Brothers who have experienced life and death together have endured many difficult years. Not long after Huzi left, another person came over. Seeing Song Yi, he looked very happy. Brother Song, you are really here. I thought Huzi had made a mistake. The man spoke with some smugness and respect, but actually had a vague sense of superiority. Jiang Yuan was a little speechless. On this night, one by one, there is still no end. Yes. Have you settled in? The man's face looked ugly for a moment, but he recovered immediately. Well, those who came here temporarily were a waste of time. Otherwise they would have been fine long ago. Why are you here? The commander didn't leave you in the office? Jiang Yuan completely recognized this joking voice. This is the man who shot at the rescue center. He seems to be Song Yi's former deputy. No wonder it's hard for such a small person to succeed in a big job. Is it hard to figure it out? Good guy. The atmosphere instantly became tense. This man really couldn't take any losses. The corner of his mouth twitched with some disdain. Chapter 319. There is an uprising. There was a trace of murderous intent in the man's eyes, and Jiang Yuan could see it. Song Yi was so close to him, it was impossible not to feel it. However, he didn't say anything. The deputy also smiled nonchalantly and patted the non-existent wrinkles on his body. I forgot. Brother Song is not even a non-staff member now. Song Yi's mouth twitched, but he didn't take him seriously. Yes. Otherwise this team wouldn't be in such a mess. Mochi, you still haven't made any progress at all. You? He is annoyed. He is annoyed. Sure enough. Those who can't keep their temper lose first. Captain Song. It's really you. A surprised voice came. Jiang Yuan looked up and saw that it was the Erguzi she had seen before. He sat down in front of Song Yi and slapped him with his shoulder. Team Song. It's great that we can all be together again. Mochi, who was ignored next to him, turned pale. I'm afraid it's not possible anymore. Erguzi, pay attention to your words and deeds. And get up quickly. Brother 7. This is Team Song. You should call me Captain Mo now and find your place. Even though there was no longer a city, Erguzi still noticed something unusual here and the tension between the two people. In other words, it was Mochi's unilateral hostility towards Song Yi. Song Yi pushed him, and Erguzi stood up reluctantly. He didn't know why it became like this. Isn't it nice for everyone to be together before? Just in time. Huzi also came out. Oh, you are all here. Captain Song. Let's go back and chat together. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized something was wrong here. What's wrong? You do everything with a straight face? To say that he is big-hearted is to say that he is short-sighted. Brother Song is a busy man. Please stop bothering him and go back. As soon as the man said this, both of them fell silent. Mochi left first, and Erguzi and Huzi quickly followed. He didn't forget to turn around and signal to Songi. There is no way. People under the eaves have to lower their heads. Brother Song, you can't deal with this Mochi. How can you allow others to sleep soundly beside the bed? This person is too jealous. Jiang Yuan listened to the conversation between Zhang Kaiyang and him, and didn't say much. This Mochi is probably not as capable as him. So he has now taken his place. Naturally, they don't want him to come back. It seems that those people have a good relationship with Song Yi. As a superior person, naturally he can't figure it out. If they stay together, there will probably be trouble in the future. Jiang Yuan sighed. This day can't stop. Because it was night, everyone regained their sleepiness after being frightened. In addition to the noise, everyone began to close their eyes and sleep. However, it is not practical in the end. Jiang Yuan was also ready to rest for a while. There were too many people here, so she couldn't sleep too seriously. It is inevitable that someone will have evil intentions. When those people came out, some had luggage and some did not. There are still many people lost on the way. Their luggage is a bit conspicuous. Of course, it won't work if you don't take precautions. Fortunately, it dawned within a few hours, and everything was stable. One after another, people got up to go to the toilet. And when there were more people, there was a queue. It reminded her of the situation on the train. On overnight trains, they also queued up to go to the toilet like this. There were a lot of people there, and the discussion was intense here. Yes, we haven't had food for 2 days. We can't starve to death. That's right. The dining room in this base should be normal. There are so many of us. How can we live without food? It seems that this is indeed the case. And more people are beginning to support it. Jiang Yuan and the others did not participate. They just sat and watched. I'm afraid these people still think they are like a civilized society. If there are many people, it will attract attention. It's simply a fantasy. And there are also many people left behind. They are probably just watching the show. And if they really get it, they can also benefit from it. Soon, a large group of people arrived at the door. What? The people in the rescue center outside are naturally not going to have an easy time. We need to see the guards. It's been 2 days, and everyone is starving to death. Yes, we need to see the person in charge. The people behind are not too big a deal to watch the excitement. He also shouted. The people on the opposite side were also hungry. After this hesitation, there was no need to stop him. The person in charge did not show up. But many guards came. What's the trouble? It's just you. What do you want to do? The man came menacingly, holding an electric baton in his hand. And the people here were immediately frightened. It's like this. We want to get some food. We haven't had anything to eat for 2 days. If this continues, even if they were not blown to death by the wind, they would be starved to death. That's right. We want to eat. We want to eat. 1 call and 100 responses. This should be the scene. In an instant, everyone started shouting. The situation was really scary, and the whole hall was filled with shouts. Jiang Yuan was a little scared and quickly blocked Xinwan's ears. Song Yi, what should we do now? Wait. If you feel noisy, go over there. Connected to the toilet, there is a separate place similar to a water room. Although the smell is not good, it is quiet after all. Jiang Yuan's thoughts changed, and she probably couldn't let go of this matter today. Then let everyone go over and send them into the space. It is convenient for her alone. All right. With that said, he called all the family members over. When she came out again, it was already incandescent. Today, this problem must be solved. There are still so many old people and children. That's right. If you can't open the door, let us go out and look for it ourselves. So many people came out yesterday, and they must have brought a lot of things with them. Moreover, no matter what they do, they must also find a way. Some people also have their own Xiao Jiujiu in their hearts. If it hadn't come to this point, who would be willing to take the risk? However, there is so much food here. If it reaches the dining room, Just grab some, and it will last you a long time. Are you crazy? You want to go out in such a strong wind. But there are many people who can't get in even if they want to. That is, now that you are still alive and well. Don't encourage others to die. The guard was also very sharp-tongued. He looked at the person taking the lead with a look of displeasure on his face. We just want to eat. Why are you stopping us like this? I've said it 800 times. Don't you understand? The dining room is gone. Everything collapsed. The dining room is gone. But there is still food. Give us food and we can cook by ourselves. That's it. Give us food. Yes. Food is fine too. You don't have to worry about the rest. The crowd was furious. And a man suddenly walked over from the other side. Chapter 320 Fan Qing's Weirdness. This is a middle-aged man who looks mature and steady. And his aura is even more overwhelming than Song Yi's. Just standing there made me sweat. Jian Yuan also came over. But she was behind and couldn't see clearly. Yi Mianyan pulled her to the side. There are all glass doors inside, including the areas where the walls should be, which are also made of glass. Young Commander. Mochi quickly said Lo, with a humble gesture that shouldn't be too obvious. The other party ignored him and looked directly at the leader. It's you. Want to go out? He spoke very slowly, in half sentences, but with full force. Commander, the Qin dynasty has been dead for so many years. I still think that it can be hereditary. It's ridiculous. Yi Mianyan was beside him, joking to himself. Jiang Yuan felt that this person was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Yes, we all want to go out. We don't have anything to eat. We can't let everyone wait to die. The man had just brewed up his emotions and didn't wait to say anything. Good. Everyone actually agreed. And everyone was stunned. This is too unconventional. And I always feel like something is wrong. Come here. Open the door. If you want to go out, hurry up. When he said this, the person opposite actually hesitated. He had been so awesome just now. None of them are talking now. Maybe because they feel like they can't give in. The one in the lead actually scratched his neck, gritted his teeth, stamped his feet, and made a desperate move. There is no way to survive now. If you go with me, you will die if you stay. Let's go. Although he said this, there were very few people who responded. Everyone wants to eat, but they also want to be protected by the base. Now, it is undoubtedly the opposite. In this situation, that person didn't even stay. The wind was howling outside, and it was already unbearable. This group of people ran out without hesitation. Song Yi, who is this young commander? Jiang Yuan turned around and saw that he was staring straight ahead and didn't even hear her speak. She went over and pulled the corner of his clothes. The other party turned around suddenly, with murderous intent in his eyes. What's wrong with you? To be honest, Jiang Yuan is a little scared. It's okay. Don't worry. After Song Yi finished speaking, he looked ahead again. You can go out at any time if you want. Go over and tell the guards. But it's impossible to come back. The young commander settled the matter in a few words. Mochi wanted to go up and say something, but they ignored him. Good guy. Even though he is so arrogant, there are times when he is deflated. Then, he actually looked for something in the crowd. Let me go. I'm afraid this guy is not a pervert. This kind of thing also involves Song Yi? Or, if it were Song Yi, he wouldn't receive such cold treatment. Just as he was thinking about it, Fan Qing came over. Sister Yuan, come with me. I have something to tell you. Now, everyone is out. Except for the remaining quilts and a very few people. The seats inside were all empty. Qing, what's wrong? She, Yi Mianyan, and Song Yi all followed. Sister Yuan, Sister Mianyan, do you still remember the greenhouse and experimental field we went to before? Isn't this nonsense? In just a few days, were they both so forgetful? Remember? What happened? You said, I thought, if they don't give us food, we can go over there. The implication is that there is food over there. Jiang Yuan was a little surprised. Can that thing go into her mouth? Qing, didn't you say before that it was always like that? She didn't dare to speak too clearly for fear of being overheard by someone who cared. Sister Yuan, this moment and that moment can save lives. Why don't we go? Yi Mianyan also looked tangled and couldn't accept it. If it all comes like that, I wouldn't dare. Just thinking about it makes me sick. And I will probably have nightmares in the middle of the night. As she said this, she still crossed her arms and shivered all over. Indeed, we still need to think more about it. I think there are other places as well. At least there's a place to put food in the dining room. No. I asked Brother Leon before. And he said that whatever he needs every day, a specific person will send it to him. We can't find their warehouse at all. This method is not feasible. What? This group of people actually did it so secretly. That's right. This is food. A life-saving thing. Moreover, now that there is food, it proves that everything is available and all difficulties can be solved. Otherwise, people will starve to death and there will be no construction. Jiang Yuan was thinking in her mind that she was not short of food. So there was really no need to get involved in this matter. I still won't go. I can't accept it. I'm sorry. Ching. Seeing that she wasn't going, Yi Mian definitely wasn't going either. So she hurriedly expressed her stance. Me too. Ching. I'm scared too and don't want to go. In the end, only Song Yi was left. He didn't say that Fan Qing had never dared to face him. He didn't even ask inside. Sister Yuan, please think about it again. I don't want to starve to death. Moreover, if we don't go now, if someone else takes over from us, we won't even have a cent left. Fan Qing was a little anxious. The danger over there was self-evident. Not to mention whether the house is still there. The dangerous experiments inside are daunting. Ching, don't think too much. I just said we'd better not go to that place. Otherwise it's too dangerous. You see, Sister Yuan and the others don't want to go either. So just don't go. Zhang Kaiyan came over, put his arms around her shoulders, and comforted her repeatedly. What do you know? Fan Qing was a little excited and threw his hand away. Everyone was shocked. She had never been like this. Ching, did something happen to you? When Jiang Yuan asked, she sighed, lowered her head, and looked downcast. I'm fine. Sister Yuan, I'm sorry. I was a little out of control. This doesn't look like anything is going on at all. Several people looked at each other and looked at Fan Qing, who was walking to the side. This girl is very good at hiding her emotions. No one can see her dejection. Let me go and take a look. Jiang Yuan pulled Yi Mian over and told her intuitively. Something bad definitely happened to the group after she left that day. In other words, it left a huge psychological shadow on her. Fan Qing came to where he was and sat on the quilt. Hold your knees with your hands and rest your head on them. The people at the door also started to walk back. Ching, what's going on? If you don't tell me, how can we help you? Jiang Yuan sat opposite her, feeling helpless. Sister Yuan, I really have nothing to say. Can you come with me? As she spoke, she raised her head with tears in her eyes. Chapter 321 Liang Kong was taken away. So, something really happened to her. It should still be a rather scary thing. Jiang Yuan's heart sank. She was so confused whether to help or not to help. Ching, don't worry. If it's not convenient for you to say it, then don't say it. It won't be that easy if we go out. You also know how windy it is outside now. I'm going to discuss it with Song Yi. We need to take a long-term approach. Can you figure it out? Sister Yuan. Fan Qing was so excited that he came up and grabbed her arm. Sister Yuan, you believe me. You must go there. I won't lie to you. It's really important. Moreover, if we don't go, everyone except me will be in danger. As he spoke, his eyes were pleading. Jiang Yuan doesn't quite understand what everyone will be in danger behind means. Could it be that the cultivated things are poisonous and will cause problems if they are eaten? Or is there something that she didn't see and Fan Qing didn't say? In this situation, she couldn't ask. It would be troublesome if others heard her. You should have a good rest. After saying that, he gave Yi Mian a look, and the two of them stood up. Kai Yang came over to occupy the space to prevent it from being taken away by others. Song Yi was actually at the door, watching and talking to others. The two of them walked past, and it turned out to be Xiaoling, holding Jingjing in her arms. Xiaoling, it's great to see you. How are you? Which one are you in? Xiaoling was also very anxious when she saw Jiang Yuan, as she had quite a lot of interactions with her. So, get a little closer. Yuan. Liang Kong was taken away by them. What should I do? Liang Kong was taken away. What happened? What do you mean? Don't worry. Come over and talk slowly. Jiang Yuan took Jingjing over and helped her sit next to Fan Qing. What is going on? Xiaoling, please tell me quickly. Xiaoling also burst into tears and began to tell the story. Yesterday, we got separated. We were the second wave and managed to squeeze in. I originally thought that I would come find you again when it gets dark today. Later, everyone started to quarrel because there was no food to eat. We have no way to get out. Leon Kong said. Maybe we can see you in front. Yi Mian was a little confused and quickly asked her, so, who took him away? After all, the young commander didn't do anything but let the group of people who wanted to go out. Did you go out? She realized it later, and was a little excited. No. It was fine. We all sat down. He had a lot of bumps and bruises on the way here yesterday. And his health is not very good. Coupled with the condition of our mother and daughter, he does not dare to stay too far away. However, as soon as the group of people calmed down, the person in charge of the dining room came over. He told him to go to work and took the people away. Jiang Yuan felt something was wrong. It was understandable that the man took away the people in the dining room. But why didn't they come here? There are a lot of people here, and there is no emergency right now. Could it be that the dining room wants to be renovated? So we need to find a few people to clean it up? Zhang Kaiyang's idea was simple. There was such a fuss just now because there was no food in the dining room. If the matter over there is solved, wouldn't it be fine? No. The dining room has collapsed. Our sturdy house can't hold it. It's definitely not going to work there. There is no need to talk about reconstruction when there is no place left. What she said was reasonable. But Kaiyang had a different opinion. I said, maybe it's true. The house over there is gone. But we can go to other places. Don't you think? Impossible. Xiaoling immediately denied it, and her face became more and more serious. This is the only place that is safe now. They went out. I saw it with my own eyes. Leon Kong actually asked. But not only did he not answer, his attitude was very tough. Afraid that something might happen to her and her daughter. She refused to let them come forward. He even winked at her when leaving. This matter is quite complicated. I don't know how to explain it. Let's wait for now. Yes. Maybe he will come back later. So let's not worry about it. Xiaoling was not comforted by what everyone said, but instead became even more anxious. Believe me, they are definitely not friendly. She was alone, still with a herd Jing, and she was really overwhelmed with ambition. Okay. We can't get out now? It is serious to think of a way first to see how you can get out, and then come back. After all, there is no shelter now, and everyone has to consider the wind outside. No one has the ability to fight against nature. Everyone was silent. At this moment, a person next to him came up with a smile. Sister, I heard everything you just said. Is your man going to the dining room? Can we solve the problem of eating? Xiaoling hugged Jingjing's hand tightly and shrank back. I don't know. Don't ask me. Look, I'm just asking you to find out what's going on. Don't be angry. Okay. There is no answer you want here. Go and ask elsewhere. Song Yi's expression was unkind, and the man didn't dare to make a mistake. Don't worry. Brother, I'm just asking. Asking. With that said, he went to the side. The situation here is not only bad, but the surrounding environment is also not good. You can't say anything sensitive for fear of being listened to by someone who cares. By the way, where are your parents and Xianwan? Xiaoling seemed to have just noticed it and asked. There. Jiang Yuan pointed but said nothing. It stands to reason that after such a long time, it's time to come back. However, she didn't want to. The space was comfortable and safe. I'll find a similar excuse later. Seeing her like this, I'm not in a hurry. The rest of the people didn't ask any more questions. There must be no problem. Otherwise she would have been anxious. Song Yi, let's go over there and have a look. Although everyone knew that they had discussed it in the past, no one chose to expose it, but instead looked forward to it vaguely. Just now Qingqing said she must go there. It was ambiguous. I don't know what it meant. Yi Mian also came here, and this matter also concerned her. As for how to choose, she stood firmly on Jiang Yuan's side. What do you think? I don't want to take risks. It's better to do less than to do more. This was what she was saying. The situation was so bad, and she wasn't afraid of the mess. The worst case scenario is that I will just live in the space and not be able to come out. She no longer believed that the world would never be better. There is still a time limit for the extinction of the dinosaurs. Although her money can't last that long. Chapter 322 Exploring the Secret. Song Yi, what are you thinking now? Don't say anything else. Just ask. I still want it. There are always things in this world that you can't imagine. Jiang Yuan, do you want to explore the secrets of this base with me? She raised her head and met Song Yi's sincere eyes. Something has been wrong with this guy since he came here. First, investigate all the used places here. And then draw a map. I got to know that group of people again. And then went to the office to get access to some core documents. So, what is this man's plan? In other words, what is brewing? Song-yi, tell me honestly. Is it still because of the words you heard the old man say when you were recuperating? I didn't expect that she would ask this. The other party smiled bitterly and said solemnly, yes. And no. Don't worry. I won't harm you. I went out this time to figure out some things. Jiang Yuan was a little unhappy because everyone was so mysterious. He didn't tell her any reason and just asked her to cooperate. Why? Does it have anything to do with me? Of course. You're already involved. So you can't stay out of it. What does this mean? Why does she not understand it so much? Okay. Let's go. Song-yi, you'd better not lie to me. Now, no one can believe her. If she didn't have space, she would never take the risk. Although, I am also a little curious about the affairs of this base. But, she could hold it back. Mian Mian, this matter is very dangerous. Don't think about anything and make your own decision. Jiang Yuan didn't want her to join in. But out of the most basic respect, she still let her choose. Sister Yuan, I'll go with you. Now, I have nothing to worry about. Even if I die. It doesn't matter. What nonsense are you talking about? You have to take responsibility for yourself. You are not a 3-year-old child anymore. Jiang Yuan didn't want her to be like this. So Yi Mianmian quickly begged for mercy. No more talk. No more talk. We are all living well. I've been out so many times before. But not all of them went well. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. She said a few naughty words. But the situation did not ease because of these words. The 3 people came back and told everyone their decision. Xiaoling was very happy. And so was Fan Qing. Now, it is impossible for them to fight alone. Especially Xiaoling, who was injured and had to take care of Jingjing. So she could only place her hope on others. There is no other way around this. Okay. Let's pack up and leave early. Kyong had been brainwashed by Fan just now. And he was full of energy now. Okay. Pack up. With that said, he took off the bandage on his hand. Hey. You don't have to work so hard. It's all okay. As he said that, he patted himself, seeing that there was really no response. No one tried to persuade him. Xiaoling, you watch here. I'll go tell my parents and ask them to come over later. Good. In fact, she just walked there symbolically. Unexpectedly, there are still a few people here. It is really quiet, and the smell is not big. It seems that the exhaust system is well done, and it is definitely a very professional construction team. Seeing that everyone was already well, she ran out in a hurry. I didn't say anything to my parents. And in this situation, there was nothing to say. Staying in the space is the safest. If you tell me, it will make them worried. Let's go. Someone has passed by over there. Maybe we can be a team, Jiang Yuan said, arming herself. Sure enough, there was a wave of people. And it looked like there were quite a few people. There were at least 20 or so. And several people had left one after another just now. They follow. Open the door once and that's it. When he was in the corridor, Huzi was a little surprised to see Song-yi. Captain Song, do you want to go out? His movements did not stop, and he continued to move forward. Huzi was anxious and grabbed him. You can't go. The situation outside is too dangerous. If you go out, you will die. I still have some food here. I'll give it to you. Please don't go. Okay. Oops. This person is really scared. Song-yi came over and tidied his clothes. Huzi, stand at attention. Hearing this, he quickly stood at attention. Turned back. Team Song. Turned back. There was no warmth in the voice. It was a command. I can't imagine how strict this man was when he led the team before. In other words, inhumane. Let's go together. Huzi had no choice but to leave. Sighing heavily like a woman in deep sorrow, Song-yi turned around and followed the team in front. Jiang Yuan and Yi Mianmian didn't say anything. They used to go out as 4 people. Now, there is one more Fan Qing. After communicating with the guard in front, the door slowly opened. This is a stone door that can actually be moved. When I came here yesterday, I didn't even look carefully. It's amazing. The whistling sound came over me, and I shivered involuntarily. A river of rubble is as big as a bucket, and the rocks are scattered all over the ground in the wind. This is probably the current scene. However, what was running around outside was not stones, but construction debris from broken houses. If he is hit, he will either die or be disabled. Jiang Yuan suddenly doubted whether following him out was the right choice. Not only her, but the rest of the people were a little timid. Except Song Yi. The arrow is on the string and must be fired. Soon it was their turn, followed by 4 or 5 others. After everyone came out, the door was closed. I'm a little scared. The situation outside is really not good. The wind was so strong that the trees were uprooted and the houses collapsed. The survivor base, which was thriving just a few days ago, is now in dilapidated condition. For those who didn't know, I thought it was a demolition site. The people in front were also a little dumbfounded. But in the end they took action. It looked like he was heading towards the original dining room. On the road, there are people picking up things. I don't know what kind of treasure they are. Song Yi gave a look, and they headed towards the wall. Fan Qing was very excited. It was time to go to the experimental field. Her matter will come to an end soon. Song Yi walked in front, and Jiang Yuan pulled Yin. The wind was so strong that it was inconvenient to walk. A few of them looked at the original facade. Although it has collapsed, there are still some remaining walls in some places. It can be somewhat blocked. I don't know how those who went to the polar regions to investigate overcame it. It was too difficult. The wind was too strong, and the speed slowed down. When we arrived at the wall, the door was closed and there were no guards. Chapter 323 The whole story. The door was locked, and it was an iron door weighing hundreds, or even thousands of kilograms. It is impossible to open it by yourself. Half of the wall has collapsed, but it is still standing here. You can imagine how strong it is. Fan Qing couldn't accept it, and stretched his legs to kick the door. Qing, calm down. Zhang Qiang went over and hugged her from behind. Go this way. Song Yi didn't want to wait for their lawsuit. At this time, he was still angry. It's really troublesome. Jiang Yuan would never be like this. Even if you are angry again, you still have to do business. And you can't delay it at all. Jiang Yuan didn't want to pay attention and followed Song Yi. The 2 people who were lagging behind also felt that they were a little out of place, and quickly followed them. This is a small door hidden next to a big tree, next to the wall. If you don't know, it's hard to find. Jiang Yuan followed Song Yi closely, pulling Yin behind her. There is no one in this house. From the outside, it looks like it is connected to the house behind it. Now that there is no house behind, I discovered that it is only half a meter high and looks like a cellar below. Song Yi went down, holding a strong flashlight. It was dark inside. Come down. After saying that, she reached out to pull Jiang Yuan. And Jiang Yuan was not shy. Give me some help, and it might get better. Then, she came over to support Yin. Qiang jumped down by himself, and then caught Fan Qing. All 5 people came down, and Song Yi went over to cover the lid. Jiang Yuan also took a flashlight and took pictures everywhere, which was a bit incredible. What is this place? A lounge. Good guy. She thought it was some awesome place. But it turned out to be a simple semi-basement room. So, that was the cellar she just thought of. What are we doing here? Zhang Qiang looked puzzled. There was nothing in this house. There is a bed, a table, and only 2 chairs. What are you doing up there? Jiang Yuan. Come and sit. Song Yi didn't even look at him. He seemed angry when he spoke. He opened his eyes angrily, seeming to feel it. So he quickly moved over. Brother Song, don't be angry. I'm just asking casually. Jiang Yuan didn't want to offend him, so she pulled Yin over and sat down. This is a spring bed. Quite comfortable. Fan Qing, tell me, what's going on? This time, he asked it himself, with scrutiny in his eyes. Fan Qing sat opposite, straightening his back involuntarily. It was like being on trial. A little nervous. Brother Song, Sister Yuan, Sister Yin, and Qiang. I didn't expect this. That day, after Sister Yuan left, we waited inside the house. It was so cold and our coats were blown away, so we were a little cold. Dandan said she would go talk to the doctor. I didn't want to argue about anything, so I just let her go. But within a minute, she ran out crying, with blood on her face, shouting, "Doctor is crazy." He seemed to have been really stimulated. He ran out with a knife and said that all his hard work was gone. The whole person was a little crazy, and I was also very scared. So I ran towards the door. The door was not locked over there. and the 2 guards went out. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan felt that she should have gone out to find her. Fan Qing did not stop and continued to recall. But the gate was locked, so we had no choice but to run inside the yard. Then I accidentally entered the wing where he was conducting experiments. The scene there. What I said before was all true. The vegetables he developed grew so fast because they used abnormal methods. She injects medicine into the human body, and after nourishing it, she uses the human body as a container to grow vegetables and other crops. There are many people there. We were so frightened that the doctor suddenly stopped. He asked us if the person who came in just now was one of us. This is too perverted, Yin 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 exclaimed. Fortunately, she was not selected and escaped. That's right. How could this happen? Zhang Kaiyang's face was full of distress, and Fan Qing reached out to hold him and comfort him. We were very scared at the time and denied it. But he didn't believe it. You have to force us to say it. But it's really not us. Indeed not. Because that person is Jiang Yuan. Song Yi was also an insider. And the 2 of them kept silent in a tacit understanding. Even his expression didn't change. He has weapons in his hands, so we don't dare to be too presumptuous. Later, the 2 guards came back, and my heart dropped. Indeed, powerful helpers have returned, and there is no hope for them to escape. Then he came up with another bad idea and asked us to kill each other. I was completely confused at the time. Didn't they think we were mice? Cats and mice were amusement to them. At the beginning, I thought that if everyone united a little, there might still be hope. She said this, but in fact, she was thinking that she could convince the doctor. But Dandan actually made the first move. She was injured when she went in, and now she was scared to death. They chose to strike first, and then everyone started fighting. I couldn't persuade him, and I was even targeted. I had no choice but to fight back. Jiang Yuan captured the key point. It turned out that the previous steps were all for foreshadowing. So, you killed them all? Yes. I really have no choice. In that case, instead of killing someone, the only ending would be to be killed. I was scared, but I didn't dare to stop. After saying that, he looked at everyone in horror. I thought it was over here. But he actually asked me to plant mushrooms on all 3 of them. He was guiding me. And if I made even the slightest mistake, he would hit me with an electric baton. As he said that, his whole body began to tremble. Obviously, he was very scared. When I encounter this pervert, I have to kill him. Fan Qing was also stunned for a moment, and his whole body fell into panic. I was thinking, why haven't you come to save me? If you continue, I will die. She cried so hard that all the emotions she had accumulated over the past few days were released. Kaiyang hated himself so much. Why didn't he go there earlier and hold Fan Qing tightly in his arms? He wished he could go and chop that doctor into pieces right now. Then why did he let you go later? Jiang Yuan asked, also wanting to divert attention. Fan Qing tried his best to stabilize himself, but he was still panting. Later, Kaiyang and the others came over. When he heard that Brother Song was from the inspection team, he opened the door. Ching, why didn't you tell me then? He wanted to say that if he had known about it at that time, he would have killed him. I thought, if I can leave, everything will be fine. How can I dare to do anything else? Chapter 324 Go to the Granary. You don't need to think about it to know that Fan Qing must have been intimidated. Otherwise, he would not be so devastated that he would not dare to say anything. Now that the situation has been clarified, I don't have a good impression of the doctor. But now we can't find anyone. What should we do? Yin 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 raised a key question. And even if he went out, there might not be anyone there. Everyone understands that an ordinary house will never be able to survive the current situation. Fan Qing was even more anxious and couldn't care less about crying. The people he brought back are actually still alive. If it dies, there will be no nourishing effect. Also, he has developed many weapons. I don't understand either. I heard him say that there is a person who will destroy the world and no one can escape. I'll go. What the hell? I don't believe it. It's so awesome. Zhang Kaiyang was a little disdainful. Sure enough, if you hate a person, you will hate everything about him. Okay, whether it's true or false, we don't need to think about this now. Let's talk about these things when he really comes. Song Yi settled the matter with one stroke. What else did Fan Qing want to fight for? He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Brother Song, what should we do now? Go find Brother Liang? Well, I promised Shaoling that I would go take a look and find the best one. Jian Yuan was speechless. This was no secret. She didn't want to go. Don't call her cold-blooded or anything like that. Just now, how many people were killed by flowing stones outside? How many lives does she have? As for taking risks like this, that's what I thought. The dining room is gone, and their food is delivered every day. So, let's go directly to the granary. Granary? Jian Yuan's eyes lit up. A little incredible. Yes, they are probably over there. But, we don't know where the granary is. And there must be guards guarding it. It's not that easy to get in. Song Yi nodded, feeling that Kaiyang's IQ was finally online for once. Places. I currently know of 4. 4? Everyone became excited. Brother Song, you are so awesome. We all know it. But, if there are 4, which one should we go to? If they can let it go like this, they are probably on guard. If you make a mistake, it won't be a disaster. Even Song Yi, a wily and scheming strategist, would be willing to be defeated. As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket. After opening it, it looks like a hand-drawn map. If she saw it correctly, it was the one she had seen before. Unexpectedly, Song Yi has perfected it so well in the past few days. Look, we are here now, and this position is the closest. Normally, there would be 2 people guarding the door, but there are 10 people in each of the 2 houses next to it. In other words, there were 22 people at the door alone. Now, the houses on both sides must be gone, and these 20 people will have no place to hide. Jian Yuan said her opinion, and Yi Mianyan also came over. Besides, the wind is so strong and there are so many flowing stones outside. The 2 people at the door may not be here. Yes, but at this time, there are more and more people. It may even increase, which is very possible. Song Yi has been with the old leader for many years, so he should be clear about his rules of conduct. Therefore, the matter of increasing guards is almost the same. Then what should I do? If it's not outside, then it's inside, because this place is not a house. It is very similar to the place where we took refuge. It is most likely a space dug out of a stone mountain, so there is no problem with its sturdiness. Not necessarily. There won't be too many people inside. He had a stern look on his face. That group of people were not only wary of outsiders, but also didn't completely trust their own people. Then let's go here. But we have to think of a foolproof plan. The granary is not an ordinary place, and people will also fortify it, Jian Yuan warned, fearing that everyone would be careless. Yes, this is different from every time we've had before, so we have to plan for it. If you don't succeed, you will succeed. That group of people were all armed, and everyone knew it. Once you fail, your life will be in trouble. Everyone had been planning for more than an hour, and it was already 12:30. Jian Yuan took out some compressed biscuits from her backpack for everyone to eat. For now, this is the best fit. After a brief tidying up, the 5 people set off. This granary is not far away. In fact, the entire Changming village is not that big. When they passed, it was estimated that the distance was only 500 meters. The people over there are probably observing secretly. Let's all be careful. When she came out, the wind became even stronger. So strong that Jian Yuan could no longer stand. Yi Mianyan was blown around by the wind, and so was Yi Mianyan. The 2 people supported each other and didn't go far. In the end, Song Yi couldn't stand it anymore, so he came over to pull the person up, and then started to move with difficulty. When we arrived at the destination, no one spoke, just like people who accidentally intruded in the storm. Half of the wall here fell off. I don't know why, but the lower half is particularly strong. Song Yi went directly over and, together with Zhang Kaiyang, brought up a big rock next to it and smashed it hard. The door was originally an ordinary iron door, but it opened in 2 seconds. As soon as several people entered, they were held to their necks with a knife. For what? Brother, don't get me wrong. I'm from the patrol team. A brother ran out and came to look for someone. Song Yi was still calm and talked to them. Fart. Are you looking for someone here? We were looking for someone. Really looking for someone. When we got to the end, it was really cold. Is there somewhere to go? Seeing that this house hasn't collapsed yet. I want to come in and get away from the wind. After all, they also know what is going on around them. This statement is very reasonable. At least I can't find any mistakes. And with Kaiyang Shini a physique, his words are also conclusive. There is no one you are looking for here, Get out of here. It was very rude to speak. However, the 5 people did not intend to back down. Brother, please do me a favor and let us hide here for a while. The wind outside is really too strong and I can't bear it. The man was obviously not impatient. Jiang Yuan also noticed. This house should be covered on the inside. And the outside is just a transition. Just like over there. The inside is the most important part. The food should be hidden there. In addition, there are a total of 8 people outside, each with a gun. If Song Yi is right, there is probably no one inside. Chapter 325 Improvisation. In other words, there are even fewer people than before. What's your mentality? Do you think everyone is restricted by the strong wind now? And it's really hidden here? I don't understand. I really don't understand. Why are you hiding? Is this a place where you can come? Hurry up. Whoa. Yi Mianmian burst into tears instantly. Looking like pear blossoms with rain, brother. It's really scary outside. Just let me stay here for a while. When we recover, we will leave immediately. Good guy. He's on the verge of collapse. I feel pity for him. It's a pity that man doesn't accept this trick. Sister, I'm really sorry. We have rules. Don't make things difficult for us. Just hurry up. As he kept talking, he finally became softer. But it's useless. They still haven't achieved their goal. An organized and disciplined army is indeed different from those rabble. In addition, Yi Mianmian obeyed and put on ugly makeup. And the beauty trap failed. What do you mean? I'm still here, and you're just messing around. Do you want me to beat you up? Suddenly, everyone was stunned by Zhang Kaiyan's operation. With that said, he walked towards Yi Mianmian. What are you talking about? At this time, you are still jealous. We are almost freezing to death. Do you know? Yi Mianmian's reaction ability was also very fast, and she immediately started arguing with him. The people behind also started to eat melon. Only Fan Qing looked unhappy, but no one paid attention to her. Even if you see it, you will feel that it is too cold, or you are frightened by the horrible weather outside. I'm asking for help in a humble way. But you're so nice. You've done nothing, and you're still accusing me. Beat me to death. Beat me to death. Saying that, Yi Mianmian actually pounced on him. And Kai Yang looked like he wanted to fight back. The 2 men fought and staggered backward. Oh! Stop fighting. What are you doing? Song Yi quickly went to break up the fight and took advantage of the situation and ran back 2 steps. As the 2 of them walked back, he followed them. On the surface, Yi Mianmian was defeated and retreating. Jiang Yuan was also anxious here. But she didn't start a fight. Instead, he stayed on the spot, slapping his thighs sadly. I'm so angry. If you hit a woman, you'll die. The man who had just been chatting with them also turned to look. And the whole situation became a little more subtle. Song Yi whipped out his dagger and stabbed the person in front of him. It was so exciting to watch a play. Who would have thought that this would happen? He was quick, accurate and ruthless, and saw 2 of them. Kaiyang and Yi Mianmian were pushing and shoving each other, and each of them took care of one. Jiang Yuan felt something bad when she saw this. As soon as she raised the gun, her dagger was inserted from behind. At this time, the other 3 people were already alert. Begin to prepare for a counterattack. This place is empty, and there is no way to avoid it. Kai Yang and Yi Mianmian were right next to these 3 people. And Song Yi came over to take a few steps. Squat down. He shouted and unsheathed the arrow in his hand. 3 shots were fired in a row, and the last one missed. Jiang Yuan had also been prepared long ago in order to avoid blind spots. She started from the right, and she also hit 2 out of 3, with perfect accuracy. That is, the man in the middle was shot twice. None of them were fatal. Taking advantage of their distraction, everyone rushed forward. 2 minutes later, it was all solved. Ching, what are you doing standing there? Find all the useful things on them. She didn't help at all with her actions just now. Zhang Kaiyan was trying to make up for her. Now we are a team. If you don't act, no one will be willing to do it over time. Oh, it's coming. It's coming. She hurriedly came over to help. Song Yi checked and found that all these people had lost their breath. It felt like there was no one inside. But we couldn't take it lightly. Jiang Yuan followed him and went inside to guard. Good guy. It's really big in here. It's not just one place. There's also a set 3 inside the set 2. Outside are some commonly used grains, all in bags stacked together. Jiang Yuan went over and took a look. It was rice and white flour. as well as buckwheat flour and corn flour. There are more things inside, neatly arranged, except for half of the grain. There are also 2 seasonings, cooking oil and salt, but nothing else. Song-yi, there are so many things here. Yes, if there are few people, there will be enough food for decades. He sighed and went out to call someone. Jiang Yuan felt very happy. There were so many things that would last for a long time. I stocked up on a lot before, but the more the merrier. Time was tight, and we didn't dare to be too blatant. She quickly ran to the corner, picked up the salt, and started collecting it. You can grow your own grain and squeeze your own oil. This salt is an existence that is beyond her reach. As long as the inventory is gone, it's really gone. The salt here is packed in bags. The bag is the same as that of rice and flour. Inside is a number of small bags of salt, all in sizes of 500 x 100 bags. Very well stacked. Fortunately, as long as she can touch it, she can be sent to the space. We also specially chose the place above the cloister, where parents usually don't go. There was no time to inform them. They would probably be scared if so many things appeared out of thin air. However, it becomes clear when you think about it. She didn't dare to be too obvious. She just brought a bag to one place. It can't be seen from the outside. After all, there are so many things. This group of people is also relatively professional. They stack the items neatly and have wooden shelves underneath. Hearing the footsteps, Jiang Yuan immediately stopped and came out from behind. How's it going? Is the harvest big? Other gains are nothing. Sister Yuan, look at these weapons. Kion was so proud that he gave Jiang Yuan a gun. It's a pistol, and there's a belt that just fits right in there. In addition, there are 8 longer ones, just like the ones used in war movies when watching TV. Should this be eliminated? I think it's all from the past. She didn't understand it very well, so Song-yi came over to popularize it. No, this is also commonly used in combat and is more suitable for beginners. Look here. It's especially easy to aim through this side. Then, I actually gave some practical teaching, including how to load bullets, how to shoot, and various precautions. They also found a lot of magazines. With these, subsequent actions will be easier. Sister Yuan, do you think I'm smart? I directly restrained them. Kaiyong was so complacent that he didn't notice at all that Fan Qing's expression changed again. Smart? There is no other way. If it hadn't been for the 2 of them to come up with something at once, we would have been kicked out long ago. Don't you think so? Chapter 326, The Person Changing the Shift. She glanced at Fan Qing specifically, just to tell her, if you have other thoughts, you can't lose your temper over this. Kai Kai Yang and Yi Mian are doing this for everyone, including her. Yes, at times like this, we need to help each other. Song-yi also noticed something different about her, so he agreed. Yi Mian is not stupid either. Fan Qing was silent just now, although there was a reason why he couldn't find the laboratory. He was probably still angry with her, although she really didn't want to talk to him. She still took the initiative to break the ice for everyone's sake. By the way, Qing, I'm sorry just now. Zhang Kaiyong and I didn't have anything to say, so we just ran out of time to talk. You must not misunderstand or be unhappy. Hearing this, Kaiyong hurried over. No. Why can't Qing see it? It's just that I've been under too much pressure lately. If there are steps, it is natural to go down. Fan Qing also forced out a smile, which was really uglier than crying. Sister Mian, I don't have one. Don't worry. Yi Mian also smiled at her, turned around, and immediately lost her face. It's really annoying, causing internal and external troubles. It's so troublesome to coax this aunt. Jiang Yuan went over and grabbed her. None of them had the temper to suffer, which really left her powerless. Mian, come here quickly. There are a lot of things here. Let's see what we can get. Speaking of this, the other people also looked over. Wow, this is awesome. Kaiyong looked at what was in front of him in amazement, and was so excited that he couldn't help himself. Indeed, it would be great if we had firewood. We can cook and eat. The feeling of not being able to eat is very bad. Don't worry. Let's wait for the one next to you. Among them, many are non-staple foods, which we cannot live without. When Song-yi said this, everyone became excited. Then what are you waiting for? Let's hurry up while it's still early. Zhang Kaiyong was already eager to try, but was stopped by Jiang Yuan. Don't worry. There are so many things here. Let's take some. It will be more convenient later. When they came, Everyone had a backpack. A bag of rice can't be carried, but 3 or 5 kilograms is always no problem. This thing can save lives at critical moments. Yes. You see, I'm confused. Several people started to pack their things. But Song-yi didn't let everyone take it. Rice weighs 100 kilograms. Open a bag and take as much as you need. Oil and noodles are not considered. The salt comes in a small bag, so you can put some in it. The rest cannot be wasted. This kind of joy cannot be attached. However, no one took more for fear of inconvenience. This feeling is so familiar. Just like the $0 purchase before. I am very happy. Fan Qing also calmed down a lot and continued to load things. What's wrong? Brother Song? Song-yi suddenly ran forward. He must have discovered something. Several people did not dare to be careless and quickly followed him. There was rustling outside, and someone was talking. It seemed like a person had been hit by a flow of rocks. Wearing these clothes, you should be here to change the guard. What? There's a changing of the guard? Jiang Yuan's heart sank. If this happens, it will be troublesome. After a while, they will become vigilant when they discover the situation here. No wonder there were only 8 people just now. It turned out that they fell in 2 waves. Next to this particular one, there is a small opening. The square one is specially reserved for observing the outside situation. Song-yi knew this place, but the location was too small and could only accommodate 1 person. The people behind were anxious and had no other options. Come in. Let's get ready. It's really uncomfortable to do it in such a hurry. However, everyone was still separated. On both sides of the iron gate. Dong dong dong. Xiangzi. We've been here. Open the door. She didn't know who the hadron was, but it was one of those lying in the back. There has been no movement for a long time, and those people were a little frightened. And the banging on the door became even louder. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Song-yi fired 3 arrows in a row, and the glass in the small opening shattered immediately. The next 2 arrows flew directly over and hit 2 people accurately and silently. Ah! Both of them wanted to come over and look inside through the small opening. Fortunately, Song-yi didn't miss it. There were also 8 people outside. But now there were 2 less. And the remaining people were even more nervous. At the same time, they all retreated to a safe range. The 2 groups just faced off. Next to it is the trench in front of the wall. Although it was buried a lot by the bricks that fell from above. But it can still be hidden. And they lie in wait there. TCH. Don't be afraid. Let's just wait here. They will freeze to death in a while. Zhang Kaiyan was a little proud. And his voice became much louder. That's not necessarily the case. It can really freeze people to death. But they won't move. He also wanted to persuade Song-yi, obviously not realizing the seriousness of the matter. They should be moving reinforcements. 1 stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and everyone held their breath. If that was really the case, that would be troublesome. Even if they were to guard this place, they wouldn't be able to do it. Just a few random people come over. And it's an overwhelming victory. Moreover, this is a granary, so it is even more impossible to do it casually. It's okay. Come with me, Song-yi said, and asked Kai Yang to follow him. While Jiang Yuan and 3 girls were responsible for guarding here, the 2 of them were actually moving the last pile of salt, which was in the innermost corner. What do they do? Yi Mian didn't know why and asked Jiang Yuan. I don't know either. Go and take a look. You too. Be careful. If you have any questions, call me immediately. Good. Good. This time, even Fan Qing had no objection and stared outside nervously. Jiang Yuan went directly to the innermost room of Suite 3. The 2 of them were very busy. What is this doing? There should be a passage inside. A guard told me this before after he drank too much. I don't know if it's true or not. Come and take a look. Well, it's always better than sitting back and waiting. Then you guys are busy. I'll go and watch from the front. If you need help, just call out. Good. 100 kilograms of stuff is a lot of effort for her small body. If you can't take Dad out of the space, then get out. When passing by the second apartment, she suddenly stopped. There are so many things. And if you don't take them, you won't get them. The food outside is filled with rice, white flour, buckwheat flour and cornmeal, all of which are good. Once inside, you can't see the front or back. She started to stock up like crazy, racing against time. Chapter 327 Underground Passage. She specially picked the ones at the innermost part, so even if there were a few missing piles, they wouldn't notice. Okay, Come here quickly! Zhang Kaiyang shouted. The voice was not too loud, but she still heard it. Moreover, people have already come running over. But she hasn't gone out yet. What should I do? In the flash of lightning, Jian Yuan hurried to the passage and bumped into Zhang Kaiyang. Sister Yuan, I found it. I found it. Sure enough, he didn't find anything wrong. Great. Kaiyang, you go over first. And I'll call them too. Here. Yi Minyan is no longer calm. Sister Yuan, they are here. There are so many people. There were so many people standing outside that every spitting sound could drown them all. Quick, come here. Jiang Yuan was also very nervous, and the two of them almost ran away. She was the one who shouted at the door of Tao Air, and now she was running at the front. When we got here, there was indeed a passage underneath. Quick! Song Yi was also very nervous and shouted. Jiang Yuan also waved, asking Yi Minyan and Fan Qing to speed up. Song Yi, you go down first and continue to order. Good. I don't know what's going on down there. So naturally the one with the most powerful force went down first. And there's nothing much to say. This is similar to the size of an ordinary manhole cover, which can only accommodate one person. Minyan, you go down first. Sister Yuan, I'll wait for you. Don't waste time. Hurry up. Her words were harsh. Yi Minyan nodded and hurried off. There's Song Yi down there, which doesn't matter. And then there's Fan Qing. Sister Yuan, please go down and I'll cover the lid later. If you don't go first, I'll stop you. The door has already begun to be kicked in, and the banging noise keeps coming. It's too late. Hurry up. Then be careful. Kaiyang said and hurried down. Jiang Yuan did not dare to delay and quickly moved the cover over. The iron door is strong and cannot be kicked open even if the movement is loud. She saw the two piles of table salt next to her and couldn't help but run over. Press down on the wooden shelf at the bottom, and the whole pile of things will move into the space. I made two piles in the same way, which was definitely enough to eat. The cooking oil next to it is packed in boxes. There should be 4 barrels in one box. She only collected one pile and ran over. Song Yi also showed up, and he was worried. Jian Yuan. Just in time. She arrived. The guy probably didn't notice the situation outside. Quick. Good. When he jumped down, he was caught by Song Yi. Immediately afterwards, he moved the manhole cover again. Time was tight, and no one wasted time. Zhang Kaiyang was in front, already holding a flashlight to clear the way. Quick, Song Yi urged, and everyone walked inside. It probably won't take long to break through. If they also chase down, they'll be in trouble. This corridor feels extremely long. Moreover, the surrounding stone walls felt like they had been chipped away. It's not very smooth. It must have been built in a hurry. According to Song Yi, it didn't take long after he came here to build it into what it is now. It's pretty awesome. And given time, it will be another utopia. Unfortunately, everything was interrupted by the sudden strong wind. Here, there are actually 3 ways. Brother Song, what should we do? Kaiyang had no idea. If he went wrong, what would be ahead? Let me see. Song Yi squeezed in from behind, and Jiang Yuan became the last one. Go this way. He chose the rightmost path, and the others followed steadfastly. She especially wanted to ask if the guard had also told him about the structure inside. If she goes wrong, she can still enter the space, but others will be in trouble. Unfortunately, there is no way to tell. There was no movement from behind. Probably 20 minutes passed. The road ahead continued, but a door appeared on the wall next to it. Brother Song, what's going on? Kaiyang poked his head out from behind and looked at the door, feeling a little confused. It's okay. Let's go over and take a look. Song Yi came over to look at the door, and it actually had a password and fingerprint. He stayed there and listened for a while, then turned around and looked at Kaiyang. What should I do? Is it difficult? In fact, there is no problem in directly opening the door violently. I was just afraid that if there was someone inside, it would be bad if I was disturbed. No problem. Master Zhang is professional when it comes to unlocking. I saw him operating as fiercely as a tiger. And with a click, the door opened. Song Yi was prepared in advance, and he took the lead, and then went in one after another. It's not very big inside, but it's like the place where Song Yi took everyone to rest. There is actually food here. The foreign thief was happy, and found a lot of instant noodles in the box. From the looks of it, it should be unopened and safe. This seems to be a restroom too. Why don't we keep moving forward? Jiang Yuan felt that the group of people would soon discover the tunnel underneath. If you catch up, it will be bad. There is obviously no exit door inside this one. It would be even more troublesome if it was blocked inside again. Okay. Let's go. It's not very safe here. Song Yi made the final decision. And everyone brought the instant noodles and bread. Keep going forward. The road here always forks in the road. There are 3 options. Song Yi will choose the rightmost road every time. Soon, I encountered another small door. This time it was not peaceful. There was actually a sound inside. But it was too small for everyone to hear clearly. Song Yi didn't ask Kai Yang to come over and unlock the door. The situation inside was still unclear. There is no need to take risks. It is better to put safety first and keep moving forward. This time, after walking for a long time, I didn't even see the small door. Jiang Yuan even doubted whether she had gone to the wrong place. The others were also beating in their hearts. But Song Yi was fine and still walked very fast. Why don't we take a rest? I'm hungry. Zhang Kaiyang wanted to eat the instant noodles just now. They were all in bags, without hot water, and they were delicious if chewed dry. Song Yi did not stop, but kept moving forward. It seems like there is wind ahead. Let's take a look before talking. If there is wind, it proves that there is an exit. Everyone's eyes flashed with hope. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Although there is currently no danger here. But this kind of closed space is really depressing. I finally saw the so-called door. However, this door is much larger. Rather than being on the side, this door is at the end of the road. Then, with this door as the center, 2 roads were opened on the left and right. One is the road they came from, and the other is leading to the front. It looks completely different from before. Chapter 328 Different Storage. Song Yi waved his hand, and Kai Yang immediately came over with tools. At this time, it was his time to shine. Hey, that's not right. This door is double-layered. Jiang Yuan thought it was strange what the double layer meant. So she came over. But inside, there is no door at all. It's more like a children's toy. The kind with a turntable in the middle. Song Yi looked at it and pushed it a few times. It actually opened. She was surprised. What kind of operation is this? However, they ignored her. He was the first to sneak in. He had to be on guard every time and was extremely strict. There are many shelves here, filled with food. Now is not the time to check. The 5 of them are tiptoeing around, just for fear of bumping into something they shouldn't. Moreover, it was so dark in front. I didn't know what the situation was. Jiang Yuan didn't dare to speak. Song Yi and Kai Yang moved forward, one on the left and the other on the right. She followed Yu Minyan and Fan Qing behind. After the front has been scouted, come back and check the aisles and shelves to see if there is anyone hiding. This is also a very large workload. And there are really too many shelves. Strange. Why are there no guards here? Zhang Kaiyang didn't quite understand that the place here was so big and there were so many things. It was even much bigger than the first one I encountered. But no one was guarding it. It's so unreasonable. Everyone thinks so. At the same time, I don't dare to be careless anymore. Go through all the places. Yi Minyan followed her to the left and began to check layer by layer. This cave actually has 5 rooms. Not only that, it's also very big and full of stuff. Hey, come and take a look. There seems to be a door here. Jiang Yuan also saw it accidentally. Although the color was very similar to the surrounding ones, she could still spot it if she looked carefully. Song Yi was the first to run over. He put Jiang Yuan behind him and started to study. Let me. He solved the problem of a simple door lock without even a password in 3 to 5 minutes. I took a flashlight and shook it around. It turned out to be a room. A real room. There is a bed, a table, and even a small wardrobe. There is actually a small refrigerator and kettle next to it. Are you making a living? Oops. With a hiss sound, the whole space became brighter. It was Song Yi who turned on the light. There was an electric switch at the door. I'll go. It's light outside too. Only then did they truly feel the majesty of this cave. There are 5 suites, each with an area of about 150 square meters. What a concept! The most important thing is that everything inside is densely packed with shelves. The 3rd suite they were in contains some fast food. The first and second ones are the untouchable grains, oils, rice and noodles. And the next one is the one they are in. In the 4th one at the back, half are daily necessities, including toilet paper, sanitary napkins, thermos, pots and pans, etc. The other half actually had cotton coats, camouflage clothes, snow boots, and even quilts. Sister Yuan, do you think this looks like the things in the canteen? Well, when she said that, it really sounded a bit like it. You mean, this is the warehouse of the canteen? I just think it looks similar. Look at the big flower on this kettle. It's exactly the same as the one I bought. Yi Mian pointed to a red one, which was indeed the case. The blue one next to it is the same as the one she bought. That's right. We won't really be in someone else's warehouse. Right? Fan Qing was also a little surprised when he saw the design and color he bought. Let's go in and take a look. The last one was all boxes, and Jiang Yuan didn't recognize them. Song Yi's expression was a little less calm. He rarely looked like this. What's wrong? There should be weapons in here. Ah? It's a bit unreasonable that supermarkets still stock these things. So, who put this here? Song Yi was worried and called Zhang Kaiang, and the two worked together to open one of the boxes. Good guys. They are indeed all. She had an inexplicable feeling that she was selling arms. Just like what was shown on TV. Isn't it weird that I have everything? Well, it's indeed strange. Suddenly something occurred to her, and she opened her mouth in disbelief. Song Yi, is there anyone in this group who wants to rebel? Hearing this, his brows furrowed even more. Damn it. It's not like it's a prophecy. It doesn't matter. Let's get some food quickly. There seems to be a kettle there. Let's replenish energy first. Good. After working for a long time, I was starving to death. Jiang Yuan also went to get food. There was so much. How was it different from going to the supermarket? She took a bucket of hot and sour noodles, 2 ham sausages, and a braised egg. In addition, I also put some small items into the backpack. The rest of the people were similar. In addition to their own food, they also prepared stocks. Then, they gathered in the small room next to them. There is a huge battery inside, much larger than the one she got when she bought the solar energy storage panel. Song Yi found water and boiled it with a hot water kettle. The dense heat quickly began to rise. Several people looked at it devoutly, and coupled with the whirring sound, they always felt a little dazed. In this kind of environment, I can actually use a kettle to boil water, which is a bit touching. Everyone chooses soupy food like instant noodles or hot and sour noodles. It's so satisfying to eat in one bite. In the end, I finished all the soup. Well, my God, I'm finally alive. Kaiang sighed. And so did the others. These 2 days have been really frustrating. We haven't found Liang Kong yet. Is he not in the granary? Fan Qing asked at the right time, which was also a reminder. By the way, what Qing said made me think of a question. Song Yi, is this place on your map? In other words, is this one of the granaries you marked? Hearing this, he just shook his head. Now, I'm not sure. We are twisting and turning inside, and we can't recognize the direction. However, since they are connected, I think they may be together. The rest cannot be guaranteed. Indeed, I have been walking in this corridor for such a long time. Who knows where it is? No one is sure. Then what should we do next? Liang Kong has not been found, and his life and death are unknown. The laboratory has not passed either. Thinking about it now, Jiang Yuan is still a little confused. What were you doing there? Why did you want to go there and have a look? Fan Qing also looked nervous and said quickly, how about we keep going forward? There is no door out here. Otherwise, there is no use staying here. Chapter 329 is back again. Don't worry. It's fine here. There's food and drink, and there's a bed for you to sleep on. Zhang Kaiang immediately said that he really wanted to relax. Why are you sleeping? Who can sleep in such a small bed? Seeing that his girlfriend was unhappy, he quickly went to comfort her. Don't be angry. That's what I said. I will definitely leave. Jiang Yuan and Yi Mian looked at each other. This often awkward situation. He winked at Song Yi. In this case, it was up to him, a cold-faced swordsman, to stop it. Ahem. Okay. Let's take a break and grab whatever we want quickly. After half an hour, continue setting off. Good. Jiang Yuan responded immediately and took Yi Mian to scan the goods. Others may have to think about it again and again, but she doesn't have to. There is plenty of room in the space. Just don't be too presumptuous, for fear of being discovered if you take too much. Mian, what do you want? These ham sausages, chocolates, etc. Don't take up much space. Okay, then I'll go over there. With that said, the two separated. The temperature underground is not that low, and there are a lot of things on the shelves, including milk and yogurt. However, it is not the kind commonly sold in the market. They all come in big buckets, sealed. Jiang Yuan knelt down and checked. Damn it. The shelf life is actually 1 year. This is simply outrageous. This happens to be in short supply and must be replenished. She once had a best friend whose family owned a supermarket. I heard her say that this kind of dairy products are usually kept in cold storage. The production date will only be stamped when the goods are shipped. Dairy products at room temperature have a shelf life of 1 month or 25 days. However, if it is stored in a cold storage, it will be fine for a year. The temperature outside is probably okay. The space also has a fresh keeping function. Plus there are so many refrigerators. It takes longer to eat, which makes me happy just thinking about it. However, with so many things, you can't take too much. They also need to be spaced apart so that no one can see them. Annoyed, she didn't dare to waste time. So she just wanted to do whatever she could. It was an unexpected surprise that I met him. At least it's much better than nothing. Sister Yuan, look what good stuff I found. Yi Mian ran over in surprise. And she quickly stood up. Look! Compressed biscuits. Well, okay. This is indeed a good thing. Although it doesn't taste good, it makes you feel full. It's not big in size, and doesn't have a strong smell. So you don't have to worry about others smelling it when you eat it. At this time, it can be considered a good thing. This is really good. Please take more. I want to get some others for Xiaowan to eat. Alright. She ran away in a hurry again. And Jiang Yuan went over to attack those ham sausages. Not small. Just thick enough to cut into cold dishes. Elbow sausage. Pure meat-free starch sausage. And luncheon meat. Half holding and half closing. He looked around furtively. Kai Yang and Fan Qing were also getting things and happened to come over to her. Jiang Yuan smiled and took some small hams and put them into her backpack. Song Yi saw the cans and was busy there. So she went over to get 2 bottles. This person has relatively strong investigative abilities, so she won't take any risks. After all, people have been picking here, and if they see something different, then they will get themselves into trouble. Half an hour came quickly, and Song Yi's electronic watch made an alarm sound. Okay. Pack up and leave quickly. Okay. They turned off the lights and returned home with a full load. Continuing forward. Sure enough, not far away, we encountered another iron gate, just like the ordinary ones. They are on both sides of the wall. The 2 men went to open the door, and Fan Qing and Yi Mian held flashlights to help illuminate it. Jiang Yuan swayed in front. The tunnel was so deep that even a cough could echo for a long time. I really don't know what else is inside. The door here opened, and it turned out to be a wall. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Jiang Yuan also came over, ready to take a closer look. Something's wrong. She reached out and knocked. Although the sound was dull, it was definitely not solid. The solid sound is not like this. It's more like something is blocking it. She took a flashlight and looked everywhere, and finally saw a handle-like place at the bottom. But this one is too small, and it is an automatic rebound lock. Kaiong. Good. She got out of the way and opened Yang instead. Moved. The door opened slowly, and all 5 people were startled in unison. A cry of IC from inside made them prepare their weapons. Song Yi took the lead and was very fast. Before the person on the opposite side could react, his neck was wiped. Looking at this knock on the door again, there is actually a cement board behind the gypsum board. Sister Yuan. This is. Yi Mian patted her arm excitedly. And Jiang Yuan didn't expect that it was actually the cave they had avoided before. The current location is the toilet, which is so embarrassing. Hurry up and throw him in. Song Yi also discovered it, and didn't worry about thinking too much. This person must have heard and seen it just now. Destroying the corpses and eradicating traces must still be done. It's safest to throw it into the inner corridor, and then close the door. There are separate fences on both sides, which just block the door gap. As for the top, it was actually painted the same color as cement. The light was originally dim, and couldn't be seen at all. They are actually connected here. Is that proof? Let's continue. There are also some unknown secrets, which I am really curious about. Go back first. Song Yi said it, but few people didn't discuss it. It's not a good place, and there's no guarantee that there will be others there. When we arrived at the resting place, the number of people inside was obviously reduced by half. Xiaoling coaxed Jingjing and turned her back to them. Yi Mian went over to say hello. And she was a little surprised. When did you come back? She didn't realize that they were coming from behind. Where's Liang Kong? Have you found him? Sister Xiaoling. Don't get excited. We didn't find Brother Liang. She let go of Yi Mian dejectedly and murmured to herself, if we haven't found it, that means there is still half hope that everything will be fine. Good thing I didn't find it. Good thing I didn't find it. Jiang Yuan knew this feeling. But she still asked symbolically, Xiaoling, where are my parents? Didn't see. She looked so devastated that she couldn't say anything, which was very different from her usual state. Jiang Yuan sighed and said to everyone, then I'll go look for you. You guys should take a rest first. Sister Yuan, shall I come with you? Need not. Jiang Yuan went out directly. She came from the toilet here just now and saw no one. It's too fake to go again now. Chapter 330 found back. It's better to just go to other places. Find a place where no one is around. And just bring mom and dad out. After entering the space, Jiang Xingji and Qin Yu were busy cleaning up. My dear daughter, where did you get all these things? When he said this, he was smiling. Dad? Mom? Why are you cleaning up? How dangerous this is. It's okay. I waited for a long time and saw that you didn't send it in again before packing it up. The big ones didn't move. So they just packed up the little bits and pieces. Qin Yu also knows the danger. If he is not careful and a mountain of materials hits him, he will be in trouble. Okay. Stop talking now and come out with me. Jiang Yuan gave a brief explanation and the big guy came out. Seeing that they were coming from outside, Yi Mian ran over to help get things. Qin Yu's feet are quite serious, and removing the swelling is a process. Jiang Xingji supported him, and Jiang Yuan held Xiaowan. Auntie, are you feeling better? It's much better. There are few people over there, so we'll go there. 2 old people with a child. Everyone should be able to understand that they don't want to show off. Song Yi saw it and hurried over to help. After everyone sat down, they started talking. You guys are pretty fast. I thought it would take a while. Jiang Xingji said something without saying too much. Dad? Mom? You haven't eaten yet. Go there. There's no one there. Jiang Yuan pointed to a pillar nearby and motioned to them. Good. Xiaoling, please take Jingjing there too. No. We're not hungry. Well, now that I have said that, forget it. Jiang Yuan's meaning is obvious. There are many people here, so it will definitely be inconvenient to eat something. Go to a place with few people to avoid being noticed by others. Sister Xiaoling, don't think too much. Brother Liang will be safe due to the good fortune of people and heaven. Jingjing still needs you to take care of her. But you can't do this. Yi Mian also went over to persuade her. Took 2 small milk tablets from her pocket and stuffed them into her hands. Don't worry, Sister Mian. It's okay. Thank you. Yi Mian didn't say anything else. This is the way the world is now, and there's nothing we can do about it. At least you have to cherish the people in front of you. It's useless to worry about anything else. Over there, Jiang Yuan took her parents behind the pillar and brought them some food. Did anyone else come over? It would be easier for the family to talk. Wait a minute. You guys go back to space. I'm going to have a look over there. Daughter, I will go with you. And I have a companion. No need. Dad. No. Jiang Xingji was very determined and must go with him. Qin Yu also persuaded her. But she had no choice but to agree. After thinking of a reason, I was going to tell Song Yi, who knew that he would be discovered by that annoying Mo-chi. Tell me, how did you come back? What does it have to do with you? Mo-chi snorted and looked at him with unkind eyes. Song Yi, you have to understand that you are nothing now. Of course, I have the right to ask you about your whereabouts. Don't toast me and you'll be fined. Jiang Yuan couldn't stand the look of a villain who succeeded. But don't delay others showing off. I wonder in what capacity you came to question me. Now, they are also among the sojourners here. The nature is the same as Song Yi and others. Mo-chi looked stern. Then immediately laughed. I'm afraid you have forgotten. What is the surname of Changming village? When we come here, it will naturally be different from yours. Song Yi was also very calm, unmoved at all, and spoke coldly. Oh, where's the transfer order? Since it's different, why haven't you been assigned a position? Please explain. Song Yi, don't go too far. You are nothing now, and I will not spoil you. The other party just rolled his eyes without looking at him. Huzi and Erguzi both came over and quickly broke up the fight. What are you doing? We are all brothers. So we can't do this. Mochi said and went out. The two men came over again and stood in front of Song Yi. Captain Song. Don't be familiar with him. You also know that Mochi is jealous of you. Song Yi didn't take it seriously and raised his eyes to look at his former good brother. Go back quickly and don't cause trouble for yourself. The two sighed. It seemed that Song Yi knew everything. Captain Song. In our hearts. There is always only one person who leads the team. And that is you. As he spoke, he bent his arms and made a fist with one hand. Song Yi took a look, made the same move, and bumped into him. The two of them smiled, but still went out. I originally thought that this matter would be over. Jiang Yuan also thought about it. Took her parents and Shan Wan to the hall just now, and said that something was left behind. I had thought of all the perfect reasons. But who knew that Mochi would actually come back again? Followed by the guards. That's him. Song Yi. I can't control you. They can always control you. He was so proud that Jiang Yuan was speechless. This person's mind is really smaller than a needle's nose. He actually went to file a complaint. I wonder if he has graduated from elementary school. Let this kind of person succeed, Song Yi. This leader's idea is to let the door squeeze. Is this him you are talking about? The person who came with him pointed at Song Yi next to him. Yes. That's him. In the morning, he obviously went out with a large army. And we all saw it. Now he came here blatantly. I asked him how he came back. But he still didn't tell me. Good guy. The villain is successful. Let him perform it vividly. Okay. Just let it go if you have nothing to do. It's boring. Everyone knows about the existence of this group of people. Unorganized and unstructured. It is considered a special existence. It doesn't matter if you speak lightly, nor if you speak harshly. You should figure it out. You should ask him now. I suspect that he is here to steal secrets. The man also felt extremely speechless. This man was actually still here on the line. Look clearly. This is Song Yi, the captain of our security team. If there hadn't been such a thing, he would have been transferred to the logistics department long ago. This is something that their security team should brag about. It will be convenient for everyone to do something in the future. This person is still like this. I am really speechless. What? Mochi couldn't believe it. Pointed at Song Yi and looked at the security team. You mean him? Nonsense. It's not him. It's you? Without giving him any good looks, he ran directly to Song Yi. Brother, is this person looking for trouble for you? It's okay. I'm bored. Just take it as a way to relieve my boredom. Haha. You are still interesting. Brother. Haha. Chapter 331. Get the supplies. Then, he turned his head and looked at Mochi. Brother, I have heard a little bit about your affairs. So it's almost okay. Brother Song can't threaten your position now. So don't keep looking for trouble. This was so straightforward and clever that he couldn't even refute it. Song Yi, you actually told everyone. How shameless. Come on. This matter has nothing to do with Brother Song. Not only do I know it, but most people here know it. People don't have the leisure to talk about these things. So you're almost okay. With so many people watching under his command, we cannot afford to embarrass this person. It was a sincere statement. But to Mochi's ears, it was another story. Okay. I can't afford to offend you. So I can't afford to hide. Song Yi will wait and see. Seeing him walking away, the man shook his head. Brother Song, don't mind. You are from our team. I will definitely be with you. Thank you. Brother, if anything happens, come and see me. There are several people from our team coming over. As he said that, he winked at him. As if I would protect you at everything. Jiang Yuan didn't want to say anything anymore and sent the person over. She walked openly and openly. There was no avoiding it at all. Just to let them see it. Sure enough, when she came back, Yi Mianyan asked her. My mother said there is an old sister over there who we can talk to very well. The place is also big, so everyone can go there if they want. Or, he came over after talking for a while, which was boring. That's true, but I'm a little sleepy now. Sister Yuan, let's go over and take a nap. Okay. The two people went behind the pillar, and Xiaoling and Jingjing also came over. This place is more secluded and feels safer. Song Yi finished talking to the man and came over. Zhang Kaiyang didn't come over, but stayed with Fan Qing. The two of them didn't know what they were discussing, and they looked like they were bitter and resentful. After a busy day, I was very scared. It was very tiring. So I started to rest. Songy also fell asleep against the pillar. About half an hour later, Jiang Yuan got up quietly. While there was no one here, she quickly went to open the door. Although the speed is not as fast as Kai Yang, it is still very convenient for her in the toilet. Once it's open, put something in the crack of the door. There was exactly half a pack of tissues in her pocket. So it didn't matter if she dropped it. It's normal to see paper in the toilet. Then he came out again, pushed hard, and the door opened. It's so heavy, but it makes no sound, which is really nice. Jiang Yuan didn't dare to delay. After entering, she turned on the strong flashlight and quickly closed the door. Mom, just as I was walking forward, I suddenly saw a person lying not far away. I was so scared that my soul flew away. My heart was pounding, and it didn't calm down even after taking pictures for a long time. This was the person they threw in just now. She actually forgot. It's really a little scary to be here alone. The man probably didn't even react before he was beaten by Songy. And he didn't close his eyes until he died. The more I get scared, the more I want to watch it. I am really speechless. Jiang Yuan didn't dare to delay and hurried inside. She wanted to go to the place where the 5 sets of supplies were stored. There are a lot of things in there. Enough for them to eat for a long time. When she arrived at the door, she was as alert as before. After making sure there was no problem, he went over and opened the door. It can be said that I am calm. Otherwise I would be a little scared. After entering the space, Jiang Xingji was already waiting. After all the clothes were put on, Jiang Yuan went over to give instructions to her mother and Shan Wan. Wait a minute. Just stay inside the house. Don't go out. There are a lot of things and they are very heavy. If they hit something, it would be no joke. Don't worry. I know. I won't do anything later and just watch the little guy. Qin Yu said this, and Jiang Yuan felt confident. It's best to be like this. Otherwise, I'm still really worried. The father and daughter came out, and when they arrived at the Stone Cave suite, Jiang Xingji was also stunned. Oh my god! This is my warehouse! My dear, we really got rich this time. These old things are enough to last several lifetimes. His eyes were dazzled, and he was thinking quickly in his mind. Coupled with the vegetables in the yard, you can really lie down. Dad, don't look at it. There are a lot of things here. There are 4 more on the left and right. You are here at the entrance. Help me guard, and leave the rest to me. Receive. Jiang Xingji was in a good mood and was rarely playful. I started to take charge of the guard duty, basically working in the same row as Jiang Yuan. She was collecting things inside while he waited at the entrance. If anything happens, you can rush over immediately. Jiang Yuan didn't dare to delay. Everyone outside was asleep and probably didn't know she was out yet. If she wakes up later, there will be nothing she can say. She started from the very back. This shelf was filled with canned meat. All kinds of meat are available. Beef, pork, canned fish. The technology at the moment is really superb. This can do anything. Braised pork, braised hairtail, braised pork ribs, and even grandma's bacon. Canned luncheon meats are the most inconspicuous existence. And they are all ready to eat. Just open it and eat it. Which is not too convenient. However, why is the upper floor so high that she can't reach it? Dad, do you know where the ladder is? What's wrong? Jiang Xingji heard this and ran over, fearing that Jiang Yuan was in danger. In fact, it was just that he was too nervous. The two of them were together. You can see everything you do, so there's no danger. It's just chaos if you care. It's out of reach. There is a ladder in the space. Let me go in and get it. Don't worry. Let's take away the things at the bottom first, and then we'll talk about that. There is only 1 floor at the top, so even if you use a ladder, you have to move it back and forth. She still has to climb up and down, which is a waste of time. If someone comes over, it will be a small loss but a big loss. Yes, I'll collect it wherever it's convenient. Jiang Xingji also agreed. But Jiang Yuan suddenly had other ideas. Oh, you think I'm stupid? It's okay if we just put the shells in. That's right. Look at my brain. You are still smarter. My dear girl. Then hurry up. Hey. The father and daughter were as happy as if they had discovered a new world. This way, it will be much more convenient. In other words, all these shells were collected in about 10 minutes. The rest are the grains, oils, rice and noodles. Rice and white flour are easy to say. Just follow the previous method. Just hold on to the wooden shelf underneath to put it in. The trouble is all those oils. Box after box. Chapter 332. There is a ghost. There is something like a moisture-proof mat underneath. Not just one. Moreover, it was so soft that there was no way to support it. She could only put them away box by box. There were so many, and she didn't want to waste them. Jiang Xingji was very happy. There were many supplies, and his future life was guaranteed. Especially these ones that are ready to eat right away are so beautiful. After getting all these things in, Jiang Yuan was already sweating a little. There is also the last sweet, which is the innermost one. Daughter, what's wrong with you? Dad, there are all weapons in here. How about we? Arms? Jiang Xingji didn't expect that there were still these things. Well, Song opened a box before, and it was a gun. Then take it and put this thing in the corner, far away from our house. There may not be any danger later. With this, it can be regarded as an extra layer of protection. Jiang Xingji's idea is very simple. There is no order now. The era of power comes out of the barrel of a gun has come again. If they have this thing, it is naturally better. Even if you don't use it yourself. Even if you exchange it with others later. This thing is still a hot commodity. The only thing I'm worried about is that there are LS or something. And I accidentally hurt one of my own people. This is why he asked Jiang Yuan to be placed in the farthest place. Good. In this case, she started to get busy. She also struggled with these things and knew they were useful. But I don't know how to use it. So forget it. There is space anyway. So I'll collect it first. After everything was settled, she breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, let's go in too. Good. Wait until she gets past the piercing and turn off all the lights. In fact, there is still something in it. She doesn't need it. So she won't take it. I really don't know what the owner here felt when he came over and saw that everything outside was emptied. Asking Jiang Xingji to help clean up inside. She went out. Another place has been agreed upon. And if there are any more things, they will be placed there. In this way, you don't have to worry about being touched. She had a strong feeling that there would be many more things going forward. Dad didn't come out with him. So why didn't she go over and have a look? At least, for now, this corridor is hidden. There is no danger. And there is air circulation. So you are not afraid to move alone. After making up her mind, she immediately took action. After passing the door in front of the toilet, she continued forward. This time she did not take the flashlight, but took out the big night light. This has higher visibility and can see more clearly. Unlike a flashlight, there is only that beam of light. After about 20 minutes, I unexpectedly encountered another small door. She also followed Song Yi's example and put her ear close to the door and listened for a long time. Seeing that there was indeed no movement, he began to study the lock. At the last moment, I was still quite nervous, especially the moment the lock cylinder was opened. Crack. The sound was particularly clear. She didn't act immediately. After waiting for about 5 minutes, she saw that there was really no movement. And then she carefully opened a gap. The inside was instantly illuminated by a big night light. And it turned out to be a stocking place. Jiang Yuan suppressed her inner ecstasy. What kind of magical luck is this? The things inside are no less than the one just now. She moved forward slowly. There was only one person now. So the task was huge. First, she checked briefly to make sure there was no one inside. Then she felt at ease. This is a 4-suite room. The things are pretty much the same as those there just now, including the shelves. They should have been made by the same person. Do you feel like there's light inside? It seems so. But how is it possible? There are only 2 of us here. Jiang Yuan's heart was about to jump out of her chest. Why was there chatter coming from behind the wall? In other words, this is not a wall, but also a door? Oh my god. She panicked and turned off the night light. Let's go and take a look. The 2 people also noticed something strange. Then pushed the door open and even turned on all the lights. No, brother. It's not haunted. Nonsense. Where's the ghost? The elder brother reprimanded Jiang Yuan and could feel everything in the space. These 2 people were also a little scared and checked everything inside. He had a guy with him, but he didn't wear the clothes of that group of people. Moreover, the posture holding the gun is not that upright. These 2 people probably came in accidentally. I accidentally discovered so many supplies, so I didn't go out. That's what she thought. We still need to observe the specific situation. Mom. Her daughter's soft and waxy cry came from behind her. When Jiang Yuan turned around, she saw the little guy running towards her. Jiang Xingji and Qin, you are still moving things there. They had already visited her area 2 days ago. I always know what is placed in which house. Moreover, Jiang Yuan had put a label on the door before so that everyone could remember it. After all, there are so many houses, so it's normal to get confused. Daughter, are you here to take us back? No, Dad. I haven't gone out yet. Don't worry. Not only did he not go out, he also encountered 2 troubles. However, Jiang Yuan did not dare to say that she was at ease in the space. The 2 people outside always took a nap, and it was okay for her to sneak out at that time. Qin Yu put down her work and cooked a few side dishes, which the family happily ate. If you ask me, just stay here and don't care what happens outside. It's great that our family is happy. What are you talking about? There's nothing you can do about it now. It's 10,000 yuan an hour. How can there be so much money? What Jiang Xingji said was true. Qin Yu sighed and said nothing more. Such was the feeling of powerlessness. Seeing her mother silently clearing away the dishes, Jiang Yuan didn't know how to comfort her. Excusing myself as a little tired, I went to the room. Xianwan still left it to her parents, who also knew that Jiang Yuan might go out at any time. After sensing the 2 people, they were still wandering around inside at first. At this moment, it has stopped. In the first suite, Jiang Yuan is now in the 3rd suite, which is the second one from the back, one space away from the 2 people. She is in the middle of the 2 shelves and can't be seen by anyone outside, which is convenient for her to operate. There are so many things. It would be a waste of money not to have them. Take them all away, including the shelves. Brother, listen. The 2 people heard the noise and hurried over here. When he saw the shelves disappearing in front of him, he was also stunned. Oh my god. There really is a ghost. Chapter 333 2 Tunnels. The man was actually trembling, and his head was empty as he looked at the shelves disappearing out of thin air. Don't talk nonsense. The elder brother wanted to preach, but he also lacked the confidence. So many things disappeared for no reason, and no one was there. If there is no metaphysics in it, who would believe it? Jiang Yuan felt funny in her heart. The 2 of them were probably beating drums in their hearts. It would be great if you could scare them away. When I came in just now, I happened to be hiding next to a shelf. After she went out, the 2 people were still searching blindly. Jiang Yuan kept doing nothing, and was so fast that even the 3 people in front of her were put away by her. The sound of running alerted the people outside, and those 2 actually ran over. Unfortunately, not even her shadow was seen. Who is it? Get out of here quickly, and stop pretending to be a ghost here. I'm not afraid of you. The big brother got a little angry. He took a weapon and started shooting. Unfortunately, this is not a machine gun, and it needs to be reloaded after use. This guy was so angry that he threw the gun barrel directly on the ground and showed the knife in his arms. Come out. Come out. Jiang Yuan secretly screamed. This guy is a little crazy. If it is not handled well, there will be endless troubles. It is impossible to let them leave on their own. Unexpectedly, this time, she was fighting alone. However, she was not timid. That big brother has gone somewhere else. The remaining one was frightened to death, and his whole body was shaking a little. In fact, my legs are a little hard to use. I'm sorry, brother. She doesn't want to do it at this time either. Jiang Yuan came out quietly, and was blocked by the shelves in front of her. The man was only about 10 meters away from her, and she aimed with her sleeve arrows. It's not that I don't want to use a gun. It's just that I have no experience, and I'm afraid of missing a shot. Song Yi just told them how to use it, but without any practical experience, she was not sure. After taking aim, he fired 2 arrows in succession from the screens on the other side. She knew that she had succeeded. There was no time to think too much, so he went back to space. The crazy big brother also ran back and quickly helped the people on the ground. Shower. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Don't scare me. Waiter. What are these names? Brother. There is a ghost. Run away. The man died as he spoke, and Jiang Yuan suddenly felt guilty. But in these last days, whose hands are clean? Sorry. Maybe leaving is also a relief. She had no choice but to do it for herself. That big brother actually showed a sad look. Originally, when the 2 of them were together, they could still talk from time to time. With so many supplies, life is pretty good. However, now that the companion is gone, there is still an elusive thing that everyone is afraid of. He gently put down the person in his arms, and ran directly to the front as if he had made some kind of decision. It was where they stayed at the beginning. And after pressing and pressing, a door actually opened. Jiang Yuan was surprised. She came in from the opposite door, which was the toilet next to the hall. Therefore, this space actually has two doors. These two people came from the other side. The two ways of people who were supposed to have no intersection actually bumped into each other. She also wanted to take care of the big brother just now. But in order to see that door, I missed it. And it was too far away from here. She didn't have the confidence to hit the target with one hit. Even if she ran away, at least she was safe now. After coming out of the space, I was not in a hurry to collect my things. Instead, he came to the waiter with a dagger in his hand. The man's eyes were closed, and there was blood on his body. Jiang Yuan stretched out 2 fingers to feel his breath. He was out of breath and was definitely dead. So he breathed a sigh of relief. I looked through this guy and found nothing useful. Just when he was about to give up, he felt a bulge in the breast pocket of his jacket. And so, the past opens up. It's actually a work ID card that belongs exclusively to the dining room. Good guy. These two people probably know Liang Kong. Then why are they here? Could it be that they were also taken away? In the end, he escaped halfway. Does that prove that Liang Kong is probably also in the opposite corridor? How is the situation on the other side different from that here? Jiang Yuan suddenly discovered a problem. The door of the cave she was in was on the left. However, the ones I encountered before were all on the right side. The ones on the right are all in stock. And the ones on the left will have people. The first granary just now had 8 guards. After they come in, that side should also belong to the left. Sonya has been guiding everyone to take the rightmost path. Therefore, everything they encounter is safe. This time, she acted on her own and just wanted to keep moving forward. There was no fork in the road. Or in other words, this door was right next to the fork in the road. So, of course she came in. Songy said that someone here told him. Such a big secret requires a lot of trust to be told. If it were the brothers who had been with him through life and death, such as Erguzi and Huzi, it would be excusable. Here, he has been here less than a month. How could it be? He must have known something in advance. Or had some plans. Then why did he have to bring her here? And what was the secret in his mouth? Jiang Yuan's mind was filled with question marks. Now, she felt that Songy was not an honest person either. There are many secrets in him. Even the previous ones have all come true. But now there is no way to explain these. It seems that there is no need for her to be with this group of people. After everything is tidied up here, and Yi Minyan is settled, we will leave here. According to past experience, this wind will stop soon. Just like extreme heat, extreme cold, heavy rain, and blizzard, they all have a time limit. The current situation will not last long. She wanted to find a safe place, preferably one with favorable terrain and sparsely populated areas. I secretly made up my mind and figured out my thoughts. Jiang Yuan started working, but she still needed to stock up on these supplies. Rice, white noodles, oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar, and various non-staple foods were all not spared. Jiang Xingji in the space saw so many things, including shells. I became worried at that time. With so many people, I must be looking for them again. Otherwise it wouldn't be like this. This child is really disobedient. After finishing all this, she came to the opposite door again. Chapter 334 discovered. As expected, it is very concealed. The door cracks are very small, and they are all dark. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all. Moreover, the color of this door and the surrounding stone walls are exactly the same. Even the paint mixing was not so accurate. So much effort was put into it. Jiang Yuan did not continue. To be honest, she did not dare to open the door. What was inside? She was afraid she wouldn't have the courage to face it. Moreover, the person just now obviously ran outside. She didn't dare to gamble. And she couldn't do it. So, I obediently ran back to the door I came from just now. Do not enter any door on the left. If you encounter a fork in the road, take the one on the far right. Now that the decision has been made, it doesn't matter. Sure enough, she was discovered in several places. Everything inside is large and small, and they are all grains or non-staple food. On the other hand, I didn't encounter daily necessities anymore. It didn't matter. She had already accumulated enough things to last 2 lifetimes. At least, if they are gone, Shanwan will be enough. There was no need to worry so much. This feeling was so similar to opening a blind box in a supermarket. Jiang Yuan was very happy. About 3 hours had passed, and she kept looking at the time. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and they were probably asleep. Since I decided to stay away from the group of people, I feel much better. It's just that Yiminyan is more difficult to deal with. She promised Grandma Yi to take care of her. And besides, this girl is really good. Without them, her grandfather and grandson, she would not have the space she has now. Alas, I still have to go out. At least I have to settle her down. People have to bow their heads in front of reality. Thinking like this, I came out. What's the situation? Jiang Yuan looked in front of her, a little confused. This road has always been very straight. Even if there are forks in the road, it is not as winding as it is now. Even if the visibility of the big night light is limited, you can still see the twists and turns of this road. Jiang Yuan felt a little guilty. What should she do? Should she continue? It's like the large intestine. Plus it's pitch black. So embarrassing. I looked behind me and saw that the place where the night light couldn't shine was also pitch black. This was really a dilemma. Jiang Yuan sighed and decided to move on. Turning around, every step was taken very carefully. At the end, it finally came out. Good guy. The road ahead is the same as before. This situation is like adding a plug in the middle of two roads. This Changning village is not as harmonious as it seems on the surface. The person who can carry out such a large project and have so many supplies must be the person in power here. It is precisely because of these things that they have the confidence to ask people to build it. Keep going forward. After passing the passage, this is the first fork in the road. Jiang Yuan chose the one on the far right without hesitation, and continued walking for about 10 minutes. When she encountered another door, she said, "That must be the case." I quickly went to unlock the door. After doing it several times in a row, I was already familiar with it. However, when she opened the door, she found that the light was on inside. Does that mean there is someone inside? Jiang Yuan became nervous instantly and looked in front of her with a horrified expression. Inside? It's not a granary. It's just a luxuriously decorated house. In this kind of environment, there is actually a crystal chandelier. What a joy. She put away the big night light and walked slowly inside. Could this be a shelter? Did someone leave it for you? Maybe. If there is no danger, Yi Minyan can be placed here. If you leave enough food for her, it will be perfect. Thinking of this, I feel really happy. However, vigilance cannot be relaxed. This place is also in the style of a suite. What she came over just now should be the living room. But the back is actually the storage room. Good guys. They are densely packed. All on the shelves. It is much more sophisticated than the previous granary and has everything. There are only things you can't imagine in terms of food, drink, and things to use. It's like a paradise. The more Jiang Yuan looked at it, the more satisfied she became. But if she could prepare like this, she probably also wanted to live by herself. Moreover, it is definitely the kind with a very high status. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this strength. Next to the storage room, there is actually a small aisle. There are 3 rooms inside. I didn't see the bedroom just now, so it must be inside. Jiang Yuan's heart was pounding. The lights were on here, so it was probably occupied by someone. If you don't see it outside, it must be inside. She tiptoed over and listened to the 3 doors for a while. But there was no sound at all. He quietly stepped back, not having the courage to open the door and look inside. Jiang Yuan chose to do the next best thing and ransack the storage room. This feeling of being full of supplies is simply amazing. Okay, it's not safe here, so leave first. If there is still no movement later, then consider letting Yi Minyan be here. She went out through the door she came in, and the door closed with a click. Who? I go. Jiang Yuan was so frightened that there was someone there that she quickly opened the door and ran out. This anxiousness made me a little confused, and I closed the door a little too hard. The pop sound was too obvious. Run back, was her first thought. If you can go back, go back. If you can't go back, then hide in space. This is the only way. Fortunately, there was a fork in the road not far ahead. Her voice was loud, and there were clearly footsteps following behind her. There. My God. It was so fast. Jiang Yuan quickly reached out and touched her wrist. Well, suddenly, a huge force picked her up and dragged her backwards. She stretched out her hand to pry it open, but her arms were like iron pliers, unable to move. Jiang Yuan thought rapidly in her heart. And she probably could only resort to the last resort. That person was behind her. As long as he bent his legs backwards and kicked hard, there would be absolutely no problem. Don't be afraid. It's me. A familiar voice came. Jiang Yuan had already gathered her strength and suddenly stopped. She felt like her bones were about to grow. It was so suffocating. Why are you here? She didn't dare to question loudly, but the dissatisfaction in her words was expressed vividly. Shh. Don't talk. The two people were now in the passage on the left, which was opposite to the right path she wanted to take before. Two people ran over there, holding flashlights in their hands, flashing them back and forth. A bit bluffing. Fork in the road? What should I do? This was a female voice that sounded quite familiar, but she couldn't see the face. She couldn't remember where she had heard it before. Forget it. Let's go back. This corridor will be cleaned later. There was no emotion in his words, as if he was a young commander. Chapter 335. It's all here. Jiang Yuan's pupils dilated unconsciously. Good guy. This guy is a big boss. At least, now it can be proved that those things just now belong to others. Walk. Song Yi didn't give her much time and just pulled her forward. After Jiang Yuan reacted, she broke away directly. How did you get here? Thinking of her previous conjecture, she really couldn't face this person like before. Are you sure you want to discuss this issue now? The other party did not answer her question, but asked a question in return. Now is really not a good time. But the person in front of him also had to be guarded against. Then you go first. Good. Song Yi deliberately lengthened his voice, as if he was helpless. Jiang Yuan deliberately kept a distance of about 2 meters from him, just because she was afraid that if there was a problem, she would have enough time to escape. Song Yi was a little funny, but didn't say much. It's a good thing to be alert. What's wrong? The person in front suddenly stopped and pointed to the door next to him. Let's go in here and take a rest. It was the door on the left. And Jiang Yuan immediately refused. It doesn't work here. Let's find the door on the right. This is the one on the right. Bah. You are talking nonsense with your eyes open. Before she could speak sarcastically, the door actually opened from the inside. Sister Yuan, come in quickly. It was Yi Mianmian. At this time, her doubts became even more serious. Why did he bring Mianmian here? Seeing that she wasn't moving, Yi Mianmian came out to pull her out. Good guys. They are all here. Fan Qing and Kaiyang are sitting inside, saying low to her. What's wrong with you? Sister Yuan, I woke up and didn't see you. I couldn't find you anywhere. Brother Song said you might have come here, so we came to find you. How are you? Are you okay? It's okay. It turned out that she had wrongly blamed these people. I was a little bit mean-spirited, so I silently apologized for 3 seconds. By the way, we can't stay here any longer. There are people in the corridor. Get out of here quickly. Jiang Yuan started to urge everyone, and she discovered the secret here. It's okay. We haven't met anyone. Look how warm it is here. Kai Yang wanted to be here, but it was too cold outside, and he couldn't bear it. It's true. You have met the guards in this room, right? This proves that there are people inside. However, we were lucky and always walked to the right. No. There's no one here. Zhang Kaiyang looked puzzled and felt that she was a bit nervous. No one. She was a little unbelievable. How could there be no one there? There is no one. Sister Yuan, there has been no one here since we came here. How can it be? Jiang Yuan began to fall into deep suspicion. She quickly ran to the innermost place, where there were piles of supplies. How is that possible? There should be a suite with nothing. She didn't understand and became nervous. Meeting those two people might have been an accident. But how could the construction of this building be an accident? It was so strange. She must have made a mistake somewhere. Don't think about it. This is not the left, but the right? Song Yi's voice sounded, making her a little overwhelmed. How is it possible? Didn't we go through a curve just now? Do you still remember? Yes. There is a curve. It's twisting and turning inside. You may not have noticed, but it has changed its position a long time ago. What? She couldn't believe it. The twists and turns inside were true. I haven't calculated it in detail, but I always feel that it is a difficult path. Who knew? It was actually to change direction. In other words, it was time for her to follow up and switch positions. The left now is the right just now. And she was also walking in the original direction. No. No. Impossible. If that's the case, Why do I feel like I haven't been here before? It shouldn't be the path I've walked. Song Yi looked at her. This guy was smart enough to think of this. Because this corridor is a big circle. You are on the opposite side. What the H.L. Who is so perverted as to design this damn thing? In other words, the door she saw before might not be another corridor. On the border? More like the other side. It's just not that obvious. It's all nothing. Song Yi, how do you know so much? Still unable to hold himself back, he asked. Don't worry. I'll tell you. In fact, not only her, but the three people next to her also had doubts. But they just didn't dare to say anything. When Jiang Yuan was unwilling to give up, because she wanted an accurate word. When we finish walking here? I'm afraid I won't be so lucky after walking here. Jiang Yuan curled her lips, and didn't say much. Sister Yuan, come over quickly, and have something to eat. Are you tired? Yin 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 saw the two people at war with each other, and hurried over to greet her. They heated hot water, poured her a cup, and then handed her the self-heating rice, which was sweet and sour pork ribs. Jiang Yuan sighed, and finally sat down. There were lights inside, but outside the cave, it was always dark. In such an environment, it is difficult to distinguish between day and night, and it is easy to reverse routines, just like there is always a big sun in space. Brother Song, come here. Zhang Kaiyan also went over and called Song Yi over and gave him a bucket of hot and sour noodles. Several people were eating together, but the atmosphere was very strange. By the way, Sister Yuan, why did you come in here? I woke up and went to the bathroom, and saw a man also found the door. After he opened it, I followed him in. Huh? Does that mean there is another person here? Kaiyan's words were a bit exaggerated, and Fan Qing's expression was not very good either. Yes and no. What do you mean? Sister Yuan, please tell us quickly. Now, she is ready to make up a story. And the main one is to strike first. They are two people. Both men. After they came in, they went to the suite we found before. The one with 5 sets? Yin 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 asked. And she nodded slowly. Yeah. Everything in there is gone. Later, they continued walking and arrived at another door. I was accidentally discovered by them. I learned that these two people were from the dining room. So I wanted to ask if I had seen Liang Kong. 2 of them had weapons in their hands. So I had no choice but to shoot one of them. The other one ran away from the opposite door and doesn't know where he is now. Chapter 336 Human Body Container. No wonder. Kaiong murmured, looking thoughtful. What's the wonder? Oh, we should have passed by the place you mentioned just now. And we saw someone on the ground, as well as familiar crossbow arrows. I just wondered if it could be you, but I didn't expect it to be you. You don't know, but Brother Song was very anxious at that time. I have never seen him be so out of sorts before. He was so anxious with me just because he was walking a little slower. The person involved was still eating there leisurely, and he really didn't seem to be in a hurry. That's right. Later, when we were here, he went to find you by himself. Yin 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 also hurried over to echo, just not wanting these two people to be angry. Thank you, Jiang Yuan said, and Song Yi's expression softened a lot. Although I didn't tell him specifically, he was also involved. Wasn't he? A few people made some simple repairs, and then continued to set off. This time I walked in the opposite direction as before, replacing everything on the right side with the left side. Song Yi took the lead, and soon encountered a door on the right. Logically speaking, this is dangerous. Do you want to go in? Instead of making a decision, he asked everyone. When they met the young commander just now, the two of them had a tacit understanding and didn't say anything else, just for fear of trouble later. Now, to the right again. I want to go see. No one thought that it was Fan Qing who proposed it. Don't stop me. The left side is safe now. It's just some supplies. We can't take it away. So why not go to the right and have a look? Jiang Yuan's heart is bleeding. You can't take it away. But she can. Those are supplies. White rice and flour. That's right. Now that you're here, let's go and have a look. Anyway, we now have this life-saving device. So no one is afraid, Kaion said, patting his waist. The only pistol was given to him, and the rest were all that long. Of course, he does too. He is very wealthy after all. Yin 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 also brought her a handful, which she now carried on her back. In fact, she had already secretly placed a handful in the space. It just hasn't been taken out. This is taking things out of thin air, which is easy to say but not nice to hear. Then take action. Yi Mian actually didn't want to go, but she didn't have a chance to speak. Kai Yang moved quickly and opened within a few minutes. A group of people all took out their weapons. This is not a time for joking. If you are not careful, you can easily lose your life. We still need to do a good job in vigilance work. The door was pushed open gently. It was actually light green inside, and everyone was shocked. Although the lights were not turned on, it was enough to see clearly what was going on inside. One hospital bed is next to another, and next to it is a huge instrument, which makes a sound. Like a reminder? Oh my god! What the hell? Yi Mian shouted, really scared. This light is emitted from the instrument next to it, and when it hits other people's faces, it is also a burst of green. It just adds new material to the terrifying atmosphere. How come? Why are you here? Fan Qing couldn't calm down anymore. This was something from the laboratory. The laboratory she was looking for moved here quietly. Fan Qing, don't be impulsive. Jiang Yuan went over and gave her a hand. Now is not a good time to vent her emotions. The first task is to eliminate the hidden crisis for a while. Song Yi still opened the way in front. It was not very big here, and only had a set of 3 layouts. There was indeed no one in the large area. Jiang Yuan was worried and looked under the bed. Finally, everyone gathered together and shook their heads. Safety is good, but everyone is starting to get scared. I had only heard about it before and thought it was shocking. But now, seeing the scene in front of me, my scalp is still numb. Planting things on people. How perverted and anti-human this must be. That's it. You see? This is what I saw over there in the laboratory. Why are you here? Why? Fan Qing couldn't control himself and always thought of those bad memories. Qing, don't be like this. With such a strong wind, the situation over there is probably not going to be very good. This is a very important thing, and it is reasonable for them not to give up. Jiang Yuan was not only persuading Fan Qing, but also persuading herself. At this time, don't you still understand? The laboratory is a special existence, and some anti-human behaviors in it are tacitly allowed. Otherwise, would you still be able to survive until now? Sister Ying from before also knew the situation. She is just a small character, which means that it is very likely that the leaders at the middle level and above are aware of the experiment here. So what do they want to do? Just to increase production? She didn't know, and she didn't want to speculate. That's right. Qing, you can't get excited. You still need to take a closer look at this moment. There will be danger at any time. Although Yi Mian didn't know why she was like this, it was always good to give her some advice. If the noise attracts people from outside, everyone will suffer. I know. I just don't think it makes sense. It's a long way from there to here, and it's not so easy to move these things. How could he do it so quickly? Moreover, they all moved here, which she couldn't understand. There are always people doing these things, and since it's close to the wall, they can come from the nearest place. It's open here. Have you forgotten? Indeed. Maybe that group of people saw how strong the wind was and thought they were in danger. So they moved ahead of time. Don't think too much about it. The 3 people were all trying to persuade Fan Qing. Jiang Yuan looked at Song Yi, but he was the only one who did not express his position. What do you think? Song Yi spread his hands, looking helpless. I don't want to make assumptions, and I don't know what to say. Just look in front of you. In front of you? These were human containers with plants planted there. Fan Qing was right. None of these people were dead. Instead, he fell into a deep sleep. But it was almost the same as death. Sisters Wa, Zhou Jin, Dandan. She saw many familiar faces. Fan Qing was a little scared. She had said before that the doctor asked her to grow these red mushrooms. No matter how you put it, she can be regarded as an executioner. And it doesn't make sense that she doesn't feel guilty. Look, this man's belly is so big. Yi Mian didn't dare to move and just pointed at a container in front of her. Song Yi came over and motioned for everyone to retreat. Then, he suddenly opened the quilt covering it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It was actually a chick. It looked like it had been hatched for more than a day or 2. Chapter 337 The Doctor Appears. Oh my god! No wonder Yi Mian exclaimed. The chicken was actually pecking at the container underneath. His stomach was rotten, and the scene was terrifying for a time. Moreover, everyone knows this person. It is Dandan. Sister Yuan. What's going on? Yi Mian grabbed her arm and used so much force that Jiang Yuan wanted to throw it away. Nian Nian. Don't be afraid. In fact, she didn't know what was going on. It's understandable to use human bodies to grow mushrooms. But using a human body to hatch eggs should be difficult to achieve. So what's going on now? And how to explain this chick? It's so difficult. This man is out of breath. He should be just fodder. No way. She's still soft. If a person is dead, he will become hard. And his whole body will be stiff and cold. Not suitable at all for the survival of a chick that has just broken out of its sh.l a few days ago. There. Songy pointed to the instruments next to them. Each one had a large thing similar to an infusion bottle. Red? Yes. The rest are all green. Only a few of them are this color. Kaiyong hurried over and pulled away the quilt on the corresponding red bed. There are indeed chicks inside. But 2 are no longer moving. And the remaining 1 is still an egg. Therefore, the liquid inside is actually used to maintain the body's temperature and softness. What the H.L. is technology? It's really unreasonable. If this technology were used in a proper way, how many people would benefit? So, they're not just targeting the living. They're targeting the dead as well. Jiang Yuan ignored him and looked at Fan Qing. Explain it to me. What? Fan Qing was stunned, not knowing what to say, and his helpless look made people feel unbearable. However, she has long been hard-hearted and does not accept this trick. You said that you and Zhou Jin and the others got into a fight, and then they were planted with mushrooms. But now, with 3 people lying here, do you have to give everyone a reasonable explanation? Sister Yuan, I really don't know. I was really growing mushrooms at that time. Zhang Kaiyam couldn't bear to see his girlfriend like this. Sister Yuan, it's possible that these people died later and were pulled out mushrooms and used as feed. It's not necessarily true. Don't make it difficult for them to clear up. Did I make things difficult for her? Or did she not tell the truth? Jiang Yuan also refused to give in. At this time, she would not trust anyone. Bob bang bang. That's right. There was a sound of slapping. And then a man came out of the ear hole next to him. It was Dr. the instigator. You guys are right. Ching Ching. Right. Tell everyone how cruel you were that day. TSK. I admire your savagery. His tone was full of ridicule and teasing. But Fan Qing gritted his teeth. Finally. You have shown up. What? You're looking forward to it. This doctor is obviously gentle and elegant. But he feels like he has an evil smell about him. Hand over the medicine. Fan Qing silently raised the gun in his hand. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Medicine? What kind of medicine? Ching Ching. What's going on? Seeing her like this, Zhang Kaiyang felt not only distressed, but also heartbroken. But she actually hid something from him, which was what bothered him the most. Kaiyang, I didn't hide it from you on purpose. That day, when you came to see me, he was afraid that the matter would be exposed. So he gave me an injection. When I look at the color, it's probably what's in the bottle. She glanced at the green jar next to her. This was a drug that could keep people alive, but cause them to fall into a severe coma. To put it bluntly, there is no difference from a vegetative state. Ching Ching, you should have told me. I can help you in the same boat. Kaiyang now blames himself very much. He can feel that something has been wrong since Fan Qing came back. I just thought I was scared. But I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Kaiyang, I can't tell you. Forgive me. Tears fell down instantly. Ching Ching, I'm sorry. I didn't protect you. Oh, it's really touching. TSK. As he spoke, the doctor clapped his hands. But there was deep mockery in his eyes. Shut up. You. Fan Qing was a little angry and fired directly. There was a pop sound. And Jiang Yuan's hair stood up. What are you doing? So impulsive. Okay. Xiao Ching Ching. You are actually playing tricks with me. But you are not good. Kaiyang also pointed his gun at him. It was the first time for them to touch this thing. There's no guarantee of accuracy. But the posture is quite bluffing. Shut up. Do you have the antidote for that thing? Take it out for me quickly. Sure enough. The smile on the doctor's face disappeared. TCH. That's boring. The stuff I made is only poison and has no solution. Ha ha ha. Shut up. You. Zhang Kaiyang obviously didn't believe it and fired a shot. However, it was not aimed at the person, but a little in front of his feet. Take it out quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I'm sorry. I really don't have. Jiang Yuan and Song Yi were just watching, not knowing what to do. You sure? Kian loaded the bullet. And the last wave of threats came. Don't worry. Can I show you something? As he said that, he took out a remote control in his hand. Jiang Yuan has never seen this kind of thing before. And it feels like a controller in a game. Did you plant explosives? Song Yi's voice was very cold. And a sense of danger came over him. How about it? Stinging is not exciting. Don't you want to shoot? Come on. Kian was also panicking now. He didn't find that this guy actually had a backup plan. What do you want? Song Yi asked lightly, his eyes never leaving the other party for a moment. What do I want? Ha ha ha. I want anything. I want nothing. This world has been rotten and deteriorated. What's fair and what's technical? It's all bullshit. I don't want anything. And now the whole world will know that if you want to survive, you have to rely on my technology. Whatever I want. I have everything. Ha ha ha. Yi Mian unconsciously approached Jiang Yuan. This guy was probably crazy, and should not be taken lightly. I know you have been treated unfairly. But, is what you have now really what you want? Dr. Li, a genius boy, is the youngest researcher at the Academy of Sciences. You should be standing on the podium, talking about how to use your technology to benefit mankind, instead of being like a cockroach, huddled in the dark underground, growing mushrooms and raising chickens for others. Chapter 338. The poison is not serious. Shut up. What do you know? They are all cancers of society. I devoted myself to research, but the results were stolen by ignorant boys. Why? Just because they have money? Because they have connections? Okay. I'll see what they can do without me. Good guy. It turns out that I was treated unfairly in the workplace. This person is obsessed with academics. And he probably doesn't understand so many people and worldly things. Being beaten into small shoes and having no way to appeal. I chose to fall. Dr. Li, don't be impulsive. Do you think that without you, they will have nothing to do? I'm telling you, don't overthink it. If you have money, you can buy many things, not to mention having the right. You are an adult yourself. Why can't you figure it out? Jiang Yuan feels that this kind of people just rely on their own aloofness and don't know how to adapt. But if you think of yourself as unique in heaven and earth, you will be a bit speechless. Judging from the resume Song Yi just mentioned, this person is indeed a good person. At least, academically there is no choice. But if you don't care, you must try collapse therapy. You're talking nonsense. Without me, they are nothing. There is no Dr. Li. There is Dr. Zhang. Dr. Wang. You are not irreplaceable. No. It's impossible. Oh. I know. You want me to be angry. And then take the opportunity to run away. Speechless. This man is really logical. It won't do you any good to die together. Now, it seems it's even harder for you to escape. Song Yi had a cold face and didn't give him any face. I can't get away. What are you talking about? The doctor took 2 steps back with a look of extreme dismay on his face. Then, as if leaning aside, something magical happened. He actually got stuck. Good guy. What's going on? Song Yi rushed over with a quick stride. But nothing could be seen on the wall. Jiang Yuan also came over. It really looked like there was a door. However, there is no handle and no lock. Is this open sideways? Now, there is only this possibility. Leaning from a corner. And then the door will be biased. So, go inside. Kian was very anxious and pushed. But to no avail. No, you can't get in at all. After saying that, he actually tried to knock on the door. But there was still no movement at all. Song Yi knocked. The sound was dull. Okay. This wall is very thick. Don't think so much. Dr. Li's IQ is very high. And he must be defensive inside. Let's not do useless work. But what should we do with Ching Ching? Brother Song? Nothing happens to Ching Ching. Song Yi was relatively calm. Frowning. Not knowing what he was thinking. Jiang Yuan had doubts, and walked to Fan Qing. Ching Ching, are you feeling uncomfortable? A few days ago, I felt a little dizzy and quite drowsy. But now it's okay. I don't know if I'm used to it. Her mood was a little unstable, and she was in a bad mood. Looking lost? If you ask me, it should be nothing. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the rest of the people looked over. Especially Fan Qing. His eyes suddenly lit up. Jiang Yuan has always known that this girl is the kind of person who cherishes her life. Otherwise, when he was at the rescue center, he wouldn't have tried every means to send a distress message to Kai Yang. Does she really forget his old love? I'm afraid. Not necessarily. This time, too. She kept it secret and refused to tell anyone. However, she still wanted to go to the laboratory. I don't know whether to say that she cherishes her life or that she is selfish. Sister Yuan, what should I say? Kai Yang was also very anxious. His feelings for Fan Qing were not pretending. You see, these people are half dead now because they have been injecting drugs for a long time. Lying here, it should be day and night. Qing was only injected once and had some reaction at first. But now she is much better. It may cause some harm to the body, but it is unlikely to be fatal. Really? That's great. Qing, did you hear it? Sister Yuan said. You will be fine. That's great. Fan Qing also became a little excited. He saved his life with just a few words, and all his worries for the past few days turned into nonsense. I also feel like it's getting better and better recently. Only the first few days were not very good. Kaiyang, am I really okay? Sure. It's definitely fine. The two people hugged each other excitedly, looking quite sweet. However, I can't guarantee this. You still need to observe more. She didn't want to cause problems later, and people would come to her to ask for an explanation. She couldn't do it. However, the two parties involved could not listen at all. I was so excited that I didn't even have time to look at her. Good guy. What should we do with these people? Yi Mian pointed outside. There were at least 30 beds, excluding those that no longer existed. There are quite a few left, which is indeed a big problem. Okay, let's stop this nutrient solution. If they can survive, it is their fate. If you can't survive, you don't have to suffer the sin of being neither human nor ghost. Let's take it as a good thing. Okay, I agree with Jiang Yuan. Song Yi was the first to express his position, and the rest naturally had no other opinions. Okay, then let's pull these out, Jiang Yuan said, and took action herself. This man had a lot of tubes and other things stuck in his body, and she was careful not to get hurt. She chose Sisters Wa. No matter what this person was like, at least, nothing was done to harm them. The night I came over, I was kind enough to show off my kindness. The rest of the people were also busy. Sister Yuan, what should I do with the mushrooms on my body? Do you want to remove them? Mian, don't move that one. We don't know how far this root goes. If it is pulled out and the internal organs are injured, wouldn't it be harmful to others? If the mushrooms are not pulled out completely, they will continue to grow, which is meaningless. Okay, I get it. Although Yi Mian had many problems, she was very obedient. Sister Yuan, what should we do with this chick? Well, actually, her space is particularly lacking in this kind of poultry. But this one was a little bloody, and not what she wanted. Moreover, even if you raise it, you won't dare to eat it later. Who knows? It might be carrying a virus. Such a scary thing. Put it on the ground. Life or death depends on it. Okay. Put it down, and they won't be able to fly to the bed. These people are all safe. Zhang Kaiyan was a little disdainful. These gadgets were already anti-human. I see. It can be killed directly, but it will be a disaster if you keep it. Chapter 339 Stone Cave Kitchen. You can do whatever you want. I don't have any objection to this. Anyway, if you leave here, you won't come back again. She wouldn't care whether these people were dead or alive, let alone a few chicks. Originally, this could be roasted to improve the food, but now I don't think anyone would dare. I think it's better to kill him, so as not to harm others. If Dr. Li comes back, it will also make him uncomfortable. It doesn't matter to others. This matter is up to him. As expected, Kai Yang killed a few chickens, and once he kicked them, there was no life left. Such a gadget seems quite cruel. Jiang Yuan didn't say much. She couldn't control this matter, and there was no need. Taking one last look here, they didn't even stop and just left. I did feel a little uncomfortable, like in a morgue. Moreover, that Dr. Li might come back. That's all a few people can do. Finally, when the switch was turned off, the entire space fell into darkness and silence. We have to get out now. Dr. Li already knows that we are here, and he will never give up. As for how he contacts people outside, we don't know very well. Song Yi analyzed the reality and found it to be very serious. Yes, we must get out of here quickly. I feel as if every cave is connected to the outside. even if they are not connected together. There is a door directly opposite. As for where it leads, although we don't know, we all have to go and see. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go! Kyong was very anxious. He did not object to his brothers and sisters' ideas. Now Fan Qing is fine and feels relaxed. Well, cheer up, Song-yi said, and he started to lead the way. Jiang Yuan especially wanted to ask him about everything, but now was not a good opportunity. So I endured the doubts in my heart. The few people moved very quickly and reached the next doorway in a blink of an eye. It's on the left, and it still contains the same supplies. It's just a small place with 2 rooms. It's all just some grain. Nothing else. While everyone was out, she hurriedly collected 3 stacks. Sister Yuan, what's wrong with you? Why did you stop? It's okay. There seems to be something in the shoe. Let me take a look. Yi Mian nodded. She happened to be squatting at the moment, which was reasonable. Let's go! Jiang Yuan quickly got up and told Yi Mian to leave quickly. The lights were not turned on. Song-yi and others were already at the door. This time, it took about half an hour before I encountered another door. On the right. There is danger. They opened the door cautiously, but it was quiet inside. After entering, there was a sound inside. Or, to be precise, underneath. The structure of this cave is different from the others. There is a step doorway about 2 meters below. At the same time, the top also sank. There was food on it. Jiang Yuan looked at it. One bag after another. The packaging is exactly the same as the ones I encountered before. You bunch of losers. If you can't make delicious food, you'll all die. The shouter was hysterical, and even had a whip. Opposite are 3 woks, with 3 people wearing chef's coats busy in front of them. They were on top, using the gaps to observe the specific conditions below. Hurry up. The man had a bad temper, and whipped the person in front of him. The person who was beaten snorted, and did not dare to speak. He didn't even look back, and continued to work hard. There is no air outlet in this space, and it has long been filled with smoke. Jiang Yuan quickly took out a few masks, and distributed them to everyone. Zhang Qiang couldn't accept it at first. His throat was very itchy, and he wanted to cough. I was afraid of disturbing the people below, so I could only endure it silently. His face turned red as he looked at it. Ahem. Good guy. I still coughed. Who? The people below reacted and quickly looked up. Jiang Yuan also felt a little choked. How much chili pepper was put in? And the mask couldn't stop it. Ahem. It seems that there are not many like her. Ahem. 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 Good guy. Everyone fell. Even Song-yi couldn't hold on. The people below heard the cough sounds one after another and panicked. He was here alone to supervise the work, and there were many people listening across from him. Moreover, he deliberately scares people. While he was thinking about how to deal with it, the 3 cooking chefs became uneasy. The one who had just been beaten immediately turned around and shouted, "Help!" Then, run up like crazy. There are some steps next to it. What are you doing? Rebelling? The overseer said, swinging the whip. Even if it didn't hit, it would still rustle in the air. As he watched, the man had already run up and even found someone. With a pop sound, Song-yi shot the person below with his sleeve arrow. The overseer fell to the ground at the sound, but the gun on his waist had not yet been drawn out. With a look of disbelief on his face, he covered his neck and looked up in horror. The person who came over was also frightened by the sudden scene and fell to the ground. Heroes, please help me. Song-yi put away the tools and came out. The background of these people was unknown, but he still picked up the gun and aimed at the person opposite. It is also a serious matter for Kai Qiang to learn from others. Raise your hands. The man was still lying on the ground. Hearing this, he quickly raised his hands above his head. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. And you too. Raise your hands. The 2 men immediately followed suit, fearing that they might offend the god of death by accident. Qiang walked down quickly, his gun pointed at the 2 people below. The one in front was also driven off by Song-yi. Not long after, 3 people knelt in a row, all holding their heads in their hands. Tell me, who are you and why are you here? At this moment, Qiang's aura was fully activated, and he was 10 times more terrifying than the supervisor just now. Have mercy on us. We were all caught cooking, and we don't know anything. Please let us go. The 5 people looked at each other, and were caught cooking. Isn't that the same situation as Liang Kong? although it was not stated clearly what they were doing by taking him away. But when it comes to the dining room, it means cooking. Before, I thought it was to solve the people's food and clothing problem. Unexpectedly, a small stove was opened here. What kind of food are you cooking? It's making people choke. Zhang Kaiyang was a little dissatisfied. He always felt that these people were not good at their craftsmanship. You don't know? All of us who cook normally were killed. Chapter 340 Death of Liang Kong. Ah. What do you mean? The 5 people were stunned. They were going to be killed if they were cooking normally. So what kind of nonsense can good results come from cooking carelessly? I dare not deceive you. It is indeed the case. After we were brought over, we were asked to make some heavy appetizers. At the beginning, everyone made spicy, sour, and sweet and sour dishes. It is indeed an appetizer. But people are not satisfied with it, and say it has no taste at all. If the food is not good, just make it again. But they actually kill people. Right in front of us. As he said this, a grown man actually started crying. Afraid? Truly afraid. Isn't this perverted? If the food is not delicious, why would you kill people? Kaiyang also didn't understand. At this time, he could easily sympathize with the suffering party. We dared not speak out in anger. But 15 people came over. And in the end only 3 of us were left. The ingredients are heavier every time. But every time they say they have no taste. That's why you put so much chili pepper? Jiang Yuan glanced at it, and saw that spicy chicken should be made on the stove in the middle. Half the pot was filled with chili peppers. And there were no chicken pieces at all. Yes, it's not just chili. Last time, my brother put half a bag of salt in it, and said it had no taste. I even doubted that they just wanted to kill us, and just found an excuse. The man was a little sad. Maybe he really couldn't understand. I used to work in the dining room, which was a good job that everyone envied. But who knew that I would become a prisoner in the next second? The kind that allows others to slaughter you without any chance of resistance. No, Songy said lightly. But Jiang Yuan was puzzled. What have you found? There is no need for a reason to kill them. It should be because they really feel tasteless. How is this possible? It's half a bag of salt. It's not like the person who tasted the food has no sense of taste. So why can't he eat it? After she finished speaking, she also reacted. So, these people are actually cooking for a person who has no sense of taste? So, no matter what they do, it's tasteless and ends in death? Songy nodded. With a solemn expression, I think so too. Good guy. There is a person here who has no sense of taste and is in a high position. Otherwise, it would not be possible to mobilize so many people so easily. Then have you seen Liang Kong? He was also taken away in the name of the dining room. When Jiang Yuan asked, the 3 people almost rushed to answer. Here, Brother Liang Kong was the first to go. Right there. As he said this, he pointed behind him with some fear. It's a little bit next to the stairs. Part of the first floor upstairs. There was a curtain blocking it over there. And there wasn't even a door. Zhang Kaiyang was a little timid and swallowed a mouthful of spit. I still had the courage to go over and take a look. There were 3 more people here. Songyita looked at it and realized that this kind of thing naturally happened to him. Mom. After taking a look, I quickly put down the curtain. My heart pounding. Brother Song. They are all corpses. Go and see if there is Liang Kong. Good guy. I actually asked him to identify it. This is too scary. Even after experiencing so much. Zhang Kaiyang was still not mentally prepared. Jiang Yuan saw his concerns and hurried over. Let's go. I'll look for him with you. The other party cast a grateful look. At this time, it was really nice to have the feeling of companionship. Jiang Yuan followed. And so did Yu Mianmian and Fan Qing. I was holding a strong flashlight in my hand. This place was relatively low and very depressing. In addition, the light from outside cannot reach it. And there are dead bodies inside. The atmosphere was once very strange. Everything in here is thrown around in a mess. Jiang Yuan looked around and saw that none of them were looking up. Kaiyang was very conscious and turned his face to the ground. Good guys. Each one is more frightened than the other. Sister Yuan. Sister Yuan. It's Brother Liang. After finding it, Jiang Yuan and the other 2 people also hurried over to take a look. Oh my god. Liang Kang's face was bruised and swollen. And he must have been bullied a lot. The fatal injury was a bloody hole in his stomach. After all, they were teammates who had gone through many things together. And Jiang Yuan couldn't accept it. My heart was so blocked. What would Xiaoling do if she knew about it? Sister Yuan, what should we do now? Get out first. Jiang Yuan sighed and hurriedly escaped from this suffocating place. I'm not lying to you. Xiao Lian was the first batch to go there. He also wanted to finish it early and go back early, because he was worried about his children and wife. However, they had no humanity and actually beat people to death. We didn't dare to go up behind. However, the consequences of not attending will be even worse. These 3 people were lucky to be the last ones to be picked out. They met Song Yi and others again, although they didn't know whether they were alive or dead. This group of people was different from the guards. Moreover, it seems that he came here to find Liang Kong. Inside, Jiang Yuan ignored him and just explained to Song Yi. The other party just sighed. In this situation, life and death were really too easy. Kai Yang's eyes were actually red. He and Liang Kong still had feelings for each other, but he was also filled with regret at this moment. Brother Song, we can't let Brother Liang die like this. We must avenge him. I don't dare. I don't dare. The man immediately made a horrified expression. There are too many of them, and their methods are very cruel. You are no match for them. So run away for your life. Jiang Yuan glanced at Zhang Kaiyang. And even if he didn't say anything, she would not agree to Mao Mao running out in a daze. Okay. You know where those people are. I can understand the mood. Liang Kong is gone. And everyone feels uncomfortable. The guard is gone. And the remaining ones are nowhere to be found. If we can encounter it, we will naturally give it a try. If we cannot encounter it, there is nothing we can do. It's a bit unkind. But what can we do? If the price of revenge for Liang Kong is to risk her life, then she is selfish. She has died once and doesn't care what others think. Being comfortable is the most important thing. Fan Qing heard this and came over to persuade him. Kaiyang, calm down. Our own safety is a problem now. How can we take revenge? You don't even know the faces of those people. Song Yi didn't say anything. Kaiyang was a bit angry recently. It seems that after the arm was injured, it became somewhat sensitive. Why isn't it done yet? They're all urging me. There were shouts outside. Obviously angry. It's over. It's over. They're back. What should we do? The person who had been talking just now was shaking like chaff and looked at him asking for help. Don't panic. Hide first.